Chapter 701, London is good. Lin Feng shook his head funny. These three version girls are okay to see, but if you want to spend a good night with them, that is something you would never even think about. These three-page girls' appeals in the newspapers are nothing more than to make a name for themselves. Of course, they may also want to fish for the golden KZ of himself. Lin Feng is not that stupid yet. What's more, he is also a person with status now, but not all women will touch him. Okay, look at you. Your mouth is almost ready to make soy sauce. Why would I go to find them? Lin Feng flicked Avril's forehead and said, HMPH, you better understand this, otherwise, not only will I leave, but I will also take Lisa away. Avril warned again and again. Lin Feng nodded helplessly. Since the last double flying, although Lisa and Avril have not become as close as Lin Feng thought, they are still relatively harmonious, but now they are a little bit unusual. Avril hits prying away Lisa's slogan to threaten Lin Feng, making Lin Feng dumbfounded. However, Lisa listened very much to Avril's words, which made Lin Feng even more speechless. However, it is time to buy this Premier League club. After all, many future superstars will be too late if they don't start too late, such as Messi, Fabregas, Ronaldo and so on. Lin Feng then contacted the team he really likes, Tottenham Hotspur, the team nicknamed White Lily, and its home stadium White Deer Lane Stadium is also considered quite well known in China. You know, in the Premier League, the White Hart Lane Stadium is the famous home of the Devil. Since the birth of the Premier League, Liverpool have only won 2 victories in White Hart Lane, and their rivals, Arsenal, have only won 3 games. The poor Manchester United team has been troubled by the White Deer Lane curse, and has still not been able to win at the White Deer Lane Stadium. But the only thing that makes Tottenham Hotspur feel depressed is that another rival in the same city, Chelsea, has fond memories at White Hart Lane Stadium and has not tasted defeat at White Hart Lane Stadium for 16 years. There are 3 reasons why Lam Feng chose Tottenham Hotspur. First, Tottenham Hotspur's name is good, with a thorn, which is in line with its own character. It is to pierce those unspoken rules, those high-ranking giants, but also in line with Mourinho's character. The man nicknamed Magic Bird is a thorn in itself. Coupled with the thorn of Tottenham Hot, it is even more thorny, and the Premier League powers that will be enough to pierce the Premier League are in pain. What's more, the emblem of Tottenham Hotspur is also an auspicious bird that stands out as a group of arrogant birds, stomping a football under its feet, which faintly echoes the nickname of Magic Bird. Second, Tottenham Hotspur has a glorious past and is also one of the strong teams in the Premier League. It also has a certain amount of confidence to buy superstars. And being located in London, the British capital and economic centre, is also in line with Lam Feng's career development and Mourinho's preferences for big scenes. And Buckingham Palace is in London. It can be said that there is no better place in the world than London. Moreover, there are enough London teams, and it is also convenient for Lin Feng to bargain when buying. Moreover, there are many deadly enemies in the same city, which means that there are many hot scenes, which is extremely in line with Mourinho's appetite. Third, Tottenham Hotspur's financial situation is not very good. Although it is not as debt-laden as its city rival Chelsea, it is also at a loss, and its boss Enik International is also in poor condition now, which is convenient for Lin Feng's acquisition. Of course, why didn't Lin Feng choose Arsenal instead of Chelsea? That is because of Lin Feng's personal hobby. Arsenal has Wenger, and the club has been operating normally. It is very difficult to acquire. As for Chelsea, leave it to Abu. Let Abu save Chelsea. If he took the lead and bought Chelsea, Lin Feng would not know if Abramovich would be in the Premier League. If there is no Abramovich, the charm of the Premier League will be much less, and without Abramovich's resentment in front, how can he buy the best players at the least cost? Lin Feng didn't want to be called a catcher. Subsequently, Lin Feng contacted Tottenham Hotspur chairman Levi. The actual owner of Tottenham Hotspur is the British Enik International, which owns 76.5% of Tottenham Hotspur. Levi owns 29.41% of Enik. But he is not the big boss. The real big boss is Lewis, the owner of ENIC International, but Levi and Lewis are good friends. So Lewis authorized Levi to manage Tottenham Hotspur. Mr. Lin, the outside world has been rumoring that you are going to buy a London Premier League club. I didn't expect you to be interested in our Tottenham Hotspur. This is our honor, Levi said with a smile on his face. Lin Feng smiled faintly. Mr. Levi, since you know what I'm here for, then I won't give up. Lin Feng also said straightforwardly, I don't know Mr. Levi, how much he is willing to sell the Tottenham Heat in his hand. Stabbing shares? Levi's eyes lit up slightly. At present, ENIC International is affected by the global internet bubble burst in 2001. And the company is in poor condition. It is also thinking about selling Tottenham Hotspur and cashing it out to save the company. But a team that is at a loss and has a poor record is not so easy to sell. At least it is difficult to sell at a satisfactory price. At this time, it came out that the world's super rich Lin Feng wanted to buy a London team. Levi and Tottenham Hotspur's real boss, Lewis, started activities. They wanted to inquire about the news and want to see Lin Feng's. Which club is the intention? After all, there are 5 Premier League teams in London, and it is possible for Lin Feng to acquire any one. According to Lam Feng's purchase criteria, Levi and Lewis faintly guessed that Lam Feng's goal is between Tottenham Hotspur and Chelsea. But Levi and Lewis are not sure which one it is. I want to contact Lin Feng, but I am afraid that I will lose the first hand in the negotiation because of the contact, so I have been hesitating. When the two had a headache, Lin Feng came automatically, which made Levi smile. Mr. Lin, since you are so straightforward, I am not ambiguous. The price is £500 million, Levi Lion said loudly. Lin Feng's eyelids twitched. This Levi really dared to speak up. Lin Feng remembers that Abu Dhabi's acquisition of Man City was only a mere £220 million. And Abu Dhabi's acquisition of Chelsea was only £140 million. Even the famous Liverpool is currently estimated to have a market value, just about £300 million. At Tottenham Hotspur, Levi offered a price of £500 million and really dared to speak. Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. Levi also knew that his price was a bit high, but that was the way it was in the business field. Bargaining, why not call a higher price? How to bargain? Mr. Lin, Tottenham Hotspur has the most loyal fans in the Premier League, has a glorious past, and is located in London, the financial centre of the United Kingdom and even Europe. Although the current record is not outstanding, it is under the leadership of coach Hodder. Still hovering in the midstream, if Mr. Lin buys a few world-class players after the acquisition, I believe that challenging Manchester United and Arsenal's king status will not be a problem, Levi said bewildered. Lin Feng smiled. Indeed, the current Tottenham Hotspur lineup is okay, with Robbie Keane 1980, 23 years old, the rising star about to explode at Tottenham Hotspur, and Janus, who is younger in 1983, at the age of 20. The lineup is also considered neat. If Mourinho takes office and acquires a few more stars, it will make Tottenham Hotspur a radical change. But Tottenham Hotspur definitely not worth £500 million. In Lin Feng's eyes, the maximum is about £250 million. The reason why Chelsea is worth £140 million lies in the huge debts it has on its back. Mr. Levi, Tottenham's results are only mid-range, and the White Hart Lane Stadium has only 36,200 seats, and the stadium is relatively dilapidated, and the surrounding traffic conditions are also poor. If I buy Tottenham, Tottenham will definitely invest a huge sum of money to build a new stadium. Mr. Levi, in this way, do you think Tottenham Hotspur is still worth £500 million? Lin Feng is now regarded as an old fox in the business world, and has not directly lowered the price, but pointed out the current Tottenham Hotspur cannot ignore the problem, and asked Levi back. Sure enough, Levi was embarrassed for a while. These are the painful feet of Tottenham Hotspur, especially the White Hart Lane Stadium. Although it has been with Tottenham Hotspur for 100 years, it is really too old, and the traffic conditions around it are really bad. good. In particular, stadiums such as Wembley and Highbury have been built one after another, and the White Hart Lane Stadium is even more criticized. Mr. Lin, I don't know how much you are willing to pay for the purchase. All this can be discussed, Levi said helplessly. £250 million. I think this price is a very reasonable market price. Lin Feng spit out a number. Levi frowned. This price is also too low, although it is in line with the market price. After all, Lin Feng came to buy, and the price is always higher than the market price. This is the industry's rule. Lin Feng looked at Levi's demeanor, and he naturally understood what he was thinking. Mr. Levi, don't forget, I can also choose to buy Chelsea. It also meets my standards, and the stadium is bigger and the traffic conditions are much better. Lin Feng hit a lot of medicine. Levi frowned when he heard it. Chelsea, this rival in the same city, but Tottenham Hotspur is always in pain. So, Mr. Lin, let me discuss with Mr. Lewis, the real boss of Tottenham Hotspur. And what about an answer to you? Levi said helplessly. Lin Feng nodded. This acquisition could not have been completed in a short time, so Lin Feng was not in a hurry. What's more, Lin Feng currently has insufficient funds. He wants to acquire Tottenham Hotspur and spend a sum of money to build a new stadium, improve the surrounding traffic, and acquire the players he likes. That may require a lot of money. Lin Feng must get money now. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 702 is so poor. According to Lin Feng's estimates, the acquisition of Tottenham Hotspur will cost about £300 million. Or about $430 million. In addition to the construction of a brand new stadium and surrounding facilities, it is conservatively estimated to be around £350 million, or about $502 million, plus a new modern training field, which is estimated to be £100 million. Or about $143 million. These three inputs add up to approximately $1.075 billion. $1.075 billion is by no means a small sum. There are no more than 30 private individuals in the world who can give out $1.075 billion in cash at a time. Although Lin Feng has more than $40 billion in assets, while Bill Gates, Warren Buffett after that, the world's third richest person, but the cash in his hands was only $140 million, and the remaining $40 billion in assets were almost all stocks or real estate. This is the gap. Compared with the long-established super rich or family, Lin Feng is still far behind in terms of background. Of course, Lin Feng can seek financing from an investment bank. But that is definitely not what Lin Feng wants, nor is it a long-term thing. Although many people are happy to do so, borrow chicken to lay eggs. For example, the acquisition of the Glazer family of Manchester United by Post Generations is the standard borrowing chickens and laying eggs, using loans from Morgan Bank to complete the acquisition, turning Manchester United from the wealthiest club to the most indebted club in an instant. And after acquiring 75% of Manchester United's shares, it was delisted from the London stock market, making it private property and helping it to share debts. This is definitely the most clever business technique, equivalent to the empty glove white wolf. With Lin Feng's current status and influence, finding loans from major investment banks couldn't be easier. Using the Tottenham Hotspur club to be acquired in the future as collateral, after acquiring 76.5% of Tottenham Hotspur from the ENIC International, then forcibly delisting it, making it private property and using it to repay debts. Lin Feng can also use this standard method of borrowing chickens to lay eggs. However, Lin Feng didn't want to be scolded by all Tottenham fans like Glazer of later generations. What Lin Feng needs to build is a dynasty, a super strong team in the new century, so Lin Feng disdains it. What's more, cooperating with Mourinho must also give him confidence. the confidence to build the strongest team. Otherwise, the proud magic bird will not join Lin Feng's team just for sentiment. In the eyes of Westerners, friends are friends and work is work. They must not be confused. Besides, with Lin Feng's current wealth, playing this borrow chicken to lay eggs game will inevitably be cast aside. After a person has reached a certain status, he must be majestic, be kingly and upright, instead of using this three abuses method. Abby, pass me a copy of my personal financial list. Lin Feng called the head of the Abby investment team who helped Lin Feng manage his private assets in Shanghai, Abby Cohen, who has the Wall Street myth. Not long after, an encrypted email was delivered to Lin Feng's mailbox. Clicking on the mailbox, Lin Feng made a detailed assessment of the private property he currently owns, to see from which way he would borrow funds for the acquisition of Tottenham Hotspur. At present, stocks account for an absolute share of the private property owned by Lin Feng. In the second world, Lin Feng owns 35% of the shares and has a market value of $26.215 billion, market value of $107. If you want to borrow $1 billion, you only need to use 1.4% of its shares as a mortgage, and you can easily borrow $1 billion. But this is the flagship company of Lin Feng, and it is also a company that Lin Feng absolutely cannot let go. Although it is only a mortgage of 1.4% of the shares, Lin Feng categorically gave up. As for its other listed starting point fast food restaurants, the total market value is only less than $400 million. It is too difficult to borrow. What's more, the starting point fast food restaurant is also related to Lin Feng's future plans, and it must not be given up. As for the other companies under its umbrella, none of them are listed and they are in a booming stage of development. At this time, lending is undoubtedly the most stupid behavior. It seems that only the 2% stake in Walmart held by Lin Feng, with a market value of $3.85 billion, is the best way to borrow. After all, Walmart and Lin Feng's industry are not closely related, and it is impossible for Lin Feng to control Walmart. After all, even if the Walton family is willing to sell the equity, the US government will veto the acquisition of Lin Feng. Therefore, since Lin Feng is currently short of money, the Walmart shares should be sold the most. However, at present, Huang Shuqi has just gone to the Walmart headquarters as a director after the year, and is implementing Lin Feng's stealing teacher plan, learning Walmart advanced logistics system and supply chain management procedures. If this time Lin Feng sold Walmart share, Huang Shuqi can only leave. This is not what Lin Feng wanted. Moreover, according to the analysis of the financial status of Walmart last year, this year's Walmart earnings will be around 0.43 yuan per share, and Lin Feng holds 70 million shares, and the annual dividend is $30.1 million. According to Abby Cohen's recommendation, after purchasing Walmart, don't sell it, just wait for dividends, not to mention owning these 2% shares, which can play a big role in many critical moments. After scratching his head with a headache, and carefully looking at his financial list, Lin Feng sighed helplessly. So poor, isn't it? I'm the third richest in the world, with only $140 million in available funds. No money to buy a Tottenham Hotspur. The investment in related hardware facilities alone will cost $1.075 billion. And this does not count as the cost of purchasing players. If you want to buy players, you need to invest at least $200,300 million in cash guaranteeing investment in the transfer market for the next 5 years. In this way, Lin Feng needs at least $1.31.4 billion in cash. After deducting the $140 million in his hands, there is still a gap of $1.2 billion. $1.2 billion in exchange for stocks would not matter to Lin Feng, but it was really a headache for Lin Feng to exchange for cash. After hesitating for a long time, if there is really no better way, Lin Feng can only decide to borrow funds through Walmart shares. Of course, after Abby Cohen's recommendation, Lin Feng will prepare to borrow 1.2 billion US dollars of funds through the loan mortgage situation, so as to ensure that Lin Feng continues to hold 2% of Walmart shares, but also to ensure that Lin Feng obtains sufficient funds. It's just a debt of $1.2 billion and a little interest. But with Lin Feng's wealth, this debt is really nothing. Just then, a phone call came. Lin Feng took a look at Ma Rinhe's call. "Hey, Lin, are you really going to buy Tottenham Hotspur?" Ma Rinhe's voice was filled with excitement. How about it, Jose? Are you satisfied?" Lin Feng asked with a smile. "Yes, very much to my liking." Ma Rinhe admired. "Lin, to be honest, I long for the big stage, longing for the big scene. I graduated from an interpreter, slowly turning into an assistant coach, and then serving as the head coach. In football, many people look down on my background and think that I was a failed football player before, and I will also be a failed football coach in the future. But I, Jose Mourinho, will prove to the world that I, Sir Mourinho, can become the greatest football coach on the planet." Lin Feng nodded. Mourinho will not easily say this to people, and only between his best friends. Mourinho will confide in his heart. A man was strongly questioned, despised, and disdainful by the outside world. "Lin, Tottenham Hotspur is good. It is located in London, the financial centre of the United Kingdom, and in the same city as Arsenal. It is also the only city in the world that has the 5 highest league teams in the same city. I like it very much. It is very challenging. And I like its emblem. It's not inferior, and the arrogance that steps everything under your feet." Mourinho admired. Lin Feng smiled and nodded. "By the way, tell the little girl that this time Porto beat AC Milan at home. It is by no means a fluke. I will let her see how Porto has become the king of Europe this season." Mourinho said passionately. If these words are heard by others, Mourinho must be boasting and bragging. But this is definitely not Mourinho deliberately arrogant, but his instinctive catharsis. Mourinho is a passionate person, a person who never conceals his heart. His emotions are very obvious on his face. It can be said that he himself does not know what he will do in the world of football in the next second. But it's funny when I think of it. Mourinho, who has the ambition to become the king of Europe, would actually care about a little girl like Algra. But it's no wonder that Algra's words after witnessing AC Milan's loss at the time were indeed very painful. With Mourinho's personality, he will not take advantage of this little girl in words, so he can only prove himself with actual record. "Jose, rest assured, we will definitely make Tottenham Hotspur the new king of Europe," Lin Feng said confidently. Sure," Mourinho said affirmatively. At the end, one thing suddenly came to mind. "By the way, Lin, I hate Japan from your tone, right? The Sony company in Japan just wanted to find I endorsed to brand under my brand, and thought of you. I refused." Lin Feng was stunned after hearing this, but he didn't expect Mourinho to be so righteous. I just remind you that I rejected the endorsement contract of the Japanese manufacturer for you. Don't let me down with the Tottenham Hotspur you acquired. You must give me sufficient funds to acquire players at that time. The current trust Tottenham Hotspur is too bad. To become the king of Europe, I have to buy a few players. For example, Porto's Deco, Bozingwa and others. Mourinho said with a smile. Lin Feng nodded heavily. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng's mind suddenly came to light. A Japanese company, Sony's 2002 financial statements are about to be released, and this is a year when Sony has suffered a heavy blow, and it is also the first time Sony has suffered a huge loss, which has directly led to the avalanche of the Japanese stock market. Perhaps the funds to acquire Tottenham Hotspur have fallen out. Lin Feng's eyes shot all the light. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 703 Japanese Stock Market? Sony Corporation, referred to as Sony. Hong Kong and Taiwan are also known as Xinli, one of Japan's pillar companies, a world giant spanning the fields of digital, daily necessities, and entertainment. It has a huge influence in the four major fields of electronics, games, entertainment, and finance. In its 2000 financial report released in April 2001, Sony relied on the hot sale of PlayStation 2, commonly known as PS2, with global sales exceeding 120 million units, which made it the highest profit since its establishment of $2.5 billion. Of course, Lin Feng learns all these information through internet inquiries. Lin Feng's influence on Sony is its digital cameras, color TVs, and game entertainment consoles PS, PS2, and PS3. Also because of his concern about Sony's PS series, Lin Feng saw Sony's 2003 financial statements in the must-view video game software Every Issue. Originally, Lin Feng had always thought that Sony was a very profitable company. He didn't expect to see that financial statement, but it was a little bit unbelievable. Such a profitable Sony actually lost money, and the loss was 111.1 billion yen, approximately $926 million. This was extremely sensational at the time. Sony's stock fell by its limit 25% for 2 consecutive days, and it caused high-tech stocks in the Japanese stock market to dive. This drove the Nikkei index to fall sharply, shocking the Japanese stock market, and high-tech companies' stocks to sell off. At that time, in Lin Feng's eyes, this news didn't make much sense. Besides, it felt incredible. After all, it was just news to Lin Feng at the time. But right now, it couldn't be better news for Lin Feng. During the last 9.11 period, I made a fortune by buying and selling US futures indexes. At the moment, Lin Feng is just short of money, with $1.2 billion in cash in his hand. The fastest way to get money is undoubtedly to buy and sell futures. Lin Feng opened the Asian stock market. Today on March 4th, the Nikkei index was 8,267 points. After Sony announced its financial statements on April 1st, the Nikkei index fell sharply, and it seems that it will fall by about 20%. This is a great opportunity to make money. However, Lin Feng did not have much idea about futures. Last time in the United States, he used 9.11 to buy US stock futures. At that time, he relied on Zhengzha proficient in finance. But in the end he was imprisoned because of Lin Feng. The others urgently needed money to rescue Lin Feng, but the US government found out that they almost made Lin Feng a terrorist. This time I took advantage of the sharp decline in Japanese stocks to make money, and we must never make this mistake again. Although there were no terrorist incidents this time, I used the futures index several times to get a lot of money. Especially this time the target was at least $1.2 billion. It was digged out and it was hard to explain. Just a question from the outside world, such as, may I ask, why is Lin Dong so convinced that the Japanese futures index is about to fall sharply, and short selling, earning a huge amount of $1.2 billion? This is absolutely unexplainable by Lin Feng. I can't honestly say that I have been reborn from the future, perhaps like Fudge Abby Cohen, saying that he is the 134th generation grandson of Prime Minister Begin, that no one believes. At least under the investigation of curious people around the world, the argument of Lin Feng, the 134th generation grandson of Prime Minister Begin, is untenable. Fortunately, this time Lin Feng has already had an investment team led by Wall Street myth Abby Cohen. How to make huge profits without being known is not difficult. Moreover, Abby Cohen is still very convinced of the legend of Lin Feng's 134th generation grandson of Prime Minister Begin. Afterwards, Lin Feng dialed Abby Cohen's phone. Abby, if I don't sell stocks or loans, are there any good project investments in a short time? Lin Feng asked. Since Abby Cohen knew that Lam Feng was preparing to acquire Tottenham Hotspur, he began to look for financing in Lam Feng's private property. After all, this sum of money is not cheap, $1.2 billion. No matter what, it is a huge sum of money for anyone. Previously, Abby Cohen's suggestion was to use Walmart stock loans. Now, after hearing Lin Feng's tone and thinking about it, He knew Lin Feng's intentions. Lin, do you want to use stock futures to make money again? Abby Cohen opened the global stock analysis software and looked at the red, green and green charts on it, with a pensive expression. Yes, only futures can make money. Do you have any suggestions? Lin Feng asked lightly. Although I already have an investment direction, I can't be too impatient. Well, now the global stock market is in a downward trend. If you want to make money, you can only go short. But it is not easy to earn $1.2 billion in a short period of time. Unless there is a catastrophic terrorist attack, or the financial statements of leading companies have suffered huge losses. Abby Cohen said calmly, stock futures do make money, but generally speaking, stock futures are just an excellent tool for avoiding systemic risks in the stock market and for investors to invest and manage money. Usually want to use it to make big money, only when the stock market fluctuates sharply. During the 9.11 period of the previous year, Lin Feng used 9.11 to make a huge sum of more than $500 million. Thinking of this, Abby Cohen's mind flashed. Lin, do you have a foreseeable event? Abby Cohen was inexplicably excited when he thought of Lin Feng's identity as the 134th generation grandson of Prime Minister Bigon. Although Abby Cohen is an atheist, a rational analyst who believes in science. But ever since I came into contact with Lin Feng, I always feel that Lin Feng is shrouded in a mysterious color. Especially when analyzing Lin Feng's business history, Abby Cohen can only be described as magic. Later, after learning about Lin Feng's identity, after searching through ancient Chinese books, Abby Cohen did not understand the magical origin of Lin Feng, but became a fan of ancient Chinese literature, especially obsessed with Book of Changes and Book of Changes. In short, one of the best financial analysts on Wall Street was fooled into a theological by Lin Feng. However, to Lin Feng's surprise, after becoming a theological, Abby Cohen not only failed to predict failure, but combined science with the Book of Changes to make his predictions more accurate. Using the limited cash in Lin Feng's hands, he continues to create new wealth for Lin Feng. At this moment, after hearing that Lin Feng was going to play the futures, Abby Cohen was naturally looking forward to it. Ancient Chinese studies such as the Book of Changes are too complicated. She has studied so far, and only knows a little about fur, and the more she studies, the more profound it is discovered. Now that Lincoln once again shows miracle, she naturally looks forward to it. Hearing the tone of Abby Cohen's expectation, Lin Feng naturally knew what Abby Cohen was expecting, and smiled awkwardly. At first it was just a nonsense reason, but I didn't expect it would mistake people. But this is also convenient for Lin Feng to act. Abby, what do you think of the Sony stock? What do you think of the Japanese stock market? Lin Feng said lightly. The more plain Lin Feng is, the more mysterious and excited Abby Cohen is. In the excitement, Abby Cohen opened the Nikkei index chart for the last 6 months, and called up Sona's chart and related information. What? Abby Cohen gave a soft cry. The Nikkei index currently has only 8,267 points, which is a historical low point. It is less than a quarter of the Japan stock market's highest point of 38,915 points. Since January 1990, it has been a bear market that has lasted for 13 years. It can be said that since the collapse of the Japanese bubble economy, the stock market of the entire country has been very bleak. In addition to the collapse of the internet bubble in 2001, Japan itself was greatly affected by the US economy. It can be said that confidence in the Japanese stock market is relatively weak today. As for Sony, it is also one of the leaders in Japanese high-tech stocks. However, after this investigation, Abby Cohen found a bad signal. Since the acquisition of Ericsson, according to industry data analysis, Sony Ericsson expected that its global market share of 10% in 2002 had not been reached, and it was as high as hundreds of millions of dollars. The investment in R&D expenditures did not bring any utility. In addition, the home appliance industry misestimated the development of LCD TVs and overestimated its own Trinitron technology. As a result, Companies such as Sharp and Samsung have achieved industry leadership. According to Abby Cohen's estimation, I am afraid that Sona's financial statements last year were absolutely unsightly. If Sony suffers a huge loss, it will drive the decline of the entire Japanese high-tech stocks, or even a crash, which will also set off a heavy setback for the entire Japanese stock market. Lin, do you think Sony will have a huge loss? Abby Cohen said. Lin Feng nodded in response. Although Abby Cohen really wanted to ask how Lin Feng got this conclusion, whether it relied on ancestral divination. After all, as a professional financial analyst, Lin Feng's investment team has not noticed Sony's abnormality. This is not to blame Abby Cohen's lack of ability, but to face the stock markets of hundreds of countries around the world. Hundreds of thousands of stocks, she couldn't detect them one by one. Besides, her main concern was the US stock market and the European stock market. How did Lin Feng detect it? But as an investment analyst with professional ethics, Abby Cohen chose to be silent for the time being. Lin, give me 3 hours to analyze. Abby Cohen finished speaking and hung up. Then he held an emergency meeting of his own small investment team and began to analyze the Japanese stock market and Sony stock. Lin Feng looked at his watch, sipped red wine, and watched the rain in London, slowly waiting for news from Abby Cohen. 3 hours later, Abby Cohen called again. Lin, according to our preliminary analysis, there is a 76.8% chance that the Japanese stock market will fall sharply after Sony announces its financial statements on April 1st. As for where it can fall, it depends on how much Sona's financial statements lose. Abby Cohen calmly analyzed. When Lin Feng heard this, his brows stretched suddenly. How much the loss is? This time Sony's financial statements have suffered a big loss. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 704, The Boiling City of London. Abby, I want to keep people from being noticed. Is there a way? Lin Feng asked. This time he is enthusiastic about the Japanese futures index. Lin Feng absolutely does not want to be noticed, so as not to cause unexpected troubles. This is no problem. You were too hasty last time on 9.11. This time we can enter the market half a month earlier, make secret purchases in advance, and spread the funds, so it is difficult to be noticed. Abby Cohen said confidently. In this regard, Goldman Sachs has long mature experience. As long as it operates properly and has a certain time buffer, it is difficult to be detected by the outside world. After all, the stock market has tens of billions of funds, or even hundreds of billions, of funds a day. Lin Feng just fishes a little bit, and the funds are scattered, so there is no need to worry about being noticed. Well, I'm entrusting you with this matter. Lin Feng simply delegated the power to Abby Cohen with all the $140 million in his hands. By the way, Lin, it will take a certain amount of time to buffer, about May, to cash out all the funds. But then, you may have trouble buying Tottenham Hotspur. Abby Cohen reminded. Lin Feng frowned slightly, but he couldn't worry about it. If you want to safely and securely withdraw cash from the Japanese stock market, you must give Abby Cohen and others a certain amount of time. In this way, you'll still use the Walmart stock loan to buy Tottenham Hotspur with the money. After I get cash from the stock market, I will repay the loan. Lin Feng thought for a while and said. Abby Cohen nodded. It couldn't be better. If she has enough time, she can manipulate the matter perfectly without worrying about showing her legs. Of course, in this investment incident, Abby Cohen was not prepared to use the funds from the Lin Feng loan, because the funds were not running smoothly, and it was easy for people to find clues. Moreover, Lin Feng's $140 million is enough to speculate on futures. As for the bank that Lam Feng lends, there are really too many choices. Whether it is the Goldman Sachs Group where Abby Cohen worked before, or Citigroup or Morgan Consortium, now Lin Feng wants a loan. It can be said that after the call, the other party's contract and funds are ready. Lin Feng finally chose Abby Cohen's old club. When Lin Feng was preparing to make a loan with the Goldman Sachs Group, Levi, the general manager of Tottenham Hotspur, and his real boss, Lewis, met with Lin Feng. Mr. Lewis, fortunately meeting Lin Feng said with a smile. Since Lewis Ken has come in person, it means that the other party is ready to sell Tottenham Hotspur. Mr. Lin, nice meeting. Lewis smiled and shook hands with Lin Feng. After some greetings, the three of them went straight to the topic. Mr. Lin, regarding the sale of 76.5% of Tottenham Hotspur shares in My Companionic International, the minimum price cannot be less than £300 million, Lewis said categorically. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Although this is much less than the £500 million that Levi called out, there is still a certain gap between the price in Lin Feng's heart. It's still a bit expensive, especially at the moment. It is a loan purchase, which makes Lin Feng a little bit painful. Poor people, live it sparingly. Money must be spent on the blade and cannot be wasted. Lin Feng's look, Lewis and Levy naturally saw it, and they also knew that Tottenham Hotspur's £300 million price was a little bit higher, but Lewis had the capital to bid. Mr. Lin, I'm afraid you don't know the latest news. With that said, Lewis handed Lin Feng a copy of The Sun that had just been released in the morning. Lin Feng wrinkled slightly, took the newspaper, and after a closer look, he was surprised. The headline of The Sun is Russia's richest man wants to buy Chelsea. Lin Feng quickly opened the newspaper. It said that Russia's Super Rich Abramovich was approaching Chelsea and preparing to acquire Chelsea. And scream, the Premier League is being invaded by foreign consortia. After all, Lin Feng's acquisition of Tottenham Hotspur. The contact between Lin Feng and Levi has been photographed by the pervasive British media, is not over yet, and now there is another Russian super rich who also wants to acquire London Football. The team Chelsea. This naturally shocked many British people, a little wolf is coming feeling. After all, the British are proud from their bones, especially in football. The birthplace of modern football in the United Kingdom, although only won a championship in the local World Cup in 1966, the pride of the British in football is not. It is unparalleled, even if it is the king of Brazil, it is not regarded by it. As for club competitions, the Premier League is currently the most successful football league in the world, which is the pride of the British. Now Lin Feng and Abramovich have to acquire the Premier League clubs, which really makes the British a little bit indignant, but also helpless. After reading the detailed report on Abramovich's acquisition of Chelsea, Lin Feng was shocked. Unexpectedly, Abramovich was 3 months earlier than history. I am afraid that this time is also due to the changes brought about by my own butterfly effect. However, this has no effect on Lam Feng's acquisition of Tottenham Hotspur. After all, Abramovich did not approach Tottenham Hotspur, but directly chose to approach Chelsea. Mr. Lewis, Abramovich's acquisition of Chelsea has nothing to do with my acquisition of Tottenham Hotspur. In business, you cannot sell Tottenham Hotspur to a price higher than the market price. Lin Feng said calmly. Lewis smiled. Mr. Lin, I have also received a new piece of news. It is reported that His Excellency Suleiman Al Fahim of the Arab Abu Dhabi Consortium is also preparing to invade the Premier League and is preparing to acquire a Premier League club. It seems that the Tottenham Hotspur is also more deliberate, Lewis said triumphantly. Strange goods to live in. For Lewis, there is no better situation than two rich men competing for a club. In this case, Lewis can make the most profit. Of course, for now, Suleiman Al Fahim's favorite target is not Tottenham Hotspur. But when negotiating, any means and bargaining chips have to show off. Lin Feng frowned. Lin Feng was not surprised to hear that Abramovich had acquired Chelsea 3 months in advance. But to hear that Suleiman Al Fahim has advanced 5 full years, this is too surprising. What makes Lin Feng even more troublesome is Suleiman Al Fahim's intention to acquire the Premier League. Historically, Suleiman Al Fahim acquired Manchester City for the influence of the Premier League, but also for playing tickets as the actual version of Football Manager. But now, Suleiman Al Fahim has acquired a certain Premier League team 5 full years ahead of schedule, which is intriguing. What's more, Suleiman Al-Fahim and Lin Feng had something to do with each other before. Now Suleiman Al-Fahim chooses this time to join in the fun to acquire a Premier League club. You didn't have any intention of coming to Lin Feng? Lin Feng absolutely didn't believe it. If Suleiman Al-Fahim is really coming for himself, then the Premier League will be really lively. This Arabian lunatic, but at an astronomical price of 130 million euros for Ronaldo, is a super rich man who is far crazier than Abramovich. If you count yourself, the Premier League is really exciting. Of course, he will also add many surprises for his acquisition of Tottenham Hotspur. With Lin Feng's expression, Lewis was completely in his eyes, with dark music in his heart, but he didn't understand the sensuality on his face. Mr. Lin, if you are really sincere, I believe that the price of £300 million is absolutely very fair. And after you buy it, you can directly delist it and become private property. Lewis reminded. Lewis's other confidence in Tottenham Hotspur comes from the 76.5% of the shares he holds. As long as Lin Feng purchases the 76.5% of the shares, he can immediately turn Tottenham Hotspur into private property. This is also the favorite thing of the super rich like Lin Feng. Private property means you can do whatever you want. Lin Feng smiled as he looked at Lewis with a look of expectation. While shocking Suleiman to acquire the Premier League club at this time, Lin Feng also filtered the whole incident in his mind, and quickly summed up information that was beneficial to him. Mr. Lewis, I am indeed very interested in Tottenham Hotspur, but I still say that I will only buy at the market price. If Mr. Lewis wants to take the opportunity to knock on me, I will definitely not agree. What's more, in my opinion, Mr. Suleiman may not necessarily acquire Tottenham Hotspur. After all, this stadium is too small, and the surrounding environment is too bad, and there is no modern training ground. I believe that even Arabs who have a lot of money and have nowhere to spend these inputs will not ask for it. Lin Feng pointed to Tottenham's current debt. Lewis choked. What Lin Feng said, he didn't have a slight temper, and he couldn't refute it. This is all true. If it weren't because the stadium was too old, the traffic around it was too bad, and there was no decent modern training ground, how could Tottenham Hotspur only sell for that little money? If you have these, Tottenham Hotspur is worth at least £400,500 million. In fact, Suleiman originally wanted to compete with Lin Feng for this Tottenham Hotspur, snatching it from Lin Feng, and taking the opportunity to repay the humiliation he suffered at Sotheby's auction house in Hong Kong that day. Especially when he had just left the house, the Z in his hand was snatched away, and his whereabouts are unknown so far, which makes Suleiman worry about it all the time. After analysis, the biggest suspect is Lin Feng. But Suleiman has no evidence. If Lin Feng was disgusted in this incident, it would be good to have a bad breath. But after carefully investigating the information on Tottenham Hotspur, Suleiman was really disappointed. The stadium is too small, the surrounding traffic is too poor, and there is no modern football training ground. Under this circumstance, if he wants to grab food from Lin Feng's hands and grab such a dilapidated club, Suleiman feels very at a loss. After all minor inquiries, Suleiman flashed after Lewis quoted a price of £300 million. It was also because Suleiman had become a man. Lewis had no choice but to visit Lin Feng. But Lewis, who didn't give up and wanted to make more money, still offered a price of £300 million. But now Lin Feng is unmoved by external factors, biting the market price to death, which makes Lewis helpless. And he didn't dare to turn his face. After all, now he needs capital turnover. This time, Lin Feng, Apu and Suleiman finally came. Now Abramovich's goal is Chelsea, Suleiman's goal is unknown, but it's definitely not Tottenham Hotspur, and there is only one Lin Feng left. If you miss this village, there will be no such shop. Mr. Lin, how much do you offer? Lewis asked helplessly. £250 million. Lin Feng stretched out his palm and said. Lewis frowned. Although the price is fair, it makes Lewis feel that it is too small, and he really doesn't want to sell it. But think about his ENIC International company, which desperately needs a sum of money to operate. At this moment, Selling Tottenham Hotspur, which is not making ends meet, is undoubtedly the best choice. In desperation, after 5 days of bargaining, Lin Feng succeeded in buying a 76.5% stake in Tottenham Hotspur in Lewis hands for £250 million. Subsequently, it was listed on the London stock market to purchase their remaining 23.5% of the shares. After spending a total of £342 million to purchase 100% of the shares, Lin Feng applied to the London Stock Exchange for delisting, making Tottenham Hotspur officially Lin Feng's complete private property. The news that Lam Feng officially acquired Tottenham Hotspur caused a huge sensation in the UK. Although Lin Feng had previously announced that he would acquire a Premier League club, it was only an announcement after all. After Lin Feng bought it, it still caused a huge response to the British people. After all, this is the first time foreign capital has invaded the Premier League. This makes the proud British people a little unacceptable. But what made the British people even more unacceptable was that Russia's richest man Abramovich subsequently bought Chelsea, which was also a London team, for £120 million. This shocked the entire British people was unparalleled. Within a month, the two mid-range Premier League teams were acquired, which is unimaginable. Moreover, one is the richest man in Russia and the other is the richest man in China. These two richest men invaded strongly, which is really hard to imagine. But then the chairman of the Abu Dhabi consortium Suleiman Al Fahim acquired West Ham United, also from London, which undoubtedly brought the entire British football and even the world football to the climax. The Super each of the three countries have acquired 3 Premier League teams within 1 month, and they are all teams in the same city. It is too shocking. It is too shocking. In particular, these 3 clubs are currently in poor condition. With the personalities of the 3 owners, they will certainly not allow the team to have such a bad record. In the off-season, there will definitely be a huge handwriting. Crazy, crazy. In the summer of 2003, world football will definitely be very crazy. There is one more chapter, which will be updated around 11 p.m. Recently, due to personal relationship issues, the update is unstable, and there are few updates. I am really sorry. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. More chapters, support the author, support genuine reading. To be continued. The 705th chapter throws a cup and swears. West Ham United. Lin Feng really did not expect that the team Suleiman bought was not Manchester City, but West Ham United, which was in the same city as Tottenham Hotspur he bought. Speaking of West Ham United, Lin Feng is now as precious as many. There are 3 FA Cup Championship trophies, 1 European Cup Winners' Cup Championship trophy, and the only World Cup champion in the history of England, whose captain Moore is the captain of West Ham United. It can be said that although West Ham United is not as star-studded as Manchester United and Liverpool and has various brilliant records, it can be regarded as a well-known team. Of course, Lin Feng knows such detailed news about West Ham United because he has also learned about the 5 London teams in detail before deciding which club to buy in London. But I didn't expect that the acquisition of Tottenham Hotspur this time would attract such a big response, attracting 2 giants, Suleiman and Abramovich, and actually in a city, 3 Super each teams in a city. When the time comes, London derby will probably be extremely exciting. And when it comes to buying players, it's even more exciting. At this time, I'm afraid the fans and media reporters are the coolest. Looking at the headshots of himself, Suleiman and Abramovich and the emblems of their respective teams in the major British newspapers, Lin Feng was full of emotion. The city of London in the future is really going crazy. At this moment, Lin Feng's phone rang. Mr. Lin, do you remember me? A husky voice with a little bit of magnetism sounded with a hint of pride and a hint of showing off. Lin Feng was taken aback for a moment. The voice was quite familiar. Excuse me, Lin Feng said hesitantly. Ha ha, Mr. Lin is such an honorable person, how can I remember a small character like Suleiman Al Fahim? The hoarse voice all said sarcastically. Lin Feng frowned. but he didn't expect that it would be Suleiman's call. Listening to this voice, it was obvious that something was wrong. Lin Feng snorted coldly. "You want to tease me? No way." "Ha ha, who did I say?" It turned out to be Sule. I stunned. Lin Feng made a mistake on purpose. Stunned, and also referred to Suleiman as stupid. "If you don't say it, I really forgot." "You know, our company compares busy. There are many kinds of business, not everyone can remember." Lin Feng said in an extremely helpless tone. "Didn't you pretend to be a small role to tease me? Then I will treat you as a small role." Depressed. Suleiman was so depressed by Lin Feng's words that he couldn't refute it. "Who told him to pretend to be dishes?" "Mr. Lin, my name is Suleiman." Suleiman was depressed by Lin Feng's teasing, but he was unwilling to remind him when he heard that Lin Feng called his name by mistake. "Well, I know, Sule." I stunned. Lin Feng said with a stern smile. "Suleiman." Suleiman reminded in annoyance. No, Sule." I dumbfounded. Lin Feng said with a serious face. "Suleiman." Sule. I dumbfounded. In the end, Suleiman completely gave up correcting Lin Feng's spoken mistakes. He did not come to correct Lin Feng's substandard English pronunciation today. "Mr. Lin, I said before in Korea that one day we will meet in the Premier League. I didn't expect to meet so soon. Hee. Mr. Lin, to paraphrase a Chinese saying, the mountains do not turn, the rivers turn. Ha ha." Suleiman's tone was filled with indescribable pleasure. This time he deliberately abandoned other better club choices and chose London's West Ham United in order to avenge Lin Feng, to retaliate for his disappointment in the South Korean World Cup gambling, to retaliate for being played by Lin Feng and Li Ka-shing in Hong Kong, spending $650 million to buy a broken pig's head, and in the end he was stolen by others. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. The conditions for this Suleiman's special purchase were not excellent, and West Ham United, which was not attractive at a price, really came to him. Otherwise, according to a businessman's rational mind and investment vision, Tottenham Hotspur, who has his own ownership, Chelsea, who has Abramovich, plus Arsenal, normal people will never buy London balls again. After all, several teams compete, which is really cruel. But Suleiman bought West Ham United in London. Emotional, not mature enough. Lin Feng's indifferent evaluation of Suleiman's purchase of West Ham United. If these words were heard by Suleiman, he would definitely be furious. In Suleiman's heart, Abu said it was okay, and Li Ka-shing said it was okay. But Lin Feng alone couldn't say it, and he didn't deserve it. Because Lin Feng is the same as him. Both are 23 years old this year. Besides, Suleiman is arrogant, and your Lin Feng is not much better than me. Everyone is the eldest brother, don't talk about the second brother. Mr. Lin, everyone is now one of the upstarts in the Premier League. I don't know where is Mr. Lin's goal for next season? Suleiman said with a somewhat instructive tone. Hee. What is Mr. Suleiman's goal? Lin Feng asked amusedly. Mr. Lin, my goal is only an ETH championship. I will spend a lot of money to build West Ham United into the champion team of the Premier League. Suleiman said triumphantly. Tusk, Mr. Suleiman's goal is really ambitious. Lin Feng said helplessly, resisting his nausea and admiration. Then I don't know Mr. Lin's goal, but I think, with my West Ham United, Mr. Lin's Tottenham Hotspur may be 6th in the league at best. Suleiman showed off proudly. Lin Feng frowned. 6th? In my heart, Manchester United, Arsenal, Liverpool, including Suleiman's West Ham United, Abraham's Chelsea, and his own team are 6 teams, and his own Tottenham Hotspur rankings 6th. Doesn't it mean that you are the bottom? Humphrey. Lin Feng snorted coldly. Mr. Suleiman, my goal is indeed very small, but I just want to win the European Champions Cup and become the King of Europe. Lin Feng also pretended to say very easily, as if European champions are within easy reach. Suleiman choked on the spot. I just want to be the Premier League champion. Lin Feng is good. To be the King of Europe, this is much better than the Premier League champion. and the level is much higher. Damn it. Suleiman scolded a few secretly in his heart. Today he originally intended to call Lin Feng to tease Lin Feng and run against Lin Feng, but he fell into a disadvantage several times. After thinking about it for a while, Suleiman decided to throw out his assassin. Mr. Lin, I wonder if I am interested in playing a game, Suleiman said. Lin Feng was taken aback. The gambling? What idea did this Suleiman make? In this way, Mr. Lin, next season, the 20,032,004 Premier League game, my West Ham United and your Tottenham Hotspur, at the end of the season, whoever scores high points will be the winner. Victory. The winner will be able to pick a player from the opposing lineup for free as a prize. Suleiman stabs off and said, I just don't know if Mr. Lin dare to gamble. Lin Feng frowned upon hearing this. The stakes are not small. Picking a player from the opposing lineup at will, judging from the foreseeable madness this summer, this player is worth at least $40 million to run up. This bet is really not small. Ha ha, Mr. Lin, why are you afraid? Of course, if Mr. Lin is afraid, this bet will be cancelled. Just let me talk about it. It's just that I will be disappointed. Hey! The courage of the third richest man in the world is nothing more than that. That's it. A mere player doesn't dare to gamble. Suleiman joked with contempt. She can be killed but not insulted. Being humiliated in person like this, if you can bear it, then it is not a man. Okay, Sule, I stunned. I bet on this bet. Lin Feng patted the table and started. If you gamble, you will be afraid of who will come. With Maurino and his own foresight of the future, gambling, I was afraid of who will come. Lin Feng drank the red wine in his hand, threw the glass and swore. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 706. The Energy of Fans. After hanging up Suleiman's call, Lin Feng snorted in disdain. Don't give up, you still have to fight with me. This time it depends on how you lose. But at the moment, there are still more things that need to be solved by Lin Feng. After the first acquisition of Tottenham Hotspur, especially when the three richest men acquired three Premier League teams at the same time, and they were all teams in the British capital, London, this had a tsunami-like cascading effect in the UK and even in world football. After all, this strong acquisition event is unprecedented in the entire world of football and belongs to the first time. What's more, the five teams in London were originally fierce enough in the same city derby, but now the addition of Lin Feng, Abramovich and Suleiman has made London, the city with the most Super League football clubs, more turbulent, and the discerning people are slightly less. When you think about it, you can imagine the fierceness of the Premier League next season, the popularity of the London market, and the tragic derby of the same city. For British fans, although intellectually knowing that the addition of Lin Feng and the three people will promote the development of the Premier League, it can also change the dull pattern of the entire Premier League. The Premier League is always Manchester United and Arsenal competing for the championship, not fierce enough, but emotionally speaking, Premier League clubs have been invaded by foreign forces, and Premier League fans are somewhat unwilling, especially after Lin Feng acquired 100% of Tottenham Hotspur's shares. He delisted it and became completely private property. This made Tottenham Hotspur fans even more worried and afraid that, as analyzed in some newspapers, Lin Feng will use Tottenham Hotspur to pay off his debts and stage an empty glove white wolf play. After all, Lin Feng's financing of the acquisition of Tottenham Hotspur from the Goldman Sachs Group can be found out with a little effort. This news was also taken advantage of by some media that are hostile to Lin Feng, such as The Sun, and reported that Lin Feng had acquired Tottenham Hotspur through financing, rendering Lin Feng an empty glove white wolf, a cunning villain who takes the opportunity to lay eggs. In particular, the two super-rich Abramovich and Suleiman, who acquired Chelsea and West Ham at the same time, used cash transactions. The comparison between these two makes Lin Feng even more criticized. With all kinds of unfavorable news, Tottenham Hotspur fans frequently shouted out, "Don't tarnish the tradition of Tottenham Hotspur. Tottenham Hotspur must not become a place where Lin Feng makes money, especially after some more radical Tottenham Hotspur fans heard about Lin Feng's current address. They gathered a few more radical fan teams, went to the hotel where Lin Feng was staying, pulled down banners, paraded the streets, and shouted loudly, "Let Lin Feng leave Tottenham Hotspur." Hate, these people are really annoying. Avril frowned. Since these more radical fans of Tottenham Hotspur came to pull the banner, the noisy Lin Feng and others were restless day and night. The personality was more impulsive, and the more reckless Avril wanted to rush out several times. If not for Lin Feng stopped, Avril might have cursed with these radical fans. In the United States, fans are also more radical, but there is no such thing. They will parade and pull banners, which is too exaggerated. "Well, don't worry, I will settle them this afternoon," Lin Feng said, pinching Avril's angry cheek. For these radical fans misled by the media, Lin Feng has a headache, but he will not blame them. At least they have a sincere heart for Tottenham Hotspur, which is commendable. As for quelling their grievances, Lin Feng already had a countermeasure. Moreover, in Lin Feng's view, this fan disturbance is not a bad thing. On the contrary, Lin Feng may be able to take the opportunity to regain the hearts of these fans. This will only benefit him in the future, but it will not hurt him. Like in the NBA. In the NBA, Lam Feng's Houston Rockets encountered unfair things or encountered unequal treatment. Due to the rules, Lam Feng could not personally criticize the referee or the league. Otherwise, it would be a send to the NBA money. Therefore, Lin Feng took his own Houston Chronicle as his mouthpiece, violently criticizing all the injustices encountered by the Houston Rockets in the arena, and how cool they were. But the Houston Chronicle is also a national newspaper, which often makes the NBA embarrassing, but it has no choice but to use Lin Feng. Stern was frustrated, and finally reached a secret agreement with Lin Feng to ensure that the Houston Rockets were not subject to hidden rules as much as possible. Now, in the UK, Tottenham Hotspur acquired by itself will definitely encounter a lot of unspoken rules in the future. If you scold yourself, you will definitely receive a ticket from the FA, or even a ticket from European football. This is by no means Lin the Wind wants. However, for the time being, Lin Feng does not have his own newspapers, television and other news media in the UK, so he can only use his fans as his mouthpiece first. What's more, the role of fans is much more than just acting as their own mouthpiece. Use it well. The energy burst out by crazy fans is too big. Xiling, help me arrange a press conference, Lin Feng ordered. Yes, boss. Lin Xiling nodded and turned to leave. Looking at Lin Xiling's departure, Lin Feng woke up slightly in his mind. Although Tottenham Hotspur has no future this season, the real big moves will only start in the summer, but the team currently needs a general manager. Instead of himself for daily management of Tottenham Hotspur. Moreover, the general manager must also be shrewd when it comes to transfers. He can only provide candidates and lists. In actual transfer operations, Lin Feng is not good at it. And sometimes, a good general manager can save himself a lot of money and complete many incredible transactions. But good general manager candidates are not easy to find. This must be stepped up. After waiting for Lin Xiling to arrange everything, Lin Feng appeared at the Tottenham Hotspur press conference. But looking at the humble press conferences around, Lin Feng was speechless. But he was planning to build a brand new stadium. This was not a problem. After Lin Feng came out, the noisy scene suddenly fell silent. In addition to the presence of many reporters at the press conference held by Lam Feng, the real main force is the loyal Tottenham Hotspur fans. The representatives of these fans were specially asked by Lin Feng to invite Lin Xiling over. Originally, these fan representatives were unwilling to come, but at the invitation of Lin Xiling's screaming, and always a little curious about Lin Feng's press conference, so many fan representatives gathered in the press conference hall. Didn't you be misled by other media and opposed me? Today, I want to make you my most loyal believers. The direction of your charge is what my finger points to. Lin Feng smiled faintly as he looked at the angry face of the audience. There were a few big fan team leaders who would not give up if Lin Feng gave an explanation. First of all, I am very grateful to all friends in the media, as well as several Tottenham Hotspur fan representatives for being able to attend this press conference. Thank you, Lin Feng said with a deep bow. Many reporters didn't care about Lin Feng's actions. They didn't come to bow for Lin Feng, but to draw heavy news from Lin Feng. However, compared to the fact that many reporters were indifferent, several Tottenham Hotspur fan representatives had a thump in their hearts. The original hatred against Lin Feng that seemed to have killed their whole family suddenly faded like this. After coming down, I felt that this new boss from China did not seem to be as treacherous as the newspaper said. At least no football club owner has such an emphasis on fans, whether it is superficial or not, but at least it makes them feel comfortable and respected. Looking at the faces of many Tottenham Hotspur fans feeling respected and happy, Lin Feng smiled. In fact, in many cases, all people need is the respect of the other person. And this has nothing to do with the person's social status, wealth and power, just respect. In response to the recent negative comments on me by many newspapers and the deliberately vilifying my remarks and reports, I have always ignored them, because some people or the media rely on news that violates the moral and conscience of journalists to hype, make money, and attract attention, regardless of the truth is. Will the originally kind and innocent people be misled? Lin Feng swept the Sun and Guardian reporters from the corner of his eyes, with a look of disdain. The reporters who were swept past the corner of Lin Feng's eyes felt like sitting on pins and needles. These few words of Lin Feng are extremely powerful. The curse does not contain swear words. Although he does not name the name, it is enough to let everyone know who Lin Feng is talking about. And it happens that the person who is being scolded cannot return the mouth. But now I ignore it, but I can't, because I am unpopular. Our most passionate, loyal and passionate Tottenham Hotspur fans have been misled too much by some media, so I must stand up now and clarify. Lin Feng put his hands on the stage and stood up. First of all, I did acquire Tottenham Hotspur through the financing of Goldman Sachs this time, but I want to remind all Tottenham Hotspur fans that I have a net worth of more than $40 billion and will never use Tottenham Hotspur is here to pay off my debts. Moreover, I want to state that I raised a total of $1.2 billion this time, and the acquisition of Tottenham Hotspur spent a total of £342 million. Or about $495 million. It also has $705 million. Lin Feng said in an astonishing manner. Many Tottenham Hotspur fans were taken aback for a while, and then they were overjoyed and scolded themselves and others for being confused. How could they forget that Lin Feng is the third richest man in the world, with more than $40 billion in capital? And the hundreds of millions of US dollars in the acquisition of Tottenham Hotspur is really nothing to Lin Feng. What they have to worry about. Also, Lin Feng raised $1.2 billion this time, so what will the remaining $705 million be used for? Many Tottenham Hotspur fans on the scene had a heartbeat. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 707, 1 star per year? The remaining $705 million will be used to build a modern stadium with a capacity of about 100,000 people, replacing the current White Hart Lane Stadium and allowing more fans to enter the stadium to watch the game. At the same time, the construction of a brand new modern training base will improve the training level of Tottenham Hotspur's teams. Lin Feng's voice fell to the ground and there was applause. The Tottenham Hotspur fans on the scene couldn't help but cheered and applauded Lin Feng's move. The construction of a brand new stadium and the construction of a modern sports field fully prove that Lam Feng really loves Tottenham Hotspur, otherwise he would not spend so much money on it. Also, I will promise that every year Tottenham Hotspur will acquire a superstar, and I will build Tottenham Hotspur into the Galaxy fleet of the Premier League. The passion of the Nam Hotspur fans was mobilized. In the past, when I read the newspaper every summer, I could only envy Real Madrid in La Liga for being rich and could buy superstars every year. Now they finally have their own Florentino president of Real Madrid, no, a chairman who is more Florentino than Florentino. Many reporters on the scene also looked excited. I was expecting that the rich man who had just joined the three clubs in London would have crazy actions in the summer. Now before the end of the season, Lin Feng has announced the strategy of a superstar every year. This is undoubtedly exciting, especially at the end of the press conference. After Lin Feng's on-style strategy exploded, not to be outdone, West Ham United's boss Suleiman also announced in a high-profile manner that West Ham United would build a world-star team that would let all West Ham United's the main lineup is all superstars. Infected by this, Chelsea's boss Abramovich also stepped forward, boasting that Chelsea will not be stingy in player acquisition. As long as it is a good player, Chelsea will not hesitate. The declaration of Suleiman and Abramovich directly ignited the world football in March. Even the ongoing European Champions Cup, which is in full swing, cannot attract people's attention. There is only one focus for everyone: how hot the football market will be in the summer. Now the three super-rich people are arguing that they will snap up stars in the summer, plus Real Madrid, which has become a habit of one star every year, Barcelona, and Inter Milan, where Italy spends money like water. This summer is really exciting. Henry, Ronaldo, Zidane, Van Nistelrooy, Nesta, all the most famous stars in football today have been mentioned by many media, speculating whether these players will switch clubs this summer. Of course, the most disturbing is the middle and lower teams. Originally, the team did not perform well and relied on the performance of one or two stars. But now it seems that these players may be difficult to keep. For example, Everton's genius Rooney, such as Eindhoven's genius winger Robben, etc. These teams are beginning to panic. For the record, although no team wants to sell their big names in their team, they face the unstoppable dollar offensive has attracted many mid and downstream teams. Especially this summer, there are too many teams with a lot of money. When the whole world was speculating and anticipating the possible craziness of world football this summer, Lin Feng received a call from China, from Shanghai. The Shanghai side finally made a final decision, but this decision will not be announced until Lin Feng arrives in Shanghai. Lin Feng smiled happily at this request from Shanghai. I am afraid that Shanghai should have decided to invest in its own Pleasant Goat theme park. After all, whether it is investment, current popularity, or its own potential, Shanghai should choose itself. Levi, before the end of this season, you will still be the general manager of the team, and everything is up to you. Before leaving, Lin Feng hired Levi to continue as the general manager of Tottenham Hotspur until the end of the season. Well, rest assured, Mr. Lin. As for the negotiation with the City of London, I will step up and let you know as soon as there is news. Levi nodded and said. After the press conference, Lin Feng began to build a new stadium and a new training ground to create a new Tottenham Hotspur. However, these plans require the approval of the City of London. Therefore, Levi needs to coordinate with the City of London in many aspects. Well, okay, then you will work hard. By the way, I will also build a Tottenham Hotspur fan club here. All Tottenham Hotspur fans can enjoy a 20% discount for entertainment in it. Lin Feng added. This is about his plan to win over the fans in the future, and it is equally sloppy. Levi was stunned. He didn't expect Lin Feng to value the fans so much, but he nodded in agreement. Avril, how about you? Will you come back to Shanghai with me or the United States? Lin Feng asked. Back to the United States. The company still has a lot of things to do. I'll accompany you all this time, so I can't delay it anymore. Although Avril felt a little reluctant in her heart, she flatly refused Lin Feng's invitation. Avril is not the kind of little woman who can live at home like Lizu. She is eager to achieve more and greater achievements in the music industry. What's more, as the president of Second Entertainment, she can no longer continue to indulge in children's love in this way, whether she is named or not. Well, remember, tell me if you have any difficulties. Lin Feng reluctantly said goodbye to Avril, and returned to Shanghai, China with Lizu and Lin Xiling. As for Algra, he returned to Milan. After all, I have stayed in Shanghai for so much time without going home. I came to Europe this time, and it is impossible to go back. Besides, she really missed her mother. And after all, she is the head of Versace in the future. It is impossible to really give up and ignore everything. Otherwise, how will she take over Versace when she turns 18 next year? As for the 3 Versace brand stores named Algra in China after receiving funding from Lin Feng, Algra opened 3 stores in Shanghai, Beijing, and Dalian. Algra temporarily entrusted it to the one that usually assisted her in designing assistant takes care of it. Later, when Lin Feng appeared in Shanghai, he was once again surrounded by numerous reporters. Now many reporters are also cunning. Since Lin Feng owns a private jet, he has always used the VIP channel, which often makes many reporters empty. Therefore, many reporters partnered to buy the security staff at the airport. As long as Lin Feng came back and took which VIP channel to exit the airport security staff would notify many reporters, and then many reporters would stop them. Mr. Lin, after you become the first Chinese to buy a UEFA Super League club, will you buy a few Chinese players to play? Mr. Lin, next summer, will you buy players on a large scale? And you have a very close relationship with the #1 football idol Beckham, will you dig him over? Mr. Lin, will Mr. Mourinho become the head coach of Tottenham Hotspur next season? Many reporters have one question after another. After all, this is the biggest news in China's sports industry in recent years. It is really shocking that a Chinese has acquired a Premier League team. From now on, there will be Chinese in the 5 major leagues. Moreover, this is also a life-saving straw for Chinese football in the downturn. When the Chinese player Lu Yang is in a bottleneck, he can join Lin Feng's club. Faced with questions from many domestic reporters, Lin Feng sighed with emotion. Compared with foreign reporters who are obsessed with digging from Lin Feng to what superstars will sign this summer, many domestic reporters are more concerned about whether Lin Feng will invite domestic players to play in the UK, especially many domestic football fans. While desperate for Chinese football, Lin Feng is like a beacon for them, bringing them light. Well, I will answer this question later. Can I leave now? Please. Lin Feng didn't know how to answer the questions of many reporters and fans. After all, the level of domestic players is really limited. It may be difficult to enter a team that aims at the King of Europe. What's more, Mourinho is not the kind of person who will succumb and compromise. His intervention in the team too much will only affect the relationship between himself and Mourinho. But Lin Feng was not good enough to flatly refuse. This matter is very easy to be involved in emotional issues such as patriotism by someone with a heart. If Lin Feng is a little careless and is convicted of treason, then Lin Feng is really dumb and eats Huang Lian, and there is no way to tell. Under the difficult path of Liru and others, Lin Feng finally squeezed the excited reporter and returned to the villa. After a night rest, Lin Feng and Wu Xiaopu rushed to the Shanghai Municipal Government Theme Park Project Development Office. Boss, congratulations on being the boss of Tottenham Hotspur. Wu Xiaopu said congratulations. Although at present, due to Yao Ming's success in the NBA, basketball has become China's #1 sport. But really speaking, football is still the first sport in the hearts of many fans. Wu Xiaopu still admires Lin Feng's successful acquisition of Tottenham Hotspur. The first game at home next season, please show your face to watch when that time comes. Lin Feng invited. Haha, boss. For sure. I have never watched a Premier League game on the spot before. I didn't think I would dedicate my first time to the boss. Wu Xiaopu laughed. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. This Wu Xiaopu was extremely rigorous and meticulous in his work, but he was extremely active in private, and even a little bohemian, especially after becoming a billionaire. The girlfriends around him are constantly changing like a revolving lantern. They can be described as the Super Diamond King of Shanghai. Originally, Lin Feng wanted to remind Wu Xiaopu that it was best to stabilize his private life so that he could focus more on his work and create new brilliance. But on second thought, my private life has not settled down, So what right do I have to say about Wuza or Pu? What's more, this is a private matter after all. Although I am the boss, I can't control its employees eating and shit. Among the two people's casual humor, Disney's President Robert and his assistants also arrived. Later, Director Jiang, who was in charge of the matter in Shanghai, also arrived. Lin Feng and Robert breathed tightly. This is a project involving tens of billions of yuan. Whoever can get it will greatly improve the company's performance this year, which is also very good for stocks. Disney stocks can stop falling and stabilize, and second world stocks can climb to a peak. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 708. The atmosphere in the office in Shanghai responsible for the theme park project department is dull and tense. For Disney President Robert, this project is of vital importance to Disney and is the key to redeem Disney's current decline. Robert is also extremely confident in Disney's brand culture and influence. However, in recent times, the popular broadcast of Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf in China and the various derivatives of Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf all over the street have made Robert feel the pressure. Coupled with Lin Feng's Chinese identity and influence in China, Robert was not sure for the first time. Compared to Robert's anxiety, Lin Feng was particularly relaxed. Anyway, Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf is very popular nowadays. It has been broadcasted to 30 episodes. The singing of Pleasant Goat all over the country has become the favorite of domestic children. Moreover, the timely launch of Pleasant Goat-related products is also very popular, becoming another attraction of the second world. But due to the impact of cottage sales have not reached the expected target. It is good that Shanghai is willing to choose his own Pleasant Goat theme park. If he doesn't choose, Lin Feng can also build his own Pleasant Goat theme park. As for funding, Lin Feng believes that with the current success of Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf, there is no problem in seeking funding and local government support. If Shanghai does not choose the Pleasant Goat theme park, then Lin Feng will be able to change the place to a big city that urgently needs tourism resources to enhance the city's influence and image. For example, in cities such as Hangzhou and Dalian, if Lin Feng seeks cooperation with them, I believe the other party is still very interested. At this time, Director Jiang Liangjiang, the project director in charge of the matter, sighed. Mr. Lin, Mr. Robert, the final choice of the theme park in Shanghai this time is really a headache for us. The two theme parks have their own growth and characteristics, so it is really difficult for us to choose. Jiang Liang said, helpless. Regarding whether to choose Pleasant Goat theme park or Disneyland this time, the city leaders also held several meetings for discussion after the two companies' plans were submitted. At first, everyone's opinion was more biased towards Disneyland. But with the popularity of Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf, the attitude of Shanghai leaders gradually changed and they began to hesitate. After that, Lin Feng acquired Alcatel mobile phone department and established a new Shanghai Phantom Alcatel Co., Limited. With Alcatel, which made Shanghai see Lin Feng's ambitions. Shanghai is worried about whether the abandonment of the Pleasant Goat theme park this time will be at odds with Lin Feng and affect its relationship. After all, there is only one person like Lin Feng in China. Moreover, he is so young and has a good relationship with high-level leaders. The future is limitless. Speaking of the word unlimited, Shanghai has been helpless. Lin Feng has become the third richest person in the world and can threaten the existence of stock god Buffett at any time. In other words, it has been regarded as successful and fame. But looking at the development trend of Lin Feng, it can only be described as the limitless future. This is really a great irony for many people who have struggled all their lives. This kind of person can become a city. Business cards, iconic characters. No need, better not to offend. However, the Shanghai side hesitated, but the attitude of choosing Disneyland did not cause a fundamental wavering. After all, choosing Disneyland promotes Shanghai's international image. But when it came out that Lin Feng had acquired Tottenham Hotspur in the Premier League, Shanghai was completely shaken. The Premier League. the three major leagues in the world. The other two major leagues are La Liga and Serie A, and the Bundesliga has long since fallen, were actually acquired by Lin Feng. Although this is just a capital operation, Lin Feng's personal influence has begun to emerge on the international front. And with the establishment of Lin Feng's second entertainment and Phantom Technology, as well as the establishment of the US branch of DingDong.com, Lin Feng's tentacles have begun to slowly reach the world. Under such circumstances, Shanghai is increasingly reluctant to offend Lin Feng easily. After hesitating and then hesitating, weighing and weighing, after a long discussion, Shanghai finally has a decision. Mr. Lin, Mr. Robert, after our careful study and discussion, we finally decided to accept the proposal of both the Pleasant Goat theme park and the Disney theme park and build two theme parks in Shanghai at the same time. Jiang Liang said with a smile. Lin Feng and Robert were taken aback at the same time. Build two theme parks at the same time? Seeing Lin Feng and Robert's incredible and blank expressions, Jiang Liang definitely said, yes, two theme parks will be built at the same time. Mr. Lin, Mr. Robert, Shanghai is a modern metropolis that is changing with each passing day, but there is always a blank space in the theme park area. We are very pleased to be able to cooperate with two well-known companies this time. After careful discussion, we think it is completely two theme parks can be built. Just like Hong Kong has Ocean Park and Disneyland, the passenger flow of the two theme parks is also very huge. I believe Shanghai can do the same. Jiang Liang said confidently. Robert frowned. He wondered how Shanghai would finally come to such a conclusion. However, he has no opinion on building several theme parks at the same time. What he cares about is how much Shanghai is preparing to invest in Shanghai Disneyland and how much land it occupies. This is the key. Robert did not understand the decision made by Shanghai to build two theme parks at the same time. Lin Feng understood. This is the typical Kada style. If in the case of choosing one of the two, there will be some unpredictable adverse consequences, the leader will choose the moderate and choose the most reliable method. Choosing Disney is afraid of annoying Lin Feng, and also afraid of the pressure of public opinion and unclear accusations, but choosing Pleasant Goat is afraid of its poor prospects and will not bring sufficient economic effects. Therefore, in the end, Shanghai made this decision. Although it was out of Lin Feng's accident, it was also within Lin Feng's expectation. Of course, as Robert is concerned, since Shanghai has chosen to build two theme parks at the same time, what is the final investment amount and where are the respective plots of the two theme parks? Mr. Lin, Mr. Robert, this is our Shanghai plan and plan for the construction of two theme parks at the same time. Both of you can think about it carefully. If there are dissatisfaction or objections, we can discuss it again. Jiang Liang smiled. Say, this time just came up with a plan, an outline. The real detailed links will have to go through a long discussion. In the previous negotiations between Shanghai and Disney, everyone was yours and my wish. But suddenly Lin Feng broke out and disrupted the situation. It was only after a difficult decision made by Shanghai that this general direction was reconfirmed. Therefore, only the Shanghai side has finally determined the outline and direction, and how to cooperate will have to discuss various details one by one. Of course, Shanghai's attitude is to build two theme parks at the same time. But whether Disney and Lin Feng accept it depends on their attitudes. Robert looked at the contract re-proposed by Shanghai. The general framework has not changed, except that there are some changes in capital and equity allocation. But this can be negotiated and communicated. The key is that Disney needs the Chinese market, especially Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf is getting hot day by day, and the sales of various derivatives are in full swing, which is enviable. Under this circumstance, Robert feels that he has no better choice, and cooperation with Shanghai is currently the only choice. As for building two theme parks at the same time, Robert is still very confident in his Disneyland. Okay, I have no objection. I just don't know if Mr. Lin is willing to build a theme park at the same time as our Disney. Robert glanced at Lin Feng confidently. This sentence is also a reminder of Lin Feng. No, Shanghai is preparing to build two theme parks, and your Pleasant Goat theme park is facing the world's most famous Disneyland. Compete with us, don't overpower yourselves. The implication of Robert's words, Lin Feng naturally listened to it, and smiled indifferently. Director Jiang, this is not a problem for our second world. As the saying goes, competition brings progress. I believe that Shanghai will build two themes at the same time. Parks, this is a good thing for all tourists who come to Shanghai to play, and it is even more beneficial to Shanghai's economic development. Jiang Liang listened with joy on his face. He was really afraid that the two would disagree with Shanghai's proposal this time. If the two companies leave the meeting angrily by that time, they will leave. Unfortunately, he, the little director who is directly in charge of this matter, must know that the leader is always infallible, and all the faults are below. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. The only problem is in the final fund allocation, land allocation, equity allocation and other issues of the two companies. This will be another long and arduous negotiation. Of course, it will always be his little director who suffers in the end. Subsequently, after a week of arduous negotiations, the three parties reached a final agreement. Shanghai has invested a total of RMB 30.5 billion to build both Disneyland and Pleasant Goat theme park. Among them, Disneyland invested 21 billion yuan, and Pleasant Goat theme park invested 9.5 billion yuan. As for the location of the two theme parks, the two theme parks are located on both sides of Shanghai, so as to avoid too direct and fierce competition. Shanghai the aspect also happens to take the opportunity to develop the surrounding land. When the news was announced, there was an uproar in the country. After all, Shanghai is building two theme parks at the same time, and the large sum of investment of 30.5 billion is really admirable. I don't know how many cities in China are envious of going crazy. Of course, what is even more maddening is that in Shanghai, the two theme parks are directly used to compete. This is not stimulating. So, after completion, which theme park is more attractive, whether domestic brands beat foreign brands, or foreign brands beat domestic brands? This is a big point. But no matter what, this time Shanghai has got the most benefits because of this incident. Two dogs fight, playoff. However, the two companies are very confident in their theme parks, and a war without gun smoke is about to start. Hey, there is only one chapter for today. I will fill it up tomorrow. These days and my girlfriend are always quarreling, good and bad. Hey, maybe I don't understand how the two get along, but I don't understand that she has something on her mind, but she doesn't tell me. I'm always bored. Why? At this time, should I coax her, or what should I do? Who has experience? Please post for pointers. Thank you. To be continued. If you want to know what's going on, please log in. More chapters, support the author, support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 709 Game Interaction. Shanghai announced the construction of Disneyland and Pleasant Goat theme park. For the time being, it can be described as a trilateral win-win situation. After the press conference was announced, Shanghai has gained a lot of popularity and attention. According to preliminary investigations by major media, if Shanghai builds Disneyland and Pleasant Goat theme park, people who are willing to travel to Shanghai account for the number of interviews. 99.3% of the total, and Shanghai has also received news from businesses or companies inquiring about the locations of the two themed parks. Obviously, investors from all walks of life are more optimistic about Shanghai's prospects. As for Disney and Second World, also affected by this good news, their share prices have risen substantially. In particular, the Second World share price soared to $115 per share, and Lin Feng's private assets invisibly soared again by $3.6 billion. Including Lin Feng's other assets, the total amounted to $42.1 billion, which was far from the world's richest list. The two stock gods Buffett's $42.9 billion is only less than $800 million. Moreover, the actual value of Lin Feng's second entertainment is still incalculable, and in this acquisition of Alcatel, The Phantom technology has shown solid funds originally. Lin Feng earned a large amount of money from gambling on the World Cup in Korea and Japan. Cash. The outside world has always been unclear. The outside world believes that Lin Feng's wealth surpasses stock god Buffett is a certainty. What the outside world really expects is whether Lin Feng's wealth can pose a threat to Bill Gates, who has been the world's richest man for 8 years. Can Lam Feng become the person who challenges Bill Gates' position as the richest man? Of course. Apart from making many reporters interested in whether Lin Feng can surpass Bill Gates to become the new richest man in the world, what makes many reporters more interested is when the 2 theme parks are completed 3 years later, which one will be able to more popular. 2 theme parks built at the same time, one is fully domestically produced, and the other is the world-famous Disney. Which one will have more passenger flow? Which one will have higher profits? In response to this problem, many media have also conducted a random survey on the street. The results showed that more than 70% of people would choose to go to Disneyland, and only 50% would choose to go to Pleasant Goat theme park. You can choose at the same time. Further investigation. If you can only choose to go to one of the theme parks, 50% choose to go to Disneyland, 30% choose to go to Pleasant Goat theme park, and 20% choose which one is cheaper to go to. This result is not good for the Pleasant Goat theme park of the second world and also caused the second world share price to drop slightly. However, this is only a random interview on the street, most of which are young people. Disneyland is undoubtedly full of appeal to young people, and Pleasant Goat theme park currently mainly targets children and parents with children. Therefore, who will be more popular and more profitable in the end can only be seen after the 2 theme parks are officially completed. At this time, the second world headquarters, Mr. Wu, the issue of the Pleasant Goat theme park is still handed over to the infrastructure department, who was in charge of the Legend Cinema City. When communicating with the Shanghai government, pay attention to the wording. This is for cooperation with the government, not with the company. Don't do it too rashly. Lin Feng reminded. Wu Xiaopu nodded. The last time the legendary theme park was built, the main person in charge was a Korean from the original SNK company responsible for the King of Fighters theme park, and 10 senior legendary players served as special advisors, and the builder was Li Kashing's Yangtze River Industry. Therefore, although various disputes caused by engineering issues have repeatedly erupted during the construction process, everyone is all for the sake of the Legend theme park. Therefore, no matter how fierce quarrels occurred, the project has not been delayed because of this, and the progress is on the contrary also slightly improved. However, this time it is in cooperation with the Shanghai government, and Shanghai has 57% of the shares, and Second World owns 43% of the shares. This is the official background. If the person in charge of the Second World is still in charge of building legendary theme park is just as reckless, I'm afraid things will be messed up. Therefore, Lin Feng specially reminded. By the way, boss, this time the Pleasant Goat theme park and Disneyland are directly competing. Are we sure about it? Wu Xiaopu looked at Lin Feng nervously. This time he directly competed with Disneyland. Wu Xiaopu had no bottom in his heart. Although the animation of Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf is now popular all over the country, and its derivatives towels, mouse pads, teacups, etc. are also very popular, the competitors are too strong this time. Disney, almost all children around the world can immediately think of Mickey Mouse, Donald Duck, Snow White and other cartoon characters, and its brand culture is too deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Although Wu Xiaopu is also keen to promote the Pleasant Goat theme park and expand the business scope of the Second World, facing the opponent of Disney this time, Wu Xiaopu's heart is heavy. Since the development of the Second World, every industry it has touched, whether it is online games, standalone games, educational software, or computer sales, has excellent performance, and most of them are industry leaders. This also gives many managements of the Second World an instinctive sense of superiority and a strong sense of victory and defeat. Now facing the fierce competition from Disney, Wu Zhaopu suddenly has a kind of fear of failure. I am afraid that the Pleasant Goat Park competition will not win Disney in the end. Looking at Wu Zhaopu, as well as the uneasy expressions of Kook Sin, the leader of the major game teams, Lin Feng was also slightly surprised. Everyone's thoughts, Lin Feng naturally understood, but he did not expect to have reached such a serious point. Perhaps the second world has always been successful, so that everyone is burdened with the mentality of want to win and fear to lose. This time facing a strong opponent such as Disney, everyone is instinctively cowardly. Lin Feng sighed. This is not going to work. No company will always win. Whether it is the IT giant Microsoft or the retail sales giant Walmart, there have been setbacks and failures. If everyone has always had this psychologically, once the second world has been severely hit, it may be difficult to recover. Perhaps, the emergence of such a strong opponent as Disney is not a bad thing. It also happens to test everyone's ability under adversity. But the decompression should be decompression. But everyone should not be overwhelmed by the pressure. Everyone, no matter what the outside world thinks of our Pleasant Goat theme park, in short, I believe that the Pleasant Goat theme park will be a success. Even if it fails, it will be nothing. You know, our company has only been established for 3 years, and Disney already has 80 years of history. Disneyland also has 48 years of history. It is normal for us to lose, and it is Disney who really can't afford to lose. Lin Feng said loudly to everyone to decompress. When Wu Zhaopu and others listened, their spirits were lifted. Naturally, they all know and understand these principles, and they have tried to comfort themselves in this way, but the effect is not good, and they are still worried. But now, after hearing Lin Feng's words, everyone suddenly felt relieved. The same words produced completely different effects, and it was Lin Feng's identity that caused such a big contrast. Lin Feng's current status has loomed as the first person in the domestic business community. Although Lin Feng was the richest man in the country before, but his influence is far less than that of Li Keqiang, Zhong Qingwu and others. But with Lin Feng's industry, the chain becomes wider and wider, and his personal influence gradually rises. The weight and momentum of his speech are naturally different, and the feeling to everyone is naturally different. In the same sentence, others said, everyone should just fart. At most, saying stands and speaks does not hurt your back. But Lin Feng said, it is like a divine initiation, which makes people startled. Today, the same is true for Wu Zhaopu and others. Hearing Lin Feng's words, everyone felt at ease. Yes, it is not them who can't afford to lose now, but Disney. If they have anything to worry about, just do it with courage. But at present, the outside world is unanimously not optimistic about our Pleasant Goat theme park, which has a little impact on us. Therefore, we should pay their respects to them. Lin Feng said in a turn. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard it. At this time, the second world can effectively respond to the doubts from the outside world, which is of course better. This can definitely reduce the pressure on them. I can avoid meeting friends and saying that it is not wise to compete with Disney. Although Shanghai has invested money, if it fails, it will be a blow to popularity. The words of these friends are somewhat embarrassing. Mr. Wu, add a new measure in the Legend Movie City. Lin Feng looked at Wu Zhaopu and said, I want to bundle Legend and Legend theme park to allow tourists to play in the Legend theme park. At the same time, it can also interact with the characters in the game. Wu Zhaopu was taken aback for a while, not knowing what Lin Feng meant. How do Legend and Legendary theme park interact? This is unheard of. Kui Ming's, the leader of the first game development team, was also a little dazed, not knowing how to interact. One is an online game, the other is a theme park. There is almost no possibility of interaction. Everyone didn't know what medicine was sold in Lin Feng Gourd. It's very simple. The experience points obtained by each tourist in the theme park can be directly redeemed into the game, and vice versa. The experience points in the game can also be redeemed into the theme park, but from the theme park to the game it is 1-to-1, but the exchange from the game to the theme park is 10-to-1. Lin Feng laughed and explained. Group leader Kui, This requires you to slightly modify the settings of Legend and add a redemption NPC. After hearing this, everyone suddenly realized that this is a good idea. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 710 Gold Coin Exchange? Let the experience points of Legend and Legend Theme Park be exchangeable, which will allow visitors to have a sense of substitution while playing in the Legend Theme Park and be more engaged in playing. Second, this pair has already the declining Legend is also a stimulant, which can greatly increase the popularity of Legend. After Legend has been in operation for 3 years, the popularity of Legend is gradually declining due to the shortcomings of the game itself. After the launch of Zeng2 jointly developed with Giant Network, the number of online users of Legend is even more affected, a huge blow. Before the launch of Legend Theme Park, the average number of online users of Legend was only about 500,000, which is far from the 1.8 million at its peak. After that, with the opening of the Legend Theme Park, the popularity of Legend rebounded slightly, and it currently stands at around 600,000. If Legend and Legend Theme Park interact, it will undoubtedly allow players to regain the fun of Legend, which will greatly increase the popularity of Legend. Of course, in addition to mutual exchange of experience, we can also open more interactive projects, such as equipment. Lin Feng said after this meal, smiling at everyone. For example, visitors can find various equipment in the Legend Theme Park, which can be directly exchanged into the game. Kui Ming frowned. It is also possible for visitors to discover various props in the legendary theme park, such as the half-moon sword technique, which is difficult to obtain in the game, or summon the beast and other secrets. We can enhance the violence in the legendary theme park. Rate. Every piece of equipment in the game has a violence rate, that is, the probability that the equipment will appear when the monster is killed. Wu Zhaopu also suggested. Suddenly, there were divergent opinions, and various interactive ideas were put forward. Among them, there were many finishing touches and skill touches ideas, which made people amazed. This is also Lin Feng's opinion, so that everyone in the company will not always rely on themselves. In case I had no idea for a while, that would be horrible. Therefore, Lin Feng is now also changing from the previous habit of making decisions by himself. He first started, then mobilized the emotions of everyone, let everyone speak freely, and make the final conclusion by himself. Mr. Wu, you will discuss these ideas with the person in charge of the Legend Theme Park department, and select those that are practical and can greatly increase the popularity of Legend and Legend Theme Park. Lin Feng commanded. Wu Zhaopu nodded. The ideas collected in this meeting are really exciting. He believes that as long as it works well, it will definitely increase the popularity of Legend and Legendary Theme Park. But I still have an idea. I'll say it for everyone to discuss. Lin Feng added at last, with a little hesitation on his face. What? Everyone was taken aback. Lin Feng added at this moment, obviously this idea is very important, even crucial. Everyone can't help but look towards Lin Feng. I hope the gold coins in Legend can be exchanged with the gold coins in Legend Theme Park. Lin Feng took a breath and said as plainly as possible. However, although the tone was plain, the meaning hidden in the words was like thunder on the ground, and everyone in the shaking meeting room opened their mouths in shock and could not speak. Wu Zhaopu, Kui Mings, Kook Sin, Wu Gang and others look at me. I look at you. They all look incredible. The meaning and the things involved are really too great. If the gold coins of Legend and Legend Theme Park can be exchanged for each other, regardless of the exchange ratio, it at least represents 1 point. Players can play gold coins in the game and then exchange them for consumption in Legend Theme Park. In the Legendary Theme Park, such virtual gold coins can be used to purchase all real-life items. For example, food, beverages, clothing, and even used to stay in hotels contracted with the second world. This undoubtedly links the game currency to the RMB. Why? Do you have any comments or suggestions? Lin Feng said. looking at everyone. In fact, Lin Feng has been brewing for a long time in his mind, but the timing has not been ripe. Although it is not the best time, it is enough to save the outside world's underestimation of the company, especially to save the dwindling legend again. Of course, Lin Feng also has an ambition to create a second world gold coin system, making it a network money system like Q coins. Boss, does this involve too much? After all, the funds in the hands of players in Legend usually have millions of gold coins, even hundreds of millions of gold coins. If they are allowed to be exchanged, it will affect the Legend theme park. The financial system of China has caused too much impact, and it will even directly destroy the operation of the legendary theme park. I am afraid that our company will not only be unable to make a profit on this, but will even lose money, Wu Zhaopu said worriedly. Everyone also nodded for a while, and Wu Zhaopu's words also expressed their feelings. Now, the distribution of wealth in Legend is not even. The poorest players do not know where the repair costs come from, but the richest players can use 9,999 gold coins to display screenshots of any shape on the map to show off their wealth. In this case, how to set the exchange ratio? The exchange rate is high, ordinary players want to protest, and the exchange rate is low. The gold coins of high-level players are bound to impact the financial system of the legendary theme park and even have a huge impact on the finances of the second world. After all, the money in the game can be swiped infinitely. However, despite such a big flaw, if a very good exchange ratio or rules can be formulated, then it is indeed a good idea. After all, after the player has exchanged gold coins, he will definitely go to the legendary theme park to play. At that time, even if the player does not spend money in the legendary theme park, but in other places such as visiting Chu City, buying a lot of souvenirs or dolls category will always spend money, and it can also increase the popularity of Chu City. Regarding everyone's concern, Lin Feng naturally considered it long ago, and this time he brought it up to see if everyone had better suggestions. Boss, I think we can limit the output of money by reducing the rate of violence in the game, and then launch a series of equipment upgrades and weapon upgrade systems to consume the money in the player's hands at this stage, and we can also launch a mount system to consume the money in the player's hands. After the players have almost consumed the money, the gold coin exchange system will be launched. Kui Ming proposed after a long time of pondering. Everyone nodded again and again, thinking that this proposal was good. But after thinking about it carefully, I discovered that there are still many variables. For example, after the violence rate is reduced, will players protest? In addition, these new similar equipment upgrades and weapon upgrade systems can really consume the gold coins in their hands for players with a lot of money. If it is consumed, but a few invincible players are created, it will be another kind of damage to the game. And also, in the meeting room, the disputes over the gold coin exchange system proposed by Lin Feng were inconvenient. It was fair and justified, and the mother-in-law was justified, and all the elites in the room were also full of poems and books. I can quote from the classics and say that for a long time, after some discussion, no one can convince anyone. Cough, cough. Looking at the crowd in the conference room, Lin Feng shrugged helplessly. It seemed that now he could only go out on his own, and coughed heavily to calm everyone down. Regarding the gold coin exchange system, my idea is to reopen a zone, open a golden zone, and use a supercomputer as a server, so that as many players as possible can play on the same server type. Revise the violence rate in the game. As for related systems such as gold coin system, as for the exchange ratio, it is temporarily set as 100 gold in the Legend game equals 1 gold in the Legend theme park. Lin Feng elaborated on his own idea. The meeting room suddenly fell silent, and everyone was digesting the meaning of Lin Feng's words. After a while, everyone applauded. If the new server is relaunched, then the unpredictable consequences of modifying the violence rate and other related systems on the original server can be solved, and it will rekindle the players' enthusiasm for Legend. Leader Kui, If you open this golden zone, I hope you can completely eliminate plugins and make the game free of any bugs, otherwise the blow to the company will be fatal. As for safety protection, I will let Kevin meet Enic cooperates with you, Lin Feng ordered. Kui Ming nodded. This is absolutely sloppy, otherwise he will not be able to bear and be responsible for the consequences. Fortunately, after 3 years of operation, Legend has no bugs. As for the plugin, the working team also has rich experience. Only annoying hackers are a bit hard to guard against, but fortunately, with Kevin Mitnick, ThewWorld's #1 hacker sitting behind him, he also has confidence. By the way, Mr. Wu, you hire a few socio-economic experts to cooperate with team leader Kui to carefully formulate a reasonable e-violence rate and exchange rate, Lin Feng said. Wu Zhaopu nodded excitedly. If this gold coin exchange system can be successfully launched, it will be a great boost to Legend and Legendary Theme Park. Also, we want to greatly increase the various activities and facilities of the Legendary Theme Park so that players can enjoy everything in it, both spiritually and materially. Remember, my purpose of launching this gold coin exchange system, it is not that players cannot exchange gold coins through the game, but hope that players can exchange gold coins through the game to play in the Legendary Theme Park, but the gold coins that the players redeem cannot be played in the Legendary Theme Park. If you want to enjoy the game, you must spend a lot of money. Therefore, this gold coin exchange system is just an introduction for players to come to the Legend Theme Park to play, Lin Feng said with a fist. Everyone suddenly felt that it was so. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. The 711th chapter is like crossing the catastrophe. Gold coin exchange. The gold coins earned through the game in Legend can be directly exchanged for gold coins that can be purchased at Legend Theme Park. This news is really amazing. When this news was announced, the global online game industry was shaking like a thunder and the earth was shaking. All online game companies, including the presidents of standalone game companies, were speechless when they heard the news. Never before has a game company launched such a service, including Tencent. Although Tencent SQ Coin can buy many things, and even can be used as RMB to a certain extent, it cannot directly buy any actual items. Most of them can only be used for online consumption. Even if you want to exchange into RMB, you need to a third party to conduct intermediate transactions. Fortunately now, Second World has launched this gold coin exchange system. Players can directly buy any material through game coins in the Legendary Theme Park, almost making the game coins equivalent to RMB. Isn't the Second World afraid that the player's game currency will have a violent impact on the Second World and cause the Second World to lose its financial balance? After all, this is a game, an online game, and the output of game currency can be said to be unlimited. In case a plugin that can swipe money is exposed, or the data is modified by hackers, it is a golden coin gate event. At that time, facing hundreds of millions or even billions of game currency exchanges, can the Legendary Theme Park bear it? Of course, the final interpretation right is in the hands of the Second World. But if the Second World refuses to exchange at that time, it can indeed recover the economic loss, but the loss in popularity will never be able to make up for it. A company that has lost its credit, especially an online game company, a game company that needs the support of players to survive, if it loses popularity, it loses everything. Of course, Second World currently has AMD and ATI, which is equivalent to half a computer hardware manufacturer. Even without the game project, it is still a multinational company with a certain degree of influence in the IT industry. However, without the success of the game industry and the support of the Second World from the majority of players, the original strategy of acquiring AMD and ATI based on China, dominating Asia, and competing with Europe and the United States cannot be completed. What's more, any product produced by a company that has lost its popularity and trust will attract resistance. Therefore, in the eyes of many game companies in the industry, This gold coin exchange system this time is really a failure and a stupid decision. Number 1 in the game industry, John Rixtillo, CEO of the American EA company, said in an interview with reporters Second World is an IT company that is shocking, envious, and scared. Especially the speed of its game development department is terrifying. Its rise makes us all feel a little bit afraid, and there is a feeling that it may be surpassed at any time. Unfortunately, the gold coin exchange system launched by the Second World this time will be the worst decision of the Second World. It will definitely pay a heavy price for this. Compared with the directness of the American game company EA, Japanese companies appear to be more venomous. The president of Japan's largest game company Nintendo Iwata's poisonous curse, the Second World move will not only it will bring disaster to the extreme, and it will even bring a devastating blow to the game industry in China. If mainland China still wants to restore the newly developed and thriving game industry, the best way is to stop the crazy behavior of the Second World. If we can't deal with it, there will be an impact on the renminbi. We think the Chinese government would better stop this stupid behavior. Iwata Satoshi's remarks seemed to be advising the Second World, but he was really evil in his heart. If the Second World now withdraws this decision, this kind of change from time to time will undoubtedly disappoint many players and lose the credibility of a company. And this is what Satoshi Iwata and even all Japanese game companies like to see. As a big game country, Japanese game companies absolutely cannot tolerate a Chinese game company surpassing them. Therefore, as long as there is a chance, Japanese game companies will never give up all means to combat and destroy the Second World. Compared with the views of the two game giants, so-called experts from all walks of life have also jumped out to express their opinions on the gold coin exchange system launched by the Second World. Educators believe that this Second World approach will make more students addicted to online games and waste their studies. The country should ban the Second World gold coin exchange system. Economists believe that the Second World gold coin exchange system will have a huge impact on the renminbi, and this practice should be stopped immediately and unconditionally and without reason. But what is surprising is that although the major game companies are not optimistic about the gold coin exchange system launched by the Second World, and social experts from all walks of life are even more critical, the share price of the Second World is unexpectedly strong, unaffected by the slightest impact, firmly fixed at $116.5. This is beyond the expectations of all experts and game companies. According to their expectations, the Second World stock price should fall sharply. How could it be so stable? This is too unreasonable. For everyone's perplexity, the Good News reporter of USA Today worked hard, taking advantage of the stock god Buffett to attend a charity event, fortunately to get the opportunity to go to the bathroom with Buffett, and use the fastest speech speed and the most concise words in the bathroom. Interviewed Buffett. Buffett was also helpless. Although he didn't want to answer the reporter's words, he was blocked in the bathroom and it was impossible not to answer. Moreover, this USA Today reporter has always been known for being acrimonious and must report. If he doesn't answer, he might say something about himself tomorrow, such as an organ in his body. Thinking of this, Buffett is a bit chilly. A sigh of America's damn freedom of the press. Reporters can write anything. Regarding the unexpected stability of the stock price of the Second World, I think this is really normal. Although this gold coin exchange system is very unexpected and there are many risks, don't forget that the launch of this system is the Second World. That shines a boy, Buffett exclaimed. The senior reporter of USA Today was a bit at a loss and did not understand what Buffett said. Why the Second World and the Chinese who launched this gold coin exchange system must be fine. Buffett shook his head helplessly inside the ignorance of the world. It took only 3 years for Lin Feng to have $42.1 billion in assets. His personal miracle has long been worshipped by many investors. Although this gold coin exchange system is a bit weird, it is not without the possibility of profit. The magic of the wind, the trust of investors in it, I believe investors will not lose confidence in it before the final financial statement results come out. Buffett sighed. The senior reporter of USA Today was suddenly shocked. When he promoted this conversation through USA Today, the whole world suddenly felt abrupt. The stock god Buffett's argument also directly caused the second world stock price to rise again, reaching its highest ever as $118.2, which is close to the $120 mark. Lin Feng's wealth also skyrocketed to $42.884 billion, which is only $06 million short of the $42.9 billion of the stock god Buffett. Although Buffett doesn't care about the illusion of the global rich list, he is always a bit emotional when he ranks second for so many years, and it is always a bit disappointing to be surpassed. In particular, his own words made Lin Feng's wealth approach him, which really made Buffett a little bit dumbfounded. But there is also a secret joy in his heart. After all, he holds 10 million shares of second world stocks, and this time he has also made a lot of profits. Compared with the comments and pressure from the outside world, Lin Feng really feels the pressure from the high level of the country. As soon as Lin Feng announced the launch of the gold coin exchange system, a certain leader from the top called and asked what the gold coin exchange system was about and whether it would have an impact on the renminbi. Director X: rest assured, this will definitely not cause any impact on the renminbi, and this gold coin exchange system will definitely only be implemented within the legendary theme park. This is just a purely commercial method and there are no other hidden dangers. Lin Feng promised to pat his chest. Well, that's good. Xilin, the country is still very optimistic about you. You are the country's most promising young talent. If you have anything to do with confidence, as long as it is reasonable and legal, the country will definitely support you. Director X: the tone is long-term, old-fashioned and old-fashioned. Lin Feng hung up the phone and sighed helplessly. If you really support yourself and are optimistic about yourself, you won't call this call. Boss, this gold coin exchange system has been tested, but is it really going to be launched? Wu Xiaopu asked worriedly. In the past few days, among the outside world's doubts, Mings has remodified the series of Legend Golden Zone settings through cooperation with several social economists. After testing, it fully meets the requirements of Lin Feng. Players can get a certain amount of gold coins for exchange in the game, but if you want to play in the legendary theme park, you must invest more money. This also coincides with the plan made by Lin Feng. This gold coin exchange system is just an introduction to lure players to the legendary theme park. However, the doubts from the outside world caused Wu Xiaopu, Mings and others to hesitate and hesitate. The gold coin exchange system introduced by the second world has made Wu Xiaopu and others feel that the second world is like a certain immortal as described in Xuzhen's Tribulation, further becoming an immortal and taking a step back. 1,000 catastrophes are over. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 712 Legendary Nirvana? Regardless of the outside world's attitude towards this gold coin exchange system, it is great news for all Legend players. The game currency of Legend can be exchanged for use in Legend Theme Park, which is like a windfall for all Legend players. You know, in the Legend Theme Park you can use gold coins to buy everything. It can be said that in the Legend Theme Park, you only have enough gold coins in your hand to be able to play here forever. In particular, Lin Feng also introduced a new measure to exchange legendary gold coins for air tickets and train tickets, which made many players excited and crazy about it. Originally, many players were still worried about not having the money to go to the legendary theme park, but now the new measures that can exchange air tickets and train tickets have completely solved the distress of many players. After all, most players are still very poor, and it is still very distressing to spend a few hundred yuan in the fair at least for a while. It is naturally better to be able to earn through games. And this is also a kind of taking advantage psychology of Lin Feng taking advantage of all players. thinking that these gold coins are earned through games, and they don't have to pay any fees themselves, which is a transaction that does not require money. But I don't know that the behavior of players making money in the game requires the consumption of card points and internet fees. It seems that this amount of money is very small, but unknowingly, it slowly flows to Lin Feng's company. This is one of Lin Feng's goals: to lure players to continue the game, spend time in the game, and at the same time evoke the upsurge of Legend again. This time the brand new Golden Zone uses supercomputers as servers, and today's computer upgrades, a Golden Zone can accommodate 350,000 online players. And according to the number of online players that can be accommodated in the Golden Zone, Kui Ming also revised the map and enlarged it more than 10 times. At the same time, he revised the corresponding game rules so that players can build cities independently on the vast desert. The guild reaches a certain level and the city can be built after completing the task of building a city. Of course, after the guild has built the city, it will encounter monsters siege the city. If it can successfully defend the city, this new city will be established. However, Kui Ming followed Lin Feng's suggestion and set up the city warfare system in a sinister manner. Different cities could attack each other, occupy, and even completely destroy the enemy city. In particular, Kui Ming also set up a city growth system. Through the efforts of the guild, a city can be expanded from the smallest village to a huge city like Beach City. 350,000 players online, self-built cities, gold coin exchange system. These elements integrated together, also directly contributed to the repopularity of Legend. After the launch of the Golden Zone, the 350,000 online slots were waiting for a long time. Excited players were filled up, and more players were waiting hard, screaming for the second world to open a new zone to satisfy the game player need. Mr. Wu, continue to open up new areas. I think Legend will continue to be popular for at least 3 years, and the investment in this supercomputer can definitely be earned back. Lin Feng ordered. Lin Feng had already anticipated the popularity of Legend, so he specially asked Bruce Allen to prepare 7 supercomputers for it. Due to the upgrading of computers, and all the hardware is independently developed and provided by the company, the cost of a supercomputer has dropped to $8.5 million, and the speed has reached 40 trillion times per second, exceeding the speed of the first supercomputer in the second world by 4 times. Wu Zhaopu nodded his head. He did not expect that the originally declining Legend would become popular again. Even Kui Ming's and other people who made Legend thought that Legend would disappear into the ocean of online games. After all, there are too many online games now, and players have too many choices. They are planning to develop something like Legend 3D Western Magic style online game. But I didn't expect that this time just a slight modification of the map would actually make Legend popular again. I have to say that in this particular era, Legend has a unique position in the hearts of every player. When it comes to online games, everyone's first impression is Legend. Therefore, any changes in Legend can always arouse throbbing in the hearts of players. In just 3 days, the second world added 4 golden zones, with an average of about 1.5 million people online up to 1.75 million people, which is beyond everyone's expectations. In other online games, when struggling with thousands, tens of thousands, and at most 100,000 online users, Legend, a declining online game, the so-called decline, is also thin and dead compared to its brilliant time. Camel is bigger than horses, and Legend has fallen, and is now better than most online games. It is surprising that the number of people online has reached 1.5 million. It has also made many domestic online game companies jealous. Greatly jealous. The 90% Chen Xiaoai is naturally the most awkward person among them. Miracle is known as the first 3D magic online game in China. As a result, the number of online users is now about 150,000. As for Magic Baby, from the original peak of 1 million people online, the current straight dive to about 200,000 people, it makes Chen Xiaoai want to cry without tears. and her silver teeth chuckle. Especially the decline of these two games is related to Lin Feng. Miracle was defeated by the second world swordsman Love Only, and Magic Baby was defeated by NetEase's Fantasy Westward Journey. The second world is owned by Lin Feng. As for NetEase, Lin Feng also owns 19.3% of the shares. It can be said that Lin Feng alone has a 90% that is a life or death dilemma. Thinking that the original 90% should be able to soar into the sky and become a leader in the domestic online game industry, the result was that Lin Feng was the nemesis. Now, although 90% is profitable, it can only barely maintain its operation and want to go public. It's a long way off. Thinking of this, Chen Xiaoai is annoyed. Why did she meet Lin Feng, the nemesis? HMPH. The more people you have, the more you will lose. Chen Xiaoai looked at the information about the golden zone of legend in her hand, cursing resentment. Of course, this is not a curse by Chen Xiaoai, but an inference based on the data in hand. According to the calculation of 90% of people who enter the golden zone, a normal player who is guaranteed to be online for 8 hours a day can earn at least 500,000 game coins from the game in 1 month. After a 100-to-1 exchange, the game can be exchanged to 5,000 gold coins in the Legend theme park, and 1 gold coin in the Legend theme park is equivalent to 0.1 yuan. This month, a player can earn at least 500 yuan. Calculated based on the current 1.5 million online players, it is 750 million yuan. 750 million, this is a big number, enough to lose the legendary theme park. What's more, as the player's level rises, the monthly profit earned will be greater. Looking at this data sheet, Chen Xiaoai hopes that the more people in Legend, the better. At that time, when the second world is seriously struggling to make ends meet, let's see what Lin Feng will do. If you refuse to exchange, your popularity will decline. Agree to exchange, lose him. Lin Feng naturally understood the thoughts of Chen Xiaoai and others. But all this was as early as Lin Feng expected. It looks like 500 yuan is a lot, but it's not much at all. This requires a player to earn 8 hours a day for a month, and no accidents can happen midway, such as guild battles, city battles, malicious park, etc. According to the statistics of Kui Mings and others, players who can concentrate on making money in the game 8 hours a day without participating in any guild wars or city battles account for less than 0.1% of the total number of Legend players. After all, Legend itself is a PK-based game, mostly men. And the biggest characteristic or fault of a man is blood, loyalty. I adjusted my mood in the past 2 days, only 2 updates. Starting in June, the daily 4D update will be resumed. Thank you for your continued support. Thank you. Thank you very much. To be continued. If you want to know what happened, please log in. More chapters, support authors, support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 713, Unification of the World. In the game world of Legend, no one has ever been concentrating on implementing their various plans. As the old saying goes, where there are people, there are rivers and lakes, and where there are rivers and lakes, there are grievances. Legend is a river and lake. Players who can really earn this 500,000 game currency are much lower at a probability of 0.1%. It is conservatively estimated that the number of players who can normally earn 500,000 game coins in a month does not exceed 1,000, which is 500,000 yuan, which is naturally small compared to the money the second world earns on these players in a month. Of course, certain game merchants, or people with huge wealth such as guild leaders, are not excluded, but such people are really rare in the game and do not cause any substantial harm to the legendary theme park. What's more, if you want to dominate the game without the backing of strong game funds, it will not last long. Facts also proved Lin Feng's inference that although the Golden Zone was extremely hot and the average online rate remained almost at around 1.5 million, after a month of operation, no more than 100 players actually exchanged gold coins for the legendary theme park. To a large extent, in addition to the newly adjusted violence rate of the Golden Zone, the real effect is also the huge effect brought by the Golden Zone that can accommodate 350,000 people online at the same time. Originally, Legend belonged to a park game. Now, after 350,000 players have been squeezed in a district, various park events have emerged one after another. With the introduction of City War, almost all players' money is spent on Park and Siege. In the defense of the city, the players who originally wanted to exchange gold coins, also because of various emergencies, were bloody, impulsive, and vanished. Originally, Chen Xiaoi and others believed that the legendary theme park would usher in a frenzy of gold coin exchange among players in the first month, and the second world should be caught in the dilemma of the gold coin gate. After all, since the opening of the legendary theme park, more than 90% of legendary players have not been able to go to the world's first immersive game theme park. Through various forums, according to Chen Xiaoi and others, according to the longing and anticipation of the legendary theme park, the first month should usher in an explosion of gold coin exchange. Unexpectedly, it is the current situation. The second world not only did not get into the dilemma of gold coin exchange, but took the opportunity to bring Legend back to life and make a fortune again. What is even more irritating is that Lin Feng held a catwalk for every player who exchanged gold coins to come to the legendary theme park to play before the Oscars. For each player who came to play through the game to exchange gold coins, Lin Feng asked to lay a red carpet on the side of the entrance of the Legend theme park so that every player who came to play through the red carpet to enter the Legend theme park, and also built a special avenue of stars, so that every player who exchanges gold coins to play in this avenue of stars will leave their own handprints and names in the game as a permanent reservation. In addition, it was uploaded to the official website, and a honor room was set up to post photos of all players who exchanged for gold coins and their thoughts after the game on the website for all netizens to browse. The Honor Room and Avenue of Stars launched by Lin Feng greatly stimulated all players. After all, the exchange of gold coins through the game and going to the legendary theme park has already excited many players. Now you can still walk on the Avenue of Stars and leave a name in history, which is a great honor for all Legend players. It is not only economically affordable, but also able to stay famous forever. If this doesn't make people crazy, then there is nothing crazy about them. Afterwards, players in the Golden Zone squeezed 5 Golden Zones, reaching a full load of 1.75 million. Even if the second world subsequently added 3 Golden Zones again, it would not be able to satisfy the thrilling players. The 3 new zones were once again crowded, and the Legend Golden Zone held a total of 2.8 million online players. This has broken the highest online record of Legend, and also broke the online record of large-scale online role-playing games in China. This also made all online game company bosses stunned and unbelievable, with the expression of seeing a monster. In particular, Lin Feng subsequently launched a new version of the Legend and the Golden Zone of the unification of the world. As long as any guild can unify all the cities on the map, it will be able to obtain the title of Emperor. This is what makes all Legend players crazy. The war is going on almost every moment, and its gold coin consumption is far greater than the players can earn through the game. The possible exchange run caused by this gold coin exchange system has completely disappeared. How so? Chen Xiaoi looked at the online statistics table of the Golden Zone of Legend specially released by Second World, and she couldn't believe it. It was originally supposed to be the gold coin exchange system that became the disaster of the Second World, but unexpectedly it became a golden idea for the Second World to generate income. This made Chen Xiaoi vomit blood, especially for Lin Feng's show-off launch of Avenue of Stars and Honor Room. Chen Xiaoi felt that this was Lin Feng's naked show-off. Didn't you say that my second world will be in crisis because of gold coin exchange? Will it stop players from exchanging gold coins? Now I will let you see that instead of terminating this gold coin exchange system, I encourage it, hoping that all players will come to the game by exchanging gold coins. In Chen Xiao's view, this is Lin Feng's aspirations for launching the Avenue of Stars and the Honor Room. Although this is not the original intention of Lin Feng's Avenue of Stars and Room of Honor, it is indeed very refreshing to be able to watch Chen Xiao and others criticize and satirize himself before. However, this gold coin exchange system has not failed, but has become the driving force for the second spring of legend. Not only Chen Xiao I can't understand it, but also other online game company bosses and those media that had previously unanimously looked down upon the second world have once again shown they're turning the rudder as a news media. Previously, the biggest American newspaper, USA Today, which criticized the most fiercely, claimed that the gold coin exchange system of the second world looks extremely dangerous. But in fact it is full of wisdom. Taking advantage of the player's desire for petty bargains, it makes the players addicted to the long-declined online game legend. In particular, the Avenue of Stars and Honor Room that created the game world have satisfied the vanity of all players. I have to say that Lin Feng does have a set of game marketing. The British Times said weakness of human nature. Covetousness and vanity are weaknesses of human nature. The second world firmly grasped these two human weaknesses and once again created the myth of the online game industry. The game not only satisfies the players' wishes that players can't usually fulfill, but also uses human weakness to attract players to play. Perhaps the presidents of other game companies should learn more from Lin Feng. The Times remarks directly pointed to the previous critics of Lin Feng and the Second World EA president John Rex Tyro and Nintendo Satoshi Iwata. The journalist of Good News also found the two of them, asking them what they thought about the gold coin exchange system launched by the Second World today. EA President John Rex Tyro looked embarrassed. He did not expect that this gold coin exchange system not only did not bring disaster to the Second World, but instead became a new profit point for its revenue generation. It made him feel hot on his face, and he couldn't get off the stage. It happened that the reporter who was not interested in these good things came to him and asked him what he thought. How can he feel? At most he cursed "fuck you." However, as the president of EA, he can't say that, otherwise he will definitely be accused of being a chicken belly, and his lack of general demeanor will also affect the stock price of EA. After hesitating for a long time, with a gloomy and unhappy face, John Rex Tyro barely squeezed out a few smiles and said this gold coin exchange system was originally illogical and unreasonable. Now that I can be a big success, I can only say that Lin Feng is lucky and lucky. Hush. Several reporters couldn't help but faintly booed a few times. If this is considered lucky, then what are the Avenue of Stars and Honorary Room launched by Lin Feng? But everyone is American, so it won't be too difficult for John Rex Tyro. Anyway, as long as they have news to write about. However, in contrast to John Rex Tyro's good fate, Satoshi Iwata, the president who happens to be inspected by the Nintendo branch of the United States, was not so fate. When I got off the plane, I was blocked by many American journalists. Satoshi Iwata, who didn't want to be interviewed by American reporters, wanted to take advantage of the small path to escape. But this is not Japan, but the United States. How could Satoshi Iwata escape from the sight of many American journalists? After being surrounded and intercepted by many reporters and chasing for a few streets, he was finally forced to stop by the magical American reporters. Asshole, I'm going to sue you. Iwata looked at the American reporter who was blocking his car and shouted indignantly. However, many American journalists did not respond to him or responded, just holding up the microphone to ask questions. President Iwata, what do you think of the gold coin exchange system of the Second World that has been so successful now? What do you think of Lin Feng? Many reporters looked helplessly blocked by many reporters. The iron blue Satoshi Iwata smiled smugly in his heart sample. This is the United States, not Japan. It's not that easy to run. Of course, if the target was changed to Lin Feng, they might have to consider it. After all, Lin Feng once did what he used to be a reporter for the Washington Times in the street. That time, Although Lin Feng and Avril fought a lawsuit for this, they were eventually released without charge. Although this made many American journalists outraged, they often retaliated against Lin Feng because of this. However, the fear of Lin Feng in his heart fell down because of this. In the hearts of many American journalists, they dare to stop anyone in the world, only Lin Feng's car dare not stop. Otherwise, God knows if Lin Feng's car is forcibly stopped, whether this goddamn Chinese would directly let the driver hit them to death on the impulse. Although this might help President Bush of the United States and convict Lin Feng of a crime, no reporter is willing to die for the country like this. As for this Satoshi Iwata, they did not believe that he was so bold and dared to challenge them like American reporters. Good people being bullied. Sometimes that's the case. Iwata shivered when he heard the questions of many reporters. Don't mention the anger in his heart. But looking at the surrounding American reporters who swear to give up without reaching their goals, Satoshi Iwata was helpless and could only stare at many reporters in annoyance. He doesn't dare to offend these reporters too much now. He came to the United States this time to promote Nintendo's North American strategy. If he offends these reporters here, it will not be good for his plan. When many reporters strike and do not report any news about Nintendo, he will definitely be unlucky when he returns to China. After thinking for a long time, Satoshi Iwata squeezed a smile without a smile. Everyone, for this gold coin exchange system, I think its success has its special geographical advantages. After all, this is in China. You must know that China is the world's most populous country, has too many idlers, and is a developing country. Their players have little knowledge and think they can covet a little bargain. But they don't know that the entire game is set by humans. This so-called gold coin exchange can be controlled artificially. As for the Avenue of Stars and the Room of Honor, it is even more use of the vanity of Chinese players. If it is placed in Japan, it will definitely not succeed, and it will even become a source of living expenses for Japanese players. After Iwata Satoshi finished speaking, he smiled contemptuously and squeezed many reporters away. After Iwata Satoshi's speech, many American reporters were taken aback for a while, and they were suddenly excited. This is a super important news hotspot. The historical enmity between China and Japan, the contradiction between Lam Feng and Yoichi Wada, the president of Japan's largest game software company Square Enix, and the hostility between the Second World and Japanese game companies, are well known to passers-by. Today, Satoshi Iwata's remarks are undoubtedly adding fuel to the fire. This must let Lin Feng know that the future will be very exciting. Many American reporters can already imagine the life and death scenario of Lin Feng and the Japanese company in the future. This is not only a big drama, so that many reporters can write soft big drama, but also beneficial to American game companies. The rise of the Second World is too fast and too fierce. In any case, as an American, I naturally hope that my company will be profitable. If Lin Feng and the Japanese company fight to the death or the death, then the American game company can naturally sit by and reap the benefits. In particular, Microsoft's Xbox just landed in Japan in January, but the results were not satisfactory. This time may be an opportunity. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 714 Modern Edition Chijiguang? Iwata Satoshi's ridicule of the lack of knowledge of mainland Chinese players and the greed for small bargains was spread to mainland China through the internet, almost immediately after the publication of the publication by American reporters under the enthusiasm of many American reporters. This naturally caused a lot of protests from many domestic players, strongly protesting against Iwata's contempt for mainland Chinese players. In his tone, most angry netizens even shouted out a declaration of boycotting Japanese goods, and through the Baidu post bar, the Tencent QQ group created the Boycott Japanese Goods Association. This speech of Satoshi Iwata naturally reached Lin Feng's ears for the first time, and Lin Feng disdainfully spurned this speech of Satoshi Iwata. This clearly means that you cannot eat grapes and say grapes are sour. But looking at the indignation of domestic players for this, Lin Feng sighed helplessly, although he was sighed with emotion. Boycott Japanese goods. It's easier said than done. Lin Feng used to be the #1 fighter in boycotting Japanese goods, and was dubbed the modern version of Qi Jiguang by the domestic Japanese media. The meaning is a bit demeaning to Japan. In the era of Qi Jiguang, Japan became a Japanese pirate. But in fact, although Lin Feng screamed in the media and received a large number of netizens' responses, the actual effect was minimal. At that time, Lin Feng's brain was full of passionate and angry young thoughts. In the face of major media or major occasions, Lin Feng missed the opportunity to promote patriotism and call for a boycott of Japanese products. Indeed, relying on Lin Feng's huge popularity at first, many netizens chose to reject the spontaneous release of Japanese products, which caused serious unsaleable sales of the products of major Japanese companies in China. But with the major protests of Japanese companies, the promotion of local governments, and the criticism of major experts slamming Lin Feng's untimely remarks, thinking that it undermines the development of the motherland, and boycotting Japanese goods is a hard and long road. Finally, it faded naturally. Up to now, the Japanese products should be used, the Japanese animation should be watched, and the Japanese game should be played. At first, Lin Feng still didn't understand why he didn't understand why. In the war of aggression against China 65 years ago, the Japanese ravaged the Chinese people. Did these experts forget it? Can local governments ignore the numerous crimes committed by the Japanese in China back then? Lin Feng didn't understand it at first, but now as Lin Feng's wealth and status gradually improve, he also gradually understands it. Obviously, China is a developing country, and Japan is the second largest economy in the world. If China wants to develop faster, it cannot do without Japan as a trading partner. China is currently Japan's second largest trading nation after the United States, with a trade deficit of 2.7986 trillion yen, approximately equal to 200 billion yuan. Japan has a similar trade dispute. This 2.7986 trillion yen trade deficit is probably not what anyone wants to see. At least, no one is willing to bear this loss in an era when the economy is in command. What's more, Japanese companies investing in China also employ a large number of Chinese employees. If these companies withdraw their capital, the consequences would be disastrous. At least local governments can't bear it. Maybe they don't want to bear this guilt. Therefore, in response to Lin Feng's original appeal, local governments and experts all stood up to criticize Lin Feng, and Lin Feng was ridiculed by local governments for a long time. This is also true this time. In the face of Iwata Satoshi's speech, although netizens were enthusiastic about making noises, governments around the world watched indifferently. As for some experts, they also jumped out again, calling on many netizens to calm down and not be used by those who want to damage China and Japan. Friendly. In addition, a professor named Hongbing even stood up for Japan's grievances and wrote the book Don't Demonize Japan Again. At the beginning of the book, it said, "The day before yesterday, Mike talked about China's hatred of Japan with an American on the internet." Mike did not understand. He said that the Pearl Harbor incident, the Americans suffered from Japan's harm, but there is no United States. People will hate the Japanese now. On the contrary, the Americans are reflecting on whether the 2 US atomic bombs are really necessary to push so many Japanese civilians to death, and whether the Americans should reflect on the way of war and should apologize to the Japanese people. Regarding the content of Hongbing's book, many netizens who bought the book couldn't help tearing the book to pieces after only reading a few pages. The content in this book is really confusing, reversing black and white, and forgetting the ancestors. It is even more challenging and denigrating the justice of China's war of resistance. Many netizens criticized this man named Hongbing as a traitor, a running dog of the Japanese, and many angry netizens directly greeted all the maternal relatives of Hongbing. Regarding the insults from many netizens, This Professor Zhongbing publicly boarded a conversational column on China-Japan friendship on Shanghai Oriental TV with a just and awe-inspiring face for the country and the people. I don't know why so many young Chinese people hate the Japanese and demonize the Japanese. I think this is a kind of pathology. A narrow and extreme hysterical complex of nationalism. This is not good for the developing China. It is not good for our country's future. We should face up to China-Japan relations and stop demonizing the Japanese. For these netizens, especially those who insulted my ancestors and relatives, I can only say that they are too ignorant. Zhongbing, filled with righteous indignation, he patted the table righteously, as if to awaken the Chinese. There was a boo in the scene. However, Professor Zhongbing showed a cold attitude towards Qian Fuzi, proudly facing the booing of many on-site audiences, with a posture of "you are so angry." The host frowned slightly. This host has just turned 30 this year. Although he does not hate Japan as much as young people in his 10s and 20s, he does not have a good impression of Japanese people, and he does not even have a sense of trust or respect. Hearing about Zhongbing's arguments, this admiration of foreigners, Zhongbing who excused Japan, the host felt uncomfortable instinctively, and even wanted to refute it, defending the Chinese compatriots who were killed and injured in the anti-Japanese war in the past, and for those willing to boycott Japanese goods spontaneously. The lovely Chinese netizens argued. But as the host, he naturally could not personally refute this Zhongbing, otherwise the show would not be able to continue. But although he could not refute this Zhongbing, another guest could. He believes that this person will definitely be able to refute the good-natured and kind Zhongbing, who is full of Sino-Japanese friendship. This person is no one else, but is the iconic character of Shanghai, the creator of the Chinese dream, the emperor of the online game industry, the richest man in Asia and one of the 3 richest people in the world. Lin Feng. Lin Feng appeared on the stage with a smile amidst the highly eloquent, infectious, and sonorous introduction of the on-site host. There was a burst of cheers and applause at the scene. Lin Feng has always been the #1 soldier boycotting Japanese goods. He is known as the modern version of Qi Jiguang. When Lin Feng appears at this moment, he can naturally refute this stray dog who is full of Sino-Japanese friendship and long live Japan straighter. Zhongbing frowned slightly. He didn't expect that this talk show about Sino-Japanese friendship would bring a super young rich man like Lin Feng. For Lin Feng, Zhongbing was naturally thunderous. Of course, I also heard that Lin Feng's modern version of Qi Jiguang is famous. Now that Shanghai Oriental TV station brings him here, it is obviously not good. HMPH, when it comes to making money, you are naturally far better than me. But when it comes to eloquence and knowledge, you are only a weaker champion. So you can compare with me. Zhongbing's head twisted slightly, and he glanced at Lin Feng obliquely, hummed his nose, then turned his head and stopped looking at Lin Feng. Lin Feng saw Zhongbing look like this, although he was slightly angry, but not annoyed. This kind of villain who doesn't know the etiquette and shame and forgets his ancestors is not worthy of Lin Feng's anger. What's more, you can kill without a knife, or you can use your mouth to swear. Take advantage. Lin Feng shrugged helplessly at the dozens of spectators at the scene, spread his hands, and pointed his mouth at Zhongbing, who pretended to be cool and handsome. The audience was dissatisfied with this Zhongbing for a long time, and most of them were young people, immediately understand the heart, and immediately booed up. Zhongbing heard the roaring sound at the scene. His angry eyebrows and beard all flew together, and his forehead was blue veins violently. He wondered if he had ever suffered such humiliation as an associate professor of Shanghai University. Today, he is completely out of the face of Shanghai Oriental TV. Of course, also sell his book Stop Demonizing Japan. By the way, unexpectedly, he suffered from such idleness. At the moment, the look in Lin Feng's eyes was not right. Zhongbing's figure is slightly bigger than Lin Feng, and he is more than 10 years older than Lin Feng. This is when he is young and strong. At the moment, the fire is soaring up, and I want to severely teach this self-righteous and grandma young rich man. However, as soon as he moved his body, The corner of his eyes flirted with the burly bodyguards at the entrance of the backstage passage. Zhongbing's heart was cold right now. Lin Feng is now the richest person in Asia and has become the focus of attention from all walks of life. This also makes the 8 bodyguards who are inseparable around Lin Feng the focus of everyone's attention. Under the investigation of the Good News reporter, the identities of the 8 bodyguards were roughly understood. 8 bodyguards. 2 from the Special Brigade of the Beijing Military Region of China, 2 from the Northeast Tigers Special Forces of the Shenyang Military Region, 3 from the Flying Dragon Special Forces of the Nanjing Military Region, and 1 from the most mysterious Sharp Sword Special Forces unknown to the military region. Outside speculation is aimed at Taiwan's Special Forces. Of course, although they are all veterans, their strength is beyond doubt. According to the assessment of some good militarists from outside, an assault squad composed of these 8 people can completely destroy the establishment of a battalion. Thinking of this, Zhongbing's heart shuddered. He was going to rush up impulsively. Probably before he got close to Lin Feng, he would have been knocked to the ground by Lin Feng's bodyguards. After thinking about it, Zhongbing shrank his head and sat back again. Damn it, see how I will refute your narrow national complex. Zhongbing thought angrily. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 715. Why are you hatred to the sun? Donglin, Professor just now declared that the current attitude of netizens towards Japan and boycotting Japan is a morbid state, a narrow, extreme, and hysterical nationalist complex. What do you think about this? The man asked with a hint of inducement and provocation. Regardless of the host, the audience, or the majority of the young and old in front of the TV, hatred of Japan seems to be an inevitable, a trend, and now am I suddenly hear that Zhongbing is humiliating and slanderous. No one can accept the language of censure, but it is impossible to refute Zhongbing's remarks for a while. After all, the friendship between China and Japan is now the theme advocated by the country. The trade deficit between China and Japan is also a fact. And Japanese investment in China is also a fact. No matter how the Japanese are in China, and what attitude they hold toward the Chinese, the help to China's current economy is obvious. Now that most of the internet haters are fired so fiercely by Zhongbing, they really don't know how to respond. I really want to talk about hatred of the Japanese. Why hatred of the Japanese? People seem to be able to think of many things, such as the Nanjing massacre, such as the arduous and long 8-year war of resistance, such as the millions of residents who died tragically under the Japanese butcher's knife, and the indirect deaths are even as high as 29 million giants. But as Zhongbing explained in his book Stop Demonizing Japan, these things were all done by the Japanese imperialists and extreme right-wingers, and had nothing to do with the Japanese people. The Chinese should not hate the Japanese. Faced with this argument, most netizens feel that it seems reasonable, but they feel unreasonable, but they can't refute it. It happens to be dissatisfied with Zhongbing's practice of boasting and glorifying Japan through the Sino-Japanese relationship, and it is really depressing. People who can really refute Zhongbing will not stand up to refute Zhongbing under the premise of China-Japan friendship and economic command. In this case, many netizens who are extremely depressed can only pin their hopes on Lin Feng. Looking at the ardent gazes of many on-site audiences, Lin Feng smiled slightly, sat down on the chair, and sipped his tea elegantly. Donglin, what do you think of Mr. J's pathological, narrow, extreme, and hysterical nationalist complex? The host asked again, but this time he was particularly biting. The pronunciation of these words is emphasized. Lin Feng immediately understood the host's potential meaning. This is the host who hopes that he will refute Zhongbing well and humiliate this traitor-running dog who admires foreigners and forgets his ancestors. Lin Feng smiled slightly, looked at sitting tightly closed, his fists slightly clenched, his head slightly raised, the corners of his mouth with a trace of disdain, a hint of mocking smile. The corner of his eyes glanced at Lin Feng coldly, and his nose also snorted. Zhongbing's offensive sitting posture made Lin Feng look at it and laugh. This kind of person is just a self-righteous, sour scholar who thinks he is superior, coquettish, and sensational. The so-called professor, me. Of course, this kind of person could not attract Lin Feng's interest. To Lin Feng, the clamor of this kind of person is like a wild dog standing in a gutter across the road and barking a passing vehicle, facing the barking outside the window. Wild dogs, the people in the car can't stop the car and bark with the wild dogs. But when this wild dog involves national justice, it's different. Lin Feng took out a book from his arms and raised his head at Zhongbing. Zhongbing glanced casually, and his heart jumped. It was his masterpiece, Stop Demonizing Japan. He was secretly surprised that Lin Feng would buy his own book. Professor J, did you write this? Lin Feng asked with a smile. Yes, it's my masterpiece. I didn't expect Mr. Lin to be my loyal reader. Zhongbing browsed with joy and a flattery on his face. Although he did not believe that Lin Feng would become his loyal reader, he hoped that Lin Feng would become his loyal reader under the trend of interests. In that way, his Stop Demonizing Japan will become the best-selling book. Think about it, then he only needs to add a pen to the cover of the book, a book that China's richest man likes. Just these 9 words are enough to make his book sold out. Thinking of this, Zhongbing's brain was excited. He had already seen the brilliant future piled with gold. Seeing Zhongbing's flattering smile, Lin Feng smiled coldly in his heart. Then I opened Stop Demonizing Japan and pointed to the first paragraph of the opening paragraph and said, Professor J, you said in the book that Americans do not understand why the Chinese hate the Japanese so much. The Americans themselves do not hate the Japanese bombing. Pearl Harbor does not hate the Japanese now. It even feels sorry for the 2 atomic bombs dropped in World War II, which pushed so many Japanese civilians to death. Should the Americans reflect on the way of war and should apologize to the Japanese people? Lin Feng said lightly. Zhongbing nodded. But, Professor J. Lin Feng suddenly changed his tone, becoming extremely severe, and his voice louder. The aura of the richest man in Asia for a long time came out, as if the king of Hades was looking at an imp, condescendingly, angrily. But you know that Peter Lanks, the American mathematics giant and the atomic bomb pioneer who participated in the Manhattan Project, publicly stated in an interview with reporters after he won the Nobel Prize in Mathematics that the atomic bombing of Japan was no act of justice. Excuse me, how do you explain this? Zhongbing was frightened by Lin Feng's anger. He did interview several Americans when he wrote this book, and these Americans did not think that the atomic bomb was dropped. That's why he wrote this passage to match the main theme of his book. This ... This is just what a person said. You can't assume that his point of view is correct just because he won the Nobel Prize in Mathematics. Zhongbing quickly said with a cold sweat on his forehead. Lin Feng snorted contemptuously. So, Paul Tibes, the American pilot who drove the B-29 heavy bomber and dropped the atomic bomb over Hiroshima, expressed no regrets in an interview with a columnist of the Chicago Tribune. To this day, I still feel that I was back then. What I did was right. Everything I was ordered to do that day was correct. How do I explain this? Lin Feng continued to ask harshly. This ... This. Although Zhongbing knew that the pilot who dropped the atomic bomb had always believed in his righteous actions, for the main theme of this book, he naturally could only ignore it. Now Lin Feng has corrected him. How to explain? But the professor is the professor. And suddenly a flash of light in his mind. He is a soldier, and he naturally obeys orders. So he naturally turned a blind eye to the act of slaughtering civilians back then. Lin Feng sneered. Then more than 70% of the citizens of the United States believed that the 2 atomic bombs should be dropped in Japan to end World War II. How do you explain this? Who is the minority? Lin Feng snorted and took out a stack of American Google. An investigation into whether Japan dropped the atomic bomb correctly. Naturally, this is the right that Lin Feng owns 5% of Google's equity. Zhongbing had cold sweat on his forehead. How could he know that Lin Feng would have such a survey data? Faced with this ironclad fact, he could not refute Lin Feng. Also, The United States was only bombed with a Pearl Harbor and a military port. Can it be compared with the fall of China when Japan was invaded and grown up for 14 years? Can it? There is also the Iraq War that broke out in March this year. 70% of Americans in the past supported the launching of wars. After the Second World War for so many years, the United States has participated in countless wars, large and small, in the world. May I ask, what qualifications does such an American have to criticize the Chinese for the painful feelings of war trauma? What qualifications do you have to use as a reference for China's cognition of war? Lin Feng said impassionedly. This. Zhongbing looked ashamed and angry. How did this explain him? Quoting this passage was just to elicit the following argument about not demonizing Japan. But I didn't expect to be held back by Lin Feng so much. There was a round of applause in the audience, applauding for Lin Feng's refutation. Indeed, what qualifications does the United States have to criticize China's hatred of Japan? A country that has never suffered any attacks on its territory cannot understand the feelings of the fall of the country, the massacre of its citizens, and the massacre. But this has nothing to do with the Japanese people. But now our citizens hate the Japanese people indiscriminately. Major mainstream media reports are mostly anti-Japanese. The TV shows anti-Japanese films every summer. These films are very powerful. Almost all elementary and middle school students think of Japan as a country of demons, thinking that the Japanese are really bloodthirsty and full of hatred for Japan. Now, we finally have the time to pay the price for demonizing Japan. Zhongbing seems to be, grabbed the straw and said, "Ha ha." Lin Feng listened, and looked up to the sky for a long laugh, then laughed, and there was a wave of contempt and disdain between his expressions. What are you laughing at? Zhongbing was stunned by Lin Feng's smile. There is absolutely nothing wrong with his argument, but Lin Feng's unscrupulous teasing made his heart really fluttering. Professor J, I really want to ask you now. Which country is it? Whose children and grandchildren? Lin Feng said coldly. I am of course Chinese, a descendant of Yan Huang. Although Zhongbing didn't know what Lin Feng meant, he felt humiliated and his face was blue and red. Ha ha, Chinese? The descendants of Yan Huang? I think you are Japanese, descendants of the emperor. Lin Feng Yangshan sneered. Lin Feng? Don't insult people. Don't think that you are the richest man in Asia. You can insult me like this. I am not afraid of you. You must apologize to me, otherwise I will sue you. I must sue you. Hearing that Lin Feng called himself a Japanese, Zhongbing suddenly jumped up like a wild dog with his tail trampled on. His eyes were red, his fists clenched, and he was in a posture of immortality with Lin Feng. Apology? Lin Feng glanced up and down, and said coldly, I never apologize to traitors or lackeys, because they not worthy. You. Zhongbing gritted his teeth, wishing to go up and give Lin Feng a few punches in his heart, but he didn't dare to see the 8 security guards who were just about to move not far behind Lin Feng. Professor J, you said that the Japanese aggression against China had nothing to do with the Japanese people. Then I ask you, the Japanese ruling and opposition parties have repeatedly denied the historical facts of launching aggressive wars and harming China and the people of Asia, denying and shirking the guilt of launching aggressive wars, rampant provocative behaviors and various acts that challenge China's sovereignty and internal affairs. Who did it? Strategies and plans to create troubles on the Diaoyu Islands, step by step in an attempt to create a so-called fait accompli to challenge China's territorial sovereignty. The Japanu.S Security Treaty clearly stipulates that military developments in the Taiwan Strait are also included in the scope of Japan's military intervention in an attempt to use military means to infiltrate China's internal affairs. Who did it? Recently, it has been so rampant that it dares to openly challenge the sternness of the international community. The trial is to reverse the case of Japanese war criminals convicted by the Far East International Tribunal. Who did this crazy collision to determine the international jurisprudence and the bottom line of public opinion that Japan was guilty of aggression and massacre of the people of Asian countries? Lin Feng stepped forward and forced Zhongbing forward. sternly. Drink and ask. This is the Japanese government and has nothing to do with the Japanese people. Zhongbing said strugglingly. Okay, you said this was done by the Japanese government and has nothing to do with the Japanese people. Then I ask you, who is in charge of the Japanese government now? Lin Feng asked. Koizumi Junichiro. Zhongbing said. Who picked Koizumi Ichiro? Lin Feng continued to ask. Zhongbing didn't know what Lin Feng meant at this time, but he couldn't answer. Ha! You dare not say that. For me, Koizumi Koichiro was elected by the Japanese people, with more than 60% of the votes. Then, the actions of the Japanese government have nothing to do with the Japanese people, Lin Feng shouted. Zhongbing sweated on his forehead. How did this make him answer, and what could he answer? Also, the brutal and barbaric crimes of aggression and killing committed by the Japanese army in China back then were fascist beasts against humanity. The Japanese who performed such beasts are themselves monsters and beasts. There are also movies in the mainstream media that reveal its bestiality and its nature, just restoring its true colors. Where is the demonization of the Japanese? Where is the demonization of the Japanese government and the creation of such an anti-human beast country? China's anti-Japanese war movies are just revealing the true colors of demons back then. Where can it be said that they are demonizing Japan? If this is also considered demonizing Japan, then are the European and American films exposing German fascist atrocities against humanity also demonizing Germany? Lin Feng yelled. Zhongbing was already unable to answer. He looked at Lin Feng in horror and looked at the host, hoping that this talk show would end as soon as possible tonight. But obviously, Lin Feng was not going to let Zhongbing go. Professor J, let me tell you why the Chinese people hate the Japanese. First, when Japan was defeated that year, our country gave up huge compensation. For the sake of Sino-Japanese friendship and the Japanese people, we gave up huge compensation. But, Japan people have never reflected on the countless crimes committed in our country that year. They have never, but want to revise history textbooks, want to openly forget or even overthrow this period of history. Under such circumstances, how can our people forget this hatred? Knowing that forgetting the past means betrayal. Can we forget the crimes committed by the Japanese? Lin Feng shouted. No. The audience who had already been stirred up by Lin Feng stood up and shouted. Pump. With a sound, Zhongbing was frightened and sat down on the seat. The third watch will resume tomorrow. Everything has been resolved. Thank you for your support. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. More chapters. Support the author. Support genuine reading. To be completed continued. The 716th chapter 3 Kinds of People. Shanghai Oriental TV broadcasted live indoors, and the crowds were indignant. There has always been a dispute between China-Japan friendship and anti-Japanese in China, and all parties have reason, but no one can convince anyone. Now Lin Feng is in the live studio, ascending to shout, speaking loudly and powerfully, which makes the hearts of many hatred patriots full of enthusiasm, and only then has the scene of everyone shouting in the live studio just now. Of course, Lin Feng's remarks are not considered to be any intentions, they are unique. The person who shouts these words has always been there. But there has never been a public anti-Japanese person who has the identity of Lin Feng, and the identity of Lin Feng so noble. If the same thing is said by different people, the effect will be different. Lin Feng is the richest man in Asia, and countless auras of emperor and son of the East in the online game industry. Any word can cause a huge sensation. What's more, Lin Feng's voice on the topic of hatred to the sun is very controversial. Can definitely be described as shocking and crying, because there has never been a successful entrepreneur, an official in a prominent position, who would say this. But Lin Feng said it, still speaking in front of hundreds of millions of Chinese. Wu Zhaopu is also watching this talk show on Shanghai Oriental TV. After all, Lin Feng is one of the guests in this issue, and the content of this issue is so sensitive that Wu Zhaopu is really worried. I was afraid that Lin Feng would say any radical language because of his emotional excitement. Result. Boss, You are really passionate. Wu Zhaopu smiled bitterly. Lin Feng's words were very troublesome. Although the domestic high-level officials will not take any action to seal Lin Feng, after all, this does not involve national politics and other untouchable restricted areas, but for the company, it is really a bit bad. At least in Japan, Lin Feng's remarks will definitely cause a lot of trouble, and will definitely affect the company's development in Japan. But Wu Zhaopu must also admit that Lin Feng's remarks were very pleasant to the people. The Japanese government is too shameless and despicable, and the society also needs people like Lin Feng to appeal and shake these xiaoxios. They come, the security. Anyway, Lin Feng has already said this, he doesn't care. As for the company's development in Japan, Wu Zhaopu believes that Lin Feng will naturally have a way to solve it. What's more, the online game market in Japan has always been sluggish. With the economic strength of Japan's world's second largest economy, its market consumption is not as good as that of Taiwan. This has fully demonstrated the tastelessness of the Japanese market. Of course, to paraphrase an old saying, the Japanese market has great potential. Compared with Wu Zhaopu's open-mindedness and indifference, other domestic executives who watched the show were surprised by Lin Feng's daring and secretly excited. Humphrey, just play it, and see how long you can be proud of. Many game company bosses couldn't hide their joy, opened a bottle of champagne, and secretly celebrated. With these words, Lin Feng is going to be out of luck. Now in the economic leadership era, everything must be economic. Now that Lin Feng's remarks are so directed at Japan, there are still good fruits to eat. And 90% Chen Xiaoai, who regarded Lin Feng as the most important enemy, was amazed after hearing Lin Feng's words. She didn't understand why Lin Feng was so bold and dared to say such words. Although like her, many domestic company bosses have distrust and disapproval of Japan, but none of them dare to speak out. At this moment, Lin Feng dared to speak out in front of hundreds of millions of Chinese people. Especially Lin Feng's company also has a branch in Japan. This is even more bold. What an impulsive boy. Chen Xiaoai shook her head with emotion. However, although Lin Feng was stupid in his mouth, there was a little more inexplicable admiration in his heart. This sentence, not everyone can say it. Li Ka-shing, the former richest man in China, rarely watched this talk show on Shanghai Oriental TV. Seeing here, he also applauded. Sky, your friend is really what ordinary people can't. I thought you were rebellious enough, but I didn't expect him to be more unruly and fearless than you. Li Ka-shing said with emotion. Ha ha, Dad, what trouble do you think he will cause this time? Do you think he will get through this time? Li Zikai asked, both worried and curious. Li Ka-shing was silent for a moment. After thinking a little, he frowned and said, if it was the past, someone would say this in the mainland. I think it will be overwhelmed by the power of all walks of life. But this Lin Feng. Li Ka-shing frowned, shaking his head. He groaned and said, I don't know what will happen to Lin Feng. What will happen to him? Li Zikai was also slightly surprised. Since he was born, he has never seen his father hesitate to a person so much. In Li Zikai's past memory, his father Li Ka-shing is always full of confidence and wisdom, and is also the object of Li Zikai's admiration and admiration. Unexpectedly, this time, his father couldn't see a person's future for the first time, which is really rare. Zikai, I wonder if you have heard of this sentence. People often want to change the world, but in the end they are changed by the world. No matter who it is insignificant to this world. Throughout the ages, people are divided into three parts. One is that mortals cannot change the world, nor can they change their destiny. They can only go with the flow and settle down with the flow. The second is the power of life, who cannot change the world, but can change their own destiny, control their own life, and even change the lives of a few people. The third, not only can control their own destiny, but also change the whole world. Let this world be moved by him, and his every move affects the whole world. For example, Qin Shi Huang 2200 years ago, for example, Alexander the Great. These people can change the world and let this world exist for it. Li Ka-shing exclaimed, Dad, What kind of person is Lin Feng? Li Zikai was surprised when he heard Li Kashing's words. Listening to his father's tone, Lin Feng seemed to be the third type. If so, it would be too appalling. Could Lin Feng be the one who can change the world and let the world be moved by it? Although Lin Feng has repeatedly created miracles, in Li Zikai's view, he is only a very successful businessman. He is only very young, but he is not enough to make a huge change in the world. Whether it is his father Li Ka-shing or Bill Gates, although they have created almost revolutionary careers in their respective fields, they are still inferior to emperor-level figures such as Qin Shi Huang and Alexander the Great, because his father Li Ka-shing was just following the development of the world, not changing his fate against the sky. For example, even if there is no Li Ka-shing or Bill Gates, there will still be Wang Jiaqing or Niua Gates, whether it is Chen Jiang Industrial, which manages real estate, or Microsoft, which designs a Windows system, there will always be someone else who will create it. Come out. This historical development trend remains unchanged. But back then, the Spring and Autumn period and the Warring States period did not have Qin Shi Huang. There would be no unity of China, and there would be no Chinese history today. This is completely different. Does Lin Feng have such great potential? Li Zikai doesn't believe it. This is a bit too appalling. Zikai, Lin Feng is really a bit confusing. He is too successful. No one has ever succeeded like him. Never. Li Ka-shing said with emotion. Taking Li Ka-shing's personal growth experience as an example, anyone who achieves major events, no matter who it is, will always experience various setbacks and pains during growth. For example, when he was young, he worked as a running hall and a clerk in a watch shop. Slow growth, slow development, only to have today's status. Even Bill Gates, who created the Microsoft empire, has not been smooth sailing. Before the founding of Microsoft and in the early days of Microsoft, he also faced various difficulties, such as the competition from the blue giant IBM, such as the suppression of Apple, etc. But Lin Feng succeeded too quickly, and it was almost smooth sailing. However, you still can't say that Lin Feng relies on luck. His company has encountered various problems even now. For example, the hacker account hacking incidents in Legend, such as the honesty incident, and the internet addiction war incident, but Lin Feng resolved them one by one. This cannot be explained by the word luck alone. If nothing happens, Lin Feng should be the most successful businessman in the world. But that's all. The most successful businessman is already the highest achievement and honor that Lin Feng can obtain, and it is also the highest honor that Li Ka-shing, Bill Gates and others can obtain. But Li Ka-shing did not dare to assert that Lin Feng would be nothing more than that, because Lin Feng did many things that the super-rich would not do, or that he did not dare to do. For example, the original bet with Apple President Jobs, such as the door of the Microsoft president's office, such as the support of hatred against Japan in front of hundreds of millions of Chinese people. These incidents can be said to be the work of any successful businessman. Don't know what to do and don't want to do. But Lin Feng did it all. None of these things should be done by a businessman who is only interested in profit, and what Lin Feng did. This also adds a lot of variables to Lin Feng's future, and it also makes a lot more unpredictable. And these things, according to common sense, are enough to ruin any merchant. But can they ruin Lin Feng? Li Ka-shing doesn't know. The attitude on this matter is mainly in the country. If the country thinks that Lin Feng is too difficult to control, then Lin Feng will probably be suppressed, and it will be a thorough and never-turning suppression. But will the country suppress Lin Feng? Li Ka-shing also has a lot of connections in Beijing, and he knows the relationship between Lin Feng and the country quite well. According to him, the country now has a demand for Lin Feng. First, Lin Feng gave the country a career due. This gift was too heavy. Although it is done in secret, it is not a secret for people of Li Ka-shing's level. If this gift is given to the past, if the country does not have sufficient reason to surge Lin Feng, the follow-up impact will be very far-reaching, and the scope of involvement will be too wide. Moreover, It is said that this time the global uproar of SARS was not implicated in mainland China. It is said that it was also because of a report by Lin Feng. Without Lin Feng's report, mainland China would have become the most severely affected area in the world. These two events gave Lin Feng too much political capital. What's more, Lin Feng's current company has gradually extended its tentacles abroad. If the country wants to suppress Lin Feng, it must also consider whether this is worthwhile. And if you don't suppress it now, in the future, Lin Feng's wings will become more and more prosperous, I am afraid. After all, Lin Feng's actions in the past are destined to be a businessman who safeguards himself. There are 2 chapters, updated at 11 p.m. To be continued. If you want to know what's going on, please log in. More chapters, support authors, support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 717 The Real Purpose. Li Ka-shing can't see through. He is a dangerous person. If he can't change the world, he will endanger the world. Xu Xiao, a well-known critic of the 3 kingdoms, commented on Cao Cao as a minister of power and a traitor in troubled times. I think Lin Feng is probably even worse than Cao Cao. He can make the world better and worse. Li Ka-shing said. Li Zikai was surprised. And what determines all of this is Lin Feng's personal attitude. Attitude determines everything. Li Ka-shing sighed. This anti-Japanese incident is a turning point that can change many things. All this depends on how the country treats Lin Feng. After all, this fight against the Japanese incident is big or big, but small or small. At this time, in the studio of Shanghai Oriental Television Station, Lin Feng did not intend to let go of the speechless Chongbing. Also, I read Professor Ji's book saying he once attended the Lugger Bridge Anti-Japanese War Memorial Hall. When I came out, I regretted it. I would never bring my son to this kind of place, nor will I come. Why? Because this place is blatantly preaching violence, preaching war, preaching killing. On the one hand, it is cursing the violence and blood of the Japanese invaders, and on the other hand, it is praising its own violence. It sings its own just war instead of opposing it. War. I say no to such war memorials. I hope those who arrange exhibitions will visit the war memorials in Europe and see what those memorials promote and praise. Their exhibitions are against all forms of war. Let people remember the inhumanity of war and let people love peace. It does not inspire hatred and fighting fanaticism, but inspires the desire for compassion and peace. It treats both sides of the hostile as equal people who have suffered harm. Lin Feng laughed wildly and threw the Stop Demonizing Japan in his hand at Chongbing. What are you doing? Chongbing was hit by the book that Lin Feng threw over, and he stood up with a sudden rush, pointing to Lin Feng's nose and speechless. He is a dignified associate professor at Shanghai University. He has never been treated like this before, and he dared to hit him with a book. Pointing to Lin Feng, his right hand trembled, agitated and frightened. What am I doing? I want to ask Professor if he is eager to say to the enemy who slaughtered and raped his relatives, I love you. Lin Feng said coldly and bitterly. Chongbing's face flushed. He has never been humiliated in person like this. It's just unreasonable. It's too much. Lin Feng, I want you to apologize to me. Immediately apologize, otherwise I must sue you. I must sue you. Chongbing screamed hysterically. You sue me? You ask all the audience at the scene. Do you all have the same opinion about what you said in your book? Lin Feng pointed to the audience at the scene. The audience responded in unison with great cooperation. Isn't it true? Chongbing's remarks are almost ashamed to the extreme. Inferred from Chongbing's remarks, it is the theme of the Chinese people's exhibition in the Chinese Anti-Japanese War Memorial. There is no anti-Japanese war against the Chinese people's justice! Professor J, let me ask you, you said that the Lugger Bridge Anti-Japanese War Memorial is preaching naked violence, preaching war, preaching killing. Then I ask you, to commemorate the 40th and 50th anniversary of World War II held globally, that what is it? Is violence and killing being promoted all over the world? Lin Feng, are you asked. How Hongbing answered, his face flushed red, looking at Lin Feng, gritted his teeth. But speaking of eloquence, he was speechless at the moment. Speaking of talent, he absolutely couldn't beat Lin Feng, who was protected by 8 special forces. The fist is clenched and released and clenched. Lin Feng coldly glanced at Hongbing and sneered. Why, want to beat me? Come on. Lin Feng stretched out his right hand and waved to Hongbing. The so-called taxi can be killed but not insulted. In this case, if you can bear it, it's not a man, it's a turtle egg. Host, is there such a show? Host, I won't record it. Hongbing looked pig liver, watching the host sternly, and then shouting no recording, while taking the opportunity go out. Call the audience booed. Lin Feng's mouth sneered several times. If Hongbing really wanted to rush over just now, he wouldn't be afraid. No matter what Lin Feng said, he also asked Li Ru and others for a few tricks. Although he couldn't compete with Li Ru and other elites, he still had no problem dealing with ordinary people. If Hongbing really thinks that relying on high-quality people can take advantage, then Lin Feng will give him a severe lesson. Coward. Lin Feng cursed in a modest voice. Hongbing frowned when he heard it, but only after slowing down. He left without hesitation. When the host saw the situation, he knew that it couldn't be recorded, and then ended it hastily. But what happened today is enough to make this show popular for a while. After all, the main selling point of this show tonight is Lin Feng. Lin Feng affirmed that the ratings of this program could not be low, and as for Hongbing, he was nothing more than a clown. Ha, brother Lin, your scolding is really great, it's so applause. After leaving the live studio, Director Zhao of Shanghai Oriental Television greeted him with a smile on his face and repeated thanks. After all, Lin Feng came today, but it was mainly for his face, otherwise, how could Lin Feng attend this kind of show? Haha, it's nothing. I didn't like this kind of person at all, so I just happened to scold him on the show. Some people have to be in front of him and point to his nose to have fun. Lin Feng said with a smile. Tai Chang Zhao reluctantly smiled and shook his head. The fact of Lin Feng xing is breathtaking. Of course, from the perspective of the program itself, I am afraid that the more people like Lin Feng, the better. But from the standpoint of a friend, Director Zhao is still quite worried about Lin Feng. Of course, it is not Hongbing who is worried, but whether this hatred remarks will cause great trouble to Lin Feng. Haha, Director Zhao, you don't have to worry about my business. But if you promised me, don't be pornographic. Otherwise, I will feel that Director Zhao is too dishonest, and this will destroy our relationship. Lin, a reminder that the wind is neither light nor heavy. This time, Lin Feng participated in this program because it was not pleasing to see that Hongbing, and also for an event in the Legend theme park. Lin Feng hopes that this event can be broadcast on TV to increase the influence of the Legend theme park. Don't worry, brother Lin, we have discussed this program, and there is no problem with it. As long as you bring the videotape and pass the review by the superior, we will broadcast it immediately, Director Zhao said, clapping his chest. Lin Feng nodded. Boss. Are you too? Lin Feng just got out of the Shanghai Oriental TV station and saw Wu Zhao's car waiting outside. Wu Zhao saw Lin Feng coming out and immediately waved to Lin Feng. After Lin Feng got into the car, Wu Zhao opened his mouth to say something, but he was unable to say anything after hesitated for a long time. Haha, Mr. Wu. Do you think my actions today were too impulsive and too public? Lin Feng saw Wu Zhao's thoughts at a glance, and asked with a smile. Wu Zhao nodded. Lin Feng smiled, turned to look at Lin Xiling, the glamorous secretary in the back seat, and asked with a smile, Xiling, do you think so too? Lin Xiling thought for a while with her wonderful eyes open, and nodded. Indeed, Lin Feng's style is a bit jaw-dropping. No successful businessman has ever touched on the topic of hatred against the sun in this way. The water here is too deep. Generally speaking, no one is willing to provoke the topic of hatred against the sun, as long as they make good money. However, Lin Feng is not only blatant, but also blatant, which really makes it impossible to guess what Lin Feng is thinking. Lin Feng smiled helplessly, took out a bottle of beer from the refrigerator in Wu Zappa's car, took a big sip, and let out a long sigh. I really hate the Japanese. This is a nation that has trampled on the dignity of our country for 14 years. Yes, this is the fault of the Japanese government and has nothing to do with the Japanese people, but the government is elected by the people. Lin Feng hated it. Although Lin Feng himself has not experienced the history of Japan's invasion of China, he has long known the evil deeds of the Japanese in China from various historical teaching materials, various films, and copywriting. In order to deal with China, the Japanese used all conceivable methods in China. In the face of this period of history, if you forget, it is like saying to the enemy who raped your mother and killed your whole family, next time, come again same. Shameless. Wu Zhaopu took a deep breath and drank a strong drink. He is also considered hatred of the sun, but he is not so strong, and he is not as bold as Lin Feng's performance. However, thinking about the past history is indeed very blocked. Especially the Japanese people have not repented so far. Unlike the German government, it has never shied away from the fact that the German fascists slaughtered the Jews, but tried its best to compensate. This is why the Jews hate fascism but not Germany, while the Chinese hate the Japanese so much. Second, I really think this Chongbing is not pleasing to my eyes. I have no opinion on what he makes money on, but he relies on this kind of slander of his compatriots and too high enemies to make money. It is shameful. This is better than those who promote internet addiction and resist electronics. Professor Yang and others in the game are even more shameful. Lin Feng drank another glass of beer. Wu Zhaopu nodded. He also read the book written by Chongbing. The content in the book was indeed too irritating. If Chongbing appeared in front of him during the reading process, Wu Zhaopu would definitely go up and beat him up. This shameless villain who eats foreign and forgets his ancestors actually ends in the last paragraph of the book like this: what about us? We lack a human vision and even a superhuman vision of fraternity. Christ said, love your enemies. How many of us understand this sentence? When he saw these words, Wu Zhaopu was really angry. The book Stop Demonizing Japan was torn to pieces on the spot. I have seen shameless, but I have never seen such shameless. If you follow Chongbing's words, then when the Japanese devils slaughter his father, he will definitely say to the Japanese devils who killed his father with a superhuman vision, I love you. When the Japanese devils rape his mother, he will also say to the Japanese devils who raped his mother, I love you. Third, I want to know what the country thinks of me, and its bottom line. Lin Feng suddenly said lightly. After listening to Wu Zhaopu, he was suddenly startled. His eyes kept looking up and down Lin Feng, and he was shocked. I am afraid that Lin Feng has done so many things and said so much tonight. The real purpose is for this last sentence to test the country's bottom line. Since the country's elections in March, all departments have changed people. Some cadres that Lin Feng was familiar with in the past were promoted, transferred, or retired, and replaced with many cadres that Lin Feng was not familiar with. These people need Lin Feng to make friends again. Especially, when Mr. Zhu was replaced by Mr. Wen, Lin Feng didn't know what position he was in the country's mind. Although Lin Feng had half sold and half delivered, he gave Korea Daewoo to the country. Lin Feng holds 49% of South Korea's Daewoo shares and the country owns 51%. And then a research report before the outbreak of SARS exempted mainland China. The threat of SARS can be described as a great contribution to the country's stability, prosperity and development. Before this, Mr. Zhu really took good care of Lin Feng, and the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Sports have also taken special care of Lin Feng. But now, after some personnel changes, what is the attitude of these departments towards Lin Feng? Lin Feng had no bottom in his heart. I also tentatively contacted some people, but now that the new officials are more cautious when they take office, Lin Feng is really confused. In particular, Lin Feng's current main business is in electronic games. A single card in any sector of this industry is enough for Lin Feng to have a headache. Therefore, Lin Feng must understand the above attitude, especially Mr. Wen's attitude towards himself. Will Mr. Wen continue to support himself like Mr. Zhu? At least not to come his career at a critical moment. Therefore, Lin Feng took this opportunity this time to test the country's attitude towards him. Because of this, it is so blatant, and it can even be said to be arrogant and scold Hongbing in front of hundreds of millions of Chinese. Of course, Lin Feng is also really hatred of the sun, and he really can't understand Hongbing, otherwise he would not scold so heartily and passionately. Boss, you still took a little risk, Wu Xiaopu said helplessly after pondering for a moment. Lin Feng nodded. I did take a little risk, but I had to figure out the attitude of the country. If the country is wary of itself, then you can put your career focus abroad as early as possible. After all, there are too many things in the killing pig list, and Lin Feng is absolutely unwilling to become the next Huang Wening. Not long after, Lin Feng returned to the villa. As soon as he entered the door, a carcass rushed over. Brother Lin, thank you for helping me scold the Hongbing. It's so happy. Lisa looked at Lin Feng with admiration. After Lin Feng was taken aback for a while, he smiled. Although Lisa is a Korean, he is like most Chinese people who are hatred of Japan in the face of Japanese. He scolded Hongbing so badly, so Lisa was naturally delighted. Hee, silly girl, this kind of person, everyone has to scold him. Lin Feng touched Lisa's head lovingly and said, no words for a night. But when Lin Feng got up the next day, he felt back pain again. There is no other reason. Lisa thanked Lin Feng for his righteous deeds last night and took the initiative to dedicate himself all night. As a man, naturally he cannot admit defeat at this time. However, in this respect, men are indeed inferior to women. While Lin Feng was enjoying Lisa's loving breakfast, he received a call from Wu Xiaopu. Hongbing told Lin Feng with a piece of paper. When Lin Feng heard this, he was not surprised but rejoiced. This Hongbing's appeal was really timely. Just in time, let Lin Feng test the country's attitude towards him. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 718. This is not what I said. 2003, March 28th, early in the morning, many reporters blocked the gate of the Second World Headquarters building, guarding Lin Feng. Boss, do you want to go in through the side door? Li Rui frowned as he looked at the reporter who had been waiting for a long time in front of the company's gate. However, in response to this situation, the company also opened a side door in a hidden place for Lin Feng to enter and leave. After all, it has not been a day or two for Lin Feng being besieged by many reporters. In order to prevent any accidents, Wang Meng ordered someone to open a side door to facilitate Lin Feng's entry and exit. Of course, for the sake of safety, Wang Meng can only use this side door when Lin Feng is allowed in and out, or when performing special secret tasks such as transporting Kevin Mitnick in and out. Of course, such a setting could not satisfy Wang Meng. However, the Second World Headquarters skyscraper, which will be completely completed and opened on October 1st this year, has already set up 3 concealed exits for the company in advance, and these 3 concealed exits were designed by Wang Meng himself. I believe that even in the face of special forces, Wang Meng also had the confidence to let Lin Feng retreat safely. On October 1st, the Second World Headquarters skyscraper was officially completed. Lin Feng looked at not far away. The sky has already risen, and the final construction of the headquarters building is stepping up, and he sighs with emotion. At a cost of $1.25 billion, this building is about to become a landmark in Shanghai, and the world's first skyscraper symbolized by the Second World is finally about to be completed. Lin Feng can imagine how crazy the Chinese reporters will be when this skyscraper is completed on October 1st. Moreover, this will also become a historic event for the Second World. With this skyscraper, even if the Second World has a foundation and an industry, it has the qualifications to truly challenge many game companies around the world. After all, A company that doesn't even have its own headquarters is too shabby and too contemptuous. How can it be qualified to challenge multinational companies such as EA, Ubisoft and Nintendo? Bang, bang, bang. A violent knock on the window awakened Lin Feng, who was thinking, "Boss, here it is," Li Rui said helplessly. He asked Lin Feng just now if he would take the side entrance, but it was a pity that Lin Feng had to go to the main entrance. Looking at the group of reporters who were driving Lin Feng Mercedes-Benz S600 around the water, Li Rui really didn't understand what Lin Feng thought. For such an annoying reporter, Lin Feng still enjoys it. Don't understand. Li Rui really didn't understand. Lin Feng looked at Li Rui, who was depressed and wanted to beat someone, and smiled faintly. Reporters do hate it, but in this world, without reporters, many things cannot be done. Lin Feng easily pushed the car door, and immediately countless flashes flashed into one. Lin Feng had long been accustomed to this, and before the flashes flashed, he covered his eyes with his hands. Subsequently, countless microphones were handed to Lin Feng. Donglin, what do you think of Professor Zhongbing's lawsuit against you for insulting, slandering, and humiliating him, his family and ancestors? Donglin, Professor Zhongxing hopes you can apologize openly and fairly. Will you apologize? Many reporters are like machine guns, constantly questioning the lawsuit regarding Zhongbing's pleading against Lin Feng for insults and slander. This is the first case in which the country's richest man has been sued since the founding of the country. This is really a sensation and a celebrity effect. In particular, this incident also involves a sensitive incident of anti-Japanese, which is really exciting. Looking at the many reporters who were constantly asking and looking anxious to know his own answer, Lin Feng showed a long-lost mysterious smile. Everyone, on this issue, I can only say that Professor Ch has the right to sue me. This is the right of every citizen. But if you want me to apologize, I can only say one word, Lin Feng said. Many reporters answered casually, "Bye." This is what you said, but not me. Remember, when writing in the newspaper, don't write silly. Otherwise, Professor Ch will sue you again. Lin Feng made a grimace and pointed his finger. Pointed everyone, and pointed to everyone's pen at the same time. Many reporters burst into laughter. Later, Lin Feng stepped into the company. "Boss, what are you going to do with this lawsuit?" Wu Xiaopu said worriedly. Lin Feng glanced at Wu Xiaopu, who was worried, and shook his head relaxedly. "There is nothing to worry about, so don't worry." Lin Feng didn't worry about it at all. The issue of hatred against the Japanese is inherently sensitive. Although the country never mentions this topic, it does not object to the annual commemoration of the victory of the War of Resistance against Japan. And one can know the country's views on this matter. It is just that under the premise of the economy is in command, the people are not called on to resist Japanese goods. Now that Zhongxing sued himself and the court allowed him to win, it would be equivalent to the state supporting Zhongxing's argument that China should not demonize Japan, which is absolutely intolerable by the state. After all, Japan's coveting of China is well known to all passers-by. The country will not be so stupid. Let the whole country become a Kazakh and Japanese. Therefore, Lin Feng is 100% sure that this case will not end in the end. After all, things are really making a big deal, and it is not a good thing for the people across the country to oppose Japan. At that time, the diplomatic disputes will be serious, and the country is unwilling to bear such losses for the time being. In the end, it can only be played down. Lin Feng believed that Zhongbing, as a professor, should have thought of this, but he still went his own way, and even couldn't wait to sue himself the next day. Probably because of his fame. After all, Lin Feng is now a celebrity. As long as he can get a little relationship with Lin Feng, then the benefits will be countless. For example, this Zhongbing filed a lawsuit against himself, and his book Stop Demonizing Japan immediately sold thousands more copies. HMPH, if you want to lend me a fame, I will see if you are so blessed. Lin Feng snorted coldly. When dealing with people like Zhongbing, you must not be lenient, You have to kill 100, or you will be deceived by the kittens and puppies in the future. But what Lin Feng wants to know more now is under what circumstances the country will call him and who is calling. The caller and the time of the call are all related to Lin Feng's judgment of his status in the country's mind. However, Lin Feng didn't let Lin Feng wait long. Just as Lin Feng went online to browse netizens' comments on Zhongbing, the country called. The person who called was beyond Lin Feng's expectation, and Lin Feng never expected that he would call in person. Xiao Lin, Im Wen 20. I heard that your birthday is approaching, so I specially opened the phone to say happy birthday to you. Mr. Wen's gentle voice came. Lin Feng was flattered. He really didn't expect that Mr. Wen would call in person, and it was still 9 o'clock in the morning. Xiao Lin, today, in addition to saying happy birthday in advance, I also want to ask you one thing. That Hongbing is the nephew of an old classmate of mine, so I specially come to ask you for personal affection. Even if the matter is over, he is just confused for a while. Mr. Wen said slowly, but although the words are begging, but the tone is full of the majesty of a long-standing high position, with a faint taste that cannot be rejected. Lin Feng smiled secretly. Mr. Wen's remarks were not so much about asking for justice for Zhongbing, as they were suggesting Lin Feng, let Lin Feng accept it when he sees it, and don't make an inch of it. This anti-Japanese incident ends here. The so-called nephew of an old classmate is simply nonsense. After all, if Zhongbing can really trust Mr. Wen here, he won't have to rely on betraying his ancestors to write shit books like Don't Demonize Japan anymore and become famous for making money. Also, Xialin, the country knows that you have been wronged this time, but you have to know that the country has always valued you and will never wronged you. So, this time I have to forgive others. Don't care about it. After all, you are the richest man in the country. You have to be the richest man in the country. You have to know that the country will never forget the people who have contributed to the country. Mr. Wen continued. Lin Feng was slightly shocked after hearing this. This is warning yourself and awakening yourself. Mr. Wen's words were to tell Lin Feng in a vague way that Lin Feng used this incident to test the country's careful thoughts on his own. The country has already learned about it, so he should stop making extravagances. Of course, he also told Lin Feng that the country still trusts Lin Feng and values it very much. Well, since Mr. Wen has spoken, I naturally have no unwillingness. If Lin Feng doesn't know how to answer at this time, then the richest man in the country is really in vain. At this time, he can only accept it. After all, Mr. Wen called himself, and he already gave Zhu Lin Feng face. Of course, this does not mean that Lin Feng will not take the opportunity to blackmail it. However, Mr. Wen and Professor Ji's book really hurt the feelings of the Chinese people a bit. I am afraid that if it continues, it will affect the unity of the country and the construction of a harmonious society. Lin Feng took the opportunity to say. Mr. Wen laughed. You little devil, it's no wonder that you can become the richest man in the country. Mr. Wen said with a smile, and after a little indulgence, he said, the country needs to be stable and prosperous. What is undesirable must also be stopped. Okay, Xialin, take good care of your body. Remember that the country needs you to create more miracles for the country. Mr. Wen finished speaking and hung up the phone. Lin Feng also let out a long sigh after Mr. Wen hung up the phone. At this moment, the vest was slightly sweaty. It's only March. Naturally it is impossible to get hot enough to sweat underwear. This is scared. Mr. Wen's last sentence was not only to tell Lin Feng to impose sanctions on Zhongbing, but also to warn Lin Feng not to make trouble. Otherwise, it will destroy the harmonious society and affect the prosperity and stability. Those who destroy a harmonious society and affect prosperity and stability will become the enemy of the country, and the enemy must be eliminated. Companion to a king is like a tiger to companion. Lin Feng sighed. No matter who it is, being able to be in a high position is not that simple. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. The 719th chapter is Someone Behind. After Lin Feng answered the phone call from Mr. Wen, he checked the internet again. The matter of Chongbing's lawsuit against Lin Feng has been posted on the internet. Almost 70% of the netizens support Lin Feng's voice and scold Chongbing for his shameless behavior. Many angry netizens even founded the Zhao Beast Condemnation League and Zhao Beast Crusade Alliance. And many more. At this time, the power of the internet was fully manifested. From the time Chongbing filed the lawsuit in the morning to 11 noon now, in the past 2 hours, there have been hundreds of thousands of posts attacking Chongbing on the internet. Although he wrote, "Please don't demonize Japan anymore," that I was so angry with, Chongbing, who has always been unknown, is completely on fire, and is even hotter than Yang called the Beast before. Looking at the overwhelmingly insulting posts on the internet, Chongbing, who had just returned from the Shanghai Intermediate People's Court, was delighted. Naturally, these posts will not sound very good when scolding him, but he can learn a lot of experience from those Yang Zhao Beast and others. In the face of insults from netizens, you should not argue, wait for them to scold. Anyway, your purpose is to be famous. Arguing with it will only expose your weaknesses. After all, I'm facing thousands of netizens, and I may be overwhelmed by any mistake in saying anything. What's more, my purpose is to be famous, to make a profit, and to promote my own. Why do you say so much? Don't these netizens want to scold them? Naturally, they have to cite scriptures before they can scold them. Then, why not worry about the poor sales of their own? As for this pleading, Chongbing also knew that he could not sue, nor could he sue. This matter is inherently sensitive, and the country will not let itself win the lawsuit, and will not allow this matter to continue. Sure enough, not long after, Chongbing received a call from the president of Shanghai University. "Yes, principal, I know how to deal with this matter." Chongbing nodded. "Also, teacher, in view of the excessive influence on this matter, it would cause unnecessary trouble to the students and the school. After discussion, we decided to let you take annual leave temporarily and take a good rest. The principal is not cold." Dan gave an order. Chongbing was taken aback for a while, but he didn't expect the school to suspend himself. Said it is a vacation. It is almost no different from expulsion. Chongbing didn't expect that things would suddenly become like this, which was beyond his expectation. But after another thought, as long as the book is sold, there is no money. Being a teacher and a professor is not for money. Anyway, being a so-called associate professor, only a small amount of money a month, as long as this book sells. Do you still care about the salary? After hanging up the phone, Chongbing let out a long sigh. Things were as expected, and the country adopted a diminished attitude in this matter. Fortunately, he is now famous, and he is just waiting for the book to go on sale. After all, the country hopes that the people will hate the Japanese spontaneously, and it is impossible for the country to hate the Japanese. However, a declaration from Lin Feng at noon completely shattered Chongbing's dream. I hope that everyone will forget about this, lest they fall into the tricks of some little people and let them profit from it. Lin Feng's declaration is extremely simple, but it is directly at the heart of Chongbing. The joint reaction was that the netizens all over the country suddenly realized that the netizens who originally wanted to buy a copy to watch them all yelled and angered Chongbing for his despicable intentions. Looking at this Lin Feng declaration, Chongbing was silent for a long time, and smashed the monitor with a fist. His eyes were on fire and his nose was spraying rough air. If Lin Feng was standing in front of him at this moment, he would have beaten Lin Feng fiercely. It's irritating. It's really irritating. The plan he carefully planned was thus punctured by a piece of paper by Lin Feng. And now he not only can't sell the book, but also has no job. How can he be good? Chongbing was dumbfounded. Chongbing was not the only one who was dumbfounded. Many game company bosses including Chen Xiaoi were also dumbfounded. Originally, they thought that this fight against the Sun incident would cause Lin Feng to encounter Waterloo in his career, and that Lin Feng would fall into various troubles and disputes from then on. In particular, this piece of paper by Chongbing is even more satisfying. Of course, many game company bosses naturally know that the book Please Stop Demonizing Japan written by Chongbing is purely fart and a nonsense. But that is not what they care about. What they care about is that Lin Feng jumps out at this time, published a remark that affects the unity of the motherland and undermines social harmony. This will definitely be severely sanctioned by the country. But no one expected that the final result would be like this. Lam Feng did not receive any damage except for no longer making any radical remarks. Many game company bosses trusted various relationships and did not find out about the country's sanctions against Lin Feng. No, nothing at all. On the contrary, not only did the court not accept Zhongbing's pleading, but also Zhongbing's original teaching work was also shelved indefinitely. This series of changes made many game company bosses feel a deep chill. Lin Feng is rich enough and powerful enough, and the powerful second world has made many domestic game companies breathless. And that's not even counted. But the country still values Lin Feng so much. Such remarks that undermine national unity and diplomatic relations with etiquette did not impose any sanctions on Lin Feng, which is really incredible. Of course, this also directly transmits a message to everyone: there is someone behind Lin Feng. And there are a lot of people. Of course, this is not what makes many game company bosses the most angry. What really makes them angry is that Lin Feng's hatred remarks, after live TV broadcasts, internet propaganda, and a piece of paper by Zhongbing, are almost household names, became the anti-Japanese hero in the hearts of 90% of the Chinese people. Many people even called Lin Feng a national hero, comparing him with the heroes Huo Yuanjie, Chen Zhen and others. Of course, these so-called national heroes and anti-Japanese heroes are only circulated on the internet and are not reproduced by traditional media. However, just this online public opinion orientation has also brought Lin Feng a huge popularity and praise, and it has also brought other game company bosses jealous of rabbit-like benefits to the second world. Relying on Lin Feng's anti-Japanese remarks this time, according to incomplete statistics, the online rate of major games under the second world has increased by 10%. And the cake in the entire market is only so big. The cake of the second world is 10% more, so other game companies will naturally lose 10%. Originally, the second world occupied the largest pie in the online game market, but now it has robbed an additional 20% of the market share. How can other companies survive? In particular, this 10% market share is only 10% for the second world, but this 10% is relative to the online rate of the second world. For other companies, this 10% is equal to 30% or even more. How don't other game company bosses hate it? Group leader Ku, the leader of the second game development team, responsible for the development of Swordsman Love Online. Now that there is a voice of anti-Japanese in China, I want you to add the task of fighting against Japanese pirates in Swordsman Love Online, so that players can event during the game, and we also hope that players can use the game to understand more clearly the damage caused by the Japanese devils to our country. Lin Feng ordered. Kuxin's eyes lit up when he heard it. This is another good idea to stimulate players. Nowadays, the anti-Japanese sentiment is unprecedentedly high. A large number of online games frequently chanted the boycott of Japanese goods. Now launching this task is bound to be a big hit. Make the already popular Swordsman Love Online even more popular. Subsequently, after Kuxin revised and released the 7th game version of Swordsman Love Online, anti-Japanese Swordsman Love Online once again returned to the popular situation at the beginning of the public beta. 10 super servers were fully full within 24 hours. Once offline, it was impossible to log in at all, leaving many players helpless, once again resorting to the killer hanging up. Many players who are lucky enough to log in will not go offline after going online. They hang up to practice internal skills when they sleep, and practice external skills when they go to work. In any case, they will not be offline after they are online. Proceed to the end. The popularity of Jiangxia King Yuan Online has also made many game company bosses even more jealous. It can be said that they looked at the sky with two eyes and sighed, same game. Why is the gap so big? Of course, 90% is the worst affected. Magic Baby, which has been declining but still has a place in the 2D turn-based online game market, is completely uninterested this time under the hatred of the Sun complex. Many original Magic Baby players have chanted support domestic production and eliminate Japanese products. All dived and escaped to NetEase, becoming a loyal player of NetEase's Fantasy Westward Journey. Chen Xiaoi, you must think of a way for me to solve this problem, otherwise you are ready to wait for the dismissal letter. 90%. Boss Zijun called CEO Chen Xiaoi to the office to have a slur. Originally 90% was the most successful domestic game company in addition to Second World. Unexpectedly, 90% is no more than Second World. In the game field, it is not only surpassed by Tencent, NetEase has also been catching up, and even other game companies that were not considered by the 90% before are now beginning to want to replace the 90% position. Under this circumstance, if Zijun does not call Chen Xiaoi to scold Chen Xiaoi, it is absolutely difficult to understand the hatred in his heart. Chen Xiaoi walked out of the boss Zijun's office with a depressed look. Although she just slapped her chest inside to show that she must come up with a solution, but how to solve it, she really has no idea. Instead of waiting for Chen Xiaoi to figure out a way to save the 90% crisis, Lin Feng made another move. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters, support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 720 April Fool's Day is here? For Lin Feng. Although Mr. Wen's words have already urged Lin Feng, let him stop on this matter, stop making troubles and undermine national unity and diplomatic relations with etiquette. But since Lin Feng has seen huge business opportunities and profits from it, he will naturally not let it go. This is an excellent time to take the opportunity to consolidate the dominance of the Second World in the game industry. Didn't the above tell me not to speak anymore, to express more opinions? It's better not to express any opinions myself. Anyway, many times, you don't have to rely on your mouth to do things. Lin Feng called NetEase Dingle. Dong Dong, I have a small suggestion. Lin Feng told Dingle the idea in his mind. After Dingle listened, he patted his thigh. Dong Lin, this method is very wonderful, very wonderful. Dingle hung up excitedly, and then rushed to the development team of Fantasy Westward Journey. After many members of the Fantasy Westward Journey development team listened, you look at me, I look at you, and there is a strange look in each other's eyes. What's the matter? Dingle asked, wondering when everyone's expressions were unnatural. Ding dong, we. Hey. Fantasy Westward Journey Chief Planner Old Xuchang sighed. Ding dong, we were very unconvinced with Lin Feng and thought he was absolutely not rumored. It's so powerful, and there are so many fantastic ideas about the game, but now it seems that we are really wrong. This Lin Feng really has a keen inspiration for the game that ordinary people can't match. The rest of the game developers also echoed, sighing again and again. Lin Feng's proposal is to add a little turtle race minigame project in Fantasy Westward Journey. Players can guess which little tortoise won the final victory by pressing various points. Then the player who wins can redeem money by counting coupons. Of course, during the game, the player can throw stones at any turtle, throw stools, etc. Of course, if there is only such a little idea, it is not enough to make Lao Xu and others admire Lao Xu and others. What really surprised Lao Xu and the others was the names of the three little turtles. Big Tortoise was called Koizumi Ichiro, Urgi was called Koizumi Ichiro, and Sangai was called Koizumi Ichiro. Originally, the homophony of the name was quite eye-catching. In addition, at this sensitive moment, the country is full of hatred of the sun. The launch of this little turtle race at this time can be said to satisfy everyone's hatred of Japan. It can also increase the popularity of Fantasy Westward Journey and thoroughly combat 90% of Magic Baby. Sure enough, after Fantasy Westward Journey launched this little turtle race, the popularity of Fantasy Westward Journey has once again increased, and Magic Baby itself is a Japanese game, and its gameplay is not as good as Fantasy Westward Journey. Not waiting for Chen Xiao's reaction over time, the popularity of Magic Baby has dropped sharply, with an average daily online rate of only about 30,000 people. This is in sharp contrast to the online rate that was once close to 1 million, which is almost unacceptable. How to do? Chen Xiaoi was anxious for a while, and now the 90% situation is getting more and more difficult. If she can think of a solution to the current predicament, what awaits her will be resignation. However, Lin Feng's method is not over yet. A new map has been added to Legend. The new NPC character will launch a plundering attack on the city of Legend. Its leader is called San Mountain Ben 56 inches. Its staff is an NPC named called Beast. It's the strongest on Earth. Has also launched a new map, and there will be a man named Frozen Tianjai attacking the player's city. Lin Feng used this fight against the Sun incident to add various devil elements to the games under the Second World banner, allowing players to slaughter Japanese devils to earn game experience and gold coins. At the same time, it is also evaluated. The player who kills the most devils every week will be awarded the title of anti-Japanese hero. Lin Feng's series of activities have frequently occurred, making Second World the most favorite game company for domestic players and the first choice for everyone to play online games. When the bosses of other companies watched the Second World with a deepening imprint in the minds of players, the bosses of many game companies can only sigh, looking at the appalling online data of their companies' games, and want to cry tears. Damn it, you will be unlucky sooner or later. Many game company bosses cursed Lin Feng secretly in their hearts. Although the state did not pursue Lin Feng's hatred against Japan this time, the Japanese government may not be able to pursue it. At least it can be embarrassing for the Second World Japanese branch. Then they will have to see if Lin Feng can still laugh. Lin Feng didn't care about everyone's worries. Protest in Japan? How to protest? What I said is the truth, and there is no way to protest if I want to protest. If you want to hack your company, you are not afraid. The evidence in Kazama Erisa's hands is not vegetarian. At that time, he will really push himself into a hurry. The big deal is to withdraw from Japan. Anyway, the profits of online games in Japan are very low, and they have not been seen by the Second World in the eyes. When the time comes, he will publish the information in Kazama Erisa's hands. Lin Feng will want to see how the Japanese government explains these dirty transactions and how to explain the dark side of government officials to Japanese citizens. What's more, April is about to enter, and it is also the time for many Japanese companies to announce their financial statements last year. Humphrey, when the Japanese stock market is in chaos, it will be a question of whether it is capable of managing this issue. Of course, if the Japanese government is willing to file a lawsuit with Lin Feng is still eager. It was precisely this matter that attracted the attention of the Japanese government, allowing Abe Cohen and others to stir up trouble in the Japanese stock market and earn a fortune for themselves, allowing Japan to repay a little bit for the crimes it committed in its aggression against China. How the Japanese government will deal with Lin Feng's fanfare anti-Japanese incident is still unknown. After all, these things happened too quickly, and the country responded too quickly. In addition, the financial statements are about to be announced. Although Lin Feng's hatred against Japan incident has been submitted to the Japanese cabinet, how to deal with it will be delayed. But when Lin Feng was amused, there was no movement in Japan. But there was movement in the mainland. The Harmonious Society slogan came out, and there are voices across the country advocating the building of a harmonious society. We must resolutely put an end to all behaviors that destroy the harmonious society and the harmonious home. Undoubtedly, this is the central government once again sending a signal to the people of the whole country. Harmony. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. Originally, this harmonious society slogan was put forward for a while, but I didn't expect my hatred of Japan remarks and actions, but let this slogan come out ahead of schedule. Interesting. Really interesting. It seems that I should indeed converge. Lin Feng is not a 3-year-old kid anymore. Although no government official has opened the phone to tell him a few times, Lin Feng already understands the meaning of the country from the state's actions. It's time to converge. Of course, the state does not notify, but also to see whether Lin Feng understands the advance and retreat. If it still goes its own way, I am afraid the country will reconsider its attitude towards Lin Feng. This world is actually so wonderful. If you can understand, you can succeed. If you can't comprehend, you can only accept failure. At this time, inside Lin Feng Villa, since the lawsuit in which Chongbing sued Lin Feng came out yesterday, Lisa has been worried about it, fearing that Lin Feng will get into any lawsuit. Fortunately, today the court announced that it would not accept the case, and Lin Feng won without a fight. But for Lisa, he still feels a bit scared. Therefore, today I specially made a lot of rich food to suppress Lin Feng. Big brother Lin, cheers, and celebrate your safe return. Lisa thought for a long time, but didn't know how to describe it. After holding back for a long time, when Lin Feng and others looked embarrassed, he reluctantly suffocated the words safe return. After speaking, I felt funny, even sticking out my tongue. Lin Feng squeezed Lisa's nose helplessly. In fact, I won't have any trouble at all in this matter. If you are in trouble, the lawyer will not be able to help yourself. Lin Feng wanted to explain, but he didn't know how to explain it. After all, in Korea today, the law is relatively fair. But in the country, however, Lin Feng does not seem to explain these words as Lisu. After all, this is China's national conditions, and it is a bit difficult to explain. By the way, brother Lin, tomorrow is April Fool's Day. Be careful of being deceived. Lisu showed a bad smile on his face. Lin Feng smiled. This girl wanted to make an April Fool's Day joke to herself last year, and finally lied to herself that the Martians were here. How could Lin Feng believe it? As a result, Lin Feng said casually, asking him to meet at the Bund in Shanghai at 3 o'clock in the evening. It was originally just a joke, but Lisu was really ready to go out at night. Fortunately, the bodyguard responsible for protecting Lisu felt this was too suspicious. Lin Feng would not ask Lisu to meet outside so late, so he temporarily called Lin Feng, who was in a meeting. Otherwise, Lisa might stand stupidly in the cold wind all night. Thinking of last year's embarrassment, Lisa blushed, pulling Lin Feng's sleeves reluctantly, causing Lin Feng to laugh. HMPH, I will lie to you tomorrow, Lisa said threateningly. Lin Feng shrugged and smiled indifferently. That's not right. Lin Feng seemed to feel a little wrong suddenly. It seemed that he had forgotten something, but he couldn't remember what he had forgotten. But in short, this matter was very important and must not be forgotten. Thinking of this, Lin Feng frowned and sat on the sofa silently, thinking hard about what he had forgotten. In the living room, Lisa, Lin Ziyui and others looked cautious. I don't know what happened to Lin Feng. Why did his face suddenly become gloomy? What's wrong? What's wrong with Lin Feng? Brother Lin. Lisa looked at Lin Feng timidly, trying to help Lin Feng share his worries, but didn't know how to do it well. After all, she had never expressed any opinions about Lin Feng, nor did she know what to say. Looking at Lin Feng's frown, Lisa was really very guilty and didn't know what to do. Thinking that she was so useless, she couldn't help Lin Feng at all, and Avril at least helped Lin Feng take care of the second entertainment. Huang Meixi took care of Xiao Yui for Lin Feng and Chu City, but she was so incompetent. Thinking of this, Lisa wanted to cry. At this moment, Lin Feng snapped his thigh fiercely. It's him! Lin Feng exclaimed and stood up abruptly. Hey, Yui, what's the matter with you? Who is bullying you? Tell you brother Lin, I'll bully him. Lin Feng saw Lisa suddenly burst into tears in his eyes, and his heart was filled with guilt, and he hurried over and hugged Lisa tightly. It's okay, brother Lin. I just feel like I'm too useless to help. Brother Lin. Lisa hugged Lin Feng tightly with a look of self-blame. By the way, brother Lin, what happened to you just now? What makes you so frown? Yes, Yui, I'm going to leave, and it's too late if I don't leave. Lisa's words reminded Lin Feng. Look at his watch, it is already 9 o'clock in the evening. I am leaving, otherwise I am afraid it is too late. Yui, I won't be back tonight. Take care of yourself, Lin Feng said as he ran out. Brother Lin, Where are you going? Lisa asked anxiously. She rarely saw Lin Feng so anxious. Hong Kong. Lin Feng's voice gradually disappeared into the air. Hong Kong. Lisa was stunned. But Lin Feng's affairs, she has never been very concerned, but looking at Lin Feng's look, I am afraid that something big will happen in Hong Kong. At this time, Lin Feng and Li Ru and others rushed directly to the hangar where his Wind Wings was docked at Shanghai International Airport. Boss, what's the matter? What happened? Li Ru and others were surprised when Lin Feng looked nervous. They have seen something that can make Lin Feng so nervous, and they have seen it a few times, and every time there is a major event. Can it really happen in Hong Kong? Regarding Li Ru and others' questions, Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. There are some things he can't explain because he can't explain it either. Because this hasn't happened yet, if you say it in advance, how will you explain it? Is it true that Big N 134 generation grandson is used to explain? Who believes it? Lin Feng closed his lips and said nothing. Naturally, Li Ru and others would not ask too much. They were dull all the way. They only breathed a sigh of relief after they got on their own special plane and the plane flew into the sky. Look at the watch, it's still early at 22:30. It only takes about 2 hours to get from Shanghai to Hong Kong in the early morning. However, what Lin Feng is distressed at the moment is how to contact that person in Hong Kong and how to persuade him. Trouble. Lin Feng found it very troublesome. This man was also the idol of Lin Feng, and also the idol of hundreds of millions of Chinese. Lin Feng would never want him to have an accident. Before Rebirth, Lin Feng felt very regretful when he heard the news of his death, and Zheng joked that if he had a chance, he would not let such a tragedy happen. Now that Lin Feng has really suffered a rebirth and he has the ability, Lin Feng absolutely does not want this to happen again. He must save. Just how to save? Lin Feng hesitated for a while. After all, Lin Feng couldn't run over, and said to others, "You don't want to jump off the building, this will ruin your life and make your fans sad." If Lin Feng said that, he would definitely be regarded as a fool. What's more, it is impossible to dissuade a person who wants to commit suicide in search of death. Hey, how can I persuade you, brother? Lin Feng looked at Leslie Chung's photo, and had a headache. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 721 Realistic Ways Class? Leslie Chung, born in Hong Kong on September 12, 1956, participated in the Asian Amateur Singer Contest in 1977 and won the runner-up, and since then he has officially entered the entertainment industry. He won the highest honors in Hong Kong's music scene, including the Golden Needle Award, and was the first artist to win both the Gold Award for Outstanding Male Singer and the Most Popular Male Singer for 2 consecutive years. At the same time, he has performed 56 films and was selected as the Best Actor at the Hong Kong Film Awards, the Hong Kong Film Critics Association Award, the Best Actor at the Japan Film Critics Association Award, and was invited to serve as a jury member of the Berlin International Film Festival and won the Chinese Film Special Contribution Award of the Performing Arts Society. Note: in 2010, CNN selected 25 of the greatest Asian actors in history. Leslie Chung was among them. In the same year, the results of the Reasons for Love Hong Kong selection by Radio Hong Kong were announced, and the first place, Leslie Chung. For brother Leslie Chung, Lin Feng has always been a fan and movie fan. He was really embarrassed when he heard that he committed suicide and fell from the building. Now if he can save his life, it would be a pity back then. While meditating on how to save Leslie Chung, Lin Feng suddenly realized that this time he suddenly left Shanghai for Hong Kong, which was a good thing. Nowadays, the domestic advocacy of harmony is not aimed at oneself, but it is somewhat of a warning effect. Leaving for a few days this time can be regarded as a refuge from the limelight, and it is also an expression of one's attitude to the country. At the same time, tomorrow is April 1st, and the 2002 financial statements of major Japanese companies will also be announced. It is also that Abby Cohen and others have officially started to implement the long-standing money collecting plan. It is convenient for Abby if Lin Feng is not in the country. Cohen and others acted. Not long after, Lin Feng's special plane arrived in Hong Kong in the night fog. After arriving in Hong Kong, Lin Feng's first thing was to call Andy Lau. "Hey, Feng Tsai, is there anything important to come to Hong Kong so late?" Andy Lau received Lin Feng's call, but he was taken aback. He didn't expect Lin Feng to come to Hong Kong so late and call him. Fortunately, he recently trained in Hong Kong. If Lin Feng fights a few days earlier, I am afraid Andy Lau is not in Hong Kong. Lin Feng frowned and thought about it, but he didn't know how to say it. Suddenly he had an idea in his mind. "Huazi, I have a new game idea, but it involves too many people. I wonder if you can help ask a few friends out to meet. For example, Xue, Liming, Leslie Chung and others," Lin Feng said. Now, Andy Lau frowned. It was 2 o'clock in the morning. It was a bit difficult to ask them out. After all, they are all Emperor superstars, all have their own activities. It is really a bit difficult now. "It's okay, at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. How about I invite you to have morning tea?" Lin Feng said with a smile. According to memory, the time for brother to jump off the building was around 18 o'clock in the evening on April 1st, and there was still plenty of time. "Well, that's okay. See you tomorrow. I'll call them now." Andy Lau looked at his watch, calculated the schedule, nodded and agreed to hang up. Lin Feng let out a long sigh, so perhaps the brother would not die. However, since I will meet these superstars in Hong Kong tomorrow, Lin Feng will naturally not miss this opportunity in vain, and just take this opportunity to complete what he previously promised Kui Ming's portrait rights issue of Virtual Life. Nowadays, Virtual Life has been developed to the later stage, and it is expected to be listed for public beta in about March. But the most important issue of celebrity portrait rights has not been resolved. If the public beta is about to come, and the celebrity's portrait rights have not been resolved, it would be a big joke. When Lin Feng came to Hong Kong this time, he also took the opportunity to sign a brand new portrait right with these celebrities in Hong Kong. Of course, in Lin Feng's eyes, the so-called celebrities can be not only Andy Lau and Jackie Chung, but also Super H Li Zikai and Li Kashing. They can all appear in Virtual Life. Lin Feng believes this is definitely the attraction of the game. After all, it is usually impossible for ordinary people to come into contact with celebrities and these super rich people, but Lin Feng can give them a chance to become friends with celebrities and rich people in the game. Just when Lin Feng was pondering how many celebrities in Hong Kong are worth signing, a phone call came. "Shine Zeboy, why don't you contact us old friends when you come to Hong Kong?" Li Zikai's voice came. Lin Feng was slightly surprised. He didn't expect Lima to be known by Li Zikai when he first arrived in Hong Kong. Li Zikai's news was a bit too well informed. "You know, I took a special plane to come to the hotel. My butt hadn't been hot yet. I just made a phone call." But on second thought, the Li family is the richest man in Hong Kong. It would be weird if there is no such energy. "Ha ha, Richard, didn't I just arrive, and I am about to call you. How about, do you have time to sit together?" Lin Feng asked with a smile. "Ha, I'm waiting for your words. I have a few friends who are also very interested in getting to know you, so we will meet at the Hong Kong Horse Club later. By the way, your membership, I will give you. Do it. Then you come in directly to find us," Li Zikai said with a smile. Lin Feng nodded. The Hong Kong Jockey Club is Hong Kong's largest, most expensive and top private club. Although the main focus is on exchanges of horse racing experience, since Hong Kong people like horse racing, most of the rich have bought horses to compete, so it has become a place for business elites to negotiate and date. After all, the services provided by top private members are definitely not worse than those provided by five-star hotels. The Hong Kong Jockey Club's membership qualifications are also scary, as high as 250,000 Hong Kong dollars. Not long after, Lin Feng drove to the Hong Kong Jockey Club. It can become the top private club in Hong Kong, and naturally there will be no such thing as the kind of guards who do not know Chan and offend the distinguished guests. As soon as Lin Feng arrived at the Hong Kong Jockey Club, a doorman came to open the door, and then respectfully welcomed Lin Feng in, and directly escorted him to the box where Li Zikai and others were located. From beginning to end, he was extremely respectful and did not speak much, unless Lin When the Wind asks, he will answer a few words respectfully. If the guest is in a good mood, he will say a few more words. If the guest is in a bad mood, he will immediately shut his mouth. Just arrived at the box where Li Zikai and the others were from the gate. In these few minutes on the road, Lin Feng had already felt the kind of emperor-like service. This 250,000 Hong Kong dollar membership fee is worth it. Ha, Shine Ze boy, you are finally here. Let me introduce some friends to you. Li Zikai smiled and gave Lin Feng a hug, and then introduced the two people around him to Lin Feng. This is Tang Jiaqing. Li Zikai pointed to a young man beside him and said briefly. In Li Zikai, Lin Feng's realm, introducing friends is extremely simple, never mentioning the other's family background or wealth. That is not to make friends, but to show off. Hello, Mr. Lin. I have longed for you for a long time. I didn't expect to have a chance to see you today. One person stood up from Li Zikai and reached out to Lin Feng with his right hand. Good meeting, happy meeting. Lin Feng took the opportunity to shake hands and looked at the man in front of him. Lin Feng's eyes swept up and down slightly, already taking a look at it. To ask Lin Feng how he feels about this young man named Tang Jiaqing, Lin Feng can only say two words: handsome. The young man named Tang Jiaqing in front of him was so handsome in appearance. It was a pity not to be a movie star, especially the faint elegance and melancholy on his body. Lin Feng can be sure that if he and Tang Jiaqing pursue a girl at the same time, the girl will definitely choose Tang Jiaqing instead of Lin Feng. Hee, this is Zheng Zihing. Li Zikai pointed to another young man beside him and said, Mr. Lin, fortunately meeting. I admire your feat in acquiring Tottenham Hotspur. A man slightly older than Tang Jiaqing stood up and shook hands, exclaiming. Lin Feng smiled. Then the four people sat down. Lin Feng secretly sent a message to Li Rui, who was waiting outside, by going to the bathroom, asking him to inquire about the life experiences of Tang Jiaqing and Zheng Zihing. These two are by no means ordinary people, and this time Li Zikai introduced them to Lin Feng. I am afraid it was also intentional. Lin Feng didn't suspect that Li Zikai had any intentions, but just associating with people. Lin Feng must first understand who he is, but he shouldn't be confused with people. This is a big taboo for people of Lin Feng's status. Not long after, before Lin Feng came out of the bathroom, Li Rui had already reported the two of them. I have to say that with the network, everything becomes convenient. For example, Li Rui just logged into Google, entered the names of the two, and soon got their information. It is almost unnecessary for Li Rui to use the relationship between the Hong Kong garrison to investigate the details of the two. Lin Feng turned on the phone and was slightly surprised. It's not easy for these two people. Tang Jiaqing, the son of Tang Junian of the Thompson Group. At the age of 13, he suffered from depression and was forced to suspend school. Since then, he started to attend a social university and achieved good grades. Tang Jiaqing was filming with his mother at the age of 4 and entered the stock market at the age of 15. As a small stock god, at the age of 18, he began to help his father manage the company and do business. And because of its handsome appearance, the Taiwanese media called the realistic version of Hui's one of the male protagonists of Popular Garden, handsome, golden, and gentle. Zheng Zihing, the eldest grandson of New World Group chairman Zheng Yutong, was appointed as the third-generation successor. However, instead of relying on family power, he chose to start his own business. He is currently the CEO of Cybermedic of Greater China Medical Network and holds a Bachelor of Economics from the University of Western Ontario in Canada. Lin Feng sighed slightly. The two of them are really not easy. All of them have very big backgrounds, but I don't know what Li Zikai had for introducing them to himself. However, no matter why Li Zikai introduced it to himself, Lin Feng had a vague idea in his mind. Tang Jiaqing, Hong Kong's small stock god. Zheng Zihing, Bachelor of Economics. Li Zikai, also the little Asian Superman, this time the Japanese stock market. He may be able to invite them to play together. Anyway, the Japanese don't make money for nothing. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 722. The more the better. Not long after, Lin Feng smiled and returned to his seat. Lin Feng, come, have a drink. Li Zikai held the cup and met with Lin Feng. Mr. Lin, I am a fan. I especially like the Premier League. I really admire Mr. Lin's feat in acquiring Tottenham Hotspur in the Premier League. This is a face for the Chinese. Zheng Zihing exclaimed. A Chinese can buy a Premier League club, which has a different meaning for Hong Kong people. After all, before 1997, Hong Kong was still a British colony. Although Hong Kong was wealthy and was called the Pearl of the Orient, the status of Hong Kong people was rather embarrassing at that time. Although it was a British colony, it did not have British or Chinese nationality. It was also a British colony. He is a second-class citizen, and after the reunification, he finally became a Hong Kong citizen of China. Now Lam Feng has acquired Tottenham Hotspur, the British Empire, the proudest sporting Super League team, and it can be said to have made a face for all Chinese people. As Hong Kongers, Zheng Zihing and others are naturally happy. Hee, Zihing, let's call my name, so it's kinda too. Lin Feng smiled and raised his glass slightly to Zheng Zihing. Lin Feng, to your Tottenham Hotspur. Zheng Zihing smiled. Cheers. Everyone toasted. They are all young people, and they are all young people who have outstanding achievements in their respective fields, and the four quickly became acquainted with each other. Lin, I am looking for you today. In addition to asking you out to gather and meet friends, we also have an idea. I hope you can help us refer to it. Li Zikai said suddenly. Lin Feng raised his glass and respected, let Li Zikai and others have something to say. Hee. The three of us are also thinking about acquiring a Premier League club. Li Zikai said with a smile. Huh? Lin Feng whispered. Unexpectedly Li Zikai also planned to acquire the Premier League club, which was beyond Lin Feng's expectation. Lin Feng, Hong Kong people, our favorite is horse racing, followed by football, especially the Premier League. Tang Jiaqing said, originally, we had been planning to acquire a Premier League club. One is to satisfy the hobbies of the three of us, the second is to prove that we Hong Kong people can also have a certain right to speak in the UK, the third is to use this to improve the level of Hong Kong football. Yes, but we were not sure before, and we were also under pressure from our fathers and other sources. Although we had this idea, we have not implemented it. Now that we learn that you have acquired Tottenham Hotspur, we are tempted again. Zheng Zihing added. So, we want to consult your opinion. See how much money is needed to acquire a Premier League club, what is the subsequent investment, and how difficult is the operation during the period. Li Zikai asked. Regarding the acquisition of the Premier League club, the three of Li Zikai naturally went through a more detailed understanding, and were also clear about the general acquisition process. This time I asked Lin Feng to refer to it. After all, Lin Feng acquired Tottenham Hotspur. Naturally, all the links in the sphere are clearest, and they can also provide them with the most practical advice. After all, the assets of Li Zikai's three people are more than enough to acquire a Premier League club, but they have the biggest difference with Lin Feng. Their wealth comes from their ancestors. Although the three of them worked independently and created a foundation, it is undeniable that their parents played a big role in the back. This is why most of the descendants of successful businessmen, as long as they are smart enough and sensitive to the market, can usually succeed. After all, the other party does not look at the monk's face but also at the Buddha's face. This is the motivation and their resistance. With the shadow of their parents behind, no matter what they do, they must consider all aspects of their emotions and opinions. It is impossible for them to act like Lin Feng's recklessness and fearlessness. Sometimes, Li Zikai and others really admire Lin Feng's self-made. They can control everything they own absolutely freely. Well, The operation is not difficult. In the hearts of the FAR, they hope to make the Premier League the most successful football league in the world, and to make it the most successful league. In addition to being successful in commercial operations, it is profitable. The excitement of the league is also very important. If there are more teams competing for the championship, I believe the FAR will also like it. As for the cost, it depends on which Premier League club you are going to acquire and your ambitions. How old is it? Lin Feng then briefly explained some of the expenses after acquiring the Premier League club. The three of Li Zikai looked at each other and smiled a little bitterly. Since the three of them want to buy a Premier League club, they can't just be satisfied with relegation. They are all young people and naturally hope to compete for the championship. But in that case, even ordinary clubs will cost hundreds of millions of pounds. It's not that Li Zikai and the three can't get the money, but they must consider the consequences. If they fail, what will their parents think of them? To the point where they are, especially from a wealthy family, they must be cautious, and cautious in every move. This is also the reason why no Hong Kong tycoons bought a sports club. Looking at the slightly distressed expressions of the three of them, Lin Feng's heart moved. Why, funding is a little difficult. Lin Feng asked. Li Zikai, Tang Jiaqing, and Zheng Ziheng were embarrassed. The three of them are all from wealthy families, and each of them is worth billions of Hong Kong dollars. But the three of them can't come up with £300 million in cash in a joint venture, which is really a shame. Unlike Lin Feng, in Tottenham Hotspur, he said that he would rebuild the White Deer Lane Stadium and reshape the traffic near the White Deer Lane Stadium. Think about Lin Feng, who spent $1.3 billion at a time, but the three of them couldn't even get £300 million in cash, which really insulted the words behind the rich. Looking at the embarrassing expressions of the three, Lin Feng knew that the three of them would definitely not be able to produce so much cash. Although he was secretly funny, he didn't mean to make fun of him. After all, the world is not all rich people like Abramovich and Suleiman, and most of their personal assets are cash. Like Li Zikai, Tang Jiaqing, Zheng Ziheng, including Lin Feng himself, their personal assets are mostly stocks and real estate. For a while, it is naturally difficult to come up with so much cash. Even this time, Lin Feng raised $1.3 billion in cash through the Goldman Sachs Investment Bank for the acquisition of Tottenham Hotspur and subsequent construction plans. However, the three of Li Zikai couldn't come up with at least £300 million in cash, which happened to be in line with Lin Feng's plan, and it was a plan that Lin Feng could hardly manage. This requires the help of Li Zikai and others. Thinking of this, Lin Feng smiled mysteriously. Li Zikai, Tang Jiaqing, and Zheng Ziheng were a little overwhelmed by Lin Feng's smile. They always felt that Lin Feng's smile contained a temptation that they could not refuse, but it would definitely be difficult for them. Richard, I have a plan that will allow you to earn enough cash in a short period of time. As long as the plan is successful then, let alone three people buying a Premier League club, each of you three will buy a Premier League club. Yes. Lin Feng stretched out his devil tentacles. Li Zikai and the three people suddenly felt that they could earn enough cash in a short period of time. This is absolutely tempting, especially when the three of Li Zikai are short of cash. This is even more tempting. Lin Feng, are you talking about stocks? Tang Jiaqing frowned and couldn't help but interject. Lin Feng secretly praised. Sure enough, he is not a small god, so keenly aware of his intentions. Yes, it's the stock market. I got an internal news, which is enough to make us a fortune. Lin Feng said confidently. The three looked at each other and nodded secretly. Since Lin Feng was so convinced, the news must be extremely accurate, and they would never suspect that Lin Feng was lying to them. After all, Lin Feng is now the richest man in Asia, and it is impossible to lie. But what Li Zikai and the three care about is the conditions behind Lin Feng. Lin Feng, let's talk about it. What needs our help? Li Zikai asked helplessly and curiously. When Lin Feng spoke, naturally it couldn't be about money. After all, they are not super rich like Abramovich. If Lin Feng lacks funds and the turnover is not efficient, the little funds in their hands will not be able to give Lin Feng any help. Therefore, There is only one possibility. Lin Feng needs their contacts. Networking, this is something money can't buy. Lin Feng smiled and was waiting for these words. Later, Lin Feng took out a plan from his briefcase. This is a brand new online game that my company is researching and developing, virtual life, in which players will act as a complete self, and they can reshape and change their lives through activities in the game. Lin Feng explained. The three of Li Zikai took over the plan and looked through it carefully. After watching, the three of them exclaimed, "If this game can be successfully developed, I am afraid it will usher in a new era of online games. This is no longer a game, but a society. In this game, players are no longer playing games, but experiencing Second Life, which can be said to be Second World." But Li Zikai and others also understood what Lin Feng was asking for. Thinking of this, Li Zikai and others looked strange. For what Lin Feng asked for, he really could only ask them to rely on their contacts. Otherwise, just relying on Lin Feng's current contacts, it is impossible to achieve the conditions required for this virtual life. At this time, Lin Feng took out a data sheet again, filled with rows of names. This is the name of the celebrity and celebrity I need to sign and authorize. I hope the three can help me a lot, Lin Feng said. Li Zikai, Tang Jiaqing, and Zheng Ziheng came together to take a look at the list of results, and they were shocked. This list includes almost all the lists of the rich and famous in Hong Kong, as well as the list of celebrities. It can be said that Lin Feng has almost exhausted all the celebrities in the public eye of Hong Kong, and the more exaggerated 4 characters are added at the back, the better. There is one more chapter, updated at around 8 p.m. to be continued. If you want to know what's going on, please log in. More chapters, support the author, support the original reading. To be continued. Chapter 723 is ready to go. The three of Li Zikai smiled bitterly. Lin Feng's request was really unambiguous. It included all the well-known celebrities and celebrities in Hong Kong's financial industry. The request was really simple. Fortunately, Lin Feng asked the three of them, given the status of the three families behind Li Zikai, Tang Jiaqing, and Zheng Ziheng in Hong Kong today, it is not too difficult to get these people on Lin Feng's list. However, what made Li Zikai and the three hesitate was that a very important issue was involved, that is, safety. The online game of virtual life conceived by Lin Feng allows players to experience Second Life in the game. Through the interaction in the game, players can become friends with celebrities, become friends with rich men, and even become friends. The boss of the rich man provided that the rich man allows relevant authorization, and can visit the homes of celebrities and this involves a personal safety issue. In Lin Feng's concept, the residences of these celebrities and rich men will be restored 100%, so that all players will have an immersive feeling, allowing players to tour residences of celebrities or celebrities through the game. This idea is really good. After all, for most ordinary people, they are always a little curious about the privacy of these celebrities, and they are always full of yearning. If there is this game, players can go to the villas of celebrities and celebrities in the game. Li Zikai believes that anyone will definitely choose to enter this game. People are curious. For example, Li Zikai, if there is a game that allows him to enter Bill Gates' home, he will be full of interest and cannot help but want to browse. But if it is completely restored, how to ensure the safety issue? Those kidnappers can refer to the terrain according to the game, and then take the evil crimes of kidnapping and extortion. Richard, in terms of safety, what I restore will be the houses of rich people or celebrities published in media magazines, and will be revised or omitted in key places. I will have experts here to review this point. Lin Feng relieved say. Li Zikai thought for a while and nodded in agreement. After all, the addresses of many wealthy people in Hong Kong have long been published by paparazzi and gossip magazines, which is hardly a secret. If the kidnappers want to kidnap, just buy a gossip magazine. You can easily find the addresses of many rich people and celebrities in Hong Kong. Zhang Ziqiang, who kidnapped his eldest brother in the past, did not find his mansion through a gossip magazine and came to extort 1 billion. Okay, Shine Zeboy. The three of us on this list do our best to do our best. I believe that with the contacts of the three of us, most of the people on this list can still win the image rights. However, those of us in business portrait rights, you don't need to ask you for money. But for those celebrities' portrait rights, we can't decide, and we can't cut the way for people and money. Lee Zikai said in a deep mood. Naturally, I will be responsible for the star. Lin Feng nodded and said, celebrities are already very wealthy, so they naturally look down on this licensing fee. It's a shame to take it and lose your value. But for the celebrities, it is different. The celebrities eat this bowl of rice. If you don't pay for the use of the portrait, you will end the money. No matter how powerful Lee Zikai and others are in Hong Kong, they must evade this issue. Shine Zeboy, I have something that I don't like. Maybe you don't like it, but I have to say, this time this favor is too big. If you can't satisfy us with that money-making opportunity, we won't stick to it after it's done. Lee Zikai said with a black face. Lee Zikai himself is extremely optimistic about the concept of virtual life. If it succeeds, the second world will once again open up a yellow gold mine, and then the profits of the second world will leap again. As the fourth largest individual shareholder of the second world, the more successful the second world, the more profit he will naturally get. It can be said that Lee Zikai himself highly admires this plan. The reason why he stood against Lin Feng at this moment was also to express his stance, lest Tang Jiaqing and Zheng Ziheng think that Lee Zikai and Lin Feng are setting a trap for them. After all, this matter cannot be done by one person close to Lee Zikai. The implications are too wide. Lee Zikai cannot balance everyone. It needs the contacts and strength of the three, and even the mobilization of his family power, to do his best to solve this matter. For Lin Feng, this favor is too big to sell. In order for everyone to cooperate in the future, Lee Zikai must say this, but also to wake up Lin Feng. If this exchange is not satisfactory, then Lin Feng had better give other compensation afterwards. If you owe money, it's not so good. Moreover, if Lin Feng wants to continue to develop, it is bound to make more friends. This may be an opportunity, but Lin Feng must show his sincerity. In some cases, the connections and influence of the ancient family are far from being bought by cash. Lin Feng naturally heard the implicit meaning in Lee Zikai's words and smiled in his heart. Lee Zikai, this friend, really did not cross himself. Rest assured, this opportunity to make money will definitely satisfy all of us. But the difference lies in whether you have the courage to do it and earn a vote fiercely. Lin Feng clenched his fists. Tang Jiaqing's eyes lit up, and he turned on the laptop he carried with him to call up the major stock markets in the country. Lin Feng, which country do you want to be in the stock market? The global stock market has experienced the internet bubble in 2001 and is slowly recovering. Which country is it? Tang Jiaqing frowned. Lin Feng smiled. Japan. Lin Feng said with a smile. Japan. The three were surprised. Tang Jiaqing suddenly remembered something and suddenly realized there are still 6 hours. That is the time for major Japanese companies to announce their financial statements. Lin Feng, do you have any inside information that a certain Japanese company will make a major loss, which will drive the entire Japanese stock market to a serious decline? Tang Jiaqing said in an analysis. Lin Feng secretly gave a thumbs up after hearing that. God is God. Sony. Lin Feng entered Sony's code on the Japanese stock market and called up Sony's quotation. Sony. Lee Zikai and the three hurriedly took a look. The current share price of Sony is $72.25 per share, which is 77% lower than the historically highest share price of $314.75. Sony acquired the phone division of Ericsson last year. The Trinitron technology in LCD is also leading the world, and the PS2 game console has exceeded 100 million units worldwide. It seems that the situation is very good. According to common sense, after 6 hours, Sony's share price should be there won't be any big changes. Tang Jiaqing said slowly. According to his estimates, Sony's stock price should not have fallen sharply. After all, Sony has been a leader in global high-tech companies for decades. However, Lin Feng aimed at Sony, which is a bit weird. Could it be that Sony's financial statements last year were terrible? Tang Jiaqing only has this idea in his mind. Only when the company's financial statements last year suffered a huge loss, the stock price may fall sharply. Could it be that Tang Jiaqing thought of a possibility? If Sony's stock price falls sharply and its financial statements are very bad, the immediate impact is that high-tech stocks that have just experienced a catastrophe will suffer another heavy blow. The Japanese stock market, which has been struggling and has not been able to recover, is bound to suffer another heavy blow. In this kind of stock market doomsday, if you want to make money, you can only speculate in futures, or play a bigger role in foreign exchange. Thinking of this, the sweat on Tang Jiaqing's forehead came down. Although he is known as the small stock god, since his debut in stock trading, he has won 9 out of 10, but he has only heard of this level of stock trading and has never actually speculated. After all, he is called the small stock god, which also shows to a certain level that his previous stocks are all small troubles. Since Lin Feng had insider information this time, Lin Feng would definitely not just play for fun. And listening to Lin Feng's tone, I'm afraid it's quite a big game this time. Thinking of this, Tang Jiaqing's breathing became suffocated, and she became extremely quick. If 6 hours later, Sony's financial statements last year were really bad, then this time is a big event, and they will rely on this matter to earn a vote. Li Zikai, Tang Jiaqing, Zheng Ziheng, this time I got the exact news that Sony will have a huge deficit, and we can earn a lot of votes from the Japanese. But do you dare to play? Lin Feng said excitedly. Li Zikai, Tang Jiaqing, and Zheng Ziheng looked at each other and nodded. Since we are going to play this time, we will play bigger. Anyway, you always have to take a risk. Why not believe Lin Feng once and fight fiercely? If they succeed, it will have a major impact on their future careers. Okay, Lin Feng, let's get a vote together this time. Li Zikai, Tang Jiaqing, Zheng Ziheng stretched out their palms. Okay, I've gotten a lot of votes from Japan when I was young. Lin Feng put his hands heavily in the hands of the three of them. Subsequently, the four discussed details. Li Zikai, Tang Jiaqing, and Zheng Ziheng made a joint venture of $200 million in cash. The small stock god Tang Jiaqing was the trader, and Li Zikai and Zheng Ziheng were deputy. At most, the three can work together to raise $1 billion in cash temporarily. Little stock god Tang Jiaqing is the trader, and Li Zikai and Zheng Ziheng are the deputies. Lin Feng also told the three of Abby Cohen's contact information, and the two worked together. Lin, I'm afraid it will be a big game this time. I want to raise more funds. The $140 million is not enough. Abby Cohen called. Lin Feng's heart jumped. It seems that this combination of Li Zikai and the three also gave Abby Cohen ambitious. $140 million is not enough. So how much is enough? Lin Feng thought for a while, gritted his teeth. Abby, I still have a $700 million loan from Goldman Sachs in my account. I will allocate all of it to you immediately, hoping you can fight me a beautiful battle. Lin Feng said from the table. Li Zikai and the three were surprised when they heard the words. Lin Feng will also raise $700 million, which is a big deal. Although it cannot be compared with the tens of billions of dollars when Surrey's quantum fund hit Asia, it was Surrey's that used absolute cash to build momentum and forcibly created an Asian financial crisis. This time Lin Feng was just taking advantage of the situation, so the funds needed were naturally very small. In the dawn of the sun, the morning of April 1, 2003, just arrived. A Japanese stock market crisis that shocked the world quietly appeared. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 724, New Sharing Agreement. 2003, April 1st. April Fool's Day. This day was originally a very ordinary day for ordinary people. The only difference is that you can make jokes on this day without worrying about infringing any legal responsibilities. The deceived person will only smile, and will not feel resentful for it. But no one knows this day, someone will make a big joke to the world, so big that everyone can't bear it. At 7:30 a.m. Beijing time and 8:30 a.m. Tokyo time, Lin Feng came to the famous Liang Xianglu tea house in Hong Kong to meet Andy Law and others. As for Li Zikai, Tang Jiaqing, Zheng Zihing and others, although they stayed up all night, they were full of energy, with red faces and bright eyes. They had secretly raised funds to prepare for the opening of the Japanese stock market short. Lin Feng looked at his watch, and within 30 minutes, the Japanese stock market would open. The plan that he and Abby Cohen and others had planned for nearly a month was about to be implemented. No one knows how much money will be made this time and what changes will happen to the Japanese stock market with the addition of others. But this time we must make a fierce vote. In addition to earning enough liquidity for his own Tottenham Hotspur, Lin Feng also has more uses. Whether it is second world or second entertainment, the future will gradually enter a 3D era. You must plan ahead and master this technology ahead of the world. And there is no doubt that the 3D technology needs a lot of financial support, and this time is just an opportunity. Take advantage of the Japanese stock market to get a vote. After all, most of Lin Feng's funds are stocks and real estate. It is impossible to have so much capital to implement 3D. At this time, someone entered the box of where Lin Feng was. Feng Tsai, you came really early. I thought that Xue Yu and I came early enough, but I didn't expect you to be earlier. The visitor yelled softly when he saw Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked up and saw that the national idols Andy Law and the song god Jackie Chung. Xue Yu, sit down. Ha, I'm fine anyway. I'll come here early and sit here by myself. First tasting tea is also good. Lin Feng smiled and poured a cup of fragrant tea for Andy Law and Jackie Chung. Andy Law and Jackie Chung secretly surprised, but a warm light flashed in their eyes. Lin Feng is now the richest man in Asia, and he is so young. Although they are almost household names in Asia, they are still only artists in the final analysis. Their status are far from being comparable to those of a super-rich like Lin Feng. But today, Lin Feng not only opened the box in advance to wait for them, but he also poured tea for them personally. Although it was just a simple effort, it made the two of them feel very heartbroken. Lin Feng, this friend, didn't make it for nothing. I also secretly determined in my heart that no matter what plan Lin Feng proposed later, as long as he could, he would do his best to help. At this time, other people also came in one after another, and soon the table was filled, including Leslie Chung, who cared most about Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at the people present, especially swept a few times on Leslie Chung's face. His face was gloomy, his eyes were dull, and his mouth was muttering something from time to time. Lin Feng sighed secretly, typical of depression. Brother was tortured by depression and irresponsible scribbling by the Hong Kong media. However, brother had too strong self-esteem and could not stand the stimulus, and finally went to a dead end. Feeling Lin Feng's gaze, Andy Law and the others glanced at Leslie Chung, then sighed slightly, then winked at Lin Feng. Leslie Chung's self-esteem is too strong, he doesn't need anyone's sympathy. Lin Feng nodded. For depression, Lin Feng has also checked, this disease is very difficult to cure, especially for public figures like Leslie Chung. Every move is in the sight of the public. Once suffering from depression, it is even worse. What Lin Feng can do is to give him a direction or goal of spiritual sustenance. After Lin Feng ordered the people to bring the cakes and tea, he started to get into the topic while tasting the cakes with everyone. Everyone, I am very grateful that you were able to become the contracted artists of audition under our company in the past. Thank you very much for your support. Lin Feng first expressed his gratitude. After all, the popularity of audition in the past 2 years cannot be separated from the support of these superstars. Without their support, audition would not attract so many fans into the game, creating a record of online game profits. Andy Law, Jackie Chung and others smiled. In the past 2 years, after they became the contracted artists of audition, although they only received a 3-year contract fee of 1 million from Lin Feng, their popularity has been greatly improved by relying on this game, related records, movies, the sales of pictures, etc. have been greatly increased, and the income of each person has increased significantly. Now our company has developed a brand new online game Virtual Life on the basis of audition. I hope to continue to cooperate with you. Lin Feng handed the contracts he carried to everyone one by one. Everyone took a look and was taken aback for a moment. The request this time was much more detailed than the last time. Last time, I just asked everyone for their simple portrait rights. This time not only the rights to their portraits, but also their related housing rights, as well as personal privacy rights to a certain extent. It can be said that players can learn about them through this game and understand what the stars in the players' minds are. Even players can build different relationships with celebrities by completing various tasks in the game. Everyone hesitated for a while. This requirement is a bit too detailed, so that they are afraid that they don't have privacy. You don't need to be completely realistic about your information published in the game. We can use a certain amount of fiction. It's like the personal information published in those gossip magazines. As for the residence, you only need to provide a set of residences where you live. That's fine. I will send a professional surveyor to measure and restore your residential environment in the game. Lin Feng explained. These so-called information are only used to flick those celebrity fans. Naturally, they don't need to be too detailed and too real, as long as the celebrity gives the player the same impression. Originally, the appearance of these stars and celebrities is just a gimmick, a selling point that attracts players to the game. What really matters is the connotation of the game. And the connotation of this virtual life, Lin Feng is extremely confident about it. In this virtual life, players will definitely feel the second life. This will be a game for players to play for a lifetime. Andy Law and the others, you look at me, I look at you, and after thinking about it, I don't have much objection to the content requested by Lin Feng. After all, 95% of their personal privacy has long been turned upside down by various gossip magazines in Hong Kong, and there is no secret for a long time. As for the requirements in virtual life that players can become friends with them, it is relatively simple. Many celebrities also hope to be friends with their fans. There is nothing wrong with being friends through games. Of course, as for the more intimate relationship in the future, it depends on the values and openness of different stars. What really cares about Andy Law and others is the signing of the sharing agreement. This time, Lin Feng changed the past signing fee, but changed it to the signing share and signing fee. The signing fee is still 1 million Hong Kong dollars per star, but there is no time limit. As long as virtual life is running, Second World has the exclusive right to portrait in virtual life. This seems unfair to many stars. After all, this is equivalent to a lifetime contract. But the real profit point comes from its contract share. In this virtual life, Lin Feng bundles it with real objects. Players can buy celebrities' genuine CDs, posters, signed shirts, concert tickets, etc. in exchange for the celebrity's friendliness. Of course, in the game among the series of consumption generated by interaction with virtual celebrities, celebrities are also divided. In short, how high a star's final profit is will depend entirely on their respective popularity and influence. Moreover, Lin Feng will conduct sales rankings at the end of the year, select the 10 most popular celebrities by players based on the actual consumption data of players, and will also adopt a series of lottery activities. After reading these terms and future plans, Andy Law and the others showed joy and surprise on their faces. This way of dividing is the first time that Huang Hua's eldest daughter gets on the sedan chair. But obviously, this can not only directly promote the sales of their records and movies, but also bring a direct increase in their popularity. Leslie Chung was also attracted by Lin Feng's novel plan. Feng Tsai, I very much agree with this plan. It will directly help your company, our popularity and income, but we need to consider the details. After all, it involves a lot of our personal privacy. Andy Law took the lead. Afterwards, other people also agreed, threatening to go back and have detailed discussions with the broker before signing the contract. Regarding other stars, I also hope that everyone here can help. Lin Feng said with a smile. Andy Law and others promised again and again that this plan is good for everyone, and it is hard to imagine that no one would agree. In the entertainment company, Li Zikai and others greeted him, and the celebrities were helped by Andy Law and others. Lin Feng believed that this plan could be implemented soon. At that time, virtual life will definitely create greater brilliance, because of the way it plays is unprecedented. At that time, Lin Feng will completely enter the Japanese game market with virtual life. Let many Japanese game companies take a good look. China can also make games that make Japanese players crazy. After chatting for a while, everyone began to leave the meeting. After all, if you sit again, it will be the prime time for morning tea. At that time, the Liangxianglu was crowded with people who came to drink morning tea, and it would be inconvenient for them to go out again. Leslie Chung's English name. Where are you going now? Lin Feng stopped Leslie Chung, who left alone with a gloomy face, ignoring others. I want to go around and see Hong Kong clearly, Leslie Chung said in a deep voice. Jackie Chung, who passed by, sighed helplessly, wanted to say something, but didn't know what to say. Can only pat Leslie Chung's shoulder and leave. Leslie, this way, I just happen to be fine. Go shopping. How about it? How about staying with me? Huazi, are you free? Together? Lin Feng thought for a while and suggested, I'm fine, let's go together. Andy Law could see that Leslie Chung seemed to be in a bad mood today, and Lin Feng seemed to be deliberately making friends, so he acted as an intermediary and pulled Leslie Chung forward, and the three left together. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 725, The Confidence of the Rich. Not long after, the three came to the top of Victoria Peak, the best viewing spot. Here, you can clearly see the entire Hong Kong Island, Victoria Harbour and Kowloon Peninsula. As there are millions of people's homes at the foot of the Ping Mountain, after nightfall, millions of homes are lit up, like a Christmas tree hung with light bulbs. Such a dazzling night scene, no other night scene can be compared with it. The night view of Hong Kong is famous all over the world. But it was still daytime. Lin Feng thought for a while and looked at the weather. The sun was shining, and the sky was clear. It was a day that seemed to be a barbecue. It can also help Leslie Chung relieve stress and depression in his heart. Leslie, how about it? Call some friends to barbecue. Lin Feng suggested with a smile. Okay, then I'll call. It happened that I haven't had a barbecue for a long time. Anyway, it's okay today, and it just happened that everyone got together. Andy Law then called and began to make an appointment with a friend he knew well. Not long after, Andy Lau's friends Huang Rua, Liang Kao, Zheng Xuan, Anita Mu and others all came to the appointment. Huazi, how did you think of barbecuing today? But the weather today is good, but it's a barbecue day, Anita Mu said with a smile. After all, everyone is a public figure. Barbecuing at the top of Victoria Peak is really a bit of attention, but today is really a good day. This is Feng Zai's proposal. I just responded. As for the safety and the paparazzi, you don't have to worry about it. Someone is already guarding it, and the reporters will not follow, Andy Law said with a smile. When Andy Law called a friend to meet, Lin Feng, taking into account the safety and privacy of many artists, gave an old friend of the Hong Kong police to an old friend of the Hong Kong police who had provoked the captain of the Flying Tiger team he had met during the Hong Kong Princeling's car racing incident. Gave him a call and explained the current situation again. The captain of the Flying Tigers readily agreed. After 10 minutes, I felt it in only 10 minutes. And then some roadblocks were placed outside the barbecue area where Lin Feng and others were grilling. And then members of the Flying Tigers team were sent to stand by. Captain Dragon, thank you so much. Will this make you commit a problem of principle? Lin Feng did not expect that Captain Dragon would be so cooperative, which was beyond Lin Feng's expectation. Ha, it's okay, Mr. Lin, you can have a barbecue with your artist friends. Protecting the personal safety and privacy of every Hong Kong citizen is within the scope of our Hong Kong police. not to mention that you are my friend. Used to help us Hong Kong police a big favor, as it should be. Captain Long said with a laugh. Whether it is Lin Feng or these Hong Kong stars, they are all public figures, and safety is the top priority. If this group of people are grilling here, if something happens, it can be said that the whole of Hong Kong will be shaken. What's more, Lin Feng gave evidence of those princelings racing cars, which led to a drastic reduction in Hong Kong racing car incidents after that incident. Lin Feng can be said to have made great contributions in this matter, and the Hong Kong police have always been grateful to him. This is also the reason why there was a kid incident. The Hong Kong police clearly had doubts about Lin Feng and did not harass Lin Feng too much. Regardless of the strict laws in Hong Kong, the law is nothing more than human sentiments. As long as the law is enforced by people, the law cannot be absolutely fair. Therefore, the deployment of a little police force this time is not a major event, and it should be regarded as giving back to the society. English name of Mianfang, you don't seem to look good. Go to the hospital for a checkup and pay more attention to your body. Lin Feng suddenly remembered that Mianfang should have died of uterine cancer at the end of the year. Thinking of a generation of beautiful women Xiangxi or falling, Lin Feng sighed in his heart and couldn't help but remind. Well, thank you, I will pay attention to my body. Mianfang nodded with a smile, thinking that Lin Feng just gave a casual greeting and didn't care much. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly, wanting to continue to persuade, but thought that when Mianfang was diagnosed with uterine cancer, the condition was still very mild, and he could survive the excision. But Anita Muir refused, and Lin Feng was helpless at this point. Some things can be changed, and some things cannot be changed. Lin Feng can only do his best. Feng Tsai, it's grilling, come on, this is my grilled chicken wings, taste how it tastes. At this moment, Andy Law handed over a chicken wing. Many celebrities are also very excited about today's barbecue. After all, being able to barbecue on the top of Victoria Peak in broad daylight is something that I didn't even think about before, but today I can do it. Everyone is very excited. For Lin Feng, in addition to having a delicious barbecue with many artists, he also handed over the contract of virtual life to everyone. By the way, everyone also said that they would discuss the details with the agent and have reached an oral contract. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, everyone got up and left with a feeling of unfulfilled feelings. Although the flying tigers helped to check, staying at the top of Victoria Peak for too long was not a good thing. In case the paparazzi rushed in, the indecent appearance of the crowd would be photographed. But it was choking. Leslie, how about it? If it's okay to go to my house to do it, it's rare to have such a fun today. Why don't you all take a day off and have a good day? Andy Law said with high spirits. Feng Tsai, you come too! Exclamation mark. Lin Feng's eyes lit up when he heard it. This is the best way, so there is no need to worry about Leslie Chung's accident. For people who want to commit suicide, as long as they have passed the time when they want to commit suicide, they usually think very much. Of course, it is not ruled out that after a person fails to commit suicide, he will commit suicide a second time. If that were the case, Lin Feng could do nothing. After all, I can save it once, not twice. Huazi, I still have something to do now. In this way, I will go straight to your house after I have settled the matter in the evening. Lin Feng looked at his watch and said, okay, then we will leave first. Andy Law greeted him and left with many artists. After waiting for everyone to leave, Lin Feng called Li Zikai. Ha, Lin, come on, today we had a good harvest. Li Zikai's voice was filled with excitement and indescribable excitement. Well, he'll be right there. Lin Feng smiled. Obviously today's battle situation is quite abundant, otherwise Li Zikai would not be so excited. As for Abby Cohen not calling, that was the agreement between the two. Abby Cohen does not want to receive any interference during the operation, so she has severed all external contact with her team and just concentrates on the operation. As for the contact with Li Zikai and others, it is through MSN. After Lin Feng drove away, a middle-aged man appeared with a frown. Looking at the bonfire in Yahua Jin, and then at the back of Lin Feng's departure, His brows frowned. After thinking for a while, after making a phone call, followed dignifiedly and left. Not long after, Lin Feng rushed to the Hong Kong Jockey Club. Although it is a horse club, you should have all kinds of things. Close the door. Unless you call, the waiter will never come in. It can be said to be a very suitable place for operation. Hey, what's the matter, Richard? I was so excited to hear your voice just now. How is it today? Lin Feng asked with a smile. Ha, Lin. You are here. Li Zikai walked over excitedly and gave Lin Feng a bear hug. Zheng Zihing was also full of excitement and congratulated Lin Feng with a loud high five. As for Tang Jiaqing, he nodded at Lin Feng, and after a sigh, he continued to sit in front of the computer, watching the stock market. Lin, you don't know how exciting the Japanese stock market is today. Everything is really as you expected. Sony's just announced financial statement has a loss of $916 million, which directly caused a sharp decline in Japanese high-tech stocks and also caused Japan's the stock market plummeted across the board, and we made a fortune today. Li Zikai said excitedly. This morning, when Lin Feng went to Liangxianglu to drink tea, Li Zikai, Tang Jiaqing, and Zheng Zihing stayed at the Hong Kong Jockey Club honestly. They didn't go anywhere except for an accident. The Japanese stock market. After a discussion last night, the three also raised $200 million in funds, ready to fight this time. But after all, this is $200 million in cash, and is worth 3 people. If you lose it, the impact on the 3 of them is not small. Therefore, despite Lin Feng's guarantee and the precedent of Lin Feng's large amount of funds entering the market, the 3 of them did not dare to be careless, especially Tang Jiaqing, who is the youngest among the 4 and the main trader of this time, felt even more nervous. And he admired him for Lin Feng's ability to drink tea with the artist calmly under such circumstances. This is also the object of his admiration. As a man, a successful man, he must have the courage of Chan collapse before his face. Especially as stock market traders and financial professionals, they must have this kind of courage. No matter what the situation is, you must be calm and relaxed, and you must not panic in other situations. But Tang Jiaqing asked himself that he couldn't do this. He couldn't calm down like Lin Feng. Today, he was in absolute tension and excitement. He hasn't calmed down until the Japanese stock market closes. He also couldn't understand why Lin Feng was so calm. Although this trader does not need to be operated by Lin Feng himself, the huge sum of money is Lin Feng's. In the first and second rounds, Lin Feng invested a total of $840 million. This is a huge amount of money, you know. This is cash. $840 million in cash. Moreover, they are short-selling this time, and Lin Feng's $840 million can use the leverage of Small and Broad to borrow up to $8.4 billion. Once there is a slight error at that time, the position will be forcibly closed. The principal of $840 million is likely to be wiped out in an instant. In order to recover the loss, it is bound to continue to invest. When the time comes, you will either get rich overnight or your family will go bankrupt. This is the futures, both heaven and hell. Faced with this situation, Lin Feng could still go drinking tea so calmly. Tang Jiaqing was completely speechless. In addition to admiration, there is still only admiration. This is an idol worthy of my study. Tang Jiaqing looked at Lin Feng, who was calm and relaxed, and said to himself, "Well, Richard, tell me the situation today." Lin Feng said with a smile. Don't look at Lin Feng's anger now, but in fact, he is a little worried. After all, this involves $840 million. Although I have foresight, it is a lie if I don't worry about it. It's just that Lin Feng thinks about his net worth, so he is more calm, not as nervous as Li Zikai, Tang Jiaqing, and Zheng Zihing. This is the confidence. Lin Feng has the confidence to bear losses, but Li Zikai and others have not. This is also the reason why the rich and the poor are equally at the bank, but in the end most of the winners are the rich. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. The 726th chapter is the beginning of a good show. Richard, what's the battle situation today? Don't sell it, just say it. Lin Feng gently punched Li Zikai in the chest and said. Li Zikai smiled, but didn't say anything. Instead, he slowly walked aside, poured a glass of champagne for each of the four, and handed it to the four. Cheers to our bright future. Li Zikai raised his glass aloud to celebrate the attack on the Japanese stock market. He is naturally rebellious and likes to pursue excitement. This time he learned that there was such a good opportunity and that Lin Feng was the leader of a Chinese boy who had created countless miracles. He naturally rushed into the market without any worries. He wants to be successful. More successful than his father. He wants to prove that he can create a new world even if he does not inherit Chengjiang Industrial. Cheers to our self-employment. Zheng Ziying also raised his glass aloud, looking forward to it. Although he was born into a wealthy family, he doesn't want to be said that he is a rich three-generation and dude who relies on the shadow of his father's generation. That's why he started the Greater China Medical Network on his own and launched the health magazine Health Creates Wealth, wanting to prove himself. This time, Lin Feng brought such an opportunity to make money. Although it was extremely risky and violated his principle of diligence and down-to-earth, he still got in without regret. Cheers to this big event. Tang Jiaqing was excited and excited. He has always been referred to as the little stock god. In addition to explaining his young age, he also vaguely accused him of a series of financial actions in the past, which were all small troubles and couldn't make it to the big scene. Although the outside world respected him as a little stock god, the heart might not look at him so highly. After all, Sara's madness of sniping the Thai baht in 1997 is still reverberating in people's minds. Sara's devalued Thailand's currency sharply, factories closed, banks went bankrupt, and prices rose. In Indonesia, the Philippines, Myanmar, Malaysia and other countries, almost the entire country will go bankrupt. Compared with Sara's actions, the millions of Hong Kong dollars that Tang Jiaqing earned through the stock market can only be called a small fight, and it is definitely not an exaggeration to be called a small stock god. And this is also not happy for Tang Jiaqing. Whenever young people have a proud heart, they are especially unwilling to admit that they are inferior to others. Although Tang Jiaqing is extremely modest and docile in appearance, and is known as the Huiz in the realistic version, he is aloof in his heart. He wanted to prove that he was definitely not worse than Suras. This time Lin Feng gave such a good opportunity. He naturally did not let it go. To attack Japan, open a glass. Lin Feng smiled and drank the champagne in the glass. Li Zikai, Tang Jiaqing, and Zheng Ziying also drank the champagne in their hands one after another. Okay, Richard, it's time to tell me what the battle situation is today. Lin Feng waited for Li Zikai to finish drinking the champagne, and asked with a little anxious smile, "Ha ha, Lin Feng, this is the third time you asked me. I thought you were really indifferent. You can go to have morning tea, eat barbecue. Who knows that you still exposed the stuffing in the end?" Lin Feng is anxious, but Li Zikai is not anxious, but joked with a smile. "Well, you Li Zikai, you are begging for a fight." Lin Feng heard this. How he didn't know that he was dismissed by Li Zikai, and wanted to fight. Li Zikai backed away and told forgiveness. Everyone laughed. "Lin Feng, today's battle situation is quite exciting. I advise you to sit down and I will tell you slowly." Li Zikai motioned for Lin Feng to sit down, and then poured Lin Feng another glass of champagne. Lin Feng stared helplessly at Li Zikai, who was still selling off the door, and could only sit down and wait for Li Zikai to solve the mystery. Looking at Lin Feng, who was slightly anxious on his face, Li Zikai, Tang Jiaqing, and Zheng Ziying looked at each other, secretly relieved. Could it be that he was still a human? Why did the three of Li Zikai say this? The reason is that Lin Feng told the three people of such a big incident last night and invited them to join this battlefield. The three people who were disturbed were restless, excited, and nervous, and their hearts kept bumping up and down. The three of Rao have also experienced many big scenes, but they still can't calm down. But what made the three of them speechless was that Lin Feng, who planned this big event, seemed to be okay. Not only did he go to have tea with a well-known Hong Kong artist, he also went to the top of the Victoria Peak to have a barbecue at noon in a leisurely and elegant manner. This is too much. Leisurely. Is this like the person who planned this big event? Even Suraz was extremely nervous and excited when he sniped the Thai baht. During the sniper, he often stayed up for several nights. Only when he was sleepy, he squinted a little, but he would wake up excited soon. But Lin Feng was calm as if he were all right. This concentration was too terrifying. It was not terrifying like a human being. And this concentration of Lin Feng also made Li Zikai and others jealous, envious, and afraid, always wondering whether Lin Feng is an alien, or how could he become the richest man in Asia in 3 years, and would have such a terrifying crime. Human concentration. Now, seeing Lin Feng finally couldn't stand it, and couldn't help but ask about the situation of today's battle, Li Zikai and the three were convinced that Lin Feng is still a human being. This also makes them a little more comfortable. Otherwise, Lin Feng would have surpassed them too much. Lin Feng, you don't know how exciting it is today. After confirming that Lin Feng is a human being, Li Zikai's chat box opened and began to talk endlessly, introducing today's battle with joy. After Lin Feng left in the morning, the three of Li Zikai sat nervously in front of the computer, staring at the Japanese stock market that was about to open. At 7:58 Beijing time, when the Japanese stock market was about to open, Tang Jiaqing received an encrypted MSN message from Abby Cohen short-selling Sony. Li Zikai himself is not a graduate in finance and economics, and he is not good at stocks. He is proficient in the IT technology sector. He only knows what it means to sell short, but does not understand the exact underlying meaning. But Zheng Ziheng, who graduated with a major in finance, and Tang Jiaqing, a small stock god, understand them. Now that Lin Feng has received the news that Sony's 2002 financial statements will have a huge loss, then after Sony's financial statements are released, its stock price will plummet. Short selling at this time is to stomp on Sony's stock price, and step on it as hard as possible. Sony is a blue chip stock in the Japanese stock market, especially among high-tech stocks. If Sony sees a sharp decline, then Japanese high-tech stocks will definitely fall, and it will also lead the entire Japanese stock market to fall. It can be said that Li Zikai and others only need to gently push behind Sony, which is enough to plunge it into the abyss of eternal disaster. But in this way, Lin Feng's ambition is definitely not small. Thinking of this, Tang Jiaqing felt shocked. With such a sparing effort to attack Sony and sniper the Japanese stock market, Lam Feng's ambition is definitely not just to make a few $100 million as he said, to fill up the shortfall in the acquisition of Tottenham Hotspur. I am afraid that the goal is to add a zero to the back. Therefore, the hearts of the three were shocked. But now Li Zikai and the three have mobilized funds and are ready to go. It can be said that people are on the back of a tiger, they are already riding a tiger, and they have to continue. At the moment when the Japanese stock market opened, the three of Li Zikai looked at each other and shouted fiercely, "If you don't enter the tiger's den, you won't be a tiger." At the moment the Japanese stock market opened, Tang Jiaqing sold 10,000 Sony shares, opening price of $72.25. In an instant, Sony's share price fell from the opening of $72.25 to $70.05, almost falling below the $70 mark. At that time, the Japanese stock market was in an uproar. After all, although Sony's stock price fell from the highest price of $314.75 to the bottom, it was during the bubble period in Japan, and the stock price at that time was inaccurate. In Japan at that time, the industry once said with a smile that the emperor could buy the whole of Canada by selling his residence. To buy the United States, Japan only needs to sell the entire Tokyo. Naturally, the stock price in this case cannot be counted. Therefore, Sony's stock price has been very stable in the past and has been rising steadily. But at this moment, the opening of the market was hit hard, which is really rare, which made many Japanese investors a trance. Many people in finance and economics think that today is the date of last year's financial statement announcement, and they can't help but cast a shadow over their hearts. President, our stock price fluctuates abnormally. There are strong speculators who are short selling. But what is even more strange is that many retail investors are also short selling. Sona's chief financial advisor reported to the president Nobuyuki Ide. Sony president Nobuyuki Ide frowned and looked at the data on the computer. At the moment there is only one big sell order short selling of 10,000 lots. But what is really strange is that there are more than 100 retail investors in short selling. The short selling of one lot, some dozens of shorts, hundreds of lots, but these retail investors add up to 100,000 shorts. It was these reasons that caused Sony to drop $2.20 at the opening. Well, I am afraid that some internal employees want to take the opportunity to make some money. You pay close attention to the stock price, notify me if something happens. I will prepare a press conference, Nobuyuki Ide said helplessly. Compared with this small short selling of 100,000 lots, Nobuyuki Ide is more concerned about how he explained to the company's board of directors. In the past year, Sony lost $916 million, from a net profit of $2.5 billion in 2001 to a loss in 2002. $916 million. Only 1 year. How can I explain it? Thinking of this, Ide had a headache for a while, but this matter could not be covered for long. Today is the time to announce the financial statements, and he can't shirk his excuses. In desperation, Nobuyuki Ide left with a sad look on his face. Just after Ide's departure, Sony's stock price fell again, but this time it only fell by 5 US cents, which is fixed at $70. The chief financial advisor of Sony frowned and adjusted the market conditions, faintly feeling that something was not right. But I can't tell what's wrong. This kind of short selling is not abnormal. After all, there are many speculators who prefer gambling and have a bit of gossip who choose to gamble on the day the financial statements are announced. This is also quite common. After thinking about it, to be on the safe side, the chief financial advisor picked up the phone and prepared to notify Nobuyuki Ide as soon as the stock price fell below $70. But the stock price has been stable at $70, motionless. But the chief financial advisor has already felt that something is very wrong. As long as Sona's stock price rises slightly, a sell order will come down. This is abnormal. No, you must notify Nobuyuki Ide. The chief financial advisor made up his mind after hesitating for a long time. But at this moment, the stock price changed drastically. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 727. It is a crime to earn 1 yen less. The chief financial advisor of Sony was about to call to inform that a press conference was being held to announce Nobuyuki Ide, the president of Sony, who announced Sony's 2002 financial statements. At this time, the Japanese stock market suddenly changed dramatically. Although Sony's stock price stabilized at around $70, Capcom opened at 2,855 yen, approximately $31.03, but just before the announcement of the financial statements, it was short selling by the sky, and the stock price went directly from 2,855. The yen fell to 2,670 yen. Sona's chief financial advisor opened up the analysis software, and at first glance, it was another short selling of more than 100,000, which was still a large order and numerous loose orders. Not normal? Absolutely not normal. But this is not the most shocking thing to Sona's chief financial advisor Shimakawa. What makes him even more shocked is that other well-known Japanese game companies have suffered a lot of short selling. Nanman Palace, Sega, and the newly merged Square Enix were all short-selling hundreds of thousands of shares. Someone is attacking the Japanese stock market, and someone must be attacking the Japanese stock market. Xiachuan's face is pale. So many Japanese high-tech stocks have been short-selling, and someone must be sniping. Although they are all retail investors, and the source cannot be traced for a while, this is absolutely unusual. After all, there are not so many retail investors who will attack so many companies, and choose today, the day when the financial statements are released, especially the target audiences are high-tech stocks. As Sony's chief financial advisor, Xiachuan naturally understands Sony's financial situation in the past year. If Sony's financial statements are released and the news of a loss of $916 million is announced, Sony's stock price will surely fall sharply, and it will also be accompanied by high-tech stocks. A decline will also cause the Japanese stock market to fall sharply. This was as long as everyone expected, but now there are more uninvited guests to snipe. And this time, this snipe opponent has adopted Iron Cable Yokogawa strategy to suppress Japanese high-tech stocks across the board, even if Sony, a blue-chip stock, has not made a loss. As long as a few other stocks suffer losses, it will drive the entire high-tech stocks to plummet, and it will also cause the Japanese stock market to experience a crash. Will the stock market crash of 1990 happen again? Xiachuan, cold sweat on his forehead, quickly gave Jingnobu Iuki a call. At this time, on the Hong Kong side, Li Zikai, Tang Jiaqing, and Zheng Ziheng have sold a total of 100,000 lots, involving a total amount of $450 million. However, through the futures market borrowing, with Xiaobu Da, Li Zikai's three people's capital of $200 million, only about $45 million has been spent, and there is still nearly $150 million in cash that can be spent. That is, a total amount of $1.5 billion can be spent. Tang Jiaqing's English name. What's the situation now? Li Zikai asked. Richard, now we have sold 100,000 lots. If the financial statement is announced at 10 o'clock, plus our thrust, today's limit will be definitely lower. The Japanese stock market is at a 25% limit. It is just the stocks we own. It will be able to earn us a net profit of close to $100 million. Tang Jiaqing said excitedly. He used to trade stocks, worked hard for several weeks, and made only millions of Hong Kong dollars. Now he can make $100 million a day, which is beyond belief. And in the next few days, as long as they speculate properly, I am afraid that the money they make will far exceed this number, and it is no longer a problem to add a zero to the end. But after thinking about Abby Cohen's great work, Tang Jiaqing's excitement gradually faded. They sold a total of 100,000 lots short, and Abby Cohen has shorted 500,000 lots, and the profit is 5 times theirs. Of course, this also stems from Lin Feng's strong capital, with a cash flow of $840 million, which is enough to allow him to do whatever he wants. At this moment, Tang Jiaqing received news from Abby Cohen's link short. Tang Jiaqing took a look at the time. It was time for the major Japanese companies to announce their financial statements for the past year. At this time, short selling was the best time to let Japanese companies have no time to respond. Otherwise, if they sell short in advance, Japanese companies can postpone their financial statements for 3 days for various reasons, and release all kinds of good news at that time to push the stock price up, and they will suffer heavy losses. But now, it is the best time. While major Japanese companies announced their financial statements, they attacked the Japanese stock market. Tang Jiaqing looked at Li Zikai, Zheng Ziheng, the three of you, look at me, and I look at you, nodded, and attacked with all his strength. At the moment, Tang Jiaqing directly shorted Sona's 200,000 hands. Of course, you can also choose to short sell other high-tech stocks, but Sony is a Japanese blue-chip stock and the banner of Japanese high-tech stocks. Short selling Sony will be the heaviest blow to Japanese high-tech stocks and the entire stock market. After this super selling, Sony's stock price was immediately directly suppressed to $65. and the entire Japanese high-tech stocks also plummeted. The Nikkei index also fell by dozens of points, and the entire market was full of exclamations. However, Sony's performance has always been optimistic about the outside world. At least in the minds of Japanese people, Sony's performance is undoubtedly the best stock among blue-chip stocks. Although today is the time when Sony's financial statements are released, many investors don't think Sony will lose money. I don't know which idiot wanted to attack Sony, but he bought it on the contrary when the stock price plummeted, which directly promoted the slow recovery of Sony's stock price. But at this moment, a bigger selling order was smashed. 1 million lots, 100 million shares. Sonos stock price, which had just rebounded and regained its head, was hit hard in an instant and fell directly to $62. The entire Japanese financial market is full of panic, and such a large sell order is really beyond everyone's expectations. Even Tang Jiaching was shocked and speechless. This handwriting is too big, too big. Hey, the funds are still not enough. At this time, Abby Cohen exclaimed in a hidden operation room in Shanghai. If the funds are sufficient, she will not only drop 1 million hands, she will at least drop another 1 million hands. Sonos total share capital is about 1.1 billion shares, and 400 million shares are circulating in the market. If you want to trample Sony to death, Abby Cohen won't pay much attention. This kind of opportunity is rare in a lifetime. For financial analysts, this kind of opportunity should never be missed. Although she didn't know whether Lin Feng used divination to predict Sonos' huge losses in the past year, or it had something else to do. In short, since there is such an opportunity, it is a crime to make 1 yen less. Abby Cohen lamented that there was too little money and not enough money, but he didn't know that Tang Jiaching had already admired the 5-body cast on the ground. This is the futures market, with a small strength, 110 lending. If it is a little bit unexpected, it will be forced to close the position. The $840 million in cash will be completely wiped out. Even the Japanese company will continue to promote the stock price. The loss is more than $840 million. If the position cannot be liquidated by then, Lin Feng will face prosecution by the bank. Because of this, Tang Jiaching was really amazed at Abby Cohen's courage, and this woman really did not lose it as a Wall Street myth. Of course, I also admire Lin Feng's trust in Abby Cohen. It is rare to trust Abby Cohen so much. At this time, Nobuyuki Ida just received a call from Shimakawa. What? Sony has encountered a huge amount of selling. Nobuyuki Ida couldn't help exclaiming when he heard it. President, you must not announce the financial statements now, otherwise Sonos stock price will collapse. And it will also trigger the collapse of the entire Japanese high-tech stocks. Shitagawa said anxiously, but I just announced the 2002 financial statements. Nobuyuki Ida's face was black. Just 5 seconds before Xiaochuan called, he just reluctantly announced last year's Sony financial statements. And up to now, in the entire press conference hall, many reporters are still exclaiming again and again, with an incredible look. They did not expect Sony to lose $916 million last year. How to do? Nobuyuki Ida's mind turned sharply. He is not afraid of being short-selling. No matter how short-selling, apart from suppressing Sonos stock price, it will have little impact on Sonos' actual reputation. After all, Sony is a giant multinational company with a large number of real estate and profitable institutions. As long as a financial plan that satisfies the market can be launched, the stock price will slowly rise. Of course, Sonos short selling in such a way has a devastating blow to Japanese high-tech stocks and the entire Japanese stock market. But compared with this, Ida is really worried about how to explain to the board of directors. What they care about is last year's profit and stock price. Both of these points have suffered heavy losses today. Suddenly, Nobuyuki Ida felt as if he was deep in a mire, and it seemed that he would be wiped out soon, but there was no one who could rescue him. At this time, mobile phone bells rang wildly throughout the press conference hall. What? Capcom also has a huge deficit. What? Sony suffered a huge short selling. What? Sony's stock price has fallen to $58. Many reporters at the scene shouted louder than one, and each of these news came so suddenly and so appallingly. In an instant, some of the reporters on the scene ran to the nearest stock market, while others immediately opened their portable notebooks to retrieve stock market information. The scene was panic. As for the previous protagonist, Nobuyuki Ide, he has long been forgotten. Stupid. Nobuyuki Ide cursed secretly in irritation. But at this moment, his phone rang. Looking at the phone, Nobuyuki Ide's face sank. This was the phone call of the company's board of directors. Nobuyuki Ide felt bad in his heart. Really? After answering the phone, Nobuyuki Ide's face became even darker. Now the major shareholders of the company have asked Nobuyuki Ide to go back to the meeting immediately. They give an explanation on Sony's financial statements last year and today's Sony's share price. When Nobuyuki Ide hurried back to Sony's board of directors, the Japanese stock market also suffered a disaster. At 2 p.m., after the Japanese stock market closed, 50 high-tech stocks led by Sony had a limit down a drop of more than 25%. The Nikkei index also fell from the original 8,215 points to 7,650 points, down 6% throughout the day, and the entire Japanese stock market was panicked. This is the worst loss for Sony in 20 years. It happened to be attacked by others. What's more alarming is that other high-tech companies have also encountered serious financial crises. High-tech companies such as Capcom, Namco, Sega, and Tokyo Telecom all suffered huge losses, which is why the Japanese stock market suffered a sharp drop today. Otherwise, if it is normal, even if Abby Cohen sells more shorts, don't want to bring down the entire Japanese stock market. By the way, how much did we make today? Lin Feng made a fist and screamed after hearing this, cheering for his own money and applauding for hitting the Japanese stock market. Tang Jiaching shot a golden light in his eyes, and he can earn a lot today. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author and support genuine reading. To be continued. The 720 chapters madly earn 1.8 billion. Tong, how much did you earn today? Lin Feng asked curiously. Today, the Nikkei index plummeted by 5%, and more than 50 stocks fell by the limit. I and others are ready to go. If you make too little, it will be really incompetent. Tang Jiaching smiled excitedly. Today, a total of 250,000 lots were sold. Sony sold 210,000 lots, Capcom, Sega, and Namco sold a total of 40,000 lots. According to the latest stock price, Sony closed at $54.18 and the difference was $18.07. Deducting relevant taxes. People made a full $340 million on a single Sony stock. The other three stocks also made a total of $42 million. Today, the three of us made a full $382 million. Tang Jiaching fell a glass. Champagne. Drink it all in one sip. Making $382 million a day is something Tang Jiaching couldn't even think of before. You must know that Sears was sniping the Thai baht and setting the record on Wall Street. Stocks only made $650 million Sears' personal profit, not quantum fund profit, but the invested capital was tens of billions of dollars. They only made $650 million, only invested $200 million, but made $382 million. This is the case in the futures market, making you rich overnight. Li Zikai and Zheng Zihing were also full of excitement and could not stop giggling. If they were to tell their fathers what happened today, they would be shocked and speechless. Lin Feng also lamented that the money in the futures market is so profitable. He made a crazy profit of $382 million in one day. No wonder so many people are addicted to the futures market. This is indeed a cradle of billionaires. Today a pauper goes in, maybe tomorrow he will become a super rich man. But Brother Feng, you earn more. According to my estimation, Your investment team sold a full 1.1 million lots on Sony stock today, deducting various taxes, and earned a full $1.887 billion US. Adding others the profit on the stock, Brother Feng, you made $2.3 billion US in one day. Tang Jiaqing was speechless for Lin Feng's admiration. In one day, no, it should be said that in only 4 hours the Japanese stock market is only open for 4 hours a day. Lin Feng made $2.3 billion US, which is really amazing and horrible. This rate of making money has broken Wall Street's record for the fastest making money. Because of this, Tang Jiaqing has to admire such a proud person as Lin Feng Yixing. This is an idol, absolute idol. Although he is called the Hui's in the real version, in Tang Jiaqing's view, he is far, far behind Lin Feng. If he is a realistic version of Hanazawa, then Lin Feng is the live-action version of Fujiwara Jinzo, the protagonist in the work Love Celebrities written by Japanese cartoonist Mayu Shinjo. In this love celebrity manga, the male protagonist Fujiwara Jinzo has 3.400 billion yen, approximately $37 billion US of fortune, ranking third in the world. And Lin Feng's personal wealth also happens to be third in the world, with only $40 billion US, which is more wealthy than the male protagonist Fujiwara Jinzo of Love Celebrity, and the two are about the same age. Thinking of this, Tang Jiaqing was really speechless. Lin Feng is really an anomaly. However, in Love Celebrities, the male protagonist Fujiwara Jinzo has two famous sayings. 1. The world is very simple. If you want something, just get it and turn it into what you want. 2. Don't go manipulating things like the country is simply unbearable. So what would Lin Feng's famous saying be? Will it be like Fujiwara Jinzo, want to manipulate a country or something similar? Tang Jiaqing didn't know, and didn't dare to imagine. He only knew Lin Feng's future. No one could estimate. He is too young and too terrible. Hearing Tang Jiaqing's introduction, Lin Feng's heart jumped sharply. Although he was well prepared, and this plan was originally proposed by Lin Feng himself, but was operated by Abby Cohen's investment team, the net profit of $2.3 billion US in one day was still beyond Lin Feng's imagination. Of course, as a trader, Abby Cohen and his investment team will receive a 20% profit share, and Lin Feng will eventually earn $1.84 billion US personally. Of course, this so-called profit, whether it is $2.3 billion US or $1.84 billion US, is temporary. The futures contracts signed by Abby Cohen and Tang Jiaqing are all 3 days. In other words, after 3 days, the final stock price is their profit. If 3 days later, Sony's stock price drops even lower, Lin Feng and others will earn more. On the contrary, they will make less, or even not make money, but also lose money. Of course, Lin Feng and others can also choose to resell the agreement to others now, but today, the 50 stocks represented by Sony all fell to the limit, and the Nikkei index plummeted by 5%. There is no reason to resell the agreement to others at this time. According to the trend and inertia of stock prices, the stock price will fall sharply in the next 3 days. Unless there is a decision-making policy that can reverse the market trend or good news is released, the Japanese stock market will fall sharply. In this case, neither Tang Jiaqing nor Abby Cohen would choose to resell the agreement, and Lin Feng would not agree. This kind of opportunity is unavoidable, and may not be seen next time. Of course, this is also bound to take risks. If major companies issue relevant policies within 1 to 3 days, or the Japanese government rescues the market, the situation will be hard to say at that time. Should you just accept it when you see it, or take advantage of the situation to pursue it? This is the most common choice encountered by all those who speculate in stocks and futures. One step to heaven, one step to hell. Brother Feng, do you think we need to continue? Tang Jiaqing wanted to continue. This opportunity is too rare. There are 17 companies in Japan that have suffered huge losses in their financial statements, especially blue-chip stocks such as Sony, which have experienced huge losses. This is a rare opportunity. Tang Jiaqing definitely does not want to miss such an opportunity to make money. But he was a little bit worried. After all, because of the sudden incident this time, they could not use the retail account to sell short, and the target had been exposed. In addition, Lin Feng and others continue to hit hard, especially the last short sale of 100 lots, which pushed Sony into the abyss and exposed an unknown group of people who attacked the Japanese stock market this time. In response to this situation, he has no idea what action the Japanese side will take. The entanglement in this is really hard to choose. In desperation, Tang Jiaqing could only ask Lin Feng. As for Li Zikai and Zheng Ziheng, although their respective transactions amounted to billions of dollars, such a large-scale cash, especially a decision that will determine a loss of $1 billion, they are also uneasy, and they have no bottom in their hearts. I can only pin my hopes on Lin Feng. Lin Feng frowned. This was difficult to do. Lin Feng himself, like the three of them, not only wanted to pay when they saw him well, but also wanted to take the opportunity to earn more. Such a good opportunity to make money is really not profitable. But in case you lose. At this moment, Lin Feng's phone rang, and Lin Feng saw that it was Abby Cohen's call. Lin Feng murmured to himself, but Abby Cohen stated in advance that there was no major incident and would not call himself. Did something big happen? While hesitating, Lin Feng answered the phone. Lin, according to the information I have received, the Japanese cabinet held an emergency meeting on the abnormal phenomenon of the Japanese stock market today, and major companies also held an extraordinary shareholder meeting to discuss today's abnormal stock price fluctuations. This sniper operation should have been completely exposed. If we close our position as soon as possible tomorrow morning, we will have made a total of $2.3 billion US. However, facing the huge losses of 17 companies, especially the huge losses of blue-chip stocks such as Sony, I believe that the Japanese stock market will fall sharply and want to rescue the market hard. But after all, Japan is the world's second largest economy. Sora's Quantum Fund and the major consortia never touched Japan. If the Japanese government tried its best to rescue the market, we would not be an opponent at all. Now, should we stop or continue? It's really hard to choose. So I hope you can show me a way. Abby Cohen said vacillatingly. Although today's sniper was extremely successful, it also completely exposed the target. The Japanese side will definitely take action. At that time, the Japanese side only needs to issue a few favorable policies in a row. If several blue-chip companies in Japan are launching a few good news, then the stock price can rebound. However, since the stock market crash in 1990, Japan has not recovered its vitality for 13 years, and the people's minds have been very fragile. Today's abnormal phenomenon has caused many citizens to panic. If there is a panic selling, Japan will not be able to rescue the market at all. No amount of money is thrown away. After all, the financial statements of the 17 companies headed by Sony cannot be falsified. This is a firm fact. Sony's loss of $916 million in 2002 is well known in the world. Judging from the debate on both sides, there seems to be a reason, which makes Abby Cohen completely confused. There are both unwillingness and worries in my heart. In desperation, Abby Cohen could only pin his hopes on Lin Feng. After listening to Abby Cohen's distressed words, Lin Feng was also speechless. Unexpectedly, in the end, both sides entrusted the right to make choices to themselves. This is really catching the ducks on the shelves. Lin Feng is not a stock genius. He can rely on the profit and the fantastic ideas in his mind to stock stocks. I can't do it myself. But now both sides pin their hopes on themselves, but Lin Feng cannot shirk it. Of course, the reasons why the two sides handed over the choice to Lin Feng were naturally different. Tang Jiaqing regards Lin Feng as an idol, and believes in his heart that an idol has a torch-like stare and a golden eye. And Abby Cohen is convinced that Lin Feng is the 134th generation grandson of Prime Minister Bigan, who can divine and predict the future, So he left this difficult matter to Lin Feng. How to do? Lin Feng scratched his head again and again in distress. This was really his own life, and it was too difficult to make a choice. His own $2.3 billion plus Li Zikai's $382 million is a full $3.182 billion, which is $3.182 billion in cash. Counting the principal, that's a full $4.222 billion. $4.222 billion is enough to buy MGM films in the United States, as well as IMAX, the long-awaited IMAX company, Chinese name IMAX, meaning the largest image, and the IMAX broadcasting halls all over the world. How to do? Lin Feng drank a glass of champagne fiercely, gritted his teeth, and made a decision in his heart. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 729. Mr. Key. In life, the most difficult thing is to choose. Thomas More English said. This is the case for Lin Feng at this moment. It may not be the biggest choice in his life, but it may be the most difficult one. After all, this is about a choice of $4.222 billion, and there is also nearly $600 million including principal of Li Zikai and the three of them. In addition, this involves a series of follow-up plans of Lin Feng, which is related to Lin Feng's career, whether it can go to the next level. This decision is difficult, and it is really hard to judge lightly. Thinking of billions of dollars in cash, no one can easily make a choice between one's own thoughts. Generally speaking, it is necessary to discuss again, and make a decision after discussion by all parties. But Lin Feng speculates on futures. This is a rapidly changing market, and there is no time for Lin Feng and others to discuss it. It is necessary to come up with a plan as soon as possible to lay out the plan for the next stage. Time is money, which is a famous saying in the futures market. Continue. This time, either the country will become rich or poor, or will we be afraid of failure? There will be a few fights in life. Lin Feng slapped the table and stood up. Li Zikai, Tang Jiaqing, and Zheng Ziheng glanced at each other. They were instigated by Lin Feng's ambition, and the three also jumped up and raised their wine glasses. How many strokes can there be in life? The four shouted in unison. Abby, go on. This time we want to play a bit bigger. A mere $2 billion still can't satisfy my appetite. The courageous will die. The cowardly will starve to death. Now 17 companies such as Sony have a huge amount of money loss. There is no reason why we should not fight once. Lin Feng told Abby Cohen of his decision on the phone. Well, Lin, you are right. 17 companies have suffered huge losses, and 3 of them are blue-chip stocks in Japan. This kind of opportunity cannot be missed. Abby Cohen also strengthened his belief. Usually, Abby Cohen is a financial analyst who analyzes global financial changes with a common heart, so the forecast is extremely accurate, and there is no hesitation. It's only this time that she personally operated it, and it was also the first time that she invested such a large amount of funds for Lin Feng to control. So it was inevitable that she felt a little nervous. However, after Lin Feng made the decision, Abby Cohen no longer hesitated. Now that it has been decided, no matter how many thorns there are in front of her, there is only one choice for her: to overcome the thorns and move forward bravely. In an instant, Abby Cohen had a series of plans in his mind. Lin, today the Japanese government will definitely take a series of measures to stabilize the stock market. If the stock market is allowed to fluctuate freely, in case it attracts the coveting of global market financial giants, then the Japanese stock market will reappear in the 1990 avalanche. This is what the Japanese government decided not to see. In addition, several major blue-chip companies in Japan that have led the stock market to fall, such as Sony, will definitely take relevant measures to stabilize their stock prices. Abby Cohen made a detailed analysis methodically. Lin Feng frowned slightly. If so, the stock market might rebound tomorrow. But after hearing Abby Cohen's calm tone, Lin Feng did not express his doubts. Lin, according to my speculation, The company headed by Sony will launch a series of new measures tomorrow, such as the removal of the existing CEO and the appointment and removal of powerful new executives. Also, the Japanese government may fund the market and purchase stocks. This way, our funds cannot compete with the Japanese government. The Japanese government has $545.6 billion in foreign exchange reserves. As long as the Japanese government contributes funds to rescue the market, the Japanese government can take over as much as we sell short. Therefore, we must adopt new countermeasures. Abby Cohen said. Lin Feng remained silent and waited for Abby Cohen's post. Head to head, we are definitely not the opponents of the Japanese government and major listed companies. We are just a little crocodile in the financial market. We may be able to set off a little storm in Thailand, Malaysia and other countries, but in Japan, even Soros Quantum, we are even more unable to touch the funds. However, the huge losses of 17 Japanese companies this time gave us a chance. Abby Cohen's tone gradually became high-pitched, and his words trembled slightly. Lin, I want to ask you one thing. Did you really decide to attack the Japanese stock market this time? I mean the kind of determined, reckless attack. Abby Cohen asked suddenly. Hearing what Abby Cohen said, Lin Feng knew that it was about the future plan, so he didn't dare to neglect it. After thinking about it for a moment, he replied firmly, Abby, I must attack the Japanese stock market this time. Abby Cohen breathed a sigh of relief. She was afraid that Lin Feng would suddenly change his decision because of a temporary loss, and then it would be a real disaster. In the futures market, a momentary victory is not a win. Only when money is taken out of the futures market, that is a real win. With Lin Feng's decision, Abby Cohen is also much easier and less worried. Lin, if we sell a lot of shorts, if the Japanese government wants to rescue the market, it will definitely buy. And the Japanese stock market closed today with a total market value of $3.2 trillion. As long as the Japanese stockholders are looking down and panic selling occurs, the Japanese government will even want to. It is also difficult to save the market, Abby Cohen said analytically. Lin Feng nodded, already faintly guessing what Abby Cohen planned to do. If we want to make a fortune this time, we have to make Japanese investors mistakenly believe that the stock market crash of 1990 will reappear again, leaving the Japanese government back to nothing. Abby Cohen said categorically. Abby, what are you going to do? Lin Feng asked. Lin, I have several plans in my mind, but you must cooperate. Without your cooperation, our plan will not succeed at all this time. Abby Cohen sighed. The most important key point of the series of plans she made this time lies in Lin Feng. Fortunately, Lin Feng is the real man behind the scenes of this attack on the Japanese stock market. Otherwise, she can only hurriedly liquidate her position tomorrow, earning hundreds of millions of dollars and then stop. If tomorrow is rushed to buy stocks to close their positions, coupled with the Japanese government's strong fiscal measures, the stock price is bound to rebound strongly, and the original $2.3 billion profit is bound to shrink by a large amount. Huh? Lin Feng said but he didn't expect that the final key would be on himself. Lin, I hope you can use your identity as one of the shareholders of Google to post some comments about the bad prospects of high-tech stocks to influence the trend of high-tech stocks in the United States. Now the global economy is integrated, and the relationship between the United States and Japan is extremely close. Every move of the US stock market directly affects the Japanese stock market. In particular, the Google company, under the sluggish global high-tech stocks, is almost called the hope of high-tech stocks. It is now the most promising high-tech stock in the world. If what unfavorable rumors come out will definitely affect the trend of global high-tech stocks. I hope that before the Japanese stock market opens tomorrow, the US stock market will experience a slight decline to affect the Japanese stock market. Abby Cohen said. Lin Feng took a breath. It is no problem for him to make use of the Google shareholder status to make comments about the bad prospects of high-tech stocks, but if it affects the second world stock price, it would be bad. After all, His other identity is the chairman and president of the second world. If this affects the second world stock price, and even makes some people with bad intentions covetous, then the gain is not worth the loss. Lin, don't worry. Although this may cause a certain drop in the stock price of your second world, this is just a rumors. By then, you can defeat these rumors as long as you publish the financial statements of the first quarter of the second world. Abby Cohen recounted the strong relationship between the front and the back. Okay, that's okay. Lin Feng thought about it, too. The financial statements for the first quarter of the second world will be released soon, which will be enough to crush all rumors and bad attempts in the market. Second, I still need you to find someone. Abby Cohen said a little embarrassingly. What's the matter, Abby? If you have something to say, who do I need to call? Lin Feng heard the embarrassment in Abby Cohen's tone and quickly persuaded. Lin, I hope you give Buffett a call. Abby Cohen hesitated for a long time and thought for a while. This is a matter of his own plan, and he must call Buffett. Buffett, what's the matter? What do I need to ask him? Lin Feng's mind turned slightly, and he had roughly guessed what Abby Cohen's idea was. Do you want me to ask Buffett to make a speech about Japan's recurrence of the 1990 stock market crash and the bubble economy? Lin Feng asked. Yes, as long as there is Buffett's sentence, plus your previous remarks about the bad prospects of Google, Japanese high-tech stocks will be hit hard again under the huge loss annual report, plus our targeted short selling, tomorrow. The Japanese stock market will definitely collapse across the board. Abby Cohen said excitedly. This is a sensitive period. The overall plunge in the Japanese stock market today has greatly affected market sentiment. In particular, Sony's huge losses have had too great a negative impact on Japanese stockholders. Since the stock market crash in 1990, Japan's economy has been stagnant. Last year, the Japanese government issued 10 mandatory fiscal policies to make Japan GDP rose by 1.1% for the first time in more than 10 years. But today, the huge losses of Sony and 17 high-tech stocks have wiped out the hard work of the Japanese government last year. Now in the market, a slight change can ignite panic among Japanese investors. But what Abby Cohen hesitated is that Lin Feng and Buffett had never met before, and he had never met before. It was just that Buffett published a few comments about being optimistic about Lin Feng. Now it is a bit presumptuous to ask Lin Feng to come and ask, and Abby Cohen also worried about whether Lin Feng would condescend to ask Buffett. After all, Lin Feng is only 23 years old, too young, and so successful in his career. Is he willing to bow his head to others? Abby, I will solve this point. No problem. Don't you just make a phone call? Besides, Buffett is a stock god. I don't know how many men dream of being able to talk to the stock god. This is my honor. Lin Feng's answer is really out of the question. Exactly what Abby Cohen expected. Instead of a trace of embarrassment, he was extremely happy. This man will be called the one in charge of the world in the future. Perhaps he can change the rules of this world. Abby Cohen exclaimed in his heart. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 730. This world is a game of chess. After Lin Feng agreed to call Buffett and ask him to make predictions on the Japanese stock market, Abby Cohen has one more thing that Lin Feng needs to complete. Lin, this time we are attacking Japanese high-tech stocks with all our strength. Tomorrow Japan will definitely escort high-tech stocks with all our strength. I want to catch Japan by surprise and attack Japan's blue-chip stocks. Abby Cohen said. What stock? Lin Feng asked subconsciously. Tokyo Electric. Abby Cohen said word by word. Lin Feng hurriedly ordered Tang Jiaching to retrieve the Tokyo Electric Power information. Tokyo Electric Power Co. Limited. TODEN for short was founded on May 1, 1951. It is a giant electric power company integrating power generation, transmission, and distribution. Total assets amount to 14 trillion yen, approximately $150 billion. and last year's operating income reached more than $51 billion. The number of employees is more than 40,000. Tokyo Electric Power Co., Limited is one of the 9 major power companies in Japan and one of the most famous power companies in the world. It is also a large-cap blue-chip stock in the Japanese stock market, and its every move leads the trend of the Japanese stock market. Looking at the information on the Tokyo Electric Power Co., Limited on the computer screen, Lee Zikai and others were surprised. They didn't expect that Abe Cohen wanted to attack Tokyo Electric Power. If there is a problem with Tokyo Electric Power, the Japanese stock market will definitely collapse, Tang Jiaqing said analysis. However, this company's market is so big. Have you and others funds been playing around? It's not Sony, it just made a huge loss. Moreover, Tokyo Electric Power is mainly engaged in electric power, which is naturally different from Sona's business projects. As long as Tokyo Electric Power makes no mistakes, there is no possibility of loss. Lin, according to my data, there have been several large-scale blackouts in Tokyo in the past month, and Tokyo Electric Power is responsible for 11% of the electricity supply in Japan and the entire area of Tokyo. Historical data shows that in the past year, the average power outage in Tokyo is less than 5 minutes, but last month alone, the power outage in March exceeded 12 hours, which is extremely abnormal. According to my guess, this is very likely to be related to the Tokyo Electric Power nuclear power plant accident. Relevant. Abe Cohen calmly analyzed. I have investigated the information. In the past 10 years, Tokyo Electric Power has repeatedly violated national regulations on nuclear power plant safety inspections, concealing hidden dangers of nuclear power plant accidents, tampering with inspection and maintenance records, and deceiving national nuclear power plant safety inspectors. Japan is responsible for nuclear power plant safety management. The Nuclear Safety and Security Agency of the Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry decided to suspend operation of the Fukushima Daiichi Nuclear Power Plant No. 1 reactor, which is affiliated to Tokyo Electric Power Company, for 1 year. I guess there must be a problem with the nuclear power plant of Tokyo Electric Power this time, Abe Cohen said. However, the statement did not show this. In the financial statement released today, the operating income of Tokyo Electric Power reached a record $51.025 billion last year, and the net profit was as high as $3.1 billion. Lin Feng doubted. That's why I said that Tokyo Electric Power had concealed the nuclear power plant accident. But now there is no evidence to prove it. I just speculate this conclusion based on what happened in the past. Tomorrow the Japanese government will definitely try its best to rescue the market, and the main goal is Sona's high-technology stocks. If we focus on attacking Tokyo Electric Power, we can be surprised. Abe Cohen said. Well, what do I need to do? Lin Feng asked. Lin, I know that the CEO of the Japanese branch of Second World is a Japanese woman named Erisa Kazama, and she used to be the head of the public relations department of Enix. She has a very wide network of contacts in Japan in the past. The success of the Second World Japanese branch in the past 2 years has a lot to do with the interpersonal relationship of Erisa Kazama, Abe Cohen said vaguely. In the past 2 years, Lin Feng has made a lot of unfavorable remarks against Japan. People from all walks of life in Japan are extremely dissatisfied with Lin Feng. Although the Japanese branch of the Second World has encountered a lot of difficulties, overall it has remained unmoved. Naturally a little strange. After analysis by Abe Cohen, he determined that the strangeness must come from this glamorous and mature Japanese woman, Erika Kazama. When Lin Feng heard it, he already understood what Abe Cohen wanted to say. Abe, do you want Erika Kazama to get evidence of the Tokyo Electric Power nuclear power plant accident so as to deal a heavy blow to the Japanese stock market? Lin Feng asked. Yes, Lin, as long as we get this deadly evidence, coupled with our previous arrangements, it will never be easy for the Japanese government to rescue the market. It is absolutely impossible to recover by relying on a few administrative orders and some measures. Of course, it's impossible to completely crush the Japanese stock market, but when the Japanese stock market slows down, we have achieved success. Abby Cohen said with a smile. Okay, Abby, leave this to me. As for other aspects, it's all up to you. Lin Feng said. Well, Lin, I need your authorization. Now we have no funds in our hands. If we want to implement this plan, we must find a bank loan. I need your authorization. Abby Cohen said. Lin Feng pondered for a moment. It is basically the law of the futures market to speculate through bank loans, and people often lose their fortunes because of this. Some people get rich. Should I authorize this time? According to Abby Cohen's plan, the funds used this time may be at least 1 billion, and the involved may also be tens of billions. How could such a lot of funds be needed? Lin Feng suddenly flashed a thought in his mind. No, Abby Cohen's ambition will be so big. Lin Feng was taken aback by his own thoughts, but he thought it was possible no matter what he thought, but it was too crazy. Lin Feng looked at the three of Li Zikai, Tang Jiaqing, and Zheng Ziying beside him. He hesitated. This matter involved too much, and the amount involved was too huge. It is better not to involve Li Zikai for the time being. After thinking about it, Lin Feng walked aside. Li Zikai, Tang Jiaqing, and Zheng Ziying frowned slightly, and they were very strange in their hearts, but everyone has their own secrets. Although they are now partners, they will not explore Lin Feng's secrets. Upon seeing this, the three of them sat aside, sipped champagne, and talked quietly. Abby, do you want to snipe the yen? Lin Feng said the idea in his mind. Abby Cohen was also taken aback, never expected that Lin Feng would be aware of his intentions. Yes, she just wants to snipe the yen. This time everything is in place, and she only owes Dongfeng. There is no reason not to take advantage of the situation, especially under the premise that Tokyo Electric Power has hidden dangers of nuclear power plant safety accidents. This is a moment that can definitely hit Japan severely. Of course, with Lin Feng's financial resources alone, it is an impossible task to snipe the yen. However, Abby Cohen intends to introduce another financial supergiant, Soros, and his quantum fund, as well as the financial consortium behind it. Last time Soros Quantum Fund, in 1997, created the Asian financial crisis that shocked the world. Starting with the attack on the Thai baht, it swept across Malaysia, the Philippines, Indonesia and other countries. However, when he was finally preparing to attack the Hong Kong stock market, Soros was preparing to make the last pot of gold and leaving, but he was hit hard. The global financial giant led by Soros Quantum Fund almost lost all the amazing profits made before in Hong Kong. This also greatly hurt Soros Quantum Fund, coupled with the subsequent Russian debt crisis and misjudgment of the yen's exchange rate trend, as well as the bursting of the internet stock bubble in the US stock market, triggering a global financial tsunami, causing the quantum fund to completely sink. Rose never showed up in front of others again. However, Abby Cohen, as a Wall Street myth, naturally knows a little more about Soros than ordinary people. Soros has never been willing to admit defeat. The failure of Hong Kong last time has made him still in his heart, and he has been thinking about a comeback. As for Soros' character, wherever he falls, he has to climb up. If he falls in Southeast Asia, he must stand up from Southeast Asia. Hong Kong, Soros dare not touch it. After all, there is a giant Oriental dragon China standing behind him. He is now unable to attack Hong Kong anymore. However, this time it was a crisis caused by huge losses in Japanese high-tech stocks, coupled with the operation of his own and others. Abby Cohen believed that it would be able to attract Soros' attention. At that time, as long as you bring out this big snake, you and others will be able to take advantage of the situation, plan a plan for more than a month, and definitely earn the biggest piece of cake. Soros is nothing but a pawn used by Abby Cohen. This world is a game of chess. It only depends on whether you are a chess player or a pawn. Hearing of Abby Cohen's plan, Lin Feng was shocked for a long time, unable to speak. The ambition of this Abby Cohen is really big, and even Soros is counted in. Coupled with her superhuman predictions, her own funds, and the general trend, coupled with the geographical advantages, Lin Feng believes that this time she can really succeed. However, The premise is that I am willing to authorize Abby Cohen to overdraw funds from the bank. However, the funds borrowed by my authorization are too large. Although I will not use any of my own stocks as collateral, if I lose money, I have no funds to compensate, and I can only use the stocks to repay it. Nothing is worth more than 2% of Walmart's shares, valued at about $3.7 billion and 35% of shares in Second World, valued at $29 billion Lin, I dare not say that I will succeed, but the probability of winning in the end is more than 85%. In the financial industry, if the probability is more than 50%, you can try, and if the probability is more than 70%, you must invest. As for the possible loss, I don't expect at most it will exceed $7 billion, but the profit will be more than $10 billion. Abby Cohen analyzed, this is a big event, and it is very likely to detonate the biggest financial event since the 1997 Asian financial crisis. Abby Cohen is naturally very pleased. She hopes that she can be called the trader of this big event. As a financial analyst, there is nothing more exciting than participating in a financial event that can provoke global trends. Lin Feng hesitated for a moment. The only thing under his banner that could not be lost was the Second World. As for other companies, Lin Feng can lose. According to Abby Cohen's conservative estimate, the maximum loss is $7 billion. So that he can still bear it. The big deal is to sell 5% of Walmart and its own phantom technology and Google to offset the debt. If it is not enough, Lin Feng can also use other companies for mortgage. You can also find loans from the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. As long as you have profitability and value, Lin Feng believes that the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China will fully support him. Even without these companies, they still have Second World, Baidu, Qianji fast food restaurant and other companies, and they can still make a comeback again. He still has the power to fight again. Okay, Abby, you can do it with confidence. In terms of funding, you definitely don't have to worry about it, Lin Feng said with confidence after Tong Dong. Well, Lin, I won't let you down, Abby Cohen said gratefully. For such a large amount of money, Lin Feng completely trusted himself, which made Abby Cohen grateful. In the future, Abby Cohen, the chief hero of creating a money empire for Lin Feng Wall Street myth. Abby Cohen completely surrendered to Lin Feng. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 731 is full of gongs and drums. After Lin Feng hung up the phone, he unexpectedly found that Li Zikai, Tang Jiaqing, and Zheng Ziying had a strange expression on their faces. They seemed to have something to say, but they hesitated. What's the matter? Let's just say if you have anything. We are partners now, aren't we? Lin Feng thought for a while and wanted to ask. Now that he and Li Zikai and others are partners, don't have any misunderstandings or suspicions. Brother Feng, do you still have big moves? Tang Jiaqing thought for a while. He felt that he was among the crowd, the youngest. There are some things that Li Zikai and Zheng Ziying are inconvenient to say, but he can say it. When Lin Feng heard this, his brows were slightly frowned into a word Sichuan, and he knew in his heart that the conversation he had just with Abby Cohen might have been heard by the three of them. Although I don't know how much the three of them heard, Lin Feng didn't want this incident to involve the three of them. This time, Lin Feng pulls three people into the game. First, he wants to make a friend. In the shopping mall, there are many friends and many roads. Second, he wants to take the opportunity to get to know the family behind him. This is of great benefit to his future career development, especially in Southeast Asia. The three families are extremely powerful. Therefore, Lin Feng did not hope that this time Abby Cohen was going to attack the yen and drag the three people into the water. After all, Abby Cohen was not absolutely sure of this, and in case of a loss, he would not be able to explain it to the three of them. The three of them are not like themselves, they are all alone, and they can do everything in their own way. The three of them have to take into account family interests and future prospects. Well, there are several plans, but you don't need to worry. Just cooperate with Abby Cohen at that time, and she will inform you when the shipment will be made. Lin Feng said vaguely. Lin Feng, we are friends and partners. If you need our help, let's talk about it. The so-called firewood is so high that everyone can't do it by one person. A few more people may be able to do it. You need to know, this time we are not cheap for nothing. Li Zikai held Lin Feng's shoulders and said earnestly. Lin Feng nodded, although he was grateful. He didn't tell the truth. Richard, Tong, Zihing, I still have something to leave. I'll contact you at night. Lin Feng looked at his watch and said goodbye when it was time for him to act. The three of Li Zikai looked around and saw that Lin Feng didn't say anything. They were helpless, so they had no choice but to watch Lin Feng leave. The three were dull for a while. Richard, you have the best relationship with Lin Feng? What do you say about this? Zheng Zihing asked, breaking the silence. Li Zikai bit his lip, feeling helpless. He has been with Lin Feng for 2 years, and he is also the 4th largest shareholder of the Second World. He has a close personal relationship with Lin Feng. Just now he naturally saw that Lin Feng had something in his heart, but he just didn't want to tell them. Richard, according to my speculation, Brother Feng will definitely make big moves, but his funds are limited, and Japan is the 2nd largest economy in the world. Although 17 listed companies headed by Sony have suffered huge losses this time, it has dealt a heavy blow to the Japanese stock market, but if the Japanese government is desperate to bail out the market, it will not be able to deal with it with Feng's capital alone. Tang Jiaqing said in an analysis. Yes, I don't think we can sit back and enjoy our achievements, and we can't always rely on the information provided by Lin Feng to make money. This is not a partner, but a gift, Zheng Zihing said a little angrily. They are all the pride of the sky, especially Li Zikai, Zheng Zihing, and Tang Jiaqing. They all rely on their own efforts to achieve today's achievements. They are by no means like other rich children who enjoy the shade of the previous generation and achieve something. Therefore, the three are also extremely arrogant people. Lin Feng's cooperation was equivalent to grace, which made the three feel very uncomfortable. They don't want to sit back and enjoy their achievements, and they don't want to get something for nothing. This will make the three of them feel like they owe Lin Feng and feel inferior. Li Zikai nodded, and then called Lin Feng. Lin Feng, we know that you are planning a big event. We want to join. I believe that the three of us should be helpful to you. If you really consider us to be friends, don't hide from us. Let us join this game and share our responsibility. Risk. Li Zikai said categorically. When Lin Feng received Li Zikai's call, he knew what Li Zikai wanted to say. Lin Feng was grateful and a little helpless for the three people's obligatory. Richard, let me just ask, can you really completely control the funds you have? Lin Feng finished speaking and hung up the phone. Li Zikai was stunned, and then relayed this sentence to Tang Jiaqing and Zheng Zihing. After speaking, the three of them were silent. Yes, can they really completely control the funds they own? Although these funds belong to them in name, if you want to use all the funds, you must finally seek the opinions of the elders, and the elders can only use them when they agree. And this is also the helplessness of a wealthy family. The sons of wealthy families, living not only live for themselves, but also live for their families. Of course, there are also rebellious wealthy children. However, the premise is that they would not hesitate to fall out with the family, but Li Zikai, Tang Jiaqing, and Zheng Zihing did not have this idea. They have too many responsibilities and obligations, and they cannot be too selfish like other rebellious sons of wealthy men. How to do? The three looked at each other. Want to join the game of Lin Feng? But the three of them don't have enough funds. They can only sit back and enjoy their achievements instead of participating in it. But without helping, the self-esteem of the trio forced them to fail to accept such a gift. Moreover, you can't be called a true friend if you sit back and enjoy it. Friends help each other, rather than just sit back and reap the rewards. In this way, we will think of ways to see if we can pool more money. Li Zikai said after hesitating for a long time. Well, then we'll see you tonight. After the three agreed on a time, they dispersed. At this time, Lin Feng has used his own power in the United States Dingdong and Second Entertainment to reveal a message to the outside world. Lin Feng is not optimistic about the prospects of Google and believes that its profits are far from reaching expectations, and stated that he regretted selling the Avenue company to Microsoft, casting a shadow over the prospect of Google. Once this rumor was released to the market, it immediately caused a small drop in US high-tech stocks. Since the bubble burst of high-tech stocks in 2000, high-tech stocks in the United States have been underperforming and the market is extremely depressed. However, the strong rise of Google has made many investors expect it and hope that it can drive the growth of the entire technology stocks rise. But these rumors that do not know the authenticity have once again cast a shadow in the hearts of many investors. In particular, Lin Feng did sell the Avenue company to Microsoft, establishing a strong competitor for Google out of thin air, allowing Microsoft to narrow the gap with Google on the internet. In the future, can Google really become a leader in high-tech stocks? In the midst of the slight decline in US high-tech stocks, Lin Feng called the stock god Buffett. Mr. Buffett, hello, we are talking for the first time, and I took the liberty to seek Ian. Lin Feng reported his name, and Buffett was also extremely surprised. He didn't expect Lin Feng to call him suddenly. Mr. Lin, your phone number really surprised me, but I have admired you for a long time. Your appearance has made the whole world financial industry more rapidly enter the younger age. Those of us old people really want to go back to raise fish, grow flowers, and trim the garden, Buffett said wittily. After a simple greeting, Lin Feng cut to the topic. Mr. Buffett, what do you think of the Japanese stock market today? Lin Feng asked implicitly. Since Buffett can be called the stock god, his unspotted adaptability and keen insight are naturally comparable. As soon as Lin Feng said this, Buffett immediately thought of today's Japanese stock market being attacked by people, and it must have come from the other side of the phone. Hands of young people. Even if it is not, it must have a close relationship with him. And when he called now, he must have something to ask himself. Do you want to ask yourself to speculate in Japanese stocks? If so, Buffett definitely refuses. Although Buffett is known as the stock god, he has always only invested in the stock market and never speculates. He can absorb high-quality stocks on lows, but he will not buy low and sell high. Instead, he waits for profit sharing and invests for a long time. Today, the Japanese stock market suffered a sharp drop due to the huge losses of 17 companies such as Sony. However, the reason for the 50 listed companies to drop their limit is also due to a large number of short selling. I believe that behind the scenes of manipulating this, people, ambition is definitely more than making hundreds of millions of dollars. Buffett said in a light analysis, and secretly clicked on Lin Feng, knowing that you are the person behind the scenes. Lin Feng smiled. Although his actions were seen through, Lin Feng didn't care. Buffett is not a journalist, and will make these things public. On the contrary, this also helps Lin Feng directly ask Buffett to look down on the Japanese stock market. Mr. Buffett, I have an unrelenting request. Lin Feng then told Buffett of his intentions. After listening to Buffett's words, his heart shook. Originally, Buffett thought that Lin Feng was just inviting himself to speculate on the Japanese stock market and make a fortune together. After all, the cash in his hand and Lin Feng's cooperation are enough to disrupt the Japanese stock market and profit from it. But now Lin Feng hopes to make a bearish remark on the Japanese stock market, which is more knowledgeable. Buffett was silent for a while, calculating what Lin Feng's idea was in his mind. Lin Feng did not speak either. Buffett agreed to this matter, but he disagreed, and he would not agree no matter how much he said. It is better to remain silent and wait for Buffett to consider it clearly and give himself an answer. Mr. Lin, I need to consider this question carefully. In this way, I will give you an answer in 10 minutes, Buffett said cautiously after a long silence. Although it is just a remark, it can be very involved. Lin Feng sighed helplessly, but although Buffett didn't reply directly to himself, he agreed to think about it, which was good news at last. Lin Feng looked at his watch. It is now at 3 p.m. on April 1, 2003, Beijing time. Then I made a call to Erika Kazama, the CEO of the Japanese branch of Second World. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 732. All parties take action. Erisa, I want evidence of the Tokyo Electric Power nuclear power plant accident. Is there a way to get it? And as soon as possible. I hope to get it before the opening of the Japanese stock market tomorrow. Between Erisa Kazama, Lin Feng does not have to worry about. This woman is absolutely devoted to Lin Feng. Erisa Kazama was taken aback for a moment, but Lin Feng suddenly called to ask for this. She lives in Tokyo and is the CEO of the Japanese branch of the Second World. Together with her previous contacts and relationships, she has also heard about the reasons for the frequent power outages in Tokyo in March this year. It is rumored that a safety accident occurred at the Tokyo Electric Power nuclear power plant, which caused the total power outage in Tokyo last month for more than 12 hours. Boss, this evidence is a bit troublesome, but I can ask about it. But the intermediate management fee may be a lot. Kazama Erisa hesitated. Tokyo Electric Power naturally hides the safety accidents of nuclear power plants deeply, but there is no impermeable wall in this world. As long as you pay the starting price, you can buy everything. Well, there is no problem with money. As long as you can get evidence, it doesn't matter how much money you spend. Lin Feng also knew that he would spend a lot of dollars to dig out this inside story, but compared with what he earned, that it's just drizzle. Well, boss, I will get back to you as soon as possible. Erisa Kazama nodded, but when she hung up the phone, she hesitated for a while, thought for a while, gritted her teeth and asked, Boss, may I ask if Sony and other stocks were attacked today? Did you do it? Of course, it doesn't matter if the boss doesn't say anything. I'm just worried and asked. After Kazama Erisa finished speaking, there was another explanation. The relationship between her and Lin Feng is really a bit unusual. Although she is calling the boss in her mouth, in the heart of Kazama Erisa, Lin Feng still exists like a master. She shouldn't have asked these questions, but she was really worried. Well, yes, I did it. Lin Feng admitted readily. After several years of getting along, Lin Feng is convinced that Erisa Kazama is loyal to him, and he will not hide it again. What's more, if you want someone to do things for yourself, you can't hide the other party. Boss, then I have a message for you. I heard that Sona's current president Nobuyuki Idai will be forced to resign tomorrow and give all shareholders an explanation. As for the replacement, I don't know yet. Kazama Erisa said nervously. Also, tonight, several ministers of the Japanese cabinet will hold an emergency financial meeting. I heard that major Japanese companies will have a secret meeting to discuss the incident of the Japanese stock market during the day and get along with a way to save the defeat. Lin Feng was slightly surprised when he heard it. This was almost the same as the news that Abby Cohen got, except that the news that Kazama Erisa got was more detailed and accurate. Well, thank you, Erisa. Then I beg you to get back to me as soon as possible. After speaking, Lin Feng hung up the phone. Don't worry, boss. I will definitely get the evidence of the Tokyo Electric Power nuclear power plant accident. Kazama Erisa clenched a fist and said. Then I turned on the phone and looked at the number in the phone. Erika Kazama began to call the person most likely to know the message. Lin Feng received a call from Buffett as soon as he finished the phone call with Erisa Kazama. Looking at the phone, Lin Feng's heart beat wildly. This is one of the key points related to the plan made by Abby Cohen. Lin, tomorrow I will comment on the Japanese stock market before it opens. Also, this time I will buy on dips, and I will give you news at that time. Buffett finished speaking and hung up the phone. Lin Feng cheered secretly after hearing it. It seems that Buffett was finally moved by interests this time. Of course, he will not speculate in futures, but he will absorb those high-quality stocks that have been deliberately suppressed. No matter who, in the face of absolute interests, there will always be compromises. This is not a bet, but to seize the opportunity. After finishing all these, it is almost evening. The happy Lin Feng suddenly thought of Andy Lau's invitation and Leslie Chung's suicide incident. Thinking of this, Lin Feng was nervous again. I rushed to Hong Kong eagerly from Shanghai. If Leslie Chung still committed suicide like history, then Lin Feng would be really busy. Thinking of this, Lin Feng hurried to Andy Lau's house. When I arrived at Andy Lau's house, Leslie Chung was happily singing Andy Lau's most famous song Ice Rain, while the stars sang in a clear chorus and had a great time. Seeing this admiration, Lin Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing Leslie Chung so happy, Lin Feng believed that Leslie Chung should no longer have the idea of seeking death in the short term. After all, Leslie Chung is a depression. Once he gets better, he will be fine. Ha! Feng Sai, you are here too. Come, sing a few songs. We have never heard of your singing. Andy Lau saw Lin Feng, and immediately grabbed Lin Feng. Leslie Chung handed over the microphone when he saw it to Lin Feng. The rest of the stars, Jackie Chung, Anita Mu and others were also making uproar. Oops. Lin Feng has never been so embarrassed. Singing in front of so many singers, especially Jackie Chung, who is known as the god of singing. Isn't this one of my own? Lin Feng repeatedly said that he didn't dare to push it. But how willing Andy Lau and the others were, Lin Feng had to use the microphone to show his ugliness and sang his best member self-improvement. After the singing, the scene was completely cold. Stars, you look at me, I look at you. It's really a bit silly. They really didn't expect Lin Feng's singing skills to be so exquisite that they almost made everyone run away. It's normal for ordinary people to sing, and it's normal to not grasp the key. The first sentence is high and the latter one is low. They are all normal, but Lin Feng is good. Every 3 words turn a key. Although the rhythm is accurate, the sound is not grasped. This is really dumbfounding. At first everyone wanted to laugh, but thinking of Lin Feng's identity, everyone was afraid that Lin Feng would be embarrassed by the burst of laughter. Sorry, what I just sang was a bit too song god, and it shocked you a little bit. If you want to sign, I can say yes first. If there are no flowers, I won't sign it. Lin Feng also knows everyone's embarrassment, quickly joked and ridiculed himself. Haha, everyone laughed. Lin Feng smiled immediately. The song A Man Should Be Self-Improvement just now sang so precisely, and it was a bit of Lin Feng's intention. After all, I know my singing skills, so I can sing well. It's better to take the opportunity to sing out of tune and get closer to everyone. Although with his current status, he should be the target of artists vying to win, but getting along with others requires respect more often. If you respect them more, you can get more feedback. After Lin Feng's song Men Should Be Self-Improvement, everyone became a group, and Lin Feng is truly accepted by these top artists in Hong Kong. A super rich man who has no prestige, is approachable, and can make jokes. It is definitely an honor for the stars to have such friends. When Lin Feng came out of Andy Lau's house, it was late at night. Looking at the starry night view of Hong Kong, Lin Feng sighed. The carnival with the stars at Andy Lau's house just now can be regarded as Lin Feng's self-compression. After all, the amount involved this time has exceeded Lin Feng's imagination. Lin Feng has been pressed by a heavy stone in his heart, and Lin Feng is almost out of breath. Fortunately, after this play just now, all the pressure in my heart was completely released. Can meet tomorrow's war. Now, you have to get a good night's sleep. I haven't slept all day and night, and Lin Feng can't hold it anymore. When Lin Feng fell asleep, the Japanese side was holding meetings in full swing to discuss the incident of the Japanese stock market being attacked during the day. It has been found out that the source of funds for this sniper attack was that a large amount of short sellers came from a small investment company in Hong Kong. The registered person is a Hong Kong citizen named Wang. This Wang should be just a deceitful character. However, this company's capital is not large, about $200 million. The real main force comes from the retail investors, which are registered within a month. Although the registration time and place of registration are different, we speculate that it should come from the same an investment team. The senior Japanese financial analyst in charge of analyzing the matter said, "What I want to understand is not this. I want to know what their next goal is. What is their goal of attacking our country's stock market?" said the minister of the Japanese Ministry of Finance. "We speculate that we learned about the huge shortfalls of Sony and other companies through a certain channel, so we want to take the opportunity to make a lot of money. Of course, there are other purposes," the senior analyst said. "Okay, then how should we respond? Do you have any solutions?" said the Minister of Finance. When the Japanese cabinet held a discussion, Sony and other companies also held a meeting to urgently discuss the incident of being sniped during the day, and decided to jointly launch relevant measures to prevent the stock price from continuing to fall sharply and give others a chance. I have to say that in terms of unity, the Japanese are world-class. Although the profit projects of the major companies are in conflict with each other, they are able to unanimously gun out in the face of foreign enemy invasion. And when the Japanese financial circle has made big moves, there is also a person in some corner of the United States who is watching the direction of the Japanese stock market. Today, Lin Feng's remarks about the future trend of Google directly affected the trend of US high-tech stocks, causing the already sluggish high-tech stocks to be hit again and fell slightly. This seems an ordinary rumor, but in the eyes of this man, it is unusual. He faintly felt that this was related to the attack on the Japanese stock market. The man opened Lin Feng's materials and read them carefully, hoping to see the connections in these incidents. Wrong. The man finally saw something strange from it. Lam Feng's acquisition of Tottenham Hotspur was funded by using 2% of Walmart as a mortgage, but Lam Feng then arranged for someone to join the Walmart board of directors, which was full of contradictions. Moreover, Walmart and Lin Feng's Second Entertainment also maintain a close cooperative relationship, and Lin Feng's 2% of Walmart shares played a decisive role. In this case, Lin Feng should not use Walmart shares to mortgage and borrow to acquire the Premier League club Tottenham Hotspur, and even if the acquisition does not require a loan of $1.2 billion, the acquisition of Tottenham Hotspur only cost £342 million. In addition to some other handling fees, there are about $700 million left. Could it be? The man thought of a possibility and took a sharp breath. After walking a few steps back and forth with his hands on his back, he finally looked at Lin Feng's photos, took a deep breath, and picked up the phone. "Cyrus, are you finally going to do it again?" An excited voice turned over the phone. "Well, but I still have to observe when I take the shot. I will let you know when that happens." The man, the world financial giant Cyrus, said in a deep voice. "Okay, everything is waiting for your call." Cyrus hung up the phone and took a deep breath. This time he must get up from the east again. As time passed, the sun finally rose, and a new day came. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 733 is at war. On April 2, 2003, the second day of April Fool's Day, everyone who had just awakened from all kinds of absurd jokes on April Fool's Day realized that the world seemed to be suddenly turbulent, undercurrents, and there seemed to be something. Big things are going to happen. First, the Japanese stock market suffered heavy losses, and then the US stock market suffered a small decline. There were frequent rumors of unfavorable high-tech stocks, and there were signs of frequent large-scale capital transfers. These clues seemed to predict major events. At 7:30 in the morning in Tokyo, Japan, half an hour before the market opened, Sony suddenly announced a high-profile feat for leading Sony to create a new glorious feat. President Nobuyuki Ida resigned because of Sony's huge losses last year and the strong decline in stocks. It also announced that Howard Stringer, head of Sony, will serve as chairman and chief executive officer. The announcement came out, and the industry was shocked. Originally, after Sony announced its 2002 financial statements yesterday, after a huge loss of $916 million, Sony stocks made another strong attack. Nobuyuki Idai was once rated as the most successful CEO and instantly became the worst CEO. But the outside world never thought that Sony would move so quickly. It only replaced the CEO overnight and hired the first foreign leader in Sonos history. Howard Stringer once served as the president of CBS Group, chairman and CEO of Teletif, and chairman of Sony Pictures Entertainment Co., Limited, is an American with a strong hand and excellent business acumen. Of course, it can be regarded as Lin Feng's old friend. In the United States, when Lam Feng's Second Entertainment was in a fight with Sony Records, Howard Stringer was promoted to the president of Sony Records, but he did not expect to be transferred to Sonos headquarters in Japan as president this time. When Lin Feng heard the news, he was a little surprised. I have to sigh, this world is too small. Regarding the news that Howard Stringer will serve as the president of Sony, the industry is optimistic about Sonos prospects after being shocked. In addition to Howard Stringer's personal experience, he also expressed admiration for Sonos' decisiveness in times of crisis, and the market was optimistic about it. Of course, there is also a little bit of the Japanese psychology of fascinating foreigners and foreigners towards Americans. And Capcom and other companies that have also incurred huge losses have also announced the news that they will integrate and reorganize the company's non-performing assets. The market is bullish. Although the 17 companies headed by Sony had huge deficits, the market was still very optimistic. The next day they took bold reforms. Of course, whether it can be effective, it can only be seen in the future. But at least for now, investors' confidence in various companies has been stabilized. Later, when the outside world had not digested the decisions of Sony and other companies, the Minister of Finance of the Japanese government also announced that it would lower the bank interest rate from 6% to 5.5%. A 0.5% drop. It also announced that the huge losses of major companies this time, if it causes a disaster in the Japanese stock market, the government will fund the rescue. At the same time, he called on many Japanese investors to be optimistic about the Japanese stock market and not to be pessimistic and actively sell. This series of actions greatly stimulated the confidence of Japanese investors. It is believed that the huge losses of major companies yesterday will be an opportunity for major companies to reform, especially the Japanese government's rescue behavior. The overall decline yesterday will be only a short-lived phenomenon. It's interesting. There really is a problem. Soros looked at the Japanese stock market with an intriguing smile in a corner of the United States. At this time, the Hong Kong Jockey Club Li Zikai and others in the long-term reserved box. Li Zikai, Tang Jiaqing, and Zheng Ziying have already been seated, watching the Japanese stock market and the US and European stock markets that are closely linked to Japan. All three were taken aback when they heard the news. They did not expect the Japanese government to move so quickly. Brother Feng. The Japanese government has frequently issued various policies. It seems that we are afraid that we will make things bigger and cause more unpredictable consequences. Tang Jiaqing listened to the news from the Japanese side and said in an analysis, however, the Japanese government moves so fast, they probably have no chance to intervene. After all, with good news from many sources, once the market opens, Sony's stock price will definitely rise. Especially when the confidence of Japanese investors comes back, they will have to sigh, and even the money they made before will be in vain. Lin Feng nodded. Regarding the news from Japan, there is also a wave of worry. Japan's move this time is too fast. It just fell a limit and it rescued the market in an all-round way, which is beyond the expectations of most investors. Generally speaking, in this situation, those speculators can only lose money. Fortunately, Lin Feng had already prepared. Lin Feng looked at his watch, 6:45 Beijing time, 7:45 Tokyo time, Japan. Buffett should make his remarks on the Japanese stock market. Sure enough, at this moment, news came from the United States. A reporter from the Wall Street Journal conducted a brief interview on yesterday's Japanese stock market when interviewing Buffett, the stock god. In my opinion, due to the huge losses in Japanese blue chip stocks led by Sony, This is the first time that Sony has made such a huge loss in 25 years, and its profit items, such as LCD TV boards, mobile communications departments, and movies. The investment in Shanghai has suffered heavy losses, each with losses of more than hundreds of millions of dollars, and the market share has also been surrendered, and it has also become a chaser from the original leader. I speculate that it will be difficult for Sony to turn losses into profits in the next 23 years. After all, Sony's flagship product, the PS2 global market that brought the highest profit of $2.5 billion last year, has been saturated, and it is difficult to create brilliance. And now that Microsoft's Xbox is added, I am afraid that Sony will develop follow-up products. This puts heavy pressure on Sony's funds. Moreover, there are as many as 17 companies that have caused huge losses in the Japanese stock market this time. In my opinion, the Japanese stock market will continue to fall in the future. Investors should choose carefully. Buffett said worriedly. After Buffett's words came, Li Zikai, Tang Jiaqing, and Zheng Zhiheng clapped and shouted. Although the Japanese government makes frequent tricks, it is not as good as Buffett's brief speculation. Because he is not someone else, he is the stock god Buffett. And Buffett never plays futures, which is also a well-known thing. Therefore, Buffett's remarks definitely did not deliberately discredit the Japanese stock market and suspicion of taking advantage of the fire. In particular, Buffett's last remarks calling on investors to invest with caution, even more chilled the hearts of all investors. The stock gods all say that they have invested carefully. Can they still invest in disorder? What's more, Sonos' huge loss is indeed true. This is a matter of iron and steel, and there is absolutely nothing wrong with it. Although the CEO has been changed and several measures have been introduced, can it really save Sony from a slump? In this mentality of worrying about gains and losses, the Japanese stock market opened at 8 o'clock Tokyo time. Tang Jiaqing received news from Abbey short selling. Now that the market has just opened, the entire market is still waiting and watching. After all, the money in the hands of investors is not windy, it is all hard-earned by themselves, and it is impossible to invest blindly. Need to be cautious, especially in the case of unpredictable market prospects. We must be more cautious. Therefore, in this case, Abbey hopes to be able to sell short with all his strength, giving the market a heavy blow and tilting the balance in investors' minds. Li Zikai, Tang Jiaqing, and Zheng Zhiheng looked at each other and took a slight breath. After the three of them dispersed last night, the more I thought about Lin Feng's gift, the more uncomfortable I felt. Originally everyone was friends, sitting on an equal footing, but Lin Feng's great gift was sent down. They invisibly felt that they were half shorter than Lin Feng, and they all felt that they couldn't stand up straight in front of Lin Feng. Therefore, after they disperse, after a whole night of deliberation, they decided to take a fight with Lin Feng this time. The big deal is all over again, when the four of them are brothers who live and die together, relying on the ingenuity and network of the four. Li Zikai believes that the four can immediately stand up again. Moreover, Lin Feng's miracle has been verified more than once, and this time should be another moment to witness the miracle. In the end, Li Zikai collected $520 million. Tang Jiaqing collected $100 million. Zheng Zhiheng collected $230 million. And the three raised a total of $800 million. Of course, this is by no means all the net worth of the three. If all the net worth is counted, Li Zikai alone can collect nearly $2 billion. But if you break the boat like that, you will definitely be known by the elders behind it. Then things will be troublesome and there will be many unnecessary variables. Therefore, the trio secretly raised a total of $800 million in cash. This is also fortunate that the three of them came from wealthy families and have a good reputation. Otherwise, it would be an impossible task to raise $800 million in cash overnight. Sell it. Li Zikai's faint voice was filled with excitement and tremor. Tang Jiaqing nodded, shaking his hands slightly, and continued to short Capcom, 200,000 lots of Sega and other stocks, costing $10 million in principal, actual expenditure of $100 million. But according to futures trading rules, only a tenth of the capital is required. Gold will do. The Japanese market is buzzing. In the beginning, someone sniped forcefully, which is not good. The stock price also suddenly began to decline slightly. 1 yen. 1 yen decline. Abby Cohen in the distance was also taken aback. She didn't expect that Lee Zikai and others would have such abundant funds, and the market would open so fiercely. You know, this battle has just begun. Lee Zikai and others were able to throw $10 million in principal at the opening of the market. Obviously, the funds were extremely strong. That being the case, Abby Cohen is also unambiguous. This time Lin Feng's funds are unprecedented. With her contacts in major investment banks around the world and Lin Feng's reputation, it is really simple to want to get a loan. This time, Abby Cohen has prepared enough funds under Lin Feng's full authorization. Therefore, Abby Cohen once again shorted 500,000 lots on Sony, and also short 500,000 lots on other high-tech stocks. But at the same time, Abby Cohen began short-selling Tokyo Electric Power in small pennies, and Tokyo Electric Power is today's focus. With the short-selling by Lee Zikai and others, and the continuous attack by Abby Cohen, the stock prices of Sony and other companies suddenly fell again. Sona's stock price slowly fell to $52 from yesterday's closing price of $54.19. This naturally caused repeated exclamations from the market. However, unlike yesterday's panic, although the market exclaimed today, investors' confidence has been significantly higher, and they continue to wait and see in their currency holdings. Abby Cohen frowned. It seems that the actions of the Japanese government and the actions of major companies have indeed played a huge role in the market. Given the huge losses of 17 companies, market confidence is still so strong. If there was such a big sell order yesterday, Sona's stock price would have plummeted. Lin, have you got the evidence of the Tokyo Electric Power Plant accident? Abby Cohen called and asked. This is of great importance. Without this report, I am afraid I can only prepare to avoid the limelight today. Well, don't worry, you already have a look. You can definitely get it today, Lin Feng said. Early this morning, Erisa Kazama called and told Lam Feng that the evidence for the accident at the Tokyo Electric Power nuclear power plant had already become apparent. An insider at the time had sufficient evidence to prove the accident at the Tokyo Electric Power nuclear power plant, but the price was $10 million. This made Kazama Erisa extremely hesitant. The price is too high. However, the other party will never counteroffer, and he is obviously very human, knowing the importance of the evidence in his hand. Therefore, Kazama draws Risa, helplessly inquiring about Lin Feng in the early morning, and inquiring about Lin Feng's handling opinions. Erisha, no matter how much money you have, you must win it. But remember, you must have conclusive evidence, not vague evidence. Lin Feng issued a death order. However, the witness was not in Tokyo, and asked Erika Kazama to exchange evidence with cash. After hanging up the phone in the early morning, Erisa Kazama brought $10 million in cash to exchange evidence. This cash was temporarily withdrawn from the vault of the Japanese branch of the Second World by Kazama Erisa. After counting the cash in her hands and finding someone to piece together, she finally made up a total of $10 million in cash. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to make it. Lin Feng looked at his watch and estimated that he should be getting evidence soon. Abby Cohen nodded. In this way, then you can let go of it. Now we have to lead the snake out of the hole first, lead all parties to the back, and then throw out their own assassin. Big short selling of high-tech stocks, small pens and slowly short selling of Tokyo Electric Power. Abby Cohen delivered the order once again. Tang Jiaqing was stunned, and didn't talk about how Abby Cohen would short sell Tokyo Electric Power, a large cap blue chip stock, which is not a high-tech stock. However, thinking of Lin Feng's expression yesterday, Tang Jiaqing did not hesitate and began to short sell many high-tech stocks in Japan. At the same time, he was short selling Tokyo Electric Power one by one without a trace. HMPH, you finally figured out a move. Sony and other companies, who had been waiting for a long time, sneered and began to show their sharp teeth. This time, they must let these speculators who want to take advantage of the fire to return in a big defeat. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 734 is too simple. The attack of Abby Cohen and Lee Zikai has given Sony, Capcom and other companies that have been waiting for a long time to find opportunities. This time, due to the huge losses of 17 companies headed by Sony, the market prospects are not optimistic. In particular, the assertion of the stock god Buffett has cast a shadow in the hearts of the investors who have been transferred. Under this circumstance, although the Japanese government frequently releases good news, Sony also knows that the Japanese stock market will definitely decline as a whole. After all, it is its company's performance and profits that really determine the stock trend. However, the reason why the stock market is unpredictable, perilous, and dangerous is that it can break away from the company's performance and profits in a short period of time, and allow the stock price to fluctuate at will in the short term through the speculation of big players. In order to protect the market, Sony and other companies have specially prepared a total of billions of dollars in strong funds this time, waiting for speculators who dare to attack their Yamato National stocks. There is a stock delivery time in the futures market. As long as they protect the market and raise the stock price, speculators can suffer heavy losses this time, and they dare not get involved in the Japanese stock market anymore. Howard Stringer, the new Sony president, flew from New York to Tokyo overnight, and he had a certainty in his mind. Accept orders, as many as there are. Howard Stringer calmly ordered Sony as he watched the market's continuous short-selling stocks. 10,000 hands, 50,000 hands, 100,000 hands. Under the calm command of Howard Stringer, Sony continued to acquire all the sell orders on the market. The same situation has also appeared in companies such as Capcom, Sega, and Namco. The stock price and the market, which had fallen slowly, were immediately stabilized. With Howard Stringer's continuous acquisitions, Sony's stock price is fixed at $50. What? This phenomenon immediately attracted the attention of all investors in the market. The market stabilized and the stock price did not fall. Ordinary investors naturally did not understand what was going on, but the psychology of chasing the rise and killing the fall began to linger in the hearts of many investors. Is it going to rise? Is it going to rise? Many investors want to take the opportunity to make money, and the mentality that they are not willing to let go of any profit opportunity has caused subtle changes in the stock price. The stock prices of companies such as Sony have begun to recover slowly, with a few yen rebound. It's too whimsical to want to snipe Sony. Howard Stringer smiled confidently at the slow and steady rise in Sony's stock price. Sony, after all, is Sony. It is the pride of Japanese companies that it is almost worshipped in the hearts of Japanese investors. The world-famous Walkman, TV set, huge acquisition of Columbia Film Company, PS Series game consoles sell well all over the world. Sony has too many brilliance. Although the just-announced financial statements last year caused its image to plummet, as long as a few favorable policies are introduced and someone helps the market, Howard Stringer believes that Sony's stock price will stabilize in the short term. The slow recovery of Sony's stock price now proves the market's confidence in Sony. Of course, other Capcom, Namco and other companies are not as good as Sony. Sony lost $916 million and Capcom lost $435 million, which is less than half of Sony. But after all, Sony has a big business, and if it loses, Capcom can lose. Under Abby Cohen's strong short selling, although the respective companies took measures to protect the market, the stock price still fell slowly. But what is really important here is Sony, a blue-chip stock in the market, which is one of the keys to determining the trend of the Japanese stock market. Abby Cohen frowned again and again, and the situation was not good right now. Once Japanese investors regained their confidence in Sony and started to pursue Sony with all their strength, then it would be miserable. Even if they have sufficient funds, they cannot compete with all investors, not to mention that there is a Japanese government behind them. And on a Sony stock, Abby Cohen, Lee Zikai and others have sold short 2.7 million lots, while the total outstanding shares are only 4 million lots. 400 million shares continue to sell on the futures delivery date. At that time, as long as someone makes things difficult for a little bit maliciously, oneself and others will swallow a bitter pill, and eventually they will suffer heavy losses and leave the scene sadly. Sell 10,000 Nikkei futures. Abby Cohen thought for a while and ordered his assistant to short the Japanese futures. The short selling of 10,000 futures immediately caused the Nikkei, which was already in a delicate balance, to immediately start to fall. Investors who were planning to sell suddenly tightened their money and re-examined the stock market to see if they should invest. This has also directly led to the stagnation of the slow and firm upward momentum of the stocks of companies such as Sony, and even a downward momentum. Abby Cohen nodded, and things were as she expected. Although Japan has introduced so many policies, many Japanese investors are still unsure about it, and most investors still stay on the sidelines. This 10,000 Nikkei period refers to Abby Cohen testing the waters. President, the Nikkei index has fallen by 50 points, and Sona's stock price has fallen from the original $52.5. Sona's chief financial advisor said, "Don't worry, it's not a big deal. Someone is just speculating on futures. It is an idiot to use futures to suppress us. The Japanese government will never let the stock index fall all the way and cause Japan's second stock market crash." Sony the new president Howard Stringer sneered. The most important reason why the Japanese government responded so quickly to the time of yesterday's sniper is because Japan does not want to repeat the same mistakes. The stock market crash in 1990 brought Japan's economy back 10 years. And it has not yet recovered. All of this was caused by the attacks of Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs in the United States. The stock market crash that year shrank Japan's national wealth by more than half. Most of them fall into the hands of investors around the world, especially companies such as Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs. Learn from mistakes. The Japanese government will never make the same stupid mistake of the past by being led by the nose by several foreign companies and giving away the entire country's finances. Therefore, after the emergency meeting of the Japanese cabinet last night, the Japanese government has prepared $50 billion in foreign exchange reserves, ready to invest in bailouts. Japan's finance minister Yoshihiko Noda personally took the seat this time, but he wanted to see why the sacred dare to attack the Japanese stock market again. Now Japan is no longer the Japan of the 1980s, and will never be so stupid anymore. This time, we must teach those consortia that dare to provoke Japan a lesson. Accept as many as there are, no matter how big the sell order is. Give me all the orders. Yoshihiko Noda issued an order with boldness. The $50 billion in foreign exchange reserves is enough for him to cope with the impact of any consortium. Yoshihiko Noda does not believe that any consortium can impact the Japanese stock market. With an order from Noda Yoshihiko, Abby Cohen's 10,000 futures were instantly wiped out, and the Japanese stock index rose from 7,580 to 7,600. Abby Cohen smiled slightly, and the Japanese government finally took action. Sell another 10,000 Nikkei futures. Abby Cohen said without hesitation. A Nikkei index is about $25,000, and 10,000 is $250 million. However, according to the leverage effect, Lin Feng only needs to pay 5%, 10% of the principal, which is $25 million. Suppressed by Abby Cohen's 10,000 selling orders, the Nikkei index fell again to 7,580 points. Buy me as much as you have. Yoshihiko Noda said disdainfully after drinking a glass of sake. The Nikkei index rose again to 7,600 points. Sell another 10,000. Abby Cohen calmly ordered. The Nikkei index fell to 7,580. Buy By me. Yoshihiko Noda slapped the table and roared. He didn't expect this person to be so unwilling to give up, so courageous, that he dared to cheer with the Japanese government. Now that the outside world already knows that the Japanese government is bailing out the market, and that it has used more than $50 billion of foreign exchange reserves, there are people who dare to sell short, which makes Noda extremely angry and extremely angry. If you let him know who it is in short selling the Nikkei, deliberately provoking the Yamato nation, he must make his death ugly. Noda-kun, the other party sold another 10,000. The chief trader of the Japanese government reported helplessly. Baga. Yoshihiko Noda is really going crazy. Now the other party has shorted 280,000 Nikkei, and the total amount has reached $7 billion. The principal is $700 million. This guy is so innocent. Yoshihiko Noda was really angry, furious. Buy me 500,000 Nikkei period indexes. I think you dare not pick it up. Yoshihiko Noda squeezed the wine glass in his hand and creaked. This time he wants to teach the unknown sniper a lesson. He must take the initiative to attack. Noda-kun, the above said that as long as the tray is enough, there is no need to take the initiative to prevent being used. A Japanese official sitting next to him couldn't help but remind, shut up, here I have the final say. To deal with this kind of person, you must give him a good look. Noda Yoshihiko said fiercely. The scene was silent. Yoshihiko Noda is the biggest here, and he can only do what he says. Besides, this is not wrong. Always entangled in this way, I am afraid it will cause a lot of unnecessary trouble. The Japanese stock market was affected by these 500,000 buying orders, and the stock index rose from 7,580 to 7,650, and it is still rising. 7,660, 7,670, 7,680. The entire Japanese stock exchange was applauded. After all, for most investors, the stimulus for short selling and short selling in futures is too great, and the margin requirements are too high for ordinary people to bear. Most people still buy and sell stocks. Only when it rises can you make money. Abby Cohen frowned. He didn't expect Yoshihiko Noda to be so impulsive. But the trick was really direct and powerful. Yoshihiko Noda directly compares himself with more money, buys a lot, and uses Japan's strong foreign exchange reserves to play with him. In this way, whoever has more money can win the final victory. Obviously, Noda Yoshihiko believes that his $50 billion foreign exchange reserves are enough to crush any speculators. Unfortunately, what he thought was too simple. Abby Cohen sneered coldly. Sorry, there is only one chapter today. I originally prepared 3 chapters, but my father had something in the afternoon, so I can only make up for 4 chapters tomorrow. I'm really sorry everyone. To be continued. If you want to know what's going on, please log in. There are more chapters, authors are supported, and genuine reading is supported. To be continued. Chapter 735 Winner? Yoshihiko Noda's 500,000 futures index buyers market has allowed the Nikkei to rise all the way. The whole market was up and down, and many investors applauded. The government's funding to support the city's loud applause. After all, allowing foreign unidentified consortia to act recklessly in the Japanese stock market not only hurt Yamato's pride in the nation's pride, but also made many Japanese investors' hard-earned money swept away by foreign speculators. It can be described as a shortage of people and wealth. Ha ha, look, the other party can't hold it anymore. Yoshihiko Noda laughed wildly as he watched the Nikkei index rise all the way to 7,780. He just bought up the 500,000 futures index, not a random attack. But after his careful consideration, he estimated that the unidentified investors' previous funds were short-selling 2.4 million lots of Sony, and 1 million lots of stocks such as Capcom, with a principal of approximately $2.1 billion, including the 280,000 futures sold just now, at $700 million. This inexplicable consortium has invested more than $2.8 billion in capital. Yoshihiko Noda estimated that the other party's funds should have been bottlenecked. These 500,000 buyer futures are the test stone for Noda Yoshihiko to take the opportunity to measure this unknown attack on the Japanese consortium. Now that 10 minutes have passed, the other party has not reacted at all, and the Nikkei index has slowly risen all the way, which has also caused the stock price of the entire market blue chip stocks to rise slowly, indicating that the other party really has no funds. At least there is no funding to fight against the Empire of Japan. Of course, if the other party immediately short sells 500,000 contracts just now, Yoshihiko Noda will continue to absorb 1 million contracts next time. If the other party continues to short sell 1 million contracts, then Yoshihiko Noda will continue to absorb 2 million contracts. He has a backing of $50 billion, and his wealth is strong, and he is not afraid of any conspiracy and tricks. Yoshihiko Noda is playing with integrity at the moment, killing each other with money. Whether in the stock market or in the futures market, the real decision of the outcome is the strength capital. If the funds are strong enough, they can be clever and clumsy, using the simplest and most direct method to break the game. Of course, this method is not available to everyone. Without sufficient funds, this method will undoubtedly die. Watching the Nikkei index continue to rise, Abby Cohen did not have the slightest worries. Her goal was not to compete with the Japanese government on the Nikkei index. After all, the Japanese government's foreign exchange reserves are as high as $600 billion, and the foreign exchange reserves directly used this time are as much as $50 billion. If you want to go head-to-head with the Japanese government on the Nikkei, unless the world's top 10 consortia make simultaneous moves, it will be possible. However, there are too many interests involved, and the top 10 consortia can never attack the Japanese government at the same time. Therefore, Abby Cohen did not want to head-on with the Japanese government from the beginning. Abby Cohen played from the very beginning the idea of taking advantage of the situation. Taking advantage of the huge losses of 17 Japanese companies this time, the inertia of the 13-year bear market in Japan, and the lack of confidence of Japanese investors, they hyped up, and then attracted many foreign investors who want to get a share of Japan. And just now Abby Cohen seems to be suppressing the Nikkei, and wants to use this to drive the entire Japanese stock market down, but in fact it is secretly crossing the warehouse. Using the guise of short-selling the Nikkei, he has secretly sold short 1 million lots 100 million shares of Tokyo Electric Power. Today, Tokyo Electric Power share price has fallen from 3,750 yen to 3,510 yen. But now many investors are focusing on high-tech stocks such as Sony and the Nikkei, and no one has paid attention to the abnormal stock price of Tokyo Electric Power. Even if you noticed, no one will be connected with this sniper. After all, Tokyo Electric Power is a blue-chip stock in the Japanese market, with a market value of $160 billion, which is more than twice the market value of $78 billion before Sony announced its financial statements. Coupled with the good performance of Tokyo Electric Power, no one believes there will be anyone dare to move Tokyo Electric Power. Lin, when will the evidence of the Tokyo Electric Power plant accident be available? Abby Cohen called and asked. Abby, it will take a little longer. Now Erisa has started contacting the other party, but the other party is too conservative and is going around in circles. It is expected to be available within half an hour. Lin Feng was also anxious, and the Japanese government is now selling it. The rise of the Nikkei index has driven the rise of most stocks. If this trend continues, the prospects are not good. However, a certain high level inside Tokyo Electric Power who is now willing to provide evidence is too cautious and has been changing the trading location, which makes Lin Feng helpless no matter how anxious it is. Can only continue to wait. Well, I know. Now at 9:20 AM Tokyo time, there are still 40 minutes. and the market will close in the morning. In short, we must get evidence before the market opens in the afternoon. Otherwise we will give up all our efforts and we may be beaten by the Japanese government. Follow the mistakes of Soros in 1997. Although Abe Cohen is anxious, he tries to stay calm. Well, I see. Lin Feng nodded, looking at the rising Japanese stock market. Although I feel anxious, there is no other way but to wait. Li Zikai and the three are also very helpless. At present, half of their funds have been invested. But for the Japanese government's $50 billion rescue fund and the self-protection of major companies, the $800 million in their hands is like a child's play. Even more than $8 billion is useless. At this time, the United States, the Japanese government is very interesting. It seems that the burst of the bubble economy in the last 90 years and the subsequent impact of the stock market crash made them more cautious. Buffett said with squinting eyes. Back then, the Japanese government was very arrogant and proud. It believed that the Nikkei index would continue to rise. As a result, it made an impossible bet against Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs, equivalent to stock index futures trading. Great joke. The current Japanese government is obviously not as arrogant as it was at the beginning, and is much more cautious. But this kind of caution may be exploited instead. It depends on how Lin Feng played the cards. Buffett secretly speculated on the whole card Lin Feng possessed. This time the 17 companies headed by Sony are losing money, which is really a great opportunity. If used well, Japan will definitely become a vegetable garden for global speculators. The premise is that Lin Feng can play a beautiful hand to attract speculators from all over the world, and consortiums that want to take a share of Japan. The other side of the United States. Lin Feng, let me see what your cards are. Soros is also paying close attention to the fluctuations in the Japanese stock market. As long as the opportunity is right, he will never hesitate. This time he must fight a beautiful turnaround. In Hong Kong in 1997, he not only lost all the money he had made in Thailand and other countries, but also lost $800 million in personal assets. His quantum fund lost tens of billions of dollars in funds. This is really a big deal for Soros. Shame. As long as Lin Feng can play a good hand this time, he will make a comeback. Europe, Asia, and various markets are also paying close attention to the Japanese market and looking for opportunities. Announced news that Sonos Tililong market was seized by South Korea, and at the same time announced that Sony Ericsson's mobile phone market share is only 5%, which is far lower than the tone of 10%. Abe Cohen calmly ordered. When Sony's negative news came out, the industry was in an uproar, which directly caused Sony's share price to rise from $55 to $52 and then to fall back to $52. The Nikkei also fell from 7,800 to 7,750. Sony President Howard Stringer frowned slightly. He had expected the other party to use the news to influence the market. News spread immediately, claiming that Sony's Tililong technology is leading the world and is currently negotiating with several major TV manufacturers around the world. At the same time, Sony Ericsson mobile phones will occupy 15% of the global market next year. The stock price rose again. It is announced that Capcom will auction various real estate under its name due to the debt crisis. Abe Cohen said calmly. The momentum that the stock index had just picked up was once again suppressed. Seeing this, Capcom President Kenzo Kianmoto immediately came out to refute the rumors, declaring that although Capcom has encountered a financial crisis, it has absolutely no intention of auctioning its real estate, and hopes that all walks of life will maintain confidence in Capcom. The stock index fell suddenly and slowed down. It is announced that Sega will sell the hardware development department due to the debt crisis. Abe Cohen once again threw a heavy bomb. Sega President Hideki Sato quickly came out to refute the rumors that Sega has absolutely no financial crisis. Although it faces a huge loss of up to 30 billion yen, the company definitely has enough and abundant funds. However, although Sega President Hideki Sato denied the financial crisis, he did not respond positively to whether to sell the hardware development department, which inevitably made many investors doubt it. Lin Feng smiled when he heard this declaration. Sega's hardware development department has almost negotiated with Erika Kazama, and it is ready to be announced. It was just that this sniper incident happened to happen, so Sega could only postpone the announcement temporarily. In the morning, I spend all kinds of bad news and refuting rumors from the market. The final stock index closed at 7,750 points, a slight increase of 100 points from yesterday's closing at 7,650 points. But the Japanese government has invested nearly $4 billion for this. How Japanese Finance Minister Yoshihiko Noda breathed a sigh of relief. In the morning, I finally kept the Nikkei index and did not let it fall again, otherwise the Japanese stock market would be really unimaginable. However, there are too many bad news, and each one is plausible, and it is difficult to distinguish between true and false. This is also the fundamental reason for investors to vacillate. But now it's the afternoon. As long as we can continue to stabilize the market in the afternoon and give many huge loss-making companies time to find corresponding countermeasures and change investors' confidence in them, the Japanese stock market will be protected from heavy losses. Yoshihiko Noda went to dinner with many officials with a relaxed and worried mood. It's finally over the morning. Abby Cohen was also extremely tired. This morning, she racked her brains and used various means to maintain the market, and did not allow the Japanese index to continue to rise, otherwise the general situation would be over. After all, this time, what Abby Cohen needs is the financial resources of global investors to hit Japan hard and make profits. If the Japanese government regained its decline a few days ago, I am afraid the major consortia around the world will stay far away. Lin, has the Tokyo Electric Power evidence been obtained? Abby Cohen is concerned. This is the winner today. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. The 736th chapter is finally on the stage. The opening time of the Japanese stock market in the morning is 9:0011:00 Tokyo time, and the opening time of the afternoon is 12:0014:00 Tokyo time. The time in the previous chapter was incorrectly calculated as Beijing time, and I can see it dry. After the close of the morning, the entire market was boiling. Many investors were dumbfounded by the continuous fluctuation of the stock index in the morning, and the turnover in the morning alone reached an astonishing $17 billion. This was already the day with the largest turnover in Japan after the burst of the Japanese bubble economy in 1990, and this is still the volume of the morning. What about the afternoon? Will it be more crazy? Kingshan, what's the matter with this stock market? How should we buy it? Ordinary small investors couldn't understand the stock price fluctuations this morning, and wanted to invest, but were uncertain. On the mountain, observe and observe more. It is said that there are consortiums that want to manipulate the stock market. We can observe and observe more. Don't be blind. Kingshan, who is quite proficient in stocks, looked at the market and shook his head for some analysis. Many Japanese investors whispered to each other, not knowing what to do. Originally, I heard that the Japanese government had announced that it would invest funds to rescue the market, and many investors still wanted to take the opportunity to make a small profit. But today's posture can be described as dangerous and unpredictable. Who would dare to invest money easily in the stock market? Sony President Howard Stringer looked at the closing price and nodded. Had it not been for so many bad news in the morning, the stock price would have gone up. With the full rescue of the Japanese government, these sniper consortiums of unknown origin do not even want to touch the Japanese stock market. Howard Stringer believes that as the bad news is clarified one by one in the afternoon, the stock price will continue to rise. This time, the sniper consortium will be hit hard. The outside world is also optimistic about the Japanese stock market, believing that the Japanese stock market will survive the biggest crisis since 1990 under the Japanese government's advance investment protection. After all, the real estate prices back then were really outrageous. One Tokyo could buy the entire United States, which is too exaggerated. Therefore, the Japanese stock market was on the brink of collapse, but this time it was only because of the huge losses of 17 listed companies such as Sony and the sharp drop in stock prices caused by the attacks of unidentified consortia. This situation is not insoluble. However, compared with the optimism of the Japanese stock market by the media from all walks of life, countries have long been scornful, and investors who have heard the news have different attitudes towards the Japanese stock market. Obviously, this unidentified consortium will not just give up in this sniper attack, and it is definitely not just a little trick. Otherwise it would be too trivial and too sloppy. It is too idiotic to want to attack the Japanese stock market with just this little method to release bad news. Among them, the most convinced of Lin Feng and follow-up methods is naturally Buffett. Since Lin Feng asked himself to make some comments on Japan that he is empty, referring to investors' bad view of the market or the future of the individual currency market, it proves that Lin Feng definitely has something to do with it. And Buffett also felt that the Japanese stock market was abnormal. However, there is no data theory to support him. It is just his consciousness. Since the stock god Buffett bought his first stock at the age of 11, Buffett has been playing stocks for 62 years. Although he does not speculate in futures, he focuses on the company's performance and profits and only buys cheap low-priced stocks. This does not mean that Buffett has no knowledge of futures. On the contrary, he is very proficient. With 62 years of experience in stocks, he faintly smelled a trace of conspiracy in the stock market. Cyrus is also paying close attention to the stock market, and his quantum fund has once again raised $7 billion in funding. This time is also Soros' self-salvation. Since the 1997 financial crisis and retreat from Hong Kong, Cyrus has made several consecutive mistakes and made a lot of losses. Although his personal wealth has not been affected, Cyrus currently has $11 billion in assets, mostly real estate. Although the cunning Cyrus is known as he is a financial investor and a currency speculator, but in his personal financial management, he still imitates Buffett's investment in stocks and real estate with stable growth. But his reputation has not been small. The unusual volatility of the Japanese stock market this time has attracted Soros' close attention. There is only one thing he wants to know now, whether Lin Feng has any other players. This time, he will never enter the Japanese market rashly. After all, after the Japanese government announced a rescue of $50 billion, he will not enter the market rashly. That year, the Hong Kong government used 13% of its foreign exchange reserves, about $13 billion to allow him and many speculators to return home. This time, facing the Japanese government's $50 billion bailout, Cyrus was really a little jealous, even afraid. Once bitten, twice shy. Cyrus must have absolute certainty before entering the market. At this time, Li Zikai, Tang Jiaqing, and Zheng Zhiheng frowned. The current situation is no longer good. Although Abe Cohen used various news to temporarily postpone the upward momentum of the Japanese stock market, they could not hold on to it in the afternoon without countermeasures. Of course, if you want to escape at this time, you can also escape. It's just that the $340 million earned before may have been lost for the second time. Tang Jiaqing wanted to persuade Lin Feng to give up. After all, the Japanese government announced a $50 billion rescue the next day, which exceeded everyone's expectations. Rather than fight hard, it is better to retain the strength and wait for the time to decide between the male and the female. But looking at Lin Feng with a firm face, Tang Jiaqing couldn't tell. Just as the three of them were hesitating, Lin Feng received a call. "Boss, I have got the things. I will fax you a copy right away," Kazama Arisa said eagerly with a relieved voice. After a long deal, she finally got the evidence, and also secretly recorded a recording. "Okay, pass it over immediately." Lin Feng almost wanted to cheer. At this moment, it was only 15 minutes before the opening of the afternoon in Japan, and finally got the evidence. Not long after, a piece of evidence about a safety accident at the Tokyo Electric Power nuclear power plant came. After reading it, Lin Feng, Lee Zikai and others all looked excited. At this moment, Lee Zikai and others knew why Abby Cohen wanted them to keep selling Tokyo Electric Power. This evidence is sufficient to defeat the Tokyo Electric Power previous false statement about the large-scale power outage in Tokyo, which was only a normal maintenance fault. Although this has nothing to do with performance and profit, it is enough to make investors question the integrity of Tokyo Electric Power, and will further doubt whether the financial statements just announced are true, which will directly lead to the decline of Tokyo Electric Power and affect the overall market trend. Later, Lin Feng passed the evidence to Abby Cohen. After seeing the evidence, Abby Cohen breathed a sigh of relief. With this evidence, she can play well with the Japanese government. Soros wanted to use false information to confuse investors, but was ultimately defeated by the Hong Kong government. But this time, I have real evidence to attack the Japanese government. And the two are not the same. And recently, the weather in Tokyo is terrible. Boss, you can rest assured to prepare to watch the show. Abby Cohen hung up the phone easily. Hearing Abby Cohen's extremely relaxed tone, Lin Feng also took a long breath. 3. It seems that there is a good show to watch in the afternoon, Lin Feng said with a smile. The three of Lee Zikai looked at each other and secretly looked forward to it. Although I know the role of this evidence, how Abby Cohen operates is also knowledge. Tang Jiaqing is also a stock investor, and he is even more looking forward to it. Tokyo time, April 2, 2003, at 12 o'clock noon. The Japanese stock market opened on time. HMPH, today I will destroy this consortium that dared to attack the Japanese stock market. Noda Yoshihiko, slightly drunk, slapped the table and shouted. At noon, he received a call from the cabinet, praising him for responding well in the morning, which made Noda Yoshihiko extremely excited. His goal is not just to be a finance minister, he has a higher goal. This time, if he can finally drive out foreign speculators, he will be the hero of the Japanese stock market, which is an extremely glorious achievement in his political achievements. Give me 1 million futures, Yoshihiko Noda shouted, clapping the table. Just now the 500,000 futures index, the other party did not have the courage to absorb, not only proved the exhaustion of the other party's financial resources, but also proved that the other party's courage is nothing more than that. After the continuous release of bad news, it also proved that the other party was only dying and resisting. Now come and give the opponent the final blow. Mr. Noda, this. The other party not only shorted 500,000 contracts, but also took the order we released in the morning, and now has shorted another 2 million. The trader stammered. This data is really the only thing he has seen in his life. This list is really too big. Short selling 2 million copies and $25,000 each. This is a $50 billion order. Although the leverage effect is used, the other party only needs to bear 10% of the cost. Gold, which is $5 billion. But this is still scary. Yoshihiko Noda was dumbfounded on the spot. The volume of the opponent's selling order exceeded his expectations and exceeded his estimate. He never expected that the opponent would have the financial resources and courage to sell such a large order. For each index futures, the counterparty is short selling at 7,650 points. If the Nikkei index rises by 1 point, each index futures will have to pay 100 yen. Now the other party has sold more than 2.78 million index futures in total, that is, for every 1 point increase in the Nikkei index, Lin Feng will lose 278 million yen, or about $3.03 million. The current Nikkei index is at 7,750 points. And Lam Feng has already lost $303 million. Does the other party have such strong funds to compensate? Who is the other party? Of course, the reverse is also true. If the Nikkei index falls below 7,650, The Japanese government represented by Yoshihiko Noda will pay 100 yen for every point. Thinking of this, Yoshihiko Noda sweated wildly on his forehead. Does the other party want to fight him desperately? Mr. Noda, now the market index is under the pressure of these 2 million futures, and it has fallen all the way, and has fallen to 7,680 points. Can you pick it up? The trader asked nervously. Yoshihiko Noda frowned. At this time, he still has a choice. What's more, he never believed that the other party's funds could have his own strength. Pick it up for me, Yoshihiko Noda yelled. With Noda Yoshihiko's shot, the Nikkei index stabilized at 7,670. The show has finally begun. Abby Cohen smiled faintly. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. 737th chapter. Sell orders? The sale of 2 million index futures at one time detonated the Japanese financial market like a depth bomb. With 2 million futures, the total amount involved $50 billion, and the principal amount was as high as $5 billion. This figure has exceeded the turnover of Soros Quantum Fund on the Hong Kong stock market in 1997. There is an uproar from the outside world, especially for many investors. It is a heavy blow to their confidence. Although the Japanese government quickly accepted this sky-high selling order, the impact was manifold. In one day, 2.78 million futures were sold. How much financial resources does this inexplicable consortium have? Can the government save the market? This is something that all investors worry about. Although Japan has more than $600 billion in foreign exchange reserves, this time it claimed to use $50 billion to rescue the market. But everyone will never forget that when Soros attacked the British pound in 1992. The old British Empire used up to $26.9 billion. The foreign exchange reserves were protected, but in the end it failed, allowing the pound to withdraw from the European exchange rate system, and was called Black Wednesday by the British media. What if the Japanese government is unable to defend the market in the end and abandons it across the board? Let the stock market float, regardless of the life and death of ordinary investors? This is what all investors worry about, and it is also the reason why Abby Cohen suddenly made a 2 million day sell order. In this attack on Japan, Abby Cohen used Lin Feng's credit to loan a total of $8.8 billion. Counting Lin Feng's previous cash, the total amounted to $9.64 billion. Today, $7.2 billion was spent in one day. Adding the $840 million invested in yesterday, Abby Cohen spent a total of $8.04 billion. And there are still $1.6 billion in available funds. It stands to reason that Abby Cohen shouldn't throw all the chips in his hand so quickly to avoid not having sufficient funds to deal with various emergencies in the future. But Abby Cohen also has reasons to do so. Yesterday, the futures contracts of companies such as Sony were short-term contracts. Originally they wanted to get a vote and left, so they had to be settled in 3 days. The day after tomorrow is the delivery period. Abby Cohen must suppress the stock prices of Sony and other companies to the lowest level within these 3 days, and then cash out, and then use the money to continue to attack the Japanese stock market, attack the yen, and fight a beautiful battle without gunpowder. Financial wars. What's more, Abby Cohen did this to attract speculators from all walks of life who have been on the sidelines for a long time. These 2 million day quantity index futures sell orders are a signal sent by Abby Cohen to everyone. Come on, Japanese super ATMs are waiting for you. Japanese Finance Minister Yoshihiko Noda also had cold sweat on his forehead. He is definitely not stupid to sit in this position. The original strategy formulated by the Japanese cabinet was to make quick decisions, so as not to attract speculators from all over the world and cause the Japanese stock market to suffer another heavy blow. He also has such a big deal. But unexpectedly this time the funds prepared by the other party are so abundant. $7.2 billion can be spent in one day, which is terrible. Although Yoshihiko Noda has $50 billion in his hands, if the futures are bought too much, in the unlikely event of any irreversible event, the loss will be extremely shocking. Regardless, resolve the battle as soon as possible. Yoshihiko Noda gritted his teeth and decided to continue to release the list, ready to absorb another 1 million futures, so that the stock index will return to more than 7,700 points. But at this moment, Abe Cohen made a move. Tokyo Electric Power sold 1 million lots. Tokyo Electric Power. Yoshihiko Noda was stunned, and the entire Japanese financial community was stunned. No one would have thought that this mysterious speculator would suddenly switch from futures to Tokyo Electric Power. This is like another tiger. Tokyo Electric Power has assets of up to $160 billion, and the entire market has nearly 1 billion outstanding shares. It is a Japanese standard large-cap blue-chip stock, and its just announced performance is very good, with a record profit of $3.1 billion last year. Why would you touch Tokyo Electric Power at this time? No one can understand the thinking of this mysterious seller. No matter what, continue to buy me 1 million futures. I want the stock price to rise to 7,800 before the end of the afternoon. Yoshihiko Noda roared. He absolutely does not believe that anyone can touch Tokyo Electric Power. The stock index rose instantly from 7,670 to 7,720. Abe Cohen gave a sneer and continued to short the Tokyo Electric Power 1 million hands. At present, Lin Feng has short selling Tokyo Electric Power for a total of 3 million lots, a total amount of up to $12 billion, 1.2 billion in principal, and Lee Zikai and the three also short selling 1 million Tokyo Electric Power. What happened? Yoshihiko Noda frowned, and the other party didn't care about the Nikkei at all. And what was the attempt to pursue Tokyo Electric Power all the way? Buy me another 100,000 futures. Noda Yoshihiko ordered. The Nikkei index continued to rise, approaching the 7,800 mark. But this mysterious consortium ignored it at all. This caused Noda Yoshihiko's heart to begin to faintly feel uneasy, always feeling that there is some conspiracy in it. It's time. Abe Cohen nodded secretly. With such an obvious hint, Abe Cohen believes that many international speculators should know that they must have a decisive backstop, and it is time to strike. Really, Jim? It's time. It's time for us to attack. Suarez said with a smile. Ha ha, Suarez, it seems that there is another good show this time. This time, we can't miss any more. Jim Rogers, the other owner of the Quantum Fund, laughed. On the other hand, Julian Robertson, the head of the Tiger Fund, also began to mobilize funds to attack the Japanese stock market. The unusual volatility of the Japanese stock market this time has long attracted the attention of Julian Robertson. Together with Suarez set off the Asian financial crisis that year, the Tiger Fund can be described as a lot of prosperity. However, like Quantum Fund, it suffered heavy losses when it attacked the Hong Kong stock market. The subsequent successive investment failures made the Tiger Fund worse than the Quantum Fund and was almost on the verge of bankruptcy. This time, it was also Julian Robertson's salvation for himself. More speculators are gathering. Japan is no better than Thailand, no better than Malaysia, no better than the Philippines. Japan's wealth is the second in the world, and its foreign exchange reserves are the world's first. In such a country, if it can make a little profit, it will far surpass Thailand, Malaysia and other countries. Of course, such a powerful country, with such a large amount of funds, cannot be touched by others. But now that someone has built the bridge and paved the way, they have nothing to hesitate. Now it is equivalent to a gold mine with only a few poor guards, and the guards of this gold mine may fall asleep at any time. If they hesitate, they are not worthy of being called international financial speculators. But right now, many international speculators are still waiting for a signal. This is the last signal of the mysterious consortium's attack on the Japanese stock market. Just as Yoshihiko Noda was very nervous, Japanese investors were uneasy, and international speculators were looking forward to it. Abe Cohen signaled a full-scale offensive, and news of a safety accident at the Tokyo Electric Power nuclear power plant suddenly spread on the market. At the moment this news came out, the share price of Tokyo Electric Power fell from 3,510 yen to 3,470 yen. And it was still falling slowly. Such a large sale made the share price of Tokyo Electric Power unsupportable, and the executives of Tokyo Electric Power did not even think that anyone would attack Tokyo Electric Power. Baga, let Tokyo Electric Power immediately clarify the news, otherwise it will affect the overall market trend. Noda Yoshihiko ordered with a black face. Tokyo Electric Power has indeed continuously broken out security incidents in the past 10 years, and there are even rumors that it has spent 100 million yen to bribe inspectors. As the Minister of Finance of Japan, Yoshihiko Noda is naturally very inside. All this is true. He is now a little worried about whether this mysterious consortium has obtained evidence. If it is, then whether everything before this is the opponent's smoke bomb. The opponent's main attack direction is Tokyo Electric Power. Thinking of this, Noda Yoshihiko's heart jumped. Subsequently, the Tokyo Electric Power high-level officials came out to refute the rumors for the first time, claiming that all of these were rumors, and that there were absolutely no safety accidents or hidden dangers in the Tokyo Electric Power. These were all deliberate and unpredictable rumors. The clarification of Tokyo Electric Power temporarily stabilized the stock price and stopped at 3,420 yen. This gave the Japanese financial community a sigh of relief. Otherwise the decline of Tokyo Electric Power will definitely affect the trend of the entire market. Well, I'm going to attack the Nikkei Futures Index. I want to let the index break through 7,850 points before the market closes today. Noda Yoshihiko ordered again. But at this moment, a huge amount of short-selling orders suddenly flooded into the market. 500,000. 1 million, 1.5 million. 2 million. In just a few minutes, the Nikkei Futures Index was short-selling 3 million contracts. The total amount involved is as high as $75 billion, and the principal is as high as $7.5 billion. The Nikkei Index also plummeted all the way, from 7,800 to 7,680. What's going on? Yoshihiko Noda looked at Tanliang's sale, stunned in shock. Does the other party still have such abundant funds? Of course, this is not what worried Noda Yoshihiko the most. No matter how rich a consortium is, it cannot be compared with a government, especially the Japanese government. What he is really worried about is that the snipers this time are from international speculators. If so many financial giants are really attacked, then the Japanese stock market will be in danger. And there is Tokyo Electric Power. Noda-kun, what should I do? We can't let the other side suppress it now, or our previous efforts will be wasted. The officials who were in charge of supervising together reminded. Take it, give me as much as you want. In short, today I want the index to rise to 7,850 points. Noda Yoshihiko also knows the key at this moment, and absolutely can't be soft at this time. $50 billion of funds are enough for him to resist the opponent's attack. Under the full protection of Noda Yoshihiko, the Nikkei index stabilized again, slowly rising to 7,750 points. But what Yoshihiko Noda worries about is Tokyo Electric Power. Is it really that simple? Really? Noda Yoshihiko's panic is called reality. A piece of evidence about the accident at the Tokyo Electric Power nuclear power plant was passed to major media. Tokyo Electric Power had a serious nuclear leak in March. The whole market is shocked and unparalleled. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 738, Your Grandpa's ? Tokyo Electric Power had a serious nuclear leak in March. When all the media received evidence about the Tokyo Electric Power nuclear leak, this evidence was also circulated to various investors through the internet. This is proposed by Lin Feng. Originally, Abby Cohen was only going to pass it on to the major media. But Lin Feng, in order to prevent the Japanese media from forcing the evidence to cover the trend of the Japanese stock market because of this evidence, delayed the people from knowing the time and gave the Japanese government time to deal with it. In an emergency, Lin Feng used his own Baidu and Google to publish the evidence to the world. In the face of this unexpected incident, Yoshihiko Noda didn't know how to deal with it for a while. If he didn't know, maybe he would force Tokyo Electric Power to clarify the matter, but he knew that there was indeed a serious nuclear leak in Tokyo Electric Power last month, and several small towns near its nuclear power plants were also forced to relocate. Of course, this is done in secret, and the outside world does not know it. And this right to know also made Noda Yoshihiko know what to do. In particular, these evidences are absolutely true. He didn't know how to face it for a while. Mr. Noda, the stock index is falling sharply all the way, but not saving the market. The operator on the side watched the Nikkei index fall from 7,680 to 7,520, and it was still falling rapidly, and couldn't help but remind. Although there was no sell order at this time, the previous sell order and the disastrous evidence of Tokyo Electric Power came out, which made the decline of the market unavoidable. It also directly caused many investors to panic selling, and the result was a vicious circle, causing the stock market to plummet like mercury. If you choose to rescue the market at this time, it is by no means as simple as buying a futures index, and you need to absorb a large number of stocks. In that case, the required funds are too large. And Yoshihiko Noda didn't even know that there was no more evidence in the opponent's hands. If so, if he continues to bail out the market, Japan's foreign exchange reserves will flow into the hands of these damned financial speculators in vain. Forget it, don't save it. Anyway, the market will close in 3 minutes. Yoshihiko Noda gritted his teeth as he watched the falling stock market. Anyway, it's only 3 minutes, just stick to it for another 3 minutes. 3 minutes, 2 minutes, 1 minute. At 2 p.m. Tokyo time, the Japanese market finally closed. But at this time, the Nikkei has fallen to 7,420 points. In just 3 minutes, it fell 260 points. And it fell 230 points throughout the day, or 3%. Although it was smaller than yesterday's 6% drop, it must be understood that this is under the circumstances of the Japanese government's efforts to rescue the market. Otherwise, I am afraid that the fall will be even worse. 7,420 points. 7,420 points. Looking at the closing index of the broader market, Yoshihiko Noda was speechless in shock. He did not expect that the market would plummet all the way in the last 3 minutes, falling to 7,420 points. You know, he bought a full 5.88 million futures at a price of 7,650 points. Now it has fallen to 7,420 points, a full 230 points, a loss of 100 yen per point, 230 points. 5.88 million sheets, then a full loss of 135.234 billion yen, or about $1.477 billion US. Thinking of this huge number, Yoshihiko Noda hurts. In one day, he personally traded, and as a result, he lost a full $1.477 billion US and lost $1.477 billion US in one day. This made Noda Yoshihiko feel as uncomfortable as being burned. And this is just the beginning. If it weren't for the last evidence of the Tokyo Electric Power nuclear power plant accident, it was only 3 minutes before the market closed. At that time, I am afraid he lost even more. How to explain to the Prime Minister. Yoshihiko Noda was sweating on his forehead. Yesterday he slapped his chest to ensure that the matter would be handled properly. The cabinet also passed an emergency resolution to allocate $50 billion for him to operate. As a result, he lost $1.477 billion in one day, shrink 2.9%. What about tomorrow? What if the decline continues tomorrow? Judging from the current situation, it is extremely possible. Moreover, According to the latest information, a large amount of foreign funds have poured into the Japanese financial market. The thing that the Japanese government is most worried about has happened. Now the trouble is big. Just when Noda Yoshihiko was anxious, he received a call from the top. Noda-kun, I want you to give me an explanation on the trend of the Japanese stock market today. Koizumi Koichiro's cold voice sounded. Yes, 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 it'll be the soon, it'll be the soon. Noda Yoshihiko is cold all over. If this matter can't satisfy Koizumi Ichiro, his future will be over. It will be over. When Yoshihiko Noda rushed to the Prime Minister's office nervously, Lee Zikai and others happily opened champagne to celebrate today's victory. Richard, ha ha, guess how much we earned today? Tang Jiaching exclaimed in excitement. Today is the first time that Tang Jiaching has witnessed such a big financial event with his own eyes. And he has also personally participated in it. This is really the most exciting thing for Tang Jiaching, and he has also made a lot of money. How much? Lee Zikai did not graduate with a major in finance, and he has no idea about it. He only knows that he should have made a lot today. Ha ha, Richard, we sold a total of 400,000 lots of Sony, Capcom, Sega and other stocks short selling 300,000 lots, Tokyo Electric Power short selling 1 million lots, Nikkei refers to short selling 100,000 lots. Haha, I never thought about it. I will make so much money after this time. Tang Jiaching excitedly drank a few glasses of champagne. Tong, come on, how much did you make? Zheng Zihing couldn't help his excitement, knocked Tang Jiaching on the head and said, haha, don't worry, I'll do the calculations for you. This time our profits are too much, I don't know if it counts. Tang Jiaching smiled and quickly opened the professional financial calculation software and began to calculate today's gains. After some calculations, Tang Jiaching jumped up excitedly and cheered loudly. How much did you earn? Li Zikai and Zheng Zihing asked in unison. Hearing each other's voice, the two looked at each other at the same time, and smiled at each other. It's not that they were too impatient this time, but that the amount of money was too big this time. They attacked the Japanese stock market. This idea is because of their net worth. They were just thinking about it in their dreams. I didn't expect that they would really attack the Japanese stock market today, and also won a big victory, which they could not imagine before. Especially this time they used all the funds that might be mobilized. If they are not nervous, it is naturally a lie. Today, Sony was affected by Dongjing Electric Power and the Nikkei index fell and closed at 50.5 yuan. After removing related fees and interest, we short selling 400,000 lots of Sony, bringing us $670 million in net profit. Tang Jiaching popped the keyboard, whispered, and the screen called up the profit the three of them made on a Sony stock today. Yes. Li Zikai and Zheng Zihing clenched fists and whispered softly, by the way, what about other stocks? As for Capcom, Sega and other stocks, apart from all expenses, we made a total of $250 million. Tang Jiaching said with a smile. Then what about Tokyo Electric Power? How much did we make? Li Zikai's voice was a little trembling. Only Sony and Capcom made $920 million in stocks. The money was almost like a strong wind. If you include Tokyo Electric Power and the Nikkei Futures Index, wouldn't it mean that he made more than $1 billion in 2 days? Which is far more profitable than any business he has done before. And it's all cash. There is also the Nikkei. How much do we make? Zheng Zihing added. The profit this time exceeded their expectations, and it made them feel like they were dreaming. We shorted 1 million lots for Dongjing Power. After the evidence of its nuclear power plant safety accident became clear, the limit fell instantly and closed at 2,632 yen, excluding the related handling fees. We made a total of $800 million. As for the Nikkei futures, we shorted 10,000. Excluding all expenses, we earned $25.12 million, which is the least. Tang Jiaching displayed all the data on the display, This time we made a total of 174,512 million US dollars. Richard Zihing, although the Nikkei index does not make much profit, it is because we buy less, and we have only just begun to work hard. According to the current situation, the future profit margins will be huge. However, Sony, Capcom and other stocks there is not much room for decline. After all, every stock always has its value, especially Sony stocks, which will never be junk stocks. At a price point, there will be a panic buying frenzy. I suspect that the future battlefield will probably be in Japan. Menstruation starts up, and Tang Jiaqing controlled the excitement in his heart and calmly analyzed. However, before the words were finished, they were interrupted by excited Li Zikai and Zheng Zihing. Yeah? Li Zikai and Zheng Zihing couldn't help but jump up and cheer. Seeing the two big brothers who have always been in front of the Chan collapse, Tang Jiaqing was also funny, but turned to join the carnival with excitement. Looking at the three of them cheering like children, Lin Feng smiled. But it's no wonder that Li Zikai, Zheng Zihing, and Tang Jiaqing are so excited. They made $1,7451.2 billion in 2 days. This is simply unheard of. In other words, everyone is so excited and so difficult to suppress. Lin Feng was also extremely excited, but it was difficult for him to express himself like the three of them. Although he earned more and more, Lin Feng couldn't be as excited as the three. Perhaps this was because Lin Feng had expected all of this. After all, for today, Abby Cohen had already prepared for a month, and he had invested all the resources he could use. A few minutes after Li Zikai and the three of them celebrated, they found Lin Feng with a pleasant face, sipping champagne and smiling faintly. Ha ha, Lin, just made you laugh. It's a bit too excited, Li Zikai said with an embarrassed smile. I was so excited today because I made a lot of money, and it was quick money, which was unpredictable. Naturally a little bit more excited and excited. Second, it was also because the people present were all acquaintances, so he naturally didn't have to worry about anything. Hee, it's okay, it's true feelings, Lin Feng said with a smile. By the way, Tong, how much did Lin Feng earn today? We have earned so much, and he should earn more. Li Zikai looked at Lin Feng's smile, slightly embarrassed, and suddenly remembered that Lin Feng was the main force this time. More than 10 times more than the three of them. He wanted to see if Lin Feng would be excited when he heard that he had made billions of dollars. Knowing how much you make is one thing, but when you really hear about the profit you make, it's another thing. He didn't believe that Lin Feng would be unexcited. Tang Jiaqing heard it, nodded repeatedly, and immediately began to calculate. After more than 10 minutes, Tang Jiaqing yelled in horror, looking at the screen for a long time and could not speak. Li Zikai and Zheng Zihing hurried over, turned their heads and looked at them, but they were also stunned. After a few minutes, I looked at Lin Feng with a monster-like look. Your grandpas, you have earned too much. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 739. Become the richest man in the world first. The three of Li Zikai looked at the numbers on the screen and were speechless in shock. The three of them made $1.74512 million, which is already very, very, very jaw-dropping. You must know that Sarah's quantum fund sniped the British pound and only made $650 million, which has already been on Wall Street, the top position of the return on investment. But now looking at Lin Feng's profit, the three of them suddenly felt that they were nothing more than picking a bit of silver on the ground. What's the matter? How much did I earn? Lin Feng was also a little curious when seeing the expressions of the three people seeing the aliens. He has too many plans, especially this time to snipe the Japanese stock market. Coupled with a large number of losses in Japanese high-tech stocks, Lin Feng wants to take the opportunity to take down a few long-admired game companies and develop a single-player game that has long been coveted. And it's almost summer, And it's time to make a big splash in the football transfer market, especially the bet with that Suleiman Lin Feng's Tottenham Hotspur and Suleiman's West Ham United will be the highest ranked next season. Who can choose any player from the opposing team? Although it is a bit tricky, he was angry. But Lin Feng was absolutely unwilling to lose. Lin Feng is absolutely unwilling to lose to the arrogant Arabs. But these all require money, and this attack on the Japanese stock market happens to bring huge profits to Lin Feng. Brother Feng, you short-selling Sony 2.3 million lots. Excluding all expenses, you made a net profit of $4 billion. Capcom and other stocks, you sold a total of 1 million short lots. After deducting all expenses, you made a total of $1 billion. Speaking of this, Tang Jiaqing swallowed his saliva. With these two types of stocks alone, Lin Feng made a full $5 billion. This is too exaggerated, too exaggerated. Li Zikai and Zheng Zihing also exclaimed in amazement. For Lin Feng, they no longer know what to say. In 2 days, they had taken $5 billion, and they were speechless. Lin Feng was also slightly surprised. He didn't expect to make so much, but he was not too surprised in his heart. After all, Sona's huge losses were as early as Lin Feng expected. It can be said that this $5 billion profit has long been in Lin Feng's mind. Also, Brother Feng, you sold a total of 3 million lots of Tokyo Electric Power short. After deducting all expenses, you made a net profit of $2.4 billion. As for the Nikkei index, Brother Feng, you sold a total of 2.78 million copies, a total drop of 230 points. For every drop, you make a net profit of 100 yen. On the Nikkei index, you make a total of $698 million. Tang Jiaqing said with a trembling tongue. Li Zikai and Zheng Zihing were shocked. Besides being shocked at this moment, they were completely speechless. Brother Feng, in these 2 days, you made a total of $8.098 billion. After deducting the 20% profit share, you also made a full $6.478 billion. And then deducting the $1.2 billion you used to raise funds from Goldman Sachs, plus your personal wealth was $42.884 billion. Now your personal assets are as high as $48.162 billion, which has surpassed the $42.9 billion in assets of Warren Buffett. It is ranked second on the list of the world's richest people, and only $52.8 billion from the world's richest man Bill Gates. Only $4.638 billion. Tang Jiaqing excitedly sorted out Lin Feng's finances. Li Zikai and Zheng Zihing were also extremely excited. If Lin Feng can be called the richest man in the world, it will undoubtedly give all the Chinese people their face. A 23-year-old Chinese can become the world's richest man from scratch. This is definitely the greatest miracle of this century. Lin Feng was moved by Tang Jiaqing's passionate and tempting words. The world's richest man, the world's richest man, this is the title that so many people dream of. They didn't expect to be so close to themselves now. So close. Can I really become the richest man in the world? After Rebirth, Lin Feng just wanted to make money so that he and his family could live a happy and fulfilling life, but as he walked step by step, unknowingly, what he has now has already exceeded the goal he set at the beginning. At present, Lin Feng's goal is to be unfettered and able to fully control his own life. This is both simple and difficult, but let's talk about becoming the world's richest man first. Lin Feng smiled. Although there is only a gap of $4.638 billion from Bill Gates, I mainly made a quick money from the stock market this time. Before reaping the final fruits, as long as the funds are still in the stock market, no one can say that they have made it. Money. Of course, all this won't be known until the battle is over. It's just the beginning. Tang Jiaqing also added in time. Well, yes, I can't be too happy now. The Japanese government will definitely not compromise on this. Let us take tens of billions of dollars from the Japanese stock market. They will definitely fight back. We must be cautious. Lin Feng also said, giving Li Zikai and Zheng Zihing, who were a little overexcited, cooled down. Yes, we can't be happy too early. Li Zikai and Zheng Ziying must be very people, and soon calmed down and began to use their respective relationships to listen to the news in Japan. For these 2 days, Lin Feng has been acting as the main force. They just waved the flag and shouted at the back to make some tailwind money. Now it is time for them to contribute. Now, even if they are known by the family, they have confidence. The trio made $1.74512 million in 2 days, giving them enough confidence to face the doubts from the family, and now they have been on this chariot, whether it is for profit or fame. They can't fail. The family will definitely try to help them. Even if they don't invest, they will try their best to collect information on all aspects of Japan. This is what Lin Feng hoped. If there is the support of the 3 major families behind the 3, Lin Feng believes that this battle himself will be more confident. At this time, the Prime Minister's Office of Japan. Japanese Finance Minister Yoshihiko Noda sat on his knees in front of Japanese Prime Minister Koizumi Koichiro. His face was disheveled, and there were spit stars everywhere on his face. He has been scolded by Koizumi's idiot by pointing his nose for half an hour here, but looking at Koizumi's angry expression, it is obvious that his anger has not subsided. It was another half an hour later, when Noda Yoshihiko's face was covered with Koizumi Koichiro's saliva stars, Koizumi Koichiro finally took a sigh of relief, and poured a few big salivas with Gudong and Gudong. Let's go, Noda-kun. What are you going to do now? Koizumi Chihiro said angrily. This. Yoshihiko Noda was speechless. Now the evidence of the Tokyo Electric Power nuclear power plant accident has been found, and the day-to-day selling at the final closing stage today also shows that foreign consortia have invaded Japan's financial system and have stretched out their blood, ready to swallow Japan's wealth at any time. However, the performance of 17 companies such as Sony is so unbearable, and the confidence of investors has been severely hit by the Tokyo Electric Power incident. In this case, he can do nothing for a while. At this moment, a blonde young man walked out beside Koizumi Ichiro. His face was arrogant, his face was graceful and luxurious, and he didn't need to look closely to know that this person must come from a member of an ancient family. Idiot, I knew you had no choice. Fortunately, this time we invited a financial master who will guide you on how to act in this stock market sniper battle. From now on, you must listen to him. Koizumi Ichiro pointed to the young man on the side and ordered. Yoshihiko Noda frowned slightly. He didn't expect Koizumi Koichiro to order this young man to command himself. Who is he? Mr. Croak, I hope you can advise me more this time. Koizumi Koichiro said in a respectful manner, changing his pretentious instructions to Yoshihiko Noda. The young man nodded and glanced at Koichiro Noda. He was extremely cold and contemptuous and said, let's go, come with me. Yes, yes, yes. Yoshihiko Noda was stunned. He was scolded by Koizumi Ichiro just now. He was already useless and embarrassed enough. I didn't expect this young man to yell at him too, in his heart. At that time, I was dissatisfied and wanted to yell at the other side to make him respect the old and love the young. Unexpectedly, when he saw the indifferent eyes of the young man, Yoshihiko Noda shuddered as if he had been poured with ice water in June. Non-stop. And thinking of Koizumi's respectful attitude to him just now, he didn't even dare to say anything. He only followed the young man and left. Prime Minister, who is this man? Why is he so respectful to him? The cabinet members on the side asked after the young man and Yoshihiko Noda had gone away. It's better not to know his identity. You just need to know that he is someone who can help us through this financial crisis, Koizumi said with caution. Hearing Koizumi's remarks, the many cabinet members around him sighed and secretly surprised Koizumi's attention and awe. Mr. Croak, what should we do tomorrow? Noda Yoshihiko followed the young Croak to an elegant and chic manner and couldn't help asking. It's very simple to refute the rumors. First, clarify the serious leakage of the Tokyo Electric Power Plant. As for other things, you will do what I tell you to do tomorrow. Krosh said indifferently. but with an indisputable tone. Yes. The more Yoshihiko Noda gets along with this young Krosh, the more pressure he feels, and he dared not make any negligence at all. After receiving the order, Yoshihiko Noda began to move around, contacting the top of the Tokyo Electric Power to discuss how to clarify the nuclear leak of the Tokyo Electric Power. But just after Yoshihiko Noda left, Krosh picked up the phone coldly, with a weird smile. "Hey, Mr. Lin, you don't need to know who I am. You just need to know, I can help you earn $30 billion this time, but there is a premise. I want you to hold 15% of the Second World shares." The young Krosh said proudly. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 740. Help me earn $30 billion in exchange for 15% of the Second World shares in my hands? Lin Feng received such an inexplicable call and couldn't recover for a long time. Who are you? Lin Feng wondered for a long time and asked. "Mr. Lin," called Croak outside. "You can also call me Croak. In short, I can help you easily earn $30 billion. But I want 15% of the Second World shares in your hands." Cross said lightly. "Mr. Lin, the current share price of Second World is $116, and the 15% share is about $12.18 billion. The price I paid is very high. You know, I let you earn it. But cash, $30 billion in cash. And it's easy." Lin Feng snorted after hearing Krosh's aloof voice. "I'm sorry, Mr. Krosh, I won't sell the shares of the Second World," Lin Feng said coldly in reply. It is a joke that this person who does not know the so-called wants his own Second World. Yes, the 15% Second World shares in his own hands are only worth $12.18 billion. But Lin Feng believes that in the future, with the completion of the Second World headquarters building, games such as Virtual Life and World War I after another, the Second World stock price will definitely reach a new level. In particular, Second World also holds two super brands in the computer hardware industry, AMD and ATI. It is a dream to want $30 billion in exchange for $300 billion. Lin Feng might still think about it. "Mr. Lin, I hope you think about it carefully. Otherwise, your funds will be firmly trapped in the stock market this time, and I'm afraid you will have to sell the stocks to repay the debt." Crouch reminded coldly. "Really? Then the stock market sees highs and lows." Lin Feng finished speaking and hung up the phone. "Threaten me? The most annoying thing in my life is being threatened." Lin Feng was very angry. He didn't know where this Krosh came out. He wanted 15% of the Second World shares in his hands. Who would he be? However, this call still made Lin Feng feel tangled in his heart, and felt a little uneasy in his heart. After thinking about it, I called Abby Cohen. After all, Abby Cohen had previously worked for the Goldman Sachs Company, a super investment bank, who was more knowledgeable than himself in this regard. Abby Cohen was also taken aback when he heard the name. "This name is very common, but I always faintly feel that I have heard of this name. By the way, Lin, did he really ask you for 15% of the shares to ensure that you can easily earn $30 billion? Abby Cohen said curiously. "Well, yes, that's what he said. But I already refused." "Abby, have you heard of him?" Lin Feng asked. "No, the name is very unfamiliar." "However, Lin, rest assured that now several major international funds have entered the Japanese financial market, and the nuclear leak of Tokyo Electric Power is not so easy to resolve. We still have a tape in our hands that has not been announced yet, and the weather in Tokyo these days is really very bad," Abby Cohen said confidently. Hearing Abby Cohen's confident tone, Lin Feng also relaxed. There really is no need to make yourself nervous because of a stranger's phone call. "No need." "By the way, Abby, what does this have to do with the weather?" Lin Feng asked curiously, remembering what Abby Cohen had just said. "Ha, Lin. The weather in Japan is really abnormal these days. It's so cold. I checked the weather forecast and it may snow in Tokyo. If it snows, the electricity consumption of Tokyo residents will increase greatly. At that time, once after the power outage again, the nuclear leak of Tokyo Electric Power can't be covered even if you want to cover it, Abby Cohen said with a smile. After listening, Lin Feng clapped his hands and laughed. This time, even God was helping himself. I now have time and people. Although there is no geographical advantage, it is enough to win this battle. After hanging up the phone, Abby Cohen buried his head on the trend chart again, studying the possible countermeasures that Japan might produce tomorrow, and how he should face it. Suddenly, there was a flash of light in Abby Cohen's mind. Grok! Exclamation mark. Could it be him? Abby Cohen remembered a name he had heard before. If it was really him, it would be more troublesome this time. But just don't know if it's his personal behavior or family behavior this time. If it is a family behavior, then I am afraid this time you have to be careful. If it is a personal behavior, then there is no need to worry. After all, this time I already have enough bargaining chips. Enough. After thinking about it, Abby Cohen took out a few copper coins from his pocket. This is the divination technique she learned from an ancient Chinese book. Whenever she encountered something difficult to choose, she would look at it. So far, her divination is almost accurate. After a sound of falling copper coins, Abby Cohen took a look, and he won the lottery. Not bad or not. Shaking his head, continue to observe the trend and study various data. This kind of thing is ultimately in his own hands. As for whether this person's identity was told to Lin Feng, Abby Cohen chose to give up after hesitating for a moment. This person's background is too big, and she is afraid of putting unnecessary psychological pressure on Lin Fengping. What's more, this is just her guess, not necessarily from that family. On the other end, Krosh, who was hung up by Lin Feng, smiled playfully. This time he was ordered to come to Japan. The only purpose is to meet this Lin Feng, this young man who has risen like a rocket in the last 3 years, and his second goal is Lin Feng's second world shares. But now it seems that this Lin Feng is not so easy to deal with. $30 billion can't seduce him. Then see if his funds are all locked up, and see how he repays the loan. Crosslang Jun's face appeared with a joking smile. At this moment, on the side of international speculators, Sora's, it only dropped 230 points today, which is too little. It needs to drop more points. Jim Rogers said, extremely dissatisfied. Today they only shorted 1 million futures and made a mere $250 million US, which is too little to satisfy their appetite. Well, Jim, we will continue to short sell futures tomorrow. If this mysterious consortium has enough chips, we will attack the yen. This time we must earn a vote fiercely, Soros said confidently. On the other hand, Julian Robertson, head of the Tiger Fund, is also dissatisfied with today's harvest. He only shorted 800,000 Nikkei futures and made no more than $200 million US. Although he took a ride, this profit made him unsatisfied. Tomorrow he must take advantage of the victory and pursue it. More international financial speculators are not satisfied with today's results. They vowed to take advantage of the victory tomorrow. This time someone took the lead in attacking the Japanese stock market, and it coincided with the huge losses in large-cap blue-chip stocks such as Sony. For many financial speculators, nothing is more exciting. If this is not pursued, it is not worthy of being called a financial speculator. At this time, night fell slowly. However, for many international financial speculators, the end of the Japanese stock market is just the beginning of another battlefield. Soon, the US stock market and the European stock market will start soon, and the stock markets in these two regions will directly affect the trend of the Japanese stock market tomorrow. In order to continue to suppress the Japanese stock market and make the most profit from it, these international financial speculators have used their respective resources and advantages to distribute various news that are unfavorable to the Japanese stock market. Overnight, all kinds of news like the Japanese government can't support it and will give up to rescue the market, and Tokyo Electric Power nuclear leak caused several small towns to relocate. This made Japanese investors uneasy all night, and many Japanese domestic speculators have dark circles under their eyes after dawn. This night really made them feel uncomfortable. After daybreak, Many Japanese investors thought they would wait for good news from the Japanese government, but all kinds of bad news came first. Yesterday, the US Nasdaq fell 2.3%, European stock markets also fell 1.8%, and global stock markets almost fell. This put the Japanese stock market under unprecedented pressure. Yoshihiko Noda released the news to convince all investors that the Tokyo Electric Power nuclear leak is a deliberate conclusion of some people. I believe that you should have taken countermeasures last night. Cross has no worries about the European and American stock markets. Fall sound. As long as the Tokyo Electric Power can prove that this nuclear leak is purely fictional, coupled with the Japanese government's huge foreign exchange reserves to rescue the market, coupled with his mind, there is no problem at all. Well, Mr. Krosh, don't worry, we have already identified who the traitor is. Yoshihiko Noda said slowly and confidently. Last night, they had found the traitor who had betrayed the evidence of the Tokyo Electric nuclear leak. Although they have not caught him yet, they already have a way to deal with this deadly evidence. Subsequently, at 8 o'clock in the Tokyo incident, the Tokyo Electric Power executives held a press conference 1 hour before leaving the market to prove to all investors that the so-called evidence was that a certain person who was dismissed by the Tokyo Electric Power for corruption and bribery was dismissed. The high-level retaliatory act for resenting the Tokyo Electric Power. All the evidence is purely fabricated. At the same time, TV Tokyo's Morning News also broadcast a morning bulletin, interviewing several nuclear power plants and related industries of Tokyo Electric Power, and interviewing residents of nearby small towns, all boasting Tokyo Electric Power with happiness, bringing prosperity to the local area, and absolutely no safety accidents and nuclear leaks have occurred. This news made Japanese investors who were originally worried like a shot of stimulant. Many investors who were still downcast suddenly raised their heads. They are convinced that today they will be able to regain the rivers and mountains. Mr. Krosh, do you still have to announce a lower interest rate? Noda Yoshihiko asked. No, as long as Tokyo Electric Power is okay, plus the huge amount of money in your hands, it is enough to solve this group of international speculators. Krug said contemptuously. It's just a group of chickens and dogs. It's not worth mentioning. Cross sneered. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 741 Slingshot? The clarification of Tokyo Electric Power has greatly encouraged the sentiment of Japanese domestic investors. Before the opening of the market, many Japanese domestic investors were full of spirits and their eyes were divine, ready to see how the Japanese stock market counterattacked today. They can also take the opportunity to catch this ride and make a little money. This kind of bluffing method is just for ordinary people. Abby Cohen dismissed Japan's method of clarifying Tokyo Electric Power. This method is absolutely unworkable in the United States, because the US media is so developed that even the presidential scandal is dared to unfold. This kind of corporate scandal is even more so. But in Japan, such scandals can be concealed. But can it really cover up? Abby Cohen looked at the sky in Tokyo. It was drizzling. The temperature was 11 degrees Celsius, which was lower than the historical temperature. According to the forecast of the weather forecast, today Tokyo is very likely to have a rare April snow, and the temperature will drop to 0 degrees. At that time, when Tokyo, Japan was at the peak of its electricity consumption, Abby Cohen wanted to see how Tokyo Electric Power could overcome this panic. At 9 a.m. Tokyo time, affected by the Tokyo Electric Power clarification of the nuclear leak, the Nikkei opened higher, and the opening went straight to 7,500 points. Yesterday's closing at 7,420 points. However, at a critical moment, it encountered another day-to-day selling. 3 consecutive selling orders of 1 million contracts caused the Nikkei index to suffer a heavy setback. From 7,490 points, it fell to 7,380 points in an instant, and it fell below the psychological price of 7,400 points in an instant. Mr. Krosh, Do we need to pick it up now? If I don't pick it up, the 5.88 million I bought earlier will be a big loss. Yoshihiko Noda asked distressedly, looking at the Nikkei. Unexpectedly, Krosh shook his head. Seeing that the Japanese government did not take over, international financial speculators once again sold 1 million copies, causing the Nikkei index to directly fall below the psychological barrier of 7,300 points, all the way down to 7,250 points. Mr. Krosh, if this goes on, the Japanese stock market will collapse. Yoshihiko Noda wanted to cry without tears. If the Japanese stock market collapses, this Krosh must be fine, and he must be the one who is in the culprit. Hearing the noise of Noda Yoshihiko, Krosh just glanced at Yoshihiko Noda coldly, and his cold eyes made Yoshihiko Noda shut up immediately. Let them sell. No amount of this kind of selling will cause practical harm to the Japanese stock market. They have the ability to sell 100 million copies, so that it can directly cause the Japanese stock market to collapse. Krosh said with disdain. The 225 blue-chip stocks in the market are the ones that really manipulate the rise and fall of the Japanese stock market. This simple method of short-selling futures will not be able to completely defeat the Japanese stock market. Krosh didn't even bother to face this kind of low-level provocation. Only an idiot like Yoshihiko Noda would panic to pick up the order and support the market. Sure enough, after some short selling by international financial speculators, they saw that the Japanese government did not support the market, nor did they lose interest. The futures index is also stable at 7,215 points. Krosh nodded. 7,200 points should be the psychological price of Japanese investors. In the absence of other negative news or major bad news, just short selling the futures index will not break through 7,200 points. If you want to completely defeat the Japanese stock market, these speculators will have to dominate the blue chip stocks. However, just when international financial speculators were preparing to move to the blue chip stocks of the broader market to continue to make the Japanese government's face, Krosh made the move. Buy me 5 million futures. Krosh said calmly. What? 5 million futures? Yoshihiko Noda exclaimed. Buy it, Krosh said coldly. Under Yoshihiko Noda's hurried operation, the Japanese government bought 5 million futures and wiped out the previous 4 million selling orders. When the international financial speculators discovered that the Japanese government suddenly faced the battle, they immediately sold 1 million contracts short again, filling the whole of 1 million futures, and sold 1 million contracts again. But it was swept away by Krosh again. Buy another 5 million copies. The sarcasm on Krosh's face was even stronger. Yoshihiko Noda heard that he almost fell. If you buy another 5 million, then the Japanese government bought 11 million today. Counting the 5.88 million he bought yesterday, the Japanese government has already invested $42.2 billion in futures. Most of the $50 billion bailout funds have been spent. This is too exaggerated. Yoshihiko Noda dared not execute this command, but at this time Koizumi Koichiro called and asked Yoshihiko Noda to execute any order from Krosh. Reluctantly, Yoshihiko Noda could only continue to buy 5 million copies. Of the 50 billion bailout funds of the Japanese government, only $7.8 billion remain. However, the emergence of this sky-high price bill was timely, like a shot of stimulant, which immediately stabilized the entire market. Damn it! Soros and the others cursed. Unexpectedly, I met a madman this time and smashed 11 million futures on this. This is crazy. The funds in their hands are simply not enough to compete with them. If these 5 million futures refer to them again, I am afraid that the Japanese government will release millions of orders again. At that time, they had no funds to receive it. Moreover, as Krosh said before, if the blue chip stocks of the broader market are not crossed, the Japanese stock market will not collapse. This tossing continued, and in the end, before they really started to attack, The funds in their hands were consumed by the Japanese government. Reluctantly, many international financial speculators can only ignore these 5 million purchase orders and start to move to the blue chip stocks of the Japanese market. As long as the blue chip stocks in the broader market can be defeated, these 15.88 million futures are enough to make the Japanese government lose money. Large-cap blue chips such as Toyota, Honda, Mitsui Fudosan, Sumitomo Fudosan, etc. have all been short-selling by international financial speculators. This has caused the Japanese stock market to be turbulent, and many investors have exclaimed, "Mr. Krosh, let's do it. If we don't do it again, it really collapses." Yoshihiko Noda anxiously watched the market index easily fall below the psychological price of 7,200 points under the short-selling storm of international financial speculators, and was extremely anxious. Observing for another minute, when Yoshihiko Noda was anxiously approaching Krosh's neck, Krosh made a shot. "Selling with all our strength. Whatever they are selling short, we will short selling anything," Krosh said. "What?" Yoshihiko Noda wondered in astonishment whether he had heard him wrong. "Sell short. Give me short," Krosh said coldly. "Yes. Yes." Yoshihiko Noda was speechless. He didn't understand what Krosh thought. If they still sell short at this time, wouldn't it cause the Japanese stock market to collapse completely? Idiot. Krosh shook his head helplessly. "I ask you, do you say Toyota, Honda, and Sony's stocks are junk stocks?" Yoshihiko Noda shook his head. "If this is junk stocks, there will be no blue chip stocks. Since it is not a junk stock, it must have a minimum psychological bear price. When this price is reached, investors in the market will rush to buy. I am going to break through this price and let all investors come to help us. City. Otherwise, no matter how much money you have, you will have to be sucked up by these international speculators," Crouch said in an uninstructable tone. Yoshihiko Noda was embarrassed for a while. But Krosh's words are the most plausible sayings. Under the joint suppression of international financial speculators and Kroch, many blue chip stocks in Japan's large-cap market fell like a balloon that had been pierced. In just a few minutes, there were 225 large-cap blue chip stocks and more than 27 have a limit on the daily limit. The economic index has fallen to 6,870 points, the lowest historical price in the past 3 years. There was a panic in the entire Japanese market, as if to see the stock market crash of 1990 staged again. The international financial speculators also have a look of joy. This time, they will reap at least tens of billions of dollars in profits, and they see a broader prospect. Although there are financial speculators, such as Soros and others, who are faintly aware of the impropriety, they cannot resist the temptation of tens of billions of dollars. International financial speculators were all excited, but Abby Cohen, Lee Zikai and others who provoked the sniper storm were sad. Because before the opening of the market today, Abby Cohen got an exact piece of news about Krosh's identity. Under the shock, Abby Cohen had to tell everyone about the identity of Krosh. This is also Abby Cohen's sake of being safe, afraid that everyone will underestimate the enemy and cause any accidents. This Kroch is no one else, but the grandson of the most mysterious family in the world, the Rothschild family, and the grandson of Baron David de Rothschild, the head of the Rothschild family. Rothschild, the richest and most mysterious family on the planet. None of the companies under their family have ever been listed, and the property is never announced to the public, and no lawyers are used for inheritance. The wealth and power of the entire family can only be known by insiders, and outsiders have no way of knowing. However, according to the introduction of currency war, the Rothschild family has more than $50 trillion in assets. Of course, all these are rumors. After all, Rothschilds are too mysterious, and no one knows how much money they have. However, South Africa's largest diamond mine, Rothschild owns 70% of its property rights, and this diamond mine is only the foot of the iceberg of the Rothschild family's wealth. It can be said that although the assets of the Rothschild family may not be as exaggerated as $50 trillion, They definitely exceed the world's richest man Bill Gates, and far exceed it. As for this Grosh, it is a nickname, whose real name is ominous. In front of outsiders, the Rothschild family will always use only nicknames instead of their real names. This is also another mystery of the Rothschild family. Faced with such a huge family, and this time the opponent is this Grosh, Lin Feng and others naturally did not dare to take it lightly, so they did not participate in today's sniper operation, but chose to observe it. And now, Cross, together with international financial speculators, is suppressing the Japanese stock market, absolutely not to give people money. Everyone thought in their minds, wondering what exactly this Grosh intended. Slingshot theory, a noun flashed in Lin Feng's mind. In the past few days, he also made up for financial knowledge, and remembered that there was a famous slingshot theory in it. The so-called slingshot theory is to continuously suppress a good stock. When the suppression reaches its limit, it is when it rebounds. The greater the pressure, the greater the strength of the rebound. Because stocks that can be called blue chip stocks are definitely not junk stocks. When it is suppressed to a limit, investors will start to buy, and once a rush to buy is formed, the power of this slingshot begins to appear. The better this blue chip stock, the greater the power of the slingshot. Hearing Lin Feng uttering the word slingshot, Abby Cohen patted her forehead fiercely. How she had forgotten this theory, and she was shocked at this Grosh. This young man is terrible. Begin to use the futures index to induce international financial speculators to firmly put their funds on the futures index, and then use the slingshot theory to dig a big hole for all international financial speculators. This is when the slingshot reaches its limit, when a group of international financial speculators were buried alive. Of course, although Lin Feng and others have not joined today's battle, if the Japanese stock market rises, Lin Feng will also suffer heavy losses. This slingshot must not be allowed to bounce, otherwise every speculator including Lin Feng will be a loser. Abby Cohen said with a chill. Lin, do we want to remind those international financial speculators? After hesitating for a while, Abby Cohen couldn't make a decision and had to ask Lin Feng. Lin Feng frowned again and again. It's too late. It's too late. And this Grosh's sinister intention is not just as simple as the slingshot theory. He is also dividing us. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. This Grosh is too clever. Someone will definitely see his slingshot, but people's intellect is divided into 6 or 9 grades, and not everyone can see it. Even if you can see it, the time it takes to see through this slingshot theory will definitely not be the same. Once this slingshot is formed, it will be difficult to get rid of. At that time, once the person who saw through this slingshot theory escaped, it would have a chain reaction, which would make the slingshot more powerful, and would directly disrupt the sniper war. If someone flees for self-protection, I am afraid that once today is over, not only will this sniper war be disintegrated, but also international financial speculators will suffer heavy losses and lose their money. No wonder this croc is so conclusive that he can lock all his funds in the stock market. Sure enough, Lin Feng cursed secretly. I really ran into an opponent this time, and I ran into one of the strongest opponents, and it happened to be in an area that I was not good at. Lin, what are we going to do now? Abby Cohen was also confused for a while, without paying attention. He could only pin his hopes on Lin Feng. Although she is a Wall Street myth and has created many miracles, after all, she is not a god or a human being, and she cannot turn defeat into victory under any circumstances. But Lin Feng has never failed. Never. Now hope can only be pinned on Lin Feng. How to do? Although Lin Feng was also flustered and a little bit arrogant, he couldn't show it in front of Abby Cohen and others. They are already panicking at the moment, and if they panic again, this war won't need to be fought. Think hard. There is it. A bright light flashed in Lin Feng's mind, but this method was only an expedient measure, and a bit selfish, but only in this way can everyone recover a little loss. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 742. You are really bad. Lin Feng's mind flashed, and he had an idea in his mind. Abby For now, we can only choose to protect ourselves temporarily, Lin Feng said calmly. Self-protection? Abby Cohen's first reaction was to protect himself. After all, he and others have sold a lot of Sony, Capcom and other stocks during this period. Tomorrow is the delivery date, but according to Croce's slingshot, if you do not close the position and close it tomorrow, I am afraid that it will be bounced back to the original price, or even higher. What's more, in terms of interest, it is very cost-effective to close the position at the current price today. Currently it has fallen to $46. But if you choose to close the position now, the biggest trouble is to make the slingshot higher. After all, Abby Cohen shorted 3.3 million lots. One lot equals 100 shares on stocks such as Sony and Capcom. If this is flat when the warehouse is up, the thrust generated will be extremely huge. There is also Tokyo Electric Power, which also has 3 million hands, which is a huge amount. Lin, this will make the slingshot too high. If the index rises to 8,000 points, we won't make any money. If it rises to 9,000 points, we will lose money. Abby Cohen reminded. The reason why she does not advocate self-protection is because she is afraid that the futures index will eventually be speculated by the Japanese government. At that time, even if Lin Feng made money on stocks, he would eventually be dragged down by futures. After all, Lin Feng also bought 2.78 million futures, which exceeded 7,650 points. For every point increase, 2.78 million, Lin Feng would have to pay 278 million yen, or about $3.027 million. Abby, don't forget the Tokyo Electric Power. We still have a piece of evidence. Originally, we were acting as a backstop to give the Japanese stock market the last blow, but now we have only made an early appearance. When the stock market rebounds strongly, we will use Tokyo Electric Power. Let's seize the upsurge of the entire market, Lin Feng said. Abby Cohen thought for a while and nodded. It can only be so for now. She had thought of all this, but she couldn't decide for a while. The Japanese stock market could have been easily defeated this time. Unexpectedly, the appearance of this croc made everything change. This slingshot tactic is very good, but this is also because Japan is the second largest economy in the world. If it was replaced by other countries, it would have collapsed a long time ago. Later, when the market fell to 6,780 points, the decline had slowed down and there was a tendency to rebound gradually. According to the points and stock price technology at this time, Lin Feng has 2.3 million Sony, 1 million Capcom and other stocks, 3 million Tokyo Electric Power, and 2.78 million futures, making Lin Feng a full $13 billion at this moment. Lin Feng's wealth has surpassed Bill Gates. But, this is instant wealth after all, and no one will know. Close the position. Abby Cohen calmly gave the order. Lee Zikai and others were already waiting for it. After hearing Abby Cohen's order, they immediately began to slowly recover the short-selling stocks and liquidate their positions. 6,730, 6,720, 6,715. The Nikkei index is falling more and more full, and most speculators have already noticed that it is not good. It's in the game. Soros looked cold. He did not expect that the Japanese government would dare to do this, and actually help them to suppress the stock market together and resort to slingshot tactics. But this trick is really good. But what really worries Soros now is that he is afraid that someone will also see this slingshot tactic and take advantage of the strong position to liquidate and recover funds. If so, it is truly a disaster. At 6,710 points, the market stagnated. At this time, Abby Cohen just bought 1 million shares of Sony for $42, and 300,000 shares of Capcom and other shares for $28. As for TEPCO, it didn't dare to move at all. The impact of a move cannot be estimated, and it will directly lead to the effect of the evidence in Lin Feng's hands is greatly compromised. Lee Zikai and others have closed half of their positions due to their small holdings. Not only have the costs been recovered, they have also made a small profit. But at this time, The slingshot has reached its limit and finally rebounded strongly. 6,750. The market soared by 40 points. Throughout the stock exchange center, all Japanese investors cheered. The market finally stopped falling and was finally going to rise. 6,790 points. The market rose another 40 points. The voice is louder, and an even crazier stock buoying frenzy began. No one does not covet such a low stock price, and this stock price is extremely low. Amidst all the financial speculators stunned, the broad market index rose all the way, and finally rose to 7,650 points before the close in the morning. All speculators can be considered a waste of work. But apart from handling fees, interest, etc., these financial speculators also made a slight loss. And more importantly, this crazy upward trend is not over yet. Long live the Yamato nation! Deafening cheers erupted from major securities centers in Japan, and various Japanese TV stations also reported on the scene. Watching the excited eyes of many Japanese investors on the TV screen, many people came to share the pie. International financial speculators are not looking at it. If this trend continues, I am afraid they will lose money in the end, and Japanese investors will make money. Damn, what is he doing? Soros looked at today's trading volume and said indignantly. As the Behindthesens man behind the attack on the Japanese stock market, Lam Feng has invested the most money, but now he has begun to liquidate his position, which makes Soros a little bit confused. Withdrawal of capital at this time will undoubtedly contribute to the power of slingshot. Don't he need millions of futures? That will pay more. Soros felt a little helpless for the first time. He has always been the banker and others are idle. Unexpectedly, he became a player this time, and others are called the banker. He felt really aggrieved. Looking at the trend of the market at this moment, he can only hope that Lin Feng has a backhand. Lin, now we have recovered 1.7 million lots from Sony, which is still 600,000 lots. The average price of these 1.7 million lots is $52, and we made a gross profit of $20.25 per share. But the remaining 600,000 lots are probably very difficult. All the acquisitions are back, and now there is a panic buying frenzy. We can't receive the goods at all. As for Capcom and other stocks, we recovered 650,000 with an average price of $31, and our gross profit per share was $13. Like Sony's stock, the remaining 350,000 received, I'm afraid it's hard to get it back. I can only wait for the forced liquidation. Abby Cohen reported helplessly. This is the difference between short-selling stocks and short-selling futures. Short-selling refers to making money as long as the index is lower than when it was bought during the delivery period, while short-selling stocks must be recovered during the delivery period, otherwise they will wait for the forced liquidation of the position at a price higher than the market price. Fortunately, this time Abby Cohen and others had the foresight and slowly recovered in advance, otherwise the losses this time would be great. Of course, the real loss is still with Tokyo Electric Power. Lin Feng still owns 3 million hands. For the entire market, Abby Cohen has not recovered it. If the stock continues to rise, Lin Feng will probably suffer a loss. Well, Abby, let the news spread out, Lin Feng said. Now we can only rely on Tokyo Electric Power to disrupt the market's gains. At 11:30, Tokyo time, a tape came out. The above is a recording of a certain high-level Tokyo Electric Power. He is quite sure that all major power companies in Japan have nuclear leaks and other safety incidents, and they all resort to bribing prosecutors to avoid inspections and deceive public opinion. The advent of this tape caused an uproar in Japan, especially in the morning. Tokyo Electric Power was still high-profile, proclaiming that the nuclear leak was a conspiracy. But now this tape clearly proves that Tokyo Electric Power is lying, and more seriously, this tape accuses Japan's top 10 electric power companies. The existence of scandals in this area is truly fatal. For the Japanese, life is very precious, and such a nuclear leak is absolutely unforgivable. Suddenly, the group was indignant, and one after another asked Japan's top 10 power companies to give an explanation. In the face of this sudden time, Krosh glanced contemptuously at Noda Yoshihiko. This kind of evidence was obtained, and he didn't even know what he really did. Mr. Krosh, rest assured, I will solve this matter. Yoshihiko Noda immediately contacted the major power companies and held a press conference in the first time to clarify the matter. They refuted the authenticity of this tape and warned the Japanese people to calm down and trust the Japanese government, and I strongly urge Japanese investors to trust the Japanese government's rescue efforts on the stock market and not to panic. These statements and appeals also temporarily stabilized people's hearts. After the opening in the afternoon, the stock index continued to rise after a slight decline. After a period of resistance, international financial speculators have no choice but to give up temporarily. At this time, there is no point in continuing to resist. They can only find a way after the market closes. No matter how powerful the slingshot is, it has its limits. In particular, the slingshot uses people's hearts. When all kinds of unfavorable news appear on the market again overnight, these investors will hesitate again, instead of chasing the price like they are now. The human heart is wonderful and unpredictable. However, I don't know if Lin Feng and others are really lucky, or the Japanese side is really too bad. At 1:30 in the afternoon, there was heavy snow in Tokyo and the temperature dropped directly to 0 degrees. What's worse, at the peak of electricity consumption in Tokyo, there was a sudden large-scale blackout. That's it. Yoshihiko Noda screamed in his heart. This power outage, Tokyo Electric Power and other companies' statements are self-defeating. Sure enough, after witnessing the blackout, many Japanese investors suddenly realized that this Tokyo Electric Power nuclear leak must exist, and now people doubt whether this phenomenon exists in the entire Japanese electric power company. In the midst of doubts from all walks of life in the market, the broader market index fell in response. However, because the entire market has risen, although the power company has caused a downtrend, under the lingering power of the slingshot, they eventually cancelled each other out. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon Tokyo time, the market closed at 7,600 points, up 180 points from yesterday. Many international financial speculators breathed a sigh of relief, otherwise they would really be a little unbearable. You guys are really bad. Krosh looked at the helpless Noda Yoshihiko, stretched out his hand and patted his shoulder. It was really speechless to be so degenerate. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 743 The Madness of Women? The financial war has been described as a war without gunpowder. Since April 3rd, international financial speculators and the Japanese government have started a tug-of-war for many days, and the Nikkei index has bounced up and down around 7,650. Today, international financial speculators released a bad news, and the stock market fell upon hearing the news. Tomorrow the Japanese government will release a good news, and the stock index will immediately rise. The two sides entangled endlessly, and neither of them could break through the opponent's final limit. As for the Tokyo Electric Power nuclear leak, under the full shame of the Japanese government, it has gradually been forgotten by the people. After all, there are too many things happening every day, and people will not always cling to one thing. Especially in today's turbulent situation in the Japanese stock market, more people choose to pay attention to stocks and pay attention to whether their funds are earned or lost in the stock market. As for nuclear leakage, let's wait for the next large-scale blackout. The volatility of the Japanese stock market has naturally affected the attention of the global financial community. Now everyone knows that the Japanese stock market is being attacked and the two sides are entangled. Of course, the Japanese government has never positively admitted that the Japanese stock market has been attacked. Regarding the abnormal fluctuations in the Japanese stock market in the 20-plus days since April, The Japanese government admitted to the outside world that this was just a normal stock price fluctuation. The proud Japanese will never admit that the stocks of the great Japanese empire will be sniped. Of course, among the international financial speculators, naturally, no one will come forward and admit that this is because they and others are attacking the Japanese stock market. After all, in this way, the post-fruits are a bit serious. At that time, the Japanese government will retaliate, and even if it uses money, it will be able to pile people to death. Just make a fortune by muffled voice. There is no need to earn this reputation. During the Asian financial crisis, Soros publicly admitted to attacking the Hong Kong government, which proved to be the worst decision. However, as time passed, it was finally time to decide the outcome. April 31st is the delivery time of the Nikkei period. This day is destined to be the craziest time, and it is also destined to be the day to decide whether to live or die. Lin, there are 3 days left on April 31st, which is the date for the delivery of the Nikkei. We must think about countermeasures, otherwise the Japanese government will strike us out. Abby Cohen looked at the calendar, worried, said. During this period, Abby Cohen used his precise grasp of the short-term stock market, selling high and buying low, and successfully closed all the stocks of Sony, Capcom, Tokyo Electric Power and other stocks that Lin Feng had previously sold short. Although Sony and TEPCO held too many shares, they were forced to liquidate a lot of positions on the delivery day, but in the end they earned a full $7.6 billion for Lin Feng. However, in order to support the market and the entire market, Lin Feng shorted another 3 million Nikkei futures, and currently holds a total of 5.78 million Nikkei futures, making him the company with the largest shareholding among international financial speculators. Counting Soros and others, international financial speculators have a total of 12.5 million short-selling futures, and the Japanese government has absorbed 12.5 million futures accordingly. For every 1 point decrease or increase, 100 yen or 12.5 million contracts will be paid for each point. A decrease or increase of 1 point is 1.25 billion yen, or $136.4 million. If it falls by 100 points or rises by 100 points, it will cost $13.64 billion. If it is 1,000 points, it will be enough to completely bankrupt the international financial speculators, and the Japanese government will also suffer heavy losses. The situation has reached a point of urgency, and the two sides have to see the final conclusion. Abby, how much cash do we have now? Lin Feng thought for a while and asked. There is still $3 billion in cash. Abby Cohen tapped his finger, and Lin Feng's funds were displayed on the screen. $3 billion in cash. You can sell another 1 million lots. However, at this time, these 1 million hands are not very useful. Funds can only be used to snipe Japan's 225 large-cap blue-chip stocks. But this time the Japanese government has spent at least $70 billion to rescue the market, and it will definitely continue to add more funds on the last day. After all, by this time, there is no way out. Abby, what's your opinion? Although Lin Feng learned a lot of financial knowledge during this period, it was still far behind Abby Cohen. The last time I discovered Krosh's slingshot tactics, it was also a flash of light. This kind of aura is not always present. Lin, I do have a proposal, but it is too risky. This is something I have never proposed. Abby Cohen said hesitantly. What proposal? Lin Feng asked curiously. Sniping the yen. Now that the major Japanese companies are in a group, coupled with the strong foreign exchange reserves of the Japanese government, we are not rivals at all. On the last day, the Japanese government will definitely release various good news to raise the stock index. Therefore, I propose sniping on the yen, depreciating the yen by sniping to drive the stock market down. Abby Cohen said. But this is a great risk. I'm afraid that if you fail in the end, your personal assets will shrink significantly. But if you win, you are the richest man in the world. Abby Cohen got a little excited at the end. This battle has reached the end. If they win, she will witness the birth of the world's richest man, who is a Chinese. and only 23 years old. This is definitely a miracle in the history of world finance. No, it should be a miracle. And it was her Abby Cohen who created this miracle. Sniping the yen. This was planned by Abby Cohen before, and it was the last resort. But after Croce appeared, Abby Cohen shelved the plan. But now it is the only plan that can win. However, in this way, the funds in his hands are definitely not enough, and a loan is required. If the loan fails, the stocks that Lin Feng can sell will not be enough to repay. Only Second World stocks can be repaid. But Second World is absolutely unwilling to sell Lin Feng. Lin Feng, this point needs to be considered carefully. After this decision is made, we can only go all the way to the dark. Li Zikai, Tang Jiaqing, and Zheng Ziheng were all startled when they heard that Abby Cohen was going to attack the yen. Hurriedly dissuaded, they know the risk of sniping the yen. This is far greater than short-selling futures. Abby Cohen looked at the four of Lin Feng and insisted, "Lin, there are 3 reasons why I propose to sniper the yen. First, we are already riding a tiger. This is the only way at the moment. Second, we have helpers. We can contact Serres. He has sufficient experience in this area." 1997 He planned the Asian financial crisis in 1970, and he finally failed in front of the Hong Kong government. He has the experience of failure and he can definitely help us. Third, in 1997, during the Asian financial crisis, the Japanese government could have played a key role. Always support the Southeast Asian countries. But the Japanese government chose to protect itself, withdraw all funds, and let the yen automatically depreciate to prevent international financial speculators from coveting Japan. Although Japan was preserved, it attracted dissatisfaction from the entire Southeast Asian countries. We can seek their help, Abby Cohen said calmly. Hearing what Abby Cohen said, Lin Feng, Li Zikai and others fell into deep thought. Abby Cohen's 3 points are extremely correct. Now he and others have no way out. But for Serres' comeback this time, Croce held him firmly. Lin Feng believed that Serres must be very upset, and he must be thinking about solving the problem. With Serres' experience, it can be said that sniping on the yen is the best candidate. As for the 3rd point, it is even more concerned about Li Zikai's heart. During the 1997 Asian financial crisis, Serres attacked Hong Kong. When his father Li Ka-shing cooperated with the Hong Kong government to attack Serres at the same time, he spurned the selfish behavior of the Japanese. If you want to attack Japan, Li Zikai believes that many people are still very interested, especially in Southeast Asia. The Asian financial crisis in 1997 caused the entire Southeast Asian countries to still not recover, and their grievances against Japan are very deep. It's just that no country has the opportunity or the ability to seek justice from Japan. Of course, with regard to the serious consequences and compensation that may occur this time, I also have a plan. The shares of the Second World must not be lost. This is your flagship enterprise and core enterprise. This must not be lost. If you end up failure, Lin, you can give priority to release 2% of the shares of Walmart, which is estimated to be $3.8 billion. Then speculate on NetEase's stock price and sell 19.3% of NetEase's shares. It is estimated that up to $200 million can be collected. After that, we can let the Phantom Science and Technology and DingDong.com are listed, so that a total of $57 billion should be raised. I believe it is enough to repay all debts. It is not enough. And Baidu.com. As for Google, this is a super blue chip stock. It's better not to sell the percent shares. Abby Cohen helped Lin Feng calmly analyze the ways for Lin Feng to repay his debts if he fails to attack the yen. Lin Feng nodded. According to Abby Cohen's analysis, he can sustain a loss of about $18 billion at most. As for profits, if the Japanese yen is successfully attacked, at least $3,040 billion in cash will be harvested. $3,040 billion. This is a number that no one can calm down. In this way, let me think about it. Lin Feng shut himself into his own separate room. Looking at the view of Tokyo outside the window, Lin Feng had a lot of melancholy in his mind. and he didn't know how to make a decision. Knock, knock. Knock came a knock on the door. Boss. Erisa Kazama walked in from outside. Erisha, I want to be alone. Lin Feng looked back and said in a slightly displeased tone. Erisa Kazama took a breath and stopped. Afterwards, there was a slight closing sound. Lin Feng let out a long breath. I poured myself a glass of wine, tasting in silence while making difficult choices. Alas, after a long time, Lin Feng sighed. This choice is too difficult. Lin Feng doesn't want to take the risk of losing Phantom Technology and DingDang.com to gamble. In the event of failure, both DingDang.com and Phantom Technology will be hurriedly listed and then cashed out. How can this be worthy of the Tang Jun, Dan Zi, Liu Yinying, Wang Junta and others who have fought for it so far? Lin Feng could not face their disappointed eyes. What's more, this time Abby Cohen is not sure of winning at all. According to Lin Feng's speculation, even if a lot of funds are raised, the outcome will be 5,050. At this moment, the wine glass in Lin Feng's hand was empty. Just as Lin Feng was about to pour the wine, a jade hand filled Lin Feng with a glass of red wine. Erisha, you are still there. Lin Feng was startled, but he didn't expect Erisha Kazama to stand silently behind him for dozens of minutes. You must know that she is now the CEO of the Second World Japanese branch after all, and she absolutely still serves herself like the female slave promised before. Thinking of this, Lin Feng's heart suddenly warmed. If she can take care of people, Erisa Kazama definitely ranks first among the women Lin Feng has contacted. Boss, are you worried about the Nikkei period agreement that is about to be delivered? Kazama Erisa put down the bottle in her hand, gently hugged Lin Feng, and asked softly. Lin Feng nodded. Boss, I have a suggestion. Erisa Kazama thought for a while and walked to Lin Feng. Let's talk about it. Lin Feng asked curiously. Boss, tomorrow night, Japanese Prime Minister Koizumi Koichiro will come to my house to discuss something. I originally wanted to refuse, but now I suddenly have an idea. Kazama Erisa said lightly. What did he talk to you about? Lin Feng asked instinctively. Although Erika Kazama had too many bad pasts before, since becoming his own woman, regardless of the kind of ambiguous relationship, Lin Feng would never allow anyone to touch Erisa Kazama, even if this person is the Prime Minister of Japan. Boss, before Koizumi Koichiro became Prime Minister, I had a relationship with him on several fronts. This time Koizumi saw me. First, he wanted to get back my grey discs about the Japanese cabinet ministers. In the evening, I came to negotiate. Second, I wanted to listen to the secrets of the cloud computing of the second world from me. A trace of determination flashed through Kazama Erisa's eyes. Humphrey, I actually want to hit my cloud computing idea. Delusion. Lin Feng snorted coldly. I was going to refuse, but now I have an idea. Kazama Erisa said, biting Fang's lips. What's the idea? Lin Feng's heart jumped inexplicably. Kidnapping Koizumi Ichiro. Kazama Erisa resolutely said. Kidnapping Koizumi Ichiro? Lin Feng took a deep breath, and looked up and down Kazama Erisa in amazement. Unexpectedly she planned to kidnap the Japanese Prime Minister. This is too whimsical. Lin Feng shook his head repeatedly. Impossible. He is the Prime Minister of Japan. Even if he visits secretly, he will be accompanied by many bodyguards. We absolutely cannot kidnap Koizumi Koichiro. This is absolutely impossible. Although Lin Feng was quite moved by the crazy decision of Kazama Erisa, it was just a thought after all. This is too difficult, and the risks are unpredictable. Boss, don't worry, I have a way. I just need a few bodyguards beside you to lie in ambush at my house. I can use Koizumi's bodyguards, and then I can listen to my signal to tie people. Kazama Erisa was confident. Say. Lin Feng looked at Erika Kazama blankly. Is this possible? Is Koizumi Koichiro so easily deceived? But look at Erika Kazama, now she's radiant and coquettish, especially the mature carcass. Any man will move his index finger when he sees it, and want to take it as his own. If Erisa Kazama uses the beauty trick, Lin Feng estimates that 9 out of 10 men will be counted, and 1 is a comrade. But this risk is too great. No, This is too threatening, and the consequences are very serious. Lin Feng thought for a while, and firmly rejected this alluring proposal. Boss, don't worry, I'm absolutely sure. You just trust me once. Kazama Erisa begged. This. Lin Feng hesitated again. Boss, rest assured, if I see a bad opportunity, I will choose to leave. Koizumi is not daring to touch me for the time being. Those cabinet ministers are Koizumi's henchmen, and he is afraid that they will step down, so he will visit me privately. Kazama Erisa explained. After thinking for a while, Lin Feng nodded decisively. Grandmas, fight once. This time tied the Prime Minister of Japan. But this woman is really crazy. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 744, The Nature of the Japanese? Kidnapped Koizumi Ichiro. This is a very crazy, very scary plan. This also caused Lin Feng to fall into more troubles. Sniping on the yen has already caused Lin Feng to have a headache, but the plan proposed by Kazama Erisa has completely plunged Lin Feng into endless troubles. The consequences of the kidnapping of Junichiro Koizumi are too serious. And there is a little bit of news. Lin Feng is afraid that only by hiding in the war-torn African continent can it be possible to avoid the full pursuit of the Japanese government. In this matter, the country cannot save itself, although it may win the support of netizens. After all, Koizumi visited the Yasukuni shrine shortly before his visit. This has long aroused dissatisfaction among Asian countries that were invaded by Japan during World War II. And even more indignation at home. However, no matter how much support from netizens, it is useless. After calming down, thinking of many consequences, Lin Feng's back sweated coldly. Erisa, after I have deliberately thought about it, kidnapping Koizumi Koichiro is still not feasible. As long as this matter leaks a little bit of news, all my companies are finished. For tens of billions of dollars, it is not worth betting on the entire net worth. Lin Feng shook his head and said. Erika Kazama understood Lin Feng's hesitation and withdrawal. This plan was very crazy at first, and she proposed this plan because it happened to have this opportunity. But thinking about it now, she was too hot-headed just now. She has too much gratitude for Lin Feng, too much gratitude, and hopes to repay Lin Feng. Boss, I also know that this plan is very crazy, and it will indeed cause great trouble. In this case, we will think of a way. Kazama Erisa changed his mind. However, I still have a little obsession with this plan in my heart. After all, there is no such opportunity again. Only tomorrow night will Koizumi Koichiro appear at her house, and he may be alone with her. This time is a private visit. For the private interviews of the shameless video discs of several cabinet ministers under Koizumi. Lin Feng nodded, and forcibly dropped the magical thought in his mind. You must know that for Koizumi Ichiro's visits to the Yasukuni shrine several times, and some remarks that hurt the feelings of the Chinese people, Lin Feng has also imagined several times that one day he will beat the tortoise son severely. Now that there is a chance suddenly, there is no need to mention the devil in my heart. It is already rare to be able to give up this idea. Thank you, Erisa. Don't worry about this matter, I will find a solution. If you want to help me win the Sega hardware development department as soon as possible, and buy more Japanese game companies. Enter. In May, the Japanese stock market will surely undergo upside-down changes. Lin Feng sighed and said with a relaxed smile, I am a man, and there is no reason for a woman to worry about herself. Well, rest assured, boss, as long as you can win this time, I believe that the assets of many game companies will shrink significantly. Especially Capcom and other companies with huge losses. 40 billion yen will definitely sell real estate or copyright to repay debts. At that time, it will be the time for us to make big purchases. Kazama Erisa surely said. Lin Feng's heart moved so that he could expand his game field again. You know, although the profits of online games are huge, at present, they still cannot be compared with the profits of standalone games. Only in China, where piracy is prevalent, Most companies have no choice but to make online games. In foreign countries, such as Japan, Europe and the United States, standalone games still play the leading role, with annual profits of around $5 billion US. What's more, mobile phones are about to cannibalize the entire planet, and future mobile entertainment is also the focus. And these need the support of the game company. Japan is the game kingdom. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the acquisition of several game companies will have an absolute effect on the future development of its game industry. However, this involves another premise. In this financial war, one must win. Thinking of this, Lin Feng sighed, really tangled. At this moment, Lin Feng received a call. Mr. Lin, how are you troubled by the stock market this time? Should I reconsider my proposal? On the phone, Croker's faint but ubiquitous sense of superiority came through. Lin Feng was upset after hearing this voice. Princes and generals, I would rather have a kind. It's not that you were born into a wealthy family, you must be superior to ordinary people. Mr. Croce, I'm just worrying how to spend so much money in the end, Lin Feng said coldly in reply. Croce was choked by Lin Feng's words for a long time and was speechless. Mr. Lin, since you are so worried about the money, then I will help you spend some money. Croce's voice became more and more arrogant. Mr. Lin, originally I thought you were a wise man, one who knew the man who chose to choose. Now it seems that I was wrong. You are just a rich man who guards his own acres of thin fields. After finishing, Croce hung up the phone coldly. Lin Feng frowned. This Croce was sarcasm, and it was really hurtful without dirty words. After taking a few deep breaths, Lin Feng calmed down the anger in his heart. Secretly swear in my heart's eyes you look down on me and think that I am a rich man, then I will let you see how my rich man defeated you as a capitalist this time. Erisa Kazama on the side bit of million lip. Just now beside Lin Feng, the room was quiet again, and she naturally heard Croce's words. She was also extremely unhappy about Croce being so ironic about Lin Feng. She hated that someone insulted Lin Feng like this. Although she is not Lin Feng, she does not like someone to sneer or abuse Lin Feng. Thinking of this, Kazama Erisa secretly made a decision in her heart. Boss, the company has something to deal with, so we'll leave first. Kazama Erisa said softly. Yeah, by the way, tomorrow's appointment with Koizumi, be careful. Bring a few more bodyguards with you. Lin Feng reminded. Boss, rest assured, Koizumi doesn't dare to mess around. Otherwise, a few discs in my hand will leak out, and it will be of no benefit to him. Although it will not affect his official career, it will break his right-hand arm. Kazama Erisa is confident. Say. Lin Feng nodded, and after watching Erisa leave Fengjian, he walked to the room where Abby Cohen, Lee Zikai and others were. Abby, I decided to sniper the yen. You will allocate all the funds. Suras will be contacted by me. Lin Feng said. Lin Feng, did you really decide? Lee Zikai and others exclaimed. Once you decide to sniper the yen, there is no possibility of turning your head back and moving your whole body. You don't want to participate in this matter. Anyway, you have made $1 billion now. Enough for you to buy a Premier League club. It will not be good for you anymore. I will also feel sorry for it. Lin Feng thought I want to say. Brother Feng, how can you say that? How can we get away from this matter until now? Since we have to fight, then we will fight once. I will take out all my personal assets to fight again with Brother Feng. I don't believe that we can't win this time. Tang Jiaqing said with a fist. Yes. We are the same. Li Zikai and Zheng Zihing nodded firmly. Lin Feng frowned. In this matter, I really don't want to involve them anymore. Their funding really doesn't matter much to the overall situation now. Lin Feng, we have known each other for 2 years. Do you think I will be the kind of person who can only share the same happiness and not the same suffering? Li Zikai stopped Lin Feng, who wanted to speak. It's a big deal, and come back. I don't believe us. A few people can't beat this Croce if they work together. Lin Feng looked at Li Zikai, Tang Jiaqing, and Zheng Zihing, who looked at the resolute faces, with gratitude in their hearts. At this time, the three of them were still willing to stay on their own initiative, which meant extraordinary to Lin Feng. It also means that after this time, the four are true friends. Well, this time the four of us will come to one brother, and we will cut the gold. Lin Feng said with great arrogance. Brothers are of one heart, and their strength breaks gold. Li Zikai and the three raised their arms and shouted. Abby coincided enviously. This is how men's friendship is established, which is really enviable. Even if Lin Feng failed this time, with three friends like Li Zikai, Zheng Zihing, and Tang Jiaqing, he also has the support of the three major families. It is easy for him to make a comeback. After that, Abby Cohen began to use his former Goldman Sachs chief financial analyst, Wall Street myth status to frequently contact Asian neighboring countries, such as Thailand. Banks in Malaysia, the Philippines and other countries hope they can lend money. Li Zikai and the three returned to Hong Kong, preparing to meet with the elders at home to discuss preparations for the final battle, or to see if there is any chance of victory. As for Lin Feng, he called Seras. Mr. Seras, hello, I am Lin Feng. Lin Feng said with a smile. Mr. Lin Feng, hello, this is Seras. Seras was not surprised when he received Lin Feng's call. It should have been the time for them, international financial speculators, to unite. Last time in Hong Kong, Seras' quantum fund suffered a final fiasco, except for the Hong Kong government's unreasonable protection of the market and the promulgation of some hegemonic clauses that made him angry. Reversed, changing from short selling to chasing long. Seras was caught off guard and finally defeated. This time, even if Lin Feng does not find him, he is also planning to unite with other financial speculators, and then come to negotiate with Lin Feng about jointly attacking the Japanese stock market. Mr. Seras, I am going to attack the yen. Lin Feng said straight to the point without talking nonsense. Seras heard a secret kazoo. This is what he thought of. Unfortunately, he has insufficient funds now, and the Asian financial crisis has made him notorious in Asia, and he is simply unable to raise funds from Asia. If a large amount of funds is mobilized from the United States, the cycle is too long, and it will be noticed by Japan. What's more, in his current position, he can no longer raise too much money. With less funds, you are not qualified to attack the yen at all. I want to ask you to be a trader. You get 20% of the profit. Lin Feng threw out a shocking news scare. Seras was really taken aback this time. He never thought that Lin Feng would invite himself as a trader. Mr. Lin, with all due respect, isn't you Abby Cohen under the Wall Street mythology? Why do you still want to find me? Seras asked, puzzled. It's very simple. Abby is extremely accurate in forecasting. But in the actual operation of the futures market, she is not as good as you. Especially you have an advantage that no one else has. You have attacked many countries and governments in Asia. You have victory, experience, but also experience of failure. I believe this time, you will learn from the experience of the last miserable defeat in the Hong Kong government, and you will definitely win. Lin Feng said. Lin Feng's words were slightly harsh, and brought up Seras' sad past. But for Seras, this is very pertinent. On the experience of sniping currency, no one can do it. Okay, Mr. Lin, I agree, but I also have a request. Seras thought for a while and said, what's the requirement? But it doesn't hurt to say it. Lin Feng asked, like when I declared that the Hong Kong government will fail during the Asian financial crisis, I need you to stand up and frankly say that Japanese government will fail. Seras said bluntly. What? Lin Feng was startled. Seras' move was hailed as stupid, because no one dared to challenge the government, never. But Seras did. The pride and ambition at that time. The words at the time made everyone crazy. Unfortunately, Seras finally lost. This feat has become an idiot. Today, the sniper's opponent has changed from the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region to Japan, the world's second largest economy. Seras actually wants Lin Feng to do this. Lin Feng really doubts whether Seras is crazy. Mr. Lin, I'm not crazy. Now the situation is not good for us, And many international financial speculators are starting to wonder if we are a little bit turbulent when we attack the yen. I am afraid that those international financial speculators will turn back to chase after more. How much money do you have is useless. I hope that your ascent to the heights will unite all financial speculators. You know, your status and status are much higher than that of mine. After all, you are the third richest in the world. Famous, and there is a Chinese government behind it. Soros said angrily. If these financial speculators hadn't stabbed him in the back, he might not have been defeated. Of course, the appearance of the Chinese government was also the ultimate cause of Soros' fiasco. Lin Feng hesitated for a while. This matter is very involved. If you do this yourself, you will completely become the enemy of the whole of Japan, and your company will suffer heavy losses in Japan. I am afraid that it will be difficult to gain a foothold in Japan in the future. Mr. Lin, I know your concerns. But don't forget that the Americans threw 2 atomic bombs in Japan back then, and they are equally popular in Japan. As long as you can bring them benefits, it's pragmatic and realistic. The Japanese don't care what you have done before. Even if you rape their mother, as long as there are enough benefits, they still welcome you. Soros said disdainfully. Lin Feng raised his brows, and Soros' remarks were very detrimental, but they were very pertinent. This is true for the Japanese, facing the United States, the country that dropped 2 atomic bombs on its own soil. The Japanese, instead of having any grievances, nodded and bowed. Especially in the relationship between the United States and Japan. Japan is making concessions step by step. The United States says that if the yen appreciates, the yen will appreciate, and if it depreciates, it will depreciate. Its loyalty is even more pug than pug. But the prerequisite is whether you can provide the same benefits to Japan. You must know that the Japanese are also famous for their chicken intestines. When the time comes, I will get revenge, and I will definitely not be able to walk around. Of course, this is nothing compared to the kidnapping of Koizumi Koichiro. Free speech in the 21st century. Besides, everything I play is in accordance with the rules of the game in the financial world. It is the Japanese government that violates the rules of the game. In the financial sector, government funds bail out the market in violation of financial rules. It's just that no one will strictly abide by this rule when it comes to the survival of the country, even in the United States. Okay, Soros, I promised. But since I take such a big risk, I don't want to fail. I hope you show all your skills. Lin Feng said confidently. Don't worry, I won't fail again this time. Soros swore. To be continued. If you want to know what's going on, please log in. More chapters, support the author, support genuine reading. Chapter 745 Declaration of War on Japan. I want to hold a press conference to declare war on Japan. Lin Feng looked at Abby Cohen, Lee Zikai and others, and said firmly, scare. The 4 of them were shocked when they heard it. Feng ... Brother, did you say you are going to declare war on the Japanese government? Tang Jiaqing looked at Lin Feng with a monster look. Soros declared war on the Hong Kong government in 1997. It was enough to shock the world. Now Lin Feng actually wants to declare war on the Japanese government. Lin Feng, this is a bit too crazy. And you have to consider that your company will gain a foothold in Japan in the future. Lee Zikai said ponderingly. Although he also hates Japan, this country is located in Asia, but looks down upon Asia. But it is too crazy for individuals to declare war on the Japanese government. Abby Cohen bowed his head and said nothing. At first, she was shocked when she heard Lin Feng's words, but after careful analysis, Lin Feng's declaration of war also had its reasons. Declaring war on Japan is also to stabilize the international financial speculators who are now a little bit volatile, lest these people become traitors before the war begins, and instead become the firepower of the enemy. Although most of the industry has guessed that this sniper came from Lin Feng, acknowledging it in person has completely different meanings. This represents Lin Feng's determination and courage. The kind of determination to break the boat. As far as Lin Feng's current status is concerned, it is also a huge appeal. What's more, Lin Feng's declaration can also exchange the favor of neighboring countries in Asia, especially the goodwill of those countries that have been invaded by Japan. This is of great benefit to the development of Lin Feng Company in these countries. It's time to make good relations with governments of various countries in advance. Abby Cohen nodded to Lin Feng. On April 28, at 8 a.m. Tokyo time, Lin Feng held a press conference in Tokyo. All of a sudden, the participants gathered, and reporters from various countries crowded the wide press conference hall. Everyone, thank you very much for coming. Today I just want to announce one thing. My second fund just established and I have been short selling the Nikkei index recently for normal financial investment activities. However, I did not expect that the Japanese government would violate the principle of free trade and invest funds to rescue the market. But this does not matter. In my opinion, as long as the rules of the game are followed, the Japanese government will definitely fail this time. The Nikkei index will definitely fall below 4,000 points! If you are a friend who wants to make money, no matter where you are, remember that short selling is right. Lin Feng vowed. Shock. After Lin Feng finished speaking, the whole press conference hall was silent. Reporters from various countries look at me and I look at you, with dull eyes and an incredible face. Many reporters had heard and speculated about Lin Feng's press conference today. But he did not expect that Lin Feng would have such a feat to directly declare war on the Japanese government. After a while, the silent press conference hall was immediately overwhelmed by scolding, questioning, and applause. Naturally, it was Japanese journalists who criticized it, while those who questioned it were those from relatively neutral Western countries. Most of the good ones were journalists from neighboring countries in Southeast Asia, especially from Thailand, Malaysia, and Hong Kong. When SRAs attacked the stock markets of various Asian countries, Japan's Mings took the lead in withdrawing funds, tightening money, and not giving SRAs a chance. Now that Lin Feng's sniper has come, this is what it deserves. Little Japan, you deserve it. Thai reporters cheered again and again with excitement. In 1997, Thailand was killed badly, and now it is Japan's turn. For the first time, Lin Feng's declaration was broadcast to the world via the internet. In addition to expressing their admiration for his courage, most Asian countries have cheered up, hoping that Lin Feng can hit Japan hard. As for China, almost 99% of people applauded Lin Feng's bold remarks. Netizens' Antarctic ice mouse clam red to kill Little Japan. Lam Feng had better damage Japan's economy, and then bought all the game companies in Japan to see if they are still arrogant. Netizen Yimeng also sighed. This is definitely a great event for all Chinese people to refresh their minds. Lin Feng, we support you. Kill Little Japan. Compared with the crazy applause of netizens, experts from all walks of life have expressed different opinions, thinking that Lin Feng is too arrogant and overbearing, and does not conform to Chinese Confucianism. Of course, the speeches of many experts were directly shot to death by netizens. At this time, no matter whether Lin Feng was wrong, he was right to deal with the Japanese. These experts even criticized him, no different from traitors and traitors. This matter naturally spread to the top leaders of Zhongnanhai for the first time. For Lin Feng's attack on Japan, the domestic high-level officials have naturally understood it. But he did not expect that Lin Feng played such a big game, and he would directly declare war, which was even crazier than SRAs in the past. Mr. Wen, what do you think about this? An official of the Ministry of Finance and Economics said, we should not participate in this matter, otherwise it will become an international dispute. Lin Feng's behavior belongs to his personal behavior and conforms to financial laws, so we should not participate. No matter what he ends up, we will wait and see the changes. Mr. Wen said in a deep mood. But if Lin Feng fails, his company might be. An official of the Ministry of Finance and Economics said worriedly. This is simple. Tell President Jiang of the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China to tell Lin Feng that if he loses this time, the state will borrow him to repay the loan. But the state will never borrow money to let him speculate in futures. Mr. Wen issued the final instruction. Yes, this news spread to Europe and also caused widespread discussion. However, most people are in a state of watching a theater, and look at how Lin Feng, a super rich, who has risen like a rocket, is fighting against the Japanese government, which has been economically sluggish for more than 10 years. The happiest is the American media. The rendering of this matter is colorful, like a Hollywood blockbuster. Anyway, no matter who wins or loses, there is only good and no harm to the United States. Many Bokai groups even joined in the fun to open the market. Lin Feng lost 1-5 for the win, and Japan lost 2-1 for the win. HMPH, dare to look down on my man. I want you guys to look good. Witnessing the American acquaintance group's constant demeanor of Lin Feng, Avril, who was in the United States, was angry and took out all of his wealth in a very high-profile manner. For $20 million, Lin Feng won the bet. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly after learning about Avril's move. But it also strengthened Lin Feng's belief in winning. Men must not let their women down. As for Japan, it was so arrogant and defiant about Lin Feng that it had already turned the sky over. They all threatened to ask the Japanese government to give Lin Feng a good look and let him, like Suarez, be defeated. What is directly implicated is that the Tokyo branch of the Second World has been attacked by many Japanese right-wingers who want to break into the company and destroy it. However, it is a pity that under the close protection of the security personnel of the Lania Security Company, 123 radical right-wingers were beaten and admitted to the hospital. Although the Tokyo police wanted to question these security personnel, the Lania security personnel were extremely clever, and they did not take action until they let these radical right-wingers into the company. In the face of physical evidence, personal evidence, and hard facts, the Tokyo police can do nothing. On the contrary, Kazama Erisu also sued the 123 radical right-wingers extremely rudely and asked them to compensate the losses of the Second World Tokyo branch, demanding a total of 10 billion yen in compensation. Among them, 9.9 billion yen is for mental damage. Pop, pop, pop. Krosh applauded repeatedly as he watched the Lin Feng declaration repeated on TV. He appreciated this Lin Feng more and more. It is interesting to defeat this kind of opponent with such courage to declare war on the Japanese government. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Tokyo time, the Nikkei index had just opened. Affected by Lin Feng's declaration, it fell directly to 7,450. But then, under the protection of a little outraged Japanese investor stimulated by Lin Feng, the stock index instantly returned to 7,650 points and chased up all the way. But then it was suppressed by a large number of selling, and the stock index once again formed a stalemate. Good news. Abby Cohen brought good news, Lin. According to data speculation, there is now a large amount of money entering the Japanese stock market. Lin, this statement of yours has begun to work. Also, because of your statement, with the support of most Asian countries, they decided to lend to support you. As long as you can beat Japan, they are willing to lend you at the lowest interest rate. Abby Cohen looked excited. Lin Feng's declaration did not expect to be so useful. Although the side effects are not small, overall, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages at present. Lin Feng smiled slightly. He also received a call from Governor Jiang not long ago, stating that if he fails, the state will help him repay all loans at low interest rates. With so many benefits, Lin Feng is confident at the moment. Suarez, my funds are in place. Lin Feng called Suarez in the United States. Originally, Lin Feng hoped that Suarez could come to Tokyo to command himself, but Suarez refused on the grounds of safety. After all, his reputation is too bad. Too bad. Suarez attacked the underdeveloped countries, which made the whole country feel unhappy, and was angry with its people and gods. Lam Feng is attacking Japan and developed countries. No matter how the stock market drops, the difference for ordinary people is not that big. Unless all companies go bankrupt. Okay, Lin, just wait and see the show. Suarez yelled to himself. Finally, he started acting again. He had been panicked a long time ago when he watched Lin Feng, Krosh and others perform, And now it's time for him to show his fists. When everyone thought that today the stock market would be entangled again and ended smoothly, an unprecedented shorting of the yen appeared. The yen fell in response, and the market was in chaos. No one expected that Japan would suffer so many disasters. The stock market was in a precarious position, and now the yen is being attacked. But in the eyes of those who are interested, sniping on the yen is expected. I just didn't expect it would come so late. Sniping on the yen, suppressing the yen exchange rate, raising interest rates, to suppress the stock index. Krosh's first reaction. Mr. Krosh, let's buy the yen quickly. As long as Lin Feng can't buy the yen, he can't repay it. If he can't repay, he will breach the contract, he must compensate, and he will be out of the game, Noda said excitedly. Krosh glanced at Yoshihiko Noda foolishly. What Noda Yoshihiko said is not wrong, but the problem is that 15 million futures have been shorted now. Now the other party sells a large amount of yen short and borrows it, hoping that the Japanese side will reclaim the yen. Once the yen is recovered, Lin Feng has nothing to do. To repay debts in Japanese yen, it is natural to borrow Japanese yen at a high interest rate to repay the debt. Then interest rates must rise sharply, and interest rates directly affect the Japanese stock market. At that time, Lin Feng was losing money in shorting the yen, but he was able to make a profit on the futures index. Krosh frowned. This technique was not like Lin Feng's previous technique, but like a person's errors. This is like Soros three-dimensional speculation. It seems to be getting more and more interesting. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 746 Ambition? Krosh faintly guessed that Soros may join forces with Lin Feng. After all, everyone's operation methods are different, and they have their own habits and traces to be found. Krosh has studied today's famous investors, especially Soros. I appreciate his three-dimensional speculation very much, and his three-dimensional speculation technique is almost impossible to crack. At present, Soros is selling the yen on a large scale. If the Japanese government does not care, the yen will fall sharply. Then Soros can make a fortune in the currency when he buys the yen to pay off his debts. If the Japanese government takes over, it will inevitably cause the yen to be tight. The consequence is that interest rates will rise and the stock market will fall, and Soros will be able to make a fortune in the stock market. Of course, three-dimensional speculation is not perfect. In those days, the Hong Kong government used huge foreign exchange reserves and various forced fiscal measures to frustrate Soros. But in the end, the Hong Kong Hang Seng Futures Index fell from 18,000 to more than 6,000. Although Soros eventually returned in a terrible defeat, the Hong Kong government has not been pleased. So far, he has not recovered his vitality. It can be said that both sides have suffered a loss. If you want to lose both sides, Krosh is more than a solution. Anyway, it is the Japanese government's money that is the loss. And this time the Japanese government hired him as the main trader because the Japanese government and the Rothschild family have a secret cooperation plan. This is the first cooperation between the two parties. For the benefit of the family, Krosh must not let him loose a loss. Mr. Krosh, what shall we do now? Japanese Finance Minister Yoshihiko Noda said worriedly. Watching the show, Krosh said indifferently, leaning on the sofa. Watching a show? Yoshihiko Noda exclaimed. Mr. Krosh, every second now, Lin Feng, the damn Chinese man, is earning a lot of our country's wealth through the foreign exchange market. How can we watch the show? The emotional Noda Yoshihiko yelled with teeth and claws. As the Minister of Finance of Japan, he must not allow others to eat away Japanese wealth. Moreover, the stability of the yen exchange rate also helps U.S.-Japan relations. Krosh glanced coldly at the crazy Noda Yoshihiko, as if looking at an idiot. Mr. Krosh, did I say something wrong? Yoshihiko Noda asked with a guilty conscience after he froze for a while. I really don't know how you are the Minister of Finance. You are as stupid as a pig. I ask you, How many years has the Japanese economy been weak? Croak asked. Since the collapse of the bubble economy in 1990, there has been no recovery. Moreover, the 10 economic stimulus plans in the past 10 years have cost nearly 130 trillion yen, but the results have been minimal. At present, my country's debt has reached 660 trillion yen, about $7.2 trillion US dollars, which is about 1.3 times my country's GDP. The prospects are not good, Noda Yoshihiko said bitterly. He believed that the best young man from the Rothschild family must be very clear about these data, and he did not shy away from it. Yes, I didn't expect you to know this. Croak's voice was full of mockery. If Japan wants to revitalize the economy, what is the best way? Expanding exports. Our economy is too dependent on exports. More than 75% of companies rely on exports to survive. Expanding exports is the easiest way to increase the economy, Noda said. So now Lin Feng is deliberately dumping the yen and suppressing the yen exchange rate. What do we care about him? It just helps you lower the exchange rate and enhance your export competitiveness. It can also weaken the competitiveness of foreign companies in disguise and expand the competition of your domestic companies. Lee, you see, Lin Feng is such a good person to serve you in Japan. Why do you want to stop him? Krosh sneered softly. Suras may be able to deal with others, but it is not appropriate to deal with Japan. For Japan, a country that relies on exports, a lower exchange rate has only advantages and no disadvantages. It's just that it was previously controlled by the United States. Since the Plaza Treaty, Japan has been afraid to blatantly lower its exchange rate. This time, it is an opportunity for Japan. Don't think you want to win with Suras. You are still too tender in front of me. Cross sneered in his heart. Yoshihiko Noda's eyes lit up when he heard it, but after another thought, he was worried. Mr. Krosh, but in this way, they might have to make at least billions of dollars. And the United States, idiot, no matter how they sell the yen and suppress the exchange rate, they will make at most 2 or 3 billion US dollars. However, the decline in the yen exchange rate will affect the Japanese stock market to a certain extent. But then you can lower interest rates and prohibit them. Means such as borrowing and lending made the entire stock market rise on the last day. At that time, the money they made on the exchange rate was not enough for them to lose on the futures. Krosh sneered. As for the US government, they will only put pressure on Lin Feng and others. As for you, with Lin Feng as a big shield in front, do you still need to be afraid of the American side's censure? Crouch said coldly. Mr. Krosh is brilliant. Yoshihiko Noda suddenly realized. Krosh smiled slightly. This let it alone is not without weaknesses. But he didn't believe that Lin Feng and others could do it. Subsequently, the Japanese side followed Krosh's plan and adopted a lethal attitude towards Suras selling Japanese yen and suppressing the exchange rate. In one day, the yen exchange rate went from $1 to 105.15 yen, and fell all the way to $1 to 108.52 yen, breaking 3 price points in a row, causing global uproar. Since Lin Feng declared war, financial experts from various countries have guessed that Lin Feng will attack the yen and make profits through exchange rates, interest rates, and the stock market. But it was unexpected that Japan would completely liberalize the currency market and let Lin Feng attack the yen. This is something that no one has expected. It is tantamount to saying that the Japanese government is sending money to Lin Feng, giving money in vain. Japan is crazy. All financial experts shouted. More hot money is pouring into Japan's exchange rate market, ready to seize this once-in-lifetime opportunity. But for Suras and Lin Feng, this is not so good. Lin Feng, it seems to be in trouble this time. If the Japanese government continues to allow the exchange rate to fall, although we can earn more money in the foreign exchange market through borrowing, it is not worth mentioning compared to the loss on the futures index. By the last day, the Japanese government can introduce relevant policies to stimulate the stock market at any time, and it can raise the stock index to more than 9,000 points on the last day. Suras said. Lin Feng nodded. Abi Cohen also analyzed this with Lin Feng. And Japan's move is too vicious. Because there are still 2 days before the future's delivery period, everyone must close their positions. At that time, if the Japanese government adopted measures such as banning lending and lowering interest rates on the last day, it would be enough to bring the stock market back to its highest point in 1 day, causing Lin Feng and others to suffer heavy losses. Also, Lin, Suras, don't forget that the increase in the yen exchange rate is coerced by the US government. The US government will never allow the yen exchange rate to fall sharply. This is not good for the United States. Abby Cohen reminded. Lin Feng and Suras heard cold sweat on their foreheads. If the US government puts another hand behind it, this time he and others will be completely finished. How to do? At this time, the Japanese side, although they lost $700 million in the foreign exchange market during the day and gave them to Lin Feng and others in vain, all Japanese cabinet members were extremely excited. The exchange rate drop this time is enough to enhance the export competitiveness of Japanese companies. As for Lin Feng and others, lower interest rates can solve the problem. Of course, for the United States, because of the sharp drop in the yen exchange rate, as Krosh said, Lin Feng can be carried out and the US government can go to Lin Feng's troubles. The Japanese politicians are full of excitement for the fact that this time, Lin Feng can be hit hard, and the US government can be played a little bit by the way. After all, Japan has always been restrained by the United States, whether it is economic or political. Especially economically, the Plaza Peace Treaty that year put Japan on the path of economic collapse. What makes the Japanese feel most worried about is that the Mitsubishi Consortium of Japan bought the Rockefeller Center for $1.4 billion in the late 1980s. This is something that Japan is proud of. However, with the signing of the Plaza Peace Treaty, the Japanese stock market plummeted, and only a few years later, the Rockefeller Consortium redeemed it at a price lower than half of the original price. It can be said that Japan was completely fooled by the United States in this matter. This has made it difficult for the Japanese with chicken belly to let go. Being able to play a trick on the US government this time naturally made many Japanese politicians happy. Krosh separated the celebrating crowd and went back to the room alone to look at the night sky. This time the family cooperated with the Japanese government, hoping to reinvigorate the family's glory through cooperation with Japan. Since World War II, Rothschild has been in decline. Although it is still strong, it is far from being as the sixth Reich in the past. And over the years, Rothschild's ancestral training and will be to revive the family's past glory, and at the same time to report the enmity of the Rothschild family's property was swallowed. Opponents Rockefeller family and Morgan family. There was a joke in the United States: the Democratic Party belongs to the Morgan family, and the Republican Party belongs to the Rockefeller family. But the world has forgotten that Rockefeller and Morgan once belonged to Rothschild. Krosh hammered the wall with his fist angrily. No matter how much time and cost, he must make Rothschild the world's #1 family again and control the lifeline of global finance. This assistance to Japan is only the first test of the Rothschild family. It is within Krosh's plan to devalue the yen, increasing the conflict and friction between Japan and the United States. Rothschild slowly profited from it. The ultimate goal is the former traitors Rockefeller and Morgan. Originally this plan was very difficult. Although the Japanese government is not reconciled to the downturn in the Japanese economy and wants to revive the Japanese economy, lowering the exchange rate is the easiest and most direct way. After all, Japanese products are top-notch in the world. But if you want to increase the exchange rate, the US government will never agree to it. Krosh still didn't know what method he was going to use to convince the Japanese government. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng and others voluntarily got together and took the initiative to suppress the yen exchange rate. This is simply a pie in the sky. If the yen exchange rate is allowed to fall sharply, the interests of the United States will definitely be damaged, and Japanese products will violently impact the US market, which the US government does not want to see. If the US government comes forward, Lin Feng and others are as small as an ant and can be trampled to death at any time. Although Rothschild also lost the opportunity to fish in troubled waters, he was able to gain the favor of the Japanese government, which would help future plans. If the US government does not come forward, it would be better for Grosch and Rothschild. As for Lin Feng, he still has a way to kill him. Lin Feng, let me see how you respond this time. Cross with a faint, haughty smile. The previous approach to Lin Feng was also hoping to pull this recently rocket-like financial supernova onto the chariot of the Rothschild family and deal with Rockefeller and Morgan together. Unfortunately, Lin Feng didn't know how to promote it and refused. Lin Feng and others also had a headache at the moment. No one expected that the Japanese government would completely abandon the yen exchange rate and allow itself and others to suppress it and profit from it. But the huge amount of funds of more than tens of billions of dollars for himself and others is locked in the futures market, which is terrible. The Japanese government suffered losses in the foreign exchange market, but it was able to win back on the futures. After we strike out ourselves and others, we can stabilize the foreign exchange market, and Japan can also excuse the heavy losses this time and slowly increase the exchange rate, so as to enhance the competitiveness of export companies in Japan and other countries. At the end of this trouble, he and others have completely become a living Lin Feng. The only way is to continue to suppress and completely defeat Japan's affordability in the foreign exchange market. In this way, Japan must rescue the market. Cyrus has never been the kind of overly conservative person. Although Japan's reckless strategy is extremely vicious, it also has its fatalities. Japan is now completely exposing itself to the guns of global financial speculators. If within 2 days, global financial speculators completely smashed Japan's foreign exchange market and earn profits that Japan cannot afford, the Japanese economy will collapse completely. Of course, it must be done before the US government responds. 24 hours, at most 24 hours, the United States will intervene. We only have 24 hours, Abby Cohen said after a calm calculation. Well, now it's up to our financial resources to contact the major consortia and attract more people to play this game, Cyrus said. Everyone nodded. Now it depends on whether it is the tip of the spear of myself and others, or the thickness of the Japanese shield. At this time, on the other hand, Koizumi, who was happy because of the sharp drop in Japan's exchange rate and the sharp increase in the competitiveness of export companies, appeared in Kazama Arisa's villa. Go in and check me carefully, tell me if it's safe, Koizumi Koichiro ordered. Yes. A group of bodyguards entered the villa of Arisa Kazama with various instruments. Seeing this group of wolves and tigers gradually walking in their own home, and not letting go of a blind spot search, Kazama Arisa secretly let out a fluke. Fortunately, Lin Feng didn't agree with her plan, otherwise there would be trouble this time. But she has another plan. 10 minutes later, 10 bodyguards signaled safety to Koizumi Koichiro. Koizumi Koichiro walked proudly into the villa of Erika Kazama. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. The 747th chapter is a knife on the head of the color word. Koizumi Koichiro shook his head and looked at Erika Kazama's villa, secretly speechless. This well-known socialite in the Japanese game industry has now transformed itself into the CEO of the Japanese branch of the world's third largest IT company, and its status can be said to be skyrocketing. Humphrey, not just rely on the 2 pieces of meat on the chest. Koizumi Koichiro glanced obscenely at the 2 bulging meatballs on Risa Kazama's chest, full of desire. In fact, Koizumi Ichiro met many women and played with many women. Before coming, he didn't think about this Kazama Arisa. I just want to get back the CDs of several cabinet members under his command. And by the way, I can exchange terms with Erika Kazama to see if I can get the cloud computing of the second world. This time Rothschild offered to help Japan resist Lam Feng's attack, and by the way, to help Japan lower interest rates. It came from cloud computing. Croak said that after he defeated Lin Feng, he used Lin Feng's high debt to obtain the second world and the core technology of cloud computing. Therefore, Koizumi Koichiro is also extremely interested in this cloud computing, hoping that this industry-leading computer technology can help Japan out of the downturn in economic recession. Of course, Koizumi Ichiro naturally didn't understand that this was just an excuse for Rothschild. Rothschild's purpose is to use Japan to form a springboard, accumulate strength, and challenge the former defeated opponents the Rockefeller family and the Morgan family. However, when Koizumi Koichiro saw the fashionable, noble, and sexy fascinating man Eri Kazama, Koizumi's heart began to move. This woman who once had the opportunity to get involved, but missed it for some reason, is now more charming. This makes Koizumi Koichiro's heart full of desire and desire to conquer her. Of course, Koizumi's ability to become Japanese Prime Minister has his own advantages. After taking a few deep breaths, calm down, looking at Erika Kazama, who was close at hand. Although her heart was full of dirty thoughts, she was well dressed and gentleman on the surface. Erisa, I came to see you today. You should know what I'm here for. About that, Koizumi Koichiro said in a slow voice. He was really afraid of drinking Kazama Erisa's last shot and letting go. Erika Kazama released the CD. At that time, even if he killed Erika Kazama, it was useless. Prime Minister Koizumi, this is the CD you want. It's all here, and I can give it to you right now. Erika Kazama suddenly took out a few CDs from the cabinet on the side and placed them in front of Koizumi. Koizumi was taken aback for a moment, and didn't understand the play Kazama Erisa was playing. I thought that Erika Kazama would offer any conditions, but now she took the initiative to take it out, which is incredible. Prime Minister Koizumi, don't worry, I don't have any conspiracy. I just feel that the current second world is about to collapse and is about to close down, so I want to find a new backer. The reason why I was willing to be the second world before. The CEO of the Japanese branch of the company used these CDs to help Lin Feng, all because I was intimidated by him. He used my daughter as a bargaining chip to force me to serve him. Erisa Kazama said. Her shoulders twitched. When I got up, a few tears of beauty fell. Erisha, be good, don't cry, don't cry. You can tell me if you have any suffering, I will definitely support you. You know, in this world, there are few problems that I can't solve. Looking at you Dialihua Kazama Erisa, Koizumi's throat swallowed. So charming, especially when Erika Kazama was crying. She didn't pay attention to this close-fitting kimono. Because of the ups and downs of her body, it disappeared slightly, although we can't get a full view of the inside. But the occasional wisps of spring are even more alluring. Under the temptation, Koizumi Koichiro instinctively leaned over, lightly patted the jade back of Kazama Erisa, and took the jade hand. Erika Kazama's body stiffened slightly, and she felt sick. But thinking of my own plan, I can only endure nausea and continue to pretend to be wronged. After Koizumi's consolation, Kazama Erisa opened a pair of crying phoenix eyes, and suddenly fell on Koizumi Koichiro. Seeing this, the bodyguards who looked at him wanted to separate the two immediately, but were stopped by Koizumi Koichiro waved his hand. At this moment, the beautiful woman is in her arms, and the fragrance is tangy. He is right. How can he make the bodyguard bad? Besides, the bodyguard also checked just now, and Erika Kazama didn't have any weapons on her body. What's wrong? Erisa, you can tell me no matter what happens. You need to know, I can help you solve any trouble you have. Koizumi slapped his chest and said, of course, for a politician like him, this promise has been said thousands of times, and he will do it if it is easy to handle. And he will not care if it is not easy to handle. At this time, there was only one purpose for saying this to trick Erika Kazama into bed. Of course, you can do it hard, but that would be a little troublesome. Moreover, Koizumi Ichiro has long heard of Kazama Erisa's skills in serving men, which is unique in the world. If you insist, you won't be able to enjoy it. Really? Kazama Erisu asked with her eyes open. Koizumi Koichiro patted his chest loudly. Prime Minister Koizumi, in fact, I have long wanted to leave Linfeng, the Chinese man. I am a dignified person from the Japanese Empire. How could I work for the Chinese man? But I have never had a chance. You can come today, my lord. You don't know me. How happy I am. These CDs will serve as my meeting gifts. I will definitely help you get the core code of cloud computing if I have the opportunity in the future. But you must protect me and save my daughter, Risa said pitifully. Well, for sure, for sure. This is a simple task. As long as you can give me the core code of cloud computing, I will not only help you rescue your daughter, but also give you prosperity and wealth. Koizumi Ichiro boasted in haiku. Thank you, sir. Erisa Kazama kowtowed to thank you. Well, Erisa, I'll take these discs first. You will notify me if you have news. Koizumi took the disc on the table and handed it to the bodyguard, winking at the same time. Let him recognize it. Check the authenticity. My lord, can you stay here tonight? Just let me serve you and show my gratitude to you. Erisa Kazama grabbed Koizumi Ichiro, who didn't want to leave. Well, you know, I am the Prime Minister of Japan, and I am responsible for the future of the entire Japanese Empire, but I have everything to do. Koizumi Ichiro didn't want to go, and he wanted to enjoy this noble and sexy woman tonight. However, he was cautious that this was a trap. Although it didn't look like it, he still had to be cautious. Not long after, the bodyguard came in to give Koizumi Koichiro a signal that the discs were all genuine and original. Koizumi Ichiro suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, and the desire in his eyes suddenly rose. Erisa, where is your bedroom? Let's go in and communicate. Koizumi Koichiro put his arms around Kazama Erisa and asked obscenely. My lord, it's that room. Erisa Kazama pointed to a room on the corner of the living room and said, well, you go to check, so that no one will harm Miss Erisa. Although Koizumi is already lustful, but he does not forget to order someone to check it. What if this Erisa is a trap for him? He didn't want to be the character on these discs and then be threatened by others. After some checks, the bodyguard made a gesture of absolute safety to Koizumi Koichiro. Koizumi's lust in his heart is even worse. Erisa, let's go. Koizumi Koichiro entered the room with his arms around Erisa Kazama's waist, then closed the door, and 4 bodyguards guarded the door. The other 10 bodyguards guarded the entire villa and closely monitored everything around it. This is the Prime Minister of Japan, and there must be no accidents in this unfamiliar place. Although they have inspected this villa several times, it is still necessary to be on the safe side. A few minutes later, there was a faint sexy sound of undressing in the room, and after a while, there was a slight whimper of men and women. The 4 bodyguards guarding the door, look at me, and I look at you, and they all showed an obscene smile, then withdrew their smiles and watched everything coldly. But many Koizumi Koichiro bodyguards didn't know. Although men and women groaned slightly in the room, the owner of the voice was not Koizumi Koichiro and Kazama Erisa, but an A-movie that was playing inside. As for Koizumi Koichiro and Kazama Erisa, a man lying on the ground not awake, a man sitting on the bed with a contemptuous glance on the ground. After taking a rest, Kazama Erisa moved Koizumi Koichiro, who was lying on the ground, to the bed, took off his clothes, and also took off his own clothes. Finally, look at the table. It's time. Erisa Kazama looked around and screamed after seeing that there was nothing flawed. The bodyguard who heard the screaming rushed in immediately. He raised his eyes and saw the naked Kazama Erisa, and he couldn't help but glanced at the sexy and mature carcass for a moment of loss. Although the 4 bodyguards tightened their minds as soon as they changed their minds, they did not find that Erika Kazama popped a small piece of paper with the same color as the floor with her nails. At this time, the 4 bodyguards went to see the target protected by themselves and others, Prime Minister Koizumi Ichiro. But when I saw it, I was taken aback. Koizumi Ichiro foamed at his mouth, his face turned pale, and he was dying. What's going on? The bodyguard was anxious, and immediately grabbed Erika Kazama's wrist and asked sternly, "It hurts." Erika Kazama screamed, and the blankets that had just protected her body slipped down again, and the charming carcass immediately appeared. But at this moment, none of the 4 bodyguards cared. What they cared about was how Koizumi Ichiro could foam at the mouth. "Say quickly, or we will kill you," a bodyguard sternly threatened. At least 3 other bodyguards, 1 called the police, and 2 began to search the room again. But after a careful search, there was no one in the room, nor any suspicious tools. I don't know. The Prime Minister was having sex with me. And me. And suddenly, Kazama Erisha said intermittently. The 4 bodyguards were taken aback. At this moment, the other bodyguards who came after hearing the news found that Koizumi Ichiro was foaming on the bed, all stupid. Not long after, the emergency team came to pick up Koizumi Koichiro and also took away Kazama Erisa. The life and death of Koizumi Koichiro is unknown, and Erisa Kazama is the key figure. Then everyone hurried away. After all, if there is something wrong with Koizumi Ichiro, if it leaks out now, it will cause chaos in the world. There are so many people here that it is not suitable to stay for a long time. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. The 748th chapter. Decisive battle begins. Koizumi Koichiro was admitted to the hospital, but Erika Kazama was taken away for a secret review. All this is going on without knowing the gods, not knowing the ghosts. However, Kazama Erisa's identity is extremely sensitive. He is the CEO of the Japanese branch of the Second World. In terms of the market value and scale of the Second World, Kazama Erisa is very important. Although Second World games are not very popular in Japan, there are only 3 games: Audition, The Strongest on Earth, and Crazy Farm, and the online rate in Japan is not high. However, the AMD CPU and ATI graphics cards of the Second World, as well as their integrated motherboards, have a large market in Japan, and belong to an IT company that is very important in Japan. After all, there are only Intel and Second World manufacturers in the world that can produce CPU for PC computers. Damn it! Japanese Minister of General Affairs Akihiro Haraguchi hammered the table in annoyance. He did not expect that Koizumi Koichiro would suddenly fall ill at this time, and his condition was so serious that he was still in a critical period. And it was at such a critical moment. It stands to reason that Koizumi's first suspicion of Koizumi's illness was Risa's attack on Japanese finance. After all, Kazama Erisa is the CEO of the Japanese branch of the Second World, and Japan has every reason to be the first. Time to arrest Lin Feng and investigate. However, Koizumi's condition was carefully examined, and it was because of excessive excitement and excessive stimulation that caused the symptoms of sudden death, not dead, and naturally ruled out the possibility of suicide, homicide, and poisoning. Moreover, Koizumi's accident was in the villa of Erika Kazama. Erika Kazama was a Japanese woman. The bodyguards also proved that there was no suspicious weapon in Erika Kazama's villa. If there were any suspicious weapons, that is also the pair of kill weapons on Erika Kazama's chest. In this case, Lin Feng should be arrested, and the matter will become a big issue. If it doesn't, it will become an international scandal. The Japanese Prime Minister died suddenly in a woman's room after stealing joy. How attractive this title is, I'm afraid the global media will be hot for a while. Moreover, once Lin Feng was arrested for no reason, the international disputes that would be caused are worthy of Japan's thinking twice. Headache. Yaihiro Haraguchi watched sitting there crying, and the charming Kazama Erisa shook his head for a while. But at this moment he can also understand the reason why Koizumi Koichiro died suddenly, not yet dead. He also wants to own such a sexy mature woman. How to do? Yaiba Haraguchi said with a headache. At this moment, even though Erika Kazama was crying, Yuhitrika, she was silently observing the surroundings. watching everyone's reaction to Judge Koizumi's current situation. This time Koizumi Koichiro seems to have died suddenly due to excessive stimulation. It was a bottle of special potion that can cause heart disease, which is soluble in water, which was customized by Risa Kazama from the United States when he was still in NX. It can speed up the blood supply rate and the body's secretion when the stimulation is overstimulated, causing sudden death due to overstimulation, and it is impossible to detect it at all. Of course, this medicine is not a panacea. For young people, the effect is very small, but it can be a helping thing. But Koizumi Koichiro was 61 years old, and he was no longer a young man, let alone being so stimulated. This medicine was terrible. Especially when Koizumi was about to move, Erika Kazama fainted him, and the pain that he couldn't vent increased the effect of the medicine. Originally, this medicine was prepared by Kazama Erisa for Wadaichi, but it was later rescued by Lin Feng and it was of no use. In order to repay her gratitude this time, I am also grateful to Lin Feng for taking care of her daughter Saorihara. Especially Lin Feng has not acted unscrupulously towards Saorihara, who has gradually matured, and slowly builds it into a future superstar. Kazama Erisa is very grateful to Lin Feng. You know, in Japan, I have such a mature and sexy beautiful girl under its banner, and many Japanese company bosses have already played with them under the crotch. Therefore, this time when she learned that Lin Feng was in a major crisis in her life, she desperately murdered Koizumi Ichiro. As for his own safety, Erika Kazama is not very worried. After all, Koizumi Koichiro died suddenly, not yet dead, and the Japanese side could not find any evidence related to her. In addition, she holds the title of CEO of the Japanese branch of the Second World. If the Japanese government wants to deal with her, it must also give the world a reason, and it is impossible to deal with it secretly. According to Kazama Erisa's inference, as long as Japan has no evidence, she will eventually be acquitted. After all, to blame Koizumi Ichiro for not being able to live up to his temper. He can't do it. He still plays with women, and finally died in the woman's stomach. I wonder if the boss found the piece of paper. Erika Kazama is full of melancholy. The small piece of paper she threw out yesterday was a signal she gave to Lin Feng, a signal that Koizumi Ichiro was critically ill, so that Lin Feng could use this opportunity to defeat the Japanese stock market. After all, it is impossible for her to inform Lin Feng now. As for when she was alone in that room with Koizumi, she could have sent a text message to Lin Feng, but for the sake of insurance, she dared not notify Lin Feng. Otherwise, the Japanese side will definitely associate Koizumi's sudden death with Lin Feng. This would bring great trouble to Lin Feng. Therefore, Kazama Erisa can only use this cryptic signal to pass on. And even if the piece of paper was discovered by the Japanese side, no flaws could be seen. That was just a code that Lin Feng only understood. At this time, it was already 3 o'clock in the morning. Although Lin Feng is worried about the stock market, he is also extremely worried about the meeting between Kazama Erisa and Koizumi Koichiro tonight. In any case, Erisa Kazama is already her own woman, and Lin Feng must not let anyone bully her. Even if the target is the Prime Minister of Japan. When I went to Kazumi Risa Villa, there was no one. At the moment, Lin Feng knew something was wrong. Reminiscent of Kazama Erisa's previous proposal, Lin Feng was really a little scared, and quickly ordered Liru and others to search the villa to see if there was anything left. How is it? Did you find anything? Lin Feng asked anxiously when Liru came back from a search. Boss, we didn't find anything. We just found this small scrap of paper that was thrown on the ground. Do you see any use? Li Rui handed a small piece of paper to Lin Feng. Lin Feng took a look and was stunned. The above is just a few words, and half of it is torn off, which seems to be thrown away casually. Lin Feng frowned, took a closer look, and found nothing. Just as I was about to put it aside, I suddenly remembered a scene in my head talking with Erika Kazama before. Could it be? Lin Feng quickly picked up the piece of paper and looked at it carefully. A few minutes later, Lin Feng's face was pale. I knew in my heart that Erika Kazama had done it. Although I didn't know what method to use, the matter must have become a big deal this time. Erisa, why are you so much? Lin Feng sighed secretly. Erika Kazama is too stupid to be so for herself. Besides, I may not lose this time. Okay, go back. Lin Feng suddenly got up and left. At this moment, Erika Kazama must be taken away by the Japanese, and it doesn't hurt to stay here. It's better to wait 2 days and put pressure on Japan again on the grounds of the disappearance of your CEO. Now, don't let down Kazama Erisa's will, and don't waste precious time now. Lin Saras and I have already contacted many international financial speculators. They will start to smash the market tomorrow, and they must smash the Japanese foreign exchange market. Since they are completely free, we will smash their foreign exchange market. Let them have to save the market. Abby Cohen said. This is a risky move. It depends on whether Lin Feng and others have made a big hit or whether the Japanese side can bear it. At present, the funds in the futures market have exceeded $80 billion. Japan's bet is that Lin Feng and others will not penetrate the foreign exchange market within 2 days, and Japan will regain lost ground on the last day. Lin Feng nodded and smiled coldly. Abby, despite smashing, we will definitely win this time. How much money we have to smash? As much. Lin Feng said firmly. This time we must make Little Japan vomit blood greatly. Abby Cohen was slightly surprised. Lin Feng's tone at the moment was full of confidence. Although he didn't know where Lin Feng's confidence came from, he gave Abby Cohen and others confidence. Lin Feng, my father called just now and he said that he would support me with a sum of money to allow me to invest in the Japanese foreign exchange market. Li Zikai said excitedly from the side. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He never expected that Li Kashing would come to support him at this time. According to Li Kashing's wealth, this fund is definitely not low. Of course, Li Kashing's move is not considered a risk. After all, the foreign exchange market in Japan is rich and delicious. You can make money as you want. The premise is that you move fast enough and have enough cash. Because the time is only 1 day, the day after tomorrow, when the futures refers to the delivery date, everything may change drastically. Only tomorrow is the best opportunity to make money. Lin Feng, our family will also support a sum of money. Tang Jiaqing and Zheng Ziheng said in unison. Lin Feng nodded, more confident in his heart. With the funds of their super each and this information in his possession, Lin Feng believes that this time it will surely smash the Japanese financial market. Silent overnight, everyone is looking forward to tomorrow's war. As for Lin Feng, while worrying about the safety of Kazama Erisha, he also secretly arranged, prepare to spread the news that Koizumi is critically ill at a critical moment, and deal a fatal blow to the Japanese financial community. For this matter, Lin Feng could only find Li Ru and others who he trusted the most, but Lin Feng couldn't do anything else, because the matter was too involved. And Lin Feng didn't know how Erika Kazama dealt with Koizumi Koichiro. On the second day, global financial speculators put all their attention on the Japanese foreign exchange market early. Japan is so laissez-faire that, in addition to trying their best to pan for gold, they also want to see the response of the United States. But yesterday the US stock market plunged inexplicably. Before the opening of the Japanese stock market, there was already a bearish voice from the outside world. This move has allowed many savvy financial speculators to see the inside story. The US government is really cunning enough. The stock market plummeted today. It clearly wanted to use the hands of international financial speculators to weaken your economic strength and wait until tomorrow to force you to raise the exchange rate and stabilize the stock market. Roche coldly pointed out the evil of the US government. The Japanese politicians who were present did not respond, and their faces sank as water. But Cross twitched slightly from the corners of their mouths, and he could see the unhappiness in their hearts. The ants gnaw the embankment. Like ants gnawing on the embankment, Cross will slowly provoke every day, waiting to make the relationship between the United States and Japan gradually rigid and awkward, and then wait for a Japanese prime minister with a tough personality to come to power, and then his family will be able to take advantage of the situation. At this time, the Japanese stock market opened. Sure enough, as Krosh expected, the world's hot money began to flood into the Japanese foreign exchange market, and the yen-to-dollar ratio plummeted all the way. The decisive battle begins. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 749 Desperate? 2003, April 29th, the penultimate day from the delivery period of the futures index, completely started the global financial war. As soon as the market opened, hot money from around the world poured into the Japanese foreign exchange market, continuously dumping the yen, causing the yen exchange rate to plummet. Soon, the psychological barrier of $1 to 110 yen fell, and the exchange rate continued to fall sharply. Mr. Krosh, whether this exchange rate has fallen too fast, our funds may not be able to hold it. Yoshihiko Noda was frightened as he watched the sharply falling exchange rate, because he knew an amazing news, but it was now hidden deeply by the Japanese high-level officials. Even Krosh didn't tell. After all, the impact of this news is too great, especially at this critical moment. Krosh frowned slightly. At this rate of decline, I am afraid that the world's major consortia are pouring into Japan's foreign exchange market, trying to take advantage of the chaos. I am afraid that several consortia in the United States have also squeezed into this market. No hurry, wait for them to play. I see how many are not afraid of death. Krosh sneered. The makers of the rules of this game are in their own hands, and these people want to take advantage of the chaos to take advantage of it, and that is to die. Under the silent gaze of Krosh and others, at the close of the morning, Japanese foreign exchange had fallen to an astonishing exchange rate of 113.56 yen to $1. In the face of the slump in the financial exchange rate, international financial speculators smiled, but Abby Cohen, Soros, Lee Zikai and others could not laugh. At present, tens of billions of dollars of funds have poured into the Japanese foreign exchange market, stealing wealth from Japan at a rate of tens of millions of dollars per minute. Lin Feng and others have also made hundreds of millions of dollars, but the Japanese side simply ignores it. Obviously, the Japanese side has not been hurt. Mr. Lin, now I can only continue to suppress. I hope that the bottom of Japan can be broken this afternoon. Soros was also a little bit depressed. The main reason is that the time is too short. There is only one day today. If there are 2 more days, the Japanese government's laissez-faire attitude will definitely be completely hollowed out by international financial speculators. Unfortunately, there is not enough time. Mr. Soros, don't be discouraged. We will definitely win this time, Lin Feng said flatly. With the sacrifice of Eric Kazama, Lin Feng already knew that he would win this time. It just depends on how much you win. If there are less wins, I am too sorry to Kazama Erisa. At 12 noon, Tokyo time, the Japanese stock market opened again. A new round of money movement around the world has begun again. At the beginning, the yen exchange rate dropped sharply by several price points, and there was obviously a large amount of money entering the market. Mr. Lin, I can only help you this way. At 1:30 p.m. Tokyo time, if you can't break through the Japanese foreign exchange market, I think you should consider how to reduce your losses. Buffett's phone call suddenly came. Of course, Buffett said that he was helping, but in fact it was also to make money. At least he also took away hundreds of millions of dollars in profits. Lin Feng was taken aback and wanted to consult Buffett, but Buffett immediately hung up the phone and called again without answering. This made Lin Feng hesitate for a while, and then told Abby Cohen about it. Lin, I am afraid that the US government will take action at 1:30. After all, if the Japanese economy collapses completely, it will not be good for the United States. This should be Warren Buffett's vague reminding us. Abby Cohen came up with an analysis after some analysis. Amazing conclusion. Sure enough, at 1:30 a.m. Tokyo time, global funds have suddenly decreased, and the rate of decline in the yen exchange rate has gradually slowed down, And there is a faint upward trend, Lin. We now have $14 billion in our hands. In order to reduce losses, we should chase more and form a hedge to reduce the loss of 5.78 million contracts we sold on the futures. Abby coincided helplessly. Hedging, that is, surrendering to the Japanese government. Although I have made a lot of money using foreign exchange in the past 2 days, after deducting the money and interest borrowed from banks in Thailand and Malaysia, after deducting the commission, Lam Feng has only made $1 billion. Although it is a lot, it is obviously far away. Unable to make up for the loss on the futures, the Nikkei index is currently at 7,580 points. It seems that Lin Feng earned 70 points, but the Japanese government has hardly made any moves in the past 2 days. Just watching Lin Feng play with the Japanese foreign exchange market. Just prepare for the last day. Since the Japanese foreign exchange market cannot be broken today, the stock index will definitely rise tomorrow. In order to reduce the loss, the best way is to chase more and try to recover the loss. With $14 billion, he can buy 5.6 million futures. In this way, Lin Feng has lost 180,000 futures and the relative handling fees and interest money. In the end, according to Abby Cohen's calculations, Lin Feng's final net loss this month was around $2 billion. Counting the debts previously owed to Goldman Sachs, Lin Feng's total debt is $3.2 billion, which is within the scope of Lin Feng's endurance. Fortunately, Thailand, Malaysia and other countries are willing to fund Lin Feng funds. Otherwise, like other investors, it is difficult to borrow more funds at this time and can only bear huge losses in vain. Of course, what Lin Feng owes is a lot of favor debt, such as the family support behind Lee Zikai and others, the support of the banking industry in Thailand, Malaysia and so on. And the biggest problem is that Lin Feng declared war on the Japanese government in a high-profile manner, but in the end he was defeated. This is really shameless. As for the Japanese government, although it has lost nearly $18 billion in the foreign exchange market this time, there will be a total of 15 million futures in the futures index. If it rises by 2,000 points, the Japanese government can make a profit of $32.5 billion. It is enough to make up for the loss, and more importantly, the decline in the yen exchange rate has increased the country's export competitiveness. In the end, the industry will only use effect to evaluate the Japanese government's sniping behavior. No, keep selling for me. There must be a lot of travel orders on the market now, and the ones that are ready to be closed in advance are all bought for me, as much as you want. This time I must make the Japanese government bear the unbearable pain. Lin Feng's eyes were red. Now that 1 day passed, Kazama Erisha had no news yet, and she did not live or die, which made Lin Feng anxious. After all, Kazama Erisa's current situation is for herself. But Lin Feng couldn't speak to others, he could only hold it in his heart. And he could only cast this tone on Japan. Lin, this time you can still get funds at the end, so you can form a hedge to recover your losses. Don't be impulsive. You can still bear the mere $3.2 billion in debt. Abby Cohen hurriedly dissuaded. Yes, Mr. Lin, I have a little money left in my hands, and I am ready to chase more. It's not that I'm turning down, but the situation is like this. My theory is very simple. The law of the forest. Since Japan can't die now, we can only adapt to the environment. Follow the trend, Suraz said helplessly. He hates failure, hates this kind of defection, but in order to survive, he has to do so. Mr. Suraz, I hope you can reconsider. We may not lose. Lin Feng originally wanted Suraz to continue to buy and fall, so that Japan would lose even more miserably. But this matter cannot be told to Suraz. Can only be dissuaded. Suraz shook his head and sullenly cut off the video. Richard, Tong, Zihing, what about you? If you believe in me, we will buy and we will win. I can't say clearly to Suraz Linfeng. But to Li Zikai, Tang Jiaqing, and Zheng Zihing, Linfeng can say the transparency point. The financial war this month has allowed the four of them to forge a deep friendship. Linfeng believed that although they would have doubts at the time, this doubt would always be hidden in his heart and would not be openly stated to outsiders. Li Zikai, Tang Jiaqing, and Zheng Zihing frowned. They didn't expect that Linfeng was still so obsessed to this day. Like a red-eyed gambler, it would be irrational to have to split the game with Japan. Abi Cohen shook his head at Li Zikai and the three of them, motioning for the three of them to persuade Linfeng to stop Linfeng from being so persistent. You know, there is a pain in this world, give up. But only by giving up can we welcome the new future. The three of Li Zikai looked at each other and sighed for a long time. Linfeng, this time the funds are too large. We can't make fun of the family funds. I'm sorry. Li Zikai said helplessly. Linfeng also sighed. Not only sighed for the three of them losing such an opportunity to make money, but also sighed for the friendship of the four of them. Although the choice of the three is understandable and reasonable. But people are like this. In some things, I hope that my friends, family, and lovers will trust and support them 100%. But Li Zikai suddenly changed the subject and smiled. But we can use our own funds to support you, regardless of whether your choice is correct or not. But we are friends and brothers, we should support you to the end. Li Zikai stretched out his right hand, for our friendship. Come on, come on. Tang Jiaqing and Zheng Zihing also placed their right hands on Li Zikai's hands. Linfeng looked at it and felt excited. In this case, the three of them are still willing to support themselves, which absolutely requires great courage, and it also shows that the three of them really regard themselves as their best friends. No, they are brothers. Okay. Come on, let's earn his grandma's vote. This time, Linfeng put his hand on Zheng Zihing's hand and cheered loudly. Man, this is a man. Abi Cohen on the side sighed helplessly. Men are sometimes impulsive like this. They can desperate for their brother's loyalty. It's really a bit silly. But this is also the charm of men. Regardless of whether the boss is making money or losing money this time, the biggest gain should be the three good brothers Li Zikai, Tang Jiaqing, and Zheng Zihing who can live and die together. Later, before the market closed, Linfeng swept all the trade orders on the market about 1 million, and again shorted 4 million futures. Li Zikai and others also took out their final funds and shorted 100,000. The crazy actions of the four people caused the Nikkei to drop by 80 points, and the crazy actions of the people made the industry completely incomprehensible and incomprehensible. And they were bluntly mad. Are you desperate? Cross sneered several times. It's a pity that he made the rules of the game. Tomorrow, you will surely let you lose even your underwear. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. The 750th chapter takes a sharp turn. The night falls. But the entire financial world is completely boiling, and there is still one night away. This financial sniper war involving hundreds of billions of dollars will be the final competition. Thinking of this moment, all financial professionals can't stop shaking. Especially this time, Linfeng, a super young rich man who rose like a rocket, declared war on Japan, the world's second largest economy. Whoever wins and loses is already eye-catching. Especially there is a suspense in it. If Linfeng Xing, according to outside speculations, Linfeng's assets reach at least $70 billion, it will directly surpass Microsoft Bill Gates' $52.8 billion and become the new world's richest man. A young man of only 23 years old, starting from scratch, in less than 4 years. From nothing to become the world's richest man, this wealth accumulation rate can be described as the first universe speed. This is especially expected by the outside world. Of course, there are some media who hate Linfeng. If Linfeng goes bankrupt tomorrow, it is best to go to sleep on the street. The moods of all walks of life can be described as different, but there is a common point of tomorrow will be very exciting. Yoshihiko Noda, I will lower the interest rate to 4% before the market opens tomorrow. Also, after tomorrow night, all banks in Japan will no longer allow foreign exchange lending. Croak ordered. Yes. Yoshihiko Noda nodded. Finally came the last day, the day of the final battle. However, Noda Yoshihiko's heart is heavy, because Koizumi Koichiro has entered his death, and he may ascend to heaven at any time. Once you really rise to heaven and be known to the outside world, I'm afraid. At this time, the other side. Liru, I want you to do whatever you want. Tonight, you must find out the address of Koizumi Koichiro's hospitalization. It's best to take pictures secretly. Of course, everything is on the premise of safety and without being noticed by the Japanese side. Lin Feng ordered. Got it. Liru nodded and led away. Regarding Koizumi's hospitalization address, according to previous Japanese newspapers, there are actually only a few hospitals where the Japanese Prime Minister went to see a doctor. This is very easy to check. The only trouble is that I took pictures of Koizumi's critical illness. Of course, even if there is no photo, just find out the exact hospital address. When the time comes, the media will naturally rush in, and Koizumi Koichiro is suddenly inexplicably critically ill. This is great news. By the way, inquire about Kazama Erisha's news. Lin Feng reminded. After Kazama Erisha disappeared from the villa, there has been no news for a day and night. At present, the Japanese branch of the Second World has reported the case and pressured the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Agency to find the whereabouts of Kazama Erisha as soon as possible. Otherwise, this matter will be promoted internationally. Let all international companies know that the president of the Tokyo branch of a Second World multinational company with a market value of more than $80 billion has disappeared in the villa for no reason, but the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Agency has done nothing. Once publicized internationally, this consequence is definitely not something that the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Agency can bear. However, the results of the survey can only show that someone has indeed entered the villa of Erika Kazama, but the police agency in Tokyo does not know what it is. I can only order all Tokyo police officers to search for the whereabouts of Erika Kazama. After the end of the war tomorrow, they will begin to put pressure on Japan. Lin Feng said to himself. At this moment, Li Zikai, Tang Jiaqing, and Zheng Ziying were sitting quietly in front of the computer. This time the three of them smashed into the personal possessions that could be transferred. In the futures index, Li Zikai spent nearly $2 billion. Tang Jiaqing spent $200 million. Zheng Ziying spent $400 million. For the brothers' loyalty, the three bet their lives on Lin Feng's eyes. With so much money, the three of them are naturally not at all drowsy at the moment, closely watching the US stock market and the European stock market. The night passed in a dull and suppressed to a bit violent atmosphere. However, there was bad news in the morning. The Dow Jones and Nasdaq in the United States rose sharply. It can be said that the opening of the Japanese stock market, which is greatly affected by the US stock market, is good news. The US government really did it. Lin Feng and Croce are in different places, but they snorted at the same time. Later, when Japanese investors were excited about it, Japan once again introduced good news, lowering the interest rate to 4%, and announced that it would ban lending at night, completely freezing all foreign exchange market funds. Under this executive order, no speculator dared to take the risk anymore. With all this good news, the Japanese stock market opened with leaps and bounds. Just 30 minutes after the opening, it rose from yesterday's closing price of 7,460 points to 7,600 points, and the Nikkei index is still rising leaps and bounds. Sura's sighed in the distance. There was nothing he could do about this failure. Japan is too insidious, letting the foreign exchange market ignore it, which makes all his strategies useless. With the help of the United States behind the scenes, failure is inevitable. But thinking of Lin Feng's last crazy short selling of 5 million futures, Suarez no longer knows what language to describe Lin Feng's actions. Crazy. Hysteria. I am afraid that it is impossible to describe Suarez's views on Lin Feng. Go up, go up, go up. Japanese investors cheered all the way. 7,700 points, 7,800 points, 8,000 points. Taking advantage of this shareholder enthusiasm, major Japanese export companies such as Toyota, Suzuki, and Sony announced that their export orders have risen by 5%, 10% due to the sharp drop in the yen exchange rate. The news stimulated the Nikkei index soaring all the way. In just 1.5 hours, the Nikkei index has risen by 820 points to 8,280 points, and the momentum remains unabated, and it continues to rise sharply. Financial speculators who had short selling the Nikkei futures had their faces grey, pale, and speechless. And the financial speculators who are chasing more, some are secretly grateful that they are in the right direction, and some are grateful that they have chosen the right direction. This time they will be able to make a fortune. Abby coincide. I am afraid that the Nikkei index will rise to around 9,500 points before the closing date of today's delivery period, and it is not impossible to rise to 10,000 points again. If it rises to 10,000 points, Lam Feng will sell a total of 10.78 million Nikkei contracts. The original price of 7,650 points increased by 3,350 points to 10,000 points. Then Lin Feng will bear more than $39.5 billion in losses. Thinking of this number, Abby Cohen shuddered. If this is the case, then the gaming and entertainment empire that Lin Feng just built will be completely disintegrated. Li Zikai and the others also turned blue, but they were not worried about their own funds, but for Lin Feng. This time Lin Feng suffered such a heavy loss, they didn't know what language to use to comfort Lin Feng. But everyone also admired Lin Feng's composure. The stock market had risen like this, but Lin Feng could still keep his face like this, really a god. At this time, mainland China. Oh, why is this Kobayashi so impulsive? It's true to deal with Japan, but it must be considered in the long term. We must first use Japan's economy and technology to develop, and then find a way to deal with it after surpassing it. Now, this Kobayashi is too impulsive. Mr. Wen shook his head helplessly. This time, Lin Feng made such a trouble. But it was really troublesome. The country also divided into two factions because of him. Some supported Lin Feng and some did not support Lin Feng, although Mr. Wen also because of Mr. Zhu, and Lin Feng's contribution to SARS and Korea Daewoo made him value Lin's style. But if the loss this time is so heavy, I am afraid that it will be difficult for Mr. Wen to take care of him in the future. At most, ICBC can borrow money to help it repay its debts. Impulsive. Young people are impulsive, Mr. Wen commented. Looking at Abby Cohen, Li Zikai and others had smiles that didn't know how to comfort him, and Lin Feng was amused secretly. In fact, this time I was already in the invincible. Lin Feng looked at his watch, it was time. Then, he gave a signal to Li Rui who was beside him. 5 minutes later, all Japanese and overseas media received a fax. The content of the fax was that Japanese Prime Minister Koizumi was critically ill. As soon as the news was released, the Japanese stock market, which was rising frantically, stopped rising as if it had been struck by lightning. After the market slightly digested this shocking information, the Japanese stock market suddenly began to fall. The Prime Minister of a country is suddenly critically ill, which is a heavy blow to the entire country's financial and security fields. It's strange that the Japanese stock market doesn't fall. When the Japanese stock market closed at 11 a.m. Tokyo time, the Nikkei index had fallen from its highest peak of 8,578 points to 8,210 points. If the news of Koizumi's critical illness is clear, I am afraid it will fall even more severely this afternoon. Shit, what's the matter? Why didn't you tell me about Mr. Koizumi's critical illness? Krosh was furious in the room, pointing to Noda Yoshihiko's nose and cursing. If he told him the news earlier, he would still think of countermeasures and still have time to deal with it. But now, he has nothing to do. Anyway, It must be delayed until the end of the afternoon. Before the end of the afternoon, Mr. Koizumi must be safe. Krosh grabbed Noda by the chest and said, "Yes, yes, we are also thinking of ways." "I don't know who leaked the news." Yoshihiko Noda nodded repeatedly. When the outside world suddenly got the news, the Japanese cabinet immediately suspected Lin Feng's head. After all, at this time Lin Feng's profit was the greatest, so he was naturally the biggest suspect. But they don't have any evidence, nothing at all. Koizumi is now critically ill because of excessive excitement, and he checked Kazama Arisa's mobile phone, home landline, and company landline. Within 2 days, Kazama Arisa had not contacted Lin Feng. Perhaps it is possible for Lin Feng to spread the news, but there is no evidence that Lin Feng is involved in this matter. At present, we can only hold a press conference to dispel rumors and stabilize the people's sentiment and the stock market. Yoshihiko Noda has already thought out a package plan. But there is a fatal problem. If someone asks Koizumi to come forward, it will be troublesome. It seems that someone should be disguised. Just show up in front of news media reporters from a distance. However, the Japanese side is taking action, and Lin Feng is not idle. Soon the second list of hospitals where Koizumi was critically ill was passed on to the major media. For the first time, the major media poured into the Keio University Hospital to inquire about the exactness and reason of Koizumi's critical illness. There is one more chapter in the evening, which will be updated around 11 o'clock. Starting tomorrow, the next 3 days, 4 chapters will be updated every day, which counts as a little bit of compensation for this period of time. To be continued. If you want to know what happened, please log in. There are more chapters, authors are supported, and genuine reading is supported. To be continued.